It's Lonely to Be Invincible Chapter 908 to Chapter 964. Lu Qiming looked at King Danny's expression of disbelief and didn't take it to heart. Those who didn't understand would never understand. As for those who understood, there was no need to say much and they would understand. True God Ape Demon is dead. A commotion broke out among the group of descenders. They had personally witnessed Demon Ape being smashed to death by the natives. Only a pile of flesh and blood was left. One could only say that Demon Ape dug a hole for himself before he died. He laid in the hole and buried himself in it. This could be considered as him arranging a home for himself. At least he had died a decent death. He is still a little weak. What do the two of you think? Why don't you all attack together? Lin Fan looked at the crowd. He was already prepared. He felt a little disappointed in these descenders. A little helpless. There was still a huge gap between them and what he had expected. Demon Ape is dead. He died too carelessly. At the same time, you have committed a heinous crime. To you, temporary arrogance is just a source of pain. You will regret everything you have done. Xiaoli, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. He understood that the other party was indeed strong, but he wouldn't retreat. It wasn't for anything else but to kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he definitely wouldn't let him have it easy. Is that so? The source you are talking about is just your death. Lin Fan smiled. He opened his fingers and clenched. Because he was too strong, the surrounding space exploded. Do you see that? You think that the source of my pain is just like this. Shatter it all. If you are unhappy, then come at me. His words were really domineering. The Dao Realm descenders were shocked. They had never faced such a situation before. This was the first time. They were panicking. When they came to search for the natives, they didn't care much about them. To them, with 3 true god princes leading them, no native could fight them head-on. But now, they were totally wrong. True God Ape Demon was killed. Even if he had the strength to fight back, it was just such a joke. Helpless. Xiaoli raised his leg and stepped out. An energy wave spread out from his foot and swept in all directions. What's your name? You're very strong. Today, I might die by your hands, but I won't retreat. Dying by the hands of an expert is not a disgrace to me. Suddenly, a powerful aura exploded from his body. Between heaven and earth, thunder rumbled, and a scorching radiance erupted from his body. Strange phenomena appeared, and the spear in his hand burned with a layer of flames that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Shua, Xiaoli brandished his arm and his spear tore through the void, creating a bottomless abyss. He glared at Lin Fan, his long hair dancing behind his head. Tell me, what is your name? He growled, and the golden armor on his body gradually changed color. I, Xiaoli, one of the 12 personal disciples of the Holy Flame Emperor, will fight you. Only life and death matters, not victory and defeat. His roar shook the heavens, and his words contained an oppressive aura that bombarded everyone's hearts. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed. Interesting. You can be considered as the most polite descender this peak master has ever seen. That's good too. Listen up then. Otherwise, you won't even know who killed you. My name is Lin Fan of the Invincible Peak of the Magnificent Flame Sect. Don't worry. I'll bury your body myself when you die. Crack, the 2 auras clashed, splitting the heavens and earth into 2. A thunderbolt exploded between the 2, and lightning could be seen everywhere. Dragon Soul. Xiaoli moved. He wasn't afraid at all, even though Lin Fan had just killed the demonic ape. I might not be a match for him, but I have to fight him today. A dragon's roar could be heard. In the void, a dragon soul that was glowing in gold appeared out of thin air. Each of its scales was as big as a mountain. It then died down and fused with Xiaoli's spear. The golden light was dazzling. Xiaoli was enveloped in the light. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the void, coming at Lin Fan with a terrifying aura. Not bad. Lin Fan praised and threw the space pillar at Xiaoli. Bang, there was an explosion, and the shockwave engulfed the 2 like a galaxy. A circle of condensed shockwaves swept out, causing the ground to crack. Some trees were even turned into ashes, drifting between heaven and earth. A battle like this isn't something we can come into contact with. We're only safe because of Senior Brother's protection. The magnificent Flame Sect disciples felt the same way. If not for Lin Fan's protection, they would have been crushed into pieces by the aura given their cultivation. Xiao Li's body sank, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. Blood spurted out. He could feel that the energy was too strong. But he gritted his teeth and let out a roar. His arms bulged, and his face turned red. Unparalleled battle will. Clang, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. The two moved so fast that they couldn't be seen at all. They could only see the shockwave in the air. Boom. You're not bad. I didn't expect you to be stronger than that blockhead. But it's a pity that you're still far from enough. Lin Fan grabbed the space pillar with one hand. He didn't use any moves. He just smashed it casually, and Xiao Li couldn't defend himself at all. Poochie, Xiao Li took a few steps back. His feet left two trails in the air, and he finally stood still in the air. Drip, blood dripped from his wrist. His armor seemed to have been cut by a sharp knife, and deep gashes could be seen on it. Large amounts of blood flowed out. Huff, huff. Xiao Li was panting heavily as sweat dripped down from his forehead. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a flash in the air. It was a necklace. His expression changed. What's this? Lin Fan stretched out his hand and hooked the necklace with his thumb. There was nothing special about it. It was ordinary, and there was nothing surprising about it. Give it to me. Xiao Li said in a deep voice. Give it back to me. Why? Is it important to you? However, I saw that you were very angry when I took out the Space God pillar. Is there a story behind this? Let me guess. This necklace is clearly a female item, and the Space God pillar is an important divine item for you to build the spatial passageway. Could it be that someone important to you died in the spatial passageway when he descended to the outer realm? Lin Fan played with the necklace in his hand and said. As expected, Xiao Li's emotions were about to explode. Seems like I guessed correctly. But, you descenders don't treat us as well when you come to the outer region. So, it's good that you died. Lin Fan chuckled as he slowly closed his fingers. No. No. Xiao Li shouted. Gotcha, the sound of something shattering. Very good, this is the expression I want. Come, be angry. Let me see how strong you can be when you are angry. Come, pierce my body with the spear in your hand. Lin Fan patted his chest and opened his fingers. A pile of ashes rose with the wind and scattered in the air. Damn it. Hong, Xiao Li disappeared from the spot and waved the spear in his hand. All of a sudden, the world turned into a world of spears. Every single place was filled with spear intent. Indeed, anger can make one stronger. And your strength right now is indeed much stronger than before. Lin Fan avoided the scene. No one could see what was going on, and they had no idea what was going on. Xiao Li's body had long disappeared from the spot. But in their eyes, there would be explosions around Lin Fan from time to time. At the same time, there would be destructive shockwaves spreading out. You damned fella. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Xiao Li roared. His eyes were bloodshot and fresh blood was oozing out. At the same time, his aura was rising. The thick spear intent covered the entire sky, killing everything in its path. The situation is getting worse. Yi Zhong was panicking. If he continued to stay, he would definitely die. He wasn't a fool, and he wasn't a fool either. Even if they joined the battle, both of them wouldn't be a match for the other party. Once he dealt with Xiao Li, this native would definitely kill him. Even the huge demonic ape was smashed into a meat patty. With his small body, he could still take a few hits. He looked around. Everyone's attention was on Xiao Li. This was a good chance. Maybe he could escape. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Yi Zhong retreated secretly. He used a secret skill and only left a fake body at the spot. Peng, Lin Fan held the space pillar and slammed it onto Xiao Li's body. A huge shockwave exploded out. Pucci, Xiaoli suffered this attack and his pupils swelled up fiercely, as if they were about to explode. His body turned into a ray of light and fiercely bombarded the ground. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. But regretfully, no matter how angry you are, it's useless. You're weak at the end of the day. If you want to become strong, you can't just rely on anger. Lin Fan floated in the air and spun the space pillar in his hand. When a descender arrived in the outer world, he would just treat the people outside as ants and kill them as he pleased. Since that was the case, Lin Fan had always treated the descenders as points. There was no problem between the two of them. Xiaoli stood up with much difficulty. After taking that strike, he couldn't take it anymore. All the bones in his body felt like they were broken. Instantly, his body trembled. He opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Look, this is the result of not cultivating skills. Your physical body isn't strong enough. One strike nearly made you lose your fighting strength. Lin Fan sighed. However, this fella's strength was indeed not bad. He was much stronger than the blockhead from before. I want you to die. Xiaoli wobbled as he gripped the spear in his hand tightly. Buzz, the space started to vibrate. An unknown aura started to vibrate. On his body, an aura gathered at one point and surged towards the spear. Final spear. His long hair started to turn white. His skin, which was shining with light, started to dim. At this moment, his essence, energy, and soul were all concentrated together. Yes. Lin Fan focused his mind. He could feel a tremendous amount of power gathering within him. Gathering all the energy in my body and unleashing my strongest spear? I'm looking forward to it. The wind and clouds rumbled. Under Xiaoli's guidance, an endless amount of energy gathered and formed a storm. Native, even if I, Xiaoli, die today, I will drag you down with me. As soon as he finished his words, a ray of light shot up into the sky. There was a terrifying energy in the light. Not bad. You're ambitious, but it's not enough. Your fate has been decided the moment you came to the Magnificent Flame sect to cause trouble. If we were outside, I might have spared your life. But those who harm the Magnificent Flame sect must die. Lin Fan hollered out as he raised his hand and swung down the space god pillar. I won't let Xiaoli live just because he's not bad. Such a foolish act will only bring danger to the Magnificent Flame sect. Boom, a terrifying aura could be felt from the attack. Xiaoli's face turned ashen. Facing such a powerful attack, there was no way he could fight back. Bang, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the ground shook. Everyone was living in fear. Plop, the evil king fell to the ground. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like raindrops. His eyes were wide open, unable to believe what he had just seen. This is too scary. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. It's over. Lin Fan waved his hands. From the beginning to the end, there was no hard fight. It was just a casual attack. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter could be heard from below. Then, the laughter grew louder and louder. A gust of wind blew, blowing the dust away. The huge pit shocked everyone. Piak, gravel rolled down. A figure slowly walked out of the deep pit. His body was tattered, and there were many places where white bones could be seen. At the same time, his body was dyed red with blood. He looked like a man made of blood. Clang, Xiaoli stabbed his spear into the ground. He leaned his weight on the spear, supporting his body. His current appearance was that of an old man. His hair was white, and there were wrinkles on his face. Lin Fan. He shouted. Remember this. All the natives outside the Magnificent Flame sect will be crushed. I'll take my leave first, but I'll be waiting for you down there. Ha 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 ha. He let out a long laugh and hung his head down helplessly. But he didn't fall even at the moment of his death. Sigh, why bother? Lin Fan sighed helplessly. It seemed like there was no hope for him to wait for him down there. It was impossible for him to wait forever. If there really was a Magnificent Flame sect, he had a feeling that Xiaoli would be the most devoted person in Magnificent Flame sect. He wouldn't reincarnate, just to wait for his arrival. Alright, the last powerful being, right? Eh? He ran away? Lin Fan wanted to hammer the last fella to death. But when he took a closer look, he realized that the figure was fake. All the descenders came to their senses. They had wanted to pin all their hopes on Yi Zhong. But suddenly, they were afraid. True God's son Yi Zhong had run away, leaving behind a fake body to deceive everyone. Oh my God. Damn, are people so cunning now? Lin Fan's heart hurt. Wasn't it good to fight head-on? Why did he have to run? This wasn't a friendly thing to do. He had too much hope for the descenders, but this was how they treated him. He was filled with hope. Even if he couldn't win, he was able to use his life to comfort his heart. What the F***ck? This fellow had taken advantage of the battle to sneak away in advance and disappear without a trace. That was way too much of a dog. Senior brother, that person ran. Lu Qiming shouted. He knew that senior brother's heart would hurt. It was as if he had been betrayed. That kind of pain, he could feel a little bit. I saw it. Lin Fan's voice was a little low and rage burned in his heart. Such a dishonest person shouldn't have been allowed to live. Other people fought with their lives on the line to win, but he actually ran. He abandoned his teammates and those who trusted him. He deserved to die. Senior brother, what should we do now? Since that person ran, then forget it. We can deal with him the next time we meet him. Lu Qiming consoled. He was his senior brother's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. He could feel his senior brother's current emotions with his every move. Rage was burning in his body. If he couldn't calm it down, he was worried that something would happen to senior brother. Run? Unless today isn't his death anniversary, he won't be able to escape. Lin Fan floated in the air and looked into the sky. The Dao Realm descenders felt their limbs turn cold. They were the only ones left. 2 of the 3 true God's sons were smashed and the last one ran when no one was paying attention. He even abandoned them. He had totally betrayed them. Pudong, the Dao Realm descenders knelt down and didn't have the heart to fight him. We admit defeat, please don't kill us. Their begging voices covered the sky. They were strong, but that was only in the eyes of others. The person in front of them was just too terrifying and they weren't strong enough. If the other party were to make a move, it would probably be very easy for him to explode. Some of the descenders looked up, wanting to see what kind of expression the other party had. But at that moment, they were stunned. What a strong suction force. Lin Fan's arms bent and he clenched his fists. He raised his head and took in a deep breath. Hell, a strong wind blew, and the air from all directions rushed in. This was the might of a powerful being. This was especially the case for someone of Lin Fan's cultivation base. It was practically exploding. Even the gigantic trees that were rooted deep into the ground were shaking uncontrollably, as though they could be uprooted at any moment. Oh my God, just what kind of monster have we provoked? Why does it seem so unreliable? Do you think that he is going to suck us into his nostrils and stab us to death with his nose hairs that are like steel needles? The descenders had their own ideas. Just by looking at the nostrils, he was able to think so far ahead. What is senior brother Lin doing? The disciples of the sect couldn't understand it, but they felt that their senior brother's style was too domineering. At the same time, it made them admire him very much. To be able to create such a powerful aura just by breathing through his nostrils, it was simply amazing. As expected of their idol. What are you guys thinking? This is senior brother's ultimate move. He can sense the smell in the air to find the traces of the target. It's hard for you guys to understand, Lu Qiming explained. He knew how powerful this move of his senior brother was. Ah? Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they had heard it wrong. What did he just say? He said that senior brother is doing this to find the target. This is the first time I've seen something like this. This is scary. Holy Lord, I realized that the Magnificent Flame sect has been brainwashed by peak leader Lin. I have never seen such a thing happen before. Lord of Evil said softly. Holy Lord, I realized that the Magnificent Flame sect has been brainwashed by peak leader Lin. He realized that the Magnificent Flame sect's people had become obsessed. At the same time, he felt that peak leader Lin was indeed terrifying. To think that he could brainwash people to such an extent. This is too scary. Shut up. No one will think that you're a mute if you don't speak. The Holy Lord glared at Lord of Evil. This guy sure talks a lot of nonsense. He was convinced by the current situation. No matter what peak leader Lin did, he would think that it was a big deal. Lin Fan's strength had completely convinced him. Thinking about how the Saint Convent sect suppressed the Magnificent Flame sect in the past, he felt a lingering fear. Luckily, the outer world saved them. If not for the fusion of the outer world, the Saint Convent sect might still be challenging the Magnificent Flame sect. By then, it would be a tragedy. Found it. Lin Fan laughed. He could smell the other party's scent. Pooey pooey, Lin Fan got rid of the impurities and looked into the distance. With a bang, he disappeared from where he was. I'm going to chase after that guy. Trying to escape from me? Dream on. Phew, we're finally safe. The descenders heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like Lin Fan didn't care about us because we're too weak. But all of a sudden, to their horror, they realized that their bodies were covered in cracks. No. Bang, blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. Lin Fan did not make a move. He was just too fast, and all of them were killed. They might be weak, but they were still points. It would be a waste if Lin Fan gave up on them. Bury the corpses and collect the storage rings. Oh, right. Wait for me to come back. I'll bury the guy with the spear personally. Lin Fan said that he would bury the other party's corpse personally, and he wouldn't lie. Yes, senior brother. Lu Qiming shouted at the junior brothers and sisters who were still in a daze. What are you guys waiting for? Didn't you hear what senior brother said? Hurry up and bury the corpses. You all know the rules. Although they didn't make a move, they still participated in the battle. Therefore, they still felt a little satisfied. Oh. The disciples came back to their senses and hurried to the battlefield to collect the corpses. Senior brother's methods are a little boring. It's fine if he just hammered people to death, but for some reason, he just likes to beat people up. It's hard to put some flesh back together. Do you think we'll have to bury corpses for the rest of our lives? Some disciples sighed. They had experienced this a few times already, and they were almost used to it. It's good enough that we have a place to bury them. Look at those from the Saint Convent sect. They don't even have a chance to bury them. Looking at the Saint Convent sect disciples who were standing there in a daze, the disciples felt that there was nothing wrong with what Lin Fan said. F***CK. What the F***CK? The frog opened its beady eyes wide, and a drop of sweat rolled down its forehead. I can't believe he actually won. What the F***CK? Indeed, it was a hopeless situation, but something like this happened. Those three fellows all had Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation. In the past, they would not be much of a threat, but now, these three Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators were like death talismans. He had already prepared a small and exquisite coffin for himself, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to use it. Damn it, he hid it so well. I was almost careless. The frog finally understood that it wasn't that the fugitive was stupid, but that he was completely confident. How despicable. If he was so confident, he should have just told this frog tamer. Why did he have to scare me for so long? I'm speechless. However, it didn't seem realistic for the fugitive to chase after the guy who ran away. How could he possibly catch up? If the other party wanted to run, he would have already disappeared. In the distance, Yi Zhong was fleeing frantically, and his mind was blank. This is too terrifying. In the outside world, everyone was prepared to be an ancestor. Who would have thought that not only would he not be an ancestor, he would also be scared off by the other party? The demonic ape and Xiaoli were killed by the natives. If it wasn't for the fact that he was quick-witted enough to see the situation clearly and retreat in time, he wouldn't have ended up well either. Who? Yi Zhong looked back. He was so far away from the Magnificent Flame sect that he didn't even know where he was. Perhaps he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. He had lost his way. He was running too frantically, afraid that he would be caught. He was like a headless fly, flying everywhere to avoid the other party's pursuit. Xiaoli should have helped me stall for a long time. It's basically impossible for the natives to find me. I have to inform the Great Emperor of the situation here. The other party is simply too strong. There's definitely a world realm cultivator. However, he was confused. The other party didn't have the characteristics of an Emperor Heaven Realm or World Realm cultivator, but the aura he released was able to suppress them. He couldn't understand the reason behind this. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. His heart thumped, and he had a bad feeling. It can't be. He caught up to me? Yizhong was stunned, and he ran without hesitation. Deep in thought, he was completely dumbfounded. The other party caught up to him and killed him. It's impossible. I'm not that stupid. Even though I didn't see the other party's figure, I knew that if I did, I would be dead. I wouldn't be able to run even if I wanted to. Not long after Yizhong disappeared, a ray of light streaked across the sky. Where did he go? Lin Fan followed the smell. This was the place, but he didn't see anyone. Hey, little guy, stop running. Come out. I promise I'll leave your corpse intact. Lin Fan looked around and sniffed. The scents from all directions surged towards him once more. Found him again. He's really good at running. He was already slower than the other party, and the other party was an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator. It would be impossible to catch up to him without using some tricks. However, even so, this guy was still going to die. Yizhong was panicking. He used all his escape methods. He was truly afraid. What kind of enemy did I offend? Why does he still want to chase after me? I've already killed a bunch of them. So what if I let him go? He's too petty. Yizhong's heart trembled as he sensed danger coming from behind him. The world was vast. However, at this moment, he didn't know where to run. Damn, you are just like a mad dog. If I wasn't afraid of you, I would have gone out and smashed your head. At this moment, Yizhong was hiding in a dangerous place. He had no choice. He was really forced into a corner. He ran all the way and didn't see anyone chasing him. However, the sense of danger was too close and there was a huge pressure on him. He knew that someone was chasing him. Damn it. He really didn't know how that fellow knew where he was running to. He really couldn't understand. If he kept running, he would definitely be caught. When that time came, even if he called for his father, it would be useless. Just as he was in despair and didn't know what to do, he found a dangerous place. He was saved from death. If he hid in a dangerous place, he shouldn't be discovered. No matter how strong the other party's tracking skills were, they wouldn't be able to find him in a dangerous place. Based on what he knew, dangerous places could isolate one's surroundings. As long as he hid there, he definitely wouldn't be discovered. In a dangerous place. Yizhong squatted at the foot of a wall. There were a few corpses around him. The moment he entered, he attracted the attention of a few beasts. He was so scared that he nearly peed his pants. If the beasts caused a commotion and attracted that fellow, he wouldn't even know how he died. Hence, he decisively dealt with these beasts without making a sound. He squatted in a corner and didn't dare to move. He was afraid that at the crucial moment, he would attract the beasts. If that happened, he would probably want to hang himself. He focused and felt that there were ripples in the air outside. It was that fellow's aura. He didn't dare to move at first. Now, he didn't even dare to breathe. Hee, you really can run. Your legs are really agile. Lin Fan floated in the air. His aura had disappeared from here. He looked around. There was no end to his aura. The tip of his nose sniffed. His sensitivity to smell was a special trait, and he was very sensitive. Let me sniff and see where you've run off to. If I catch you, I'll break your legs. Instantly, he sniffed. A strong wind blew. The leaves and soil couldn't withstand such a strong wind and all of them surged into his nose. Cough cough, that's weird, there's actually no smell. Where did he run to? He didn't expect this fellow to have some ability to disappear without a trace. He didn't even leave a smell behind. Suddenly, he saw several figures below, but they weren't descenders. Their cultivations were very weak, not even in the reaching heaven state. He was probably a disciple of some faction who had come out to temper himself. He landed on the ground. A huge black shadow pressed against the ground. The group noticed that the sky had suddenly darkened. However, when they raised their heads, they were frightened out of their wits. They had never imagined that such a huge person would arrive. "Senior brother, what is this?" The younger junior brother, who had never seen the world, was so scared that his legs were stiff. "Don't panic." The senior brother who had taken the lead swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he was also scared out of his wits, he had to remain calm at this moment. "Senior, what can I do for you?" Yiqing cupped his fists. He brought his junior brothers and sisters out to gain experience, which was to let them see the outside world. Of course, he didn't dare to go to dangerous places. With the strength of his junior brothers and sisters, they definitely wouldn't be able to solve the problem. In fact, they might even lose their lives for nothing. "Who are you guys?" Lin Fan asked. Why were these guys so afraid of him? He didn't even do anything to them. Perhaps unknowingly, he had already developed the aura of an expert. Reporting to Senior, "I am Yiqing from the Free Jade Pavilion. I brought my junior brothers and sisters out to gain experience. I wanted to come to this dangerous place to gain experience. If I have disturbed Senior, I will apologize to Senior and leave immediately." Yiqing had a good eye. Although he didn't know where Lin Fan came from, just this aura alone was enough to scare him. Therefore, he knew that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. He was an expert. "Eh? You said that there was a dangerous place here? Where is it?" Lin Fan asked. He didn't believe that with his control over smell, someone would escape. He must be hiding somewhere. "There." Yiqing pointed not far away. He was confused, not knowing what Senior was trying to do. Even if he was confused, he didn't dare to show it. Especially since Lin Fan's body was so huge. In front of him, they were like dwarves. "Is that so? Thanks a lot, but this isn't my territory. Wait for me to settle the matter, then you can continue your training. But you have to be careful. There are a lot of descenders, so don't lose your life." Lin Fan kindly reminded them. But to these small things, it was really terrifying. They felt like their hearts were about to explode. "Thank you for your warning, Senior." Yiqing cupped his fists and lowered his posture. He didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Lin Fan didn't say much and walked towards the dangerous place. Maybe the person he was looking for was in the dangerous place. "Senior brother, who is he?" a disciple asked softly. "Shoo. Don't ask. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know," Yiqing reminded. Such an expert probably didn't like people asking too much about him. Although he didn't attack, Lin Fan gave him an oppressive feeling. It was like a giant mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. Oh. They rarely came out. This time, Senior brother brought them out to see the world. After hearing this, they didn't ask much. In front of the dangerous place. "This is the place. I wonder if anyone is hiding in there." Lin Fan thought about it and smiled. He bent his knees and jumped up. With a loud thud, he landed above the dangerous place. "Wang! What's going on?" Night Tomb, who was squatting at the corner, was about to fall asleep. But suddenly, there was a shaking sound, causing his body to tense up. Each of his nerves felt like they were about to explode. "It can't be, he found me? Impossible, there must be some other reason. Even if he found this dangerous place, he definitely wouldn't know that I'm inside." Calm down, calm down. I can't panic." Night Tomb started to console himself. He didn't believe that the natives could find him. But for some reason, his heart started to panic even more. "Senior brother, isn't that the dangerous place we are heading to? What is he trying to do?" someone asked. Yiqing shook his head. "I don't know, but there should be something." He didn't understand either. The outer region was huge. There were many experts. It was normal for them to meet weird experts. As long as they didn't meet those who killed without batting an eyelid, they would be fine. After all, they didn't offend him, so their lives wouldn't be in danger. Based on the conversation just now, he realized that although the senior in front of him had a scary body, he seemed to care about him. He should be a good person and not a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. It doesn't matter if you are here or not. There is no chance for you to hide in this dangerous place. He hollered. He stabbed his hands into the surface of the dangerous place, and the power between his fingers turned into threads that extended outwards. Open! Rumble, the shaking sounds continued. The surface of the dangerous place cracked open with a gotcha sound. Then, the crack spread out into the distance. In the dangerous place, giant rocks fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, giving off a loud thud. The dangerous place shook. The beasts were all riled up. Night Tomb was stunned. He raised his head. It can't be, right? There's such a thing? He was scared out of his wits. He actually felt like there was no way out. Impossible, I can't scare myself. There must be no problem. That native doesn't even know that I'm hiding in there. He must be trying to scare me. I can't fall for it. Night Tomb consoled himself. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone in the originally dark dangerous place, dispelling the darkness. Rumble, at the same time, the sound rang in his ears, tormenting his heart. Gotcha! Night Tomb's mouth opened wide, and his eyes bulged. A crack appeared in the sky, and the light became denser. The sense of security he felt in the darkness was gone. Bang! The wall above the dangerous place was forcefully torn open by a pair of hands. Let me see where you are hiding. Suddenly, a head popped out from the crack. To others, this head was a little too big. F***ck, do you have to be so scary? I'm a coward. Night Tomb shrank there, not daring to move at all. If he knew that he would offend such a terrifying existence, he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. But it was too late to say anything now. He was already being chased. What was there to talk about? Yi Qing and the others were already completely dumbfounded when Lin Fan tore open the dangerous place. They had never seen someone be so domineering to tear open a dangerous place like this. What kind of power was this? It was truly shocking. Senior brother, this is too scary. The surrounding junior brothers and sisters were completely dumbfounded. They did not understand the world of the strong. Everything that was happening right now was so impossible to them. Eh? There's really no one. Lin Fan took a look, but he did not see Night Tomb. Night Tomb looked at the huge head slowly disappearing. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The feeling of impending death was really unpleasant. But right at this moment, the wall above his head cracked open. A terrifying voice rang out. Found you. So you're really hiding here. You've really made me look for you. Lin Fan stuffed his head into the crack and looked at Night Tomb, who was in a daze, with a smile that he thought was friendly. Night Tomb raised his head. His vision was initially bright, but when he saw Lin Fan's face, his brain seemed to have stopped working. His surroundings gradually turned dark and silent. There was no movement at all. Boom! Lin Fan raised his hands and flipped the top of the dangerous place over. The huge rock was tossed up into the distance, causing a thick cloud of dust to form. Come out. You're really good at running. You've given me quite a headache chasing after you. Lin Fan said. Night Tomb was a little numb and muddle-headed. To think that he did not run away immediately. Instead, he came out of the dangerous place and floated in the air, feeling extremely weak. When Yi Qing and the others saw Night Tomb, they were a little surprised. They had not expected that there would be someone hiding in the dangerous place. Say, you're a descender. Can't you be more promising? Other people are risking their lives, but you're running away. You've lost all your face. Lin Fan said. All right. Let's not talk anymore. How do you want to die? Hold on. At this moment, Night Tomb raised his hand. Are you going to listen to someone else's story again? Lin Fan smiled at him. He didn't expect this guy to tell him a story and even change his opinion of him. This story was obviously very pleasant to listen to. Brother, I have to correct you. This isn't a story. It's my life experience. After you listen to it, you will understand that I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Night Tomb said hurriedly. He was panicking. Scared, he was really scared. He thought that he could escape, but who would have thought that this guy had the nose of a dog? How could he chase after him like that? What a beast. He didn't give anyone any surprises at all. Lin Fan raised his hand and a stone table appeared with wine on it. Then, he sat down on the stone bench and took a sip from his wine glass. It's fate that we met. Come up together. Lin Fan said to Yi Qing and the rest. Yi Qing was a little confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Who was the person who was scared out of the danger zone? Looking at his expression, he seemed to be afraid of this senior. However, when they thought about it, it made sense. The ceiling of the danger zone had been torn open. Such a violent method, if not for the other party, even if it was them, they would also be scared out of their wits. Thank you for your hospitality, senior. It would be impolite to decline. Yi Qing cupped his fists and thanked him. Decline my *s. If this senior was unhappy, he might just slap us into meat patties. Maybe he might even tear us into strips of meat. Senior brother, I'm afraid. A timid junior sister said softly. The scene of Lin Fan opening the danger zone was still fresh in her mind. Junior sister, be careful with your words. It's our fortune that senior invited us. Don't be rude. Yi Qing scolded. What are you afraid of? You're the only ones who are afraid. I'm scared too, okay. Night Edge stood there like a helpless child, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. He didn't know what this native was thinking. Was he willing to listen to his story? In the face of absolute power, since resistance was useless, he could only open his heart. He wanted to let the other party know that he was different from the others. He was actually a friendly person. Big brother, this. Night Crypt couldn't help but ask. Regardless of whether he was going to give him a chance or not, he should at least say something. Lin Fan poured a full cup of wine and smiled. You have a story and I have wine. I'll give you the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. Please start your performance. If you don't perform well, you'll die. Please. Yi Qing and the others were restless and did not dare to speak carelessly. The atmosphere was a little strange. He understood a little. The person standing there was being chased by this senior in front of him, with no path to heaven and no door to earth. Now, he wanted to tell a story and seek a chance at survival. But senior was so calm and gave the other party a chance. It was this feeling, it was very strange, it gave people great pressure. Night Edge heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was given a chance, it meant that he still had a chance to live. Bro, you should be able to tell that I'm not that bad of a person after all. Lin Fan interrupted Night Crypt's story with a displeased look on his face. What's wrong with you? The story has a beginning and an end. Please introduce yourself briefly. Name, age, cultivation level, and family background. What the hell? Night Crypt stared blankly for a moment before muttering to himself, what the hell is this guy talking about? Why do I not understand anything? However, he still hurriedly nodded and said, all right, all right. His life was in Lin Fan's hands, so how could he dare to be arrogant? All right, I'll start again. I'm called Night Crypt, and I'm 35 years old. My cultivation is at the middle stage of the Emperor Heaven realm. My family situation is a bit complicated, and my mother is a maidservant. She doesn't have a noble birth and has always been targeted. Wait. Lin Fan stopped him. I told you to tell me about your family situation. Just keep it simple and don't try to act pitiful in front of me. I won't give you any bonus points. Night Crypt blinked. What the *CK? I'm just trying to explain things to you so that you can understand my life experiences and be a little more immersive. However, since Night Crypt didn't want to listen, he wouldn't say anything. If he said too much, it would only bring up painful memories. Yi Qing frowned and felt that something was off. What was the Emperor Heaven realm? Senior, he's lying, right? There's no Emperor Heaven realm. He voiced out the doubts in his heart. The other junior apprentice brothers and sisters all nodded. No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out what the Emperor Heaven realm was. Nightcrypt looked at Yi Qing and the others with disdain. Where had these bumpkins come from? They didn't even know about this realm. However, thinking about it, to the outer world's natives, they were like gods. Of course, there were special existences in the outer world, and even an Emperor Heaven Realm expert like him had been beaten like a dog by the outer world's natives. He's not lying, there are Emperor Heaven Realms, it's just that you don't know about them, Lin Fan said. Yi Qing and the others' hearts trembled and felt that they had come into contact with something incredible, so they all listened. Perhaps their fortuitous encounter had arrived and they would come into contact with a secret that no one else knew about. Above the Tao realm is the Emperor Heaven realm. However, the highest level in the outer world is only the Tao realm, so it's normal that you don't know about them. After hearing Senior's explanation, Yi Qing and the others were completely dumbfounded, and their mouths hung open so wide that they could swallow a chicken the size of a fist. Fudge, so he hadn't been lying. It was just that they had seen too little and had lost too much face. Above the Tao realm was the Emperor Heaven realm. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Alright, let's continue. Pay attention to the time, an incense stick's worth of time will pass very quickly, Lin Fan said. Alright, Nightcrypt nodded and organized his words before saying, Big bro, I won't brag. What do you think of me? Let's not talk about anything else, just look at my clothes, looks, aura, and demeanor. Of course, compared to Big Bro, I'm like a small blade of grass in front of a massive tree. No matter what, Big Bro, can you take a look first? From a distance, you don't look like a person, but up close, you really do look like a person, Lin Fan sharply commented. Big bro, your eyes are as sharp as a torch. I'm in awe, I'm simply in awe, Nightcrypt immediately praised. Big bro, I'm not bragging. I've met a lot of people in my life, but I've never met anyone like you, Big bro, even the almighty Sacred Flame Emperor is nothing but a pile of sh*t compared to me. There's no comparison. Nightcrypt's words were sincere, and he was not afraid of being struck by lightning at all. Yi Qing and the others were stunned, they felt that this person was just too shameless. Even though he was speaking the truth, there was still a lot of bragging in it. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed, you really know how to talk. Aren't you afraid that your emperor will hear it and kill you with one slap? Big bro, don't misunderstand. I'm not someone who's afraid of death. I, Nightcrypt, am afraid of many things, but I'm not afraid of death. Everything I said was from the bottom of my heart, Nightcrypt said excitedly. He was lying through his teeth. Of course, when he said that he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't panic at all. It was as if he was speaking the truth. I'd be a fool to believe you. Lin Fan looked at him, wanting to see what else he could put on. Big bro, you should be able to tell my character from what happened earlier on, right? Even though the Holy Flame Emperor is my emperor, I'm a man who would never lie. The first time I laid eyes on you, Big bro, I knew that you were no ordinary man. There was an indescribable aura that emanated from that body of yours that was worthy of worship. Nightcrypt said. Hue. Are you tired? Lin Fan asked. He was truly convinced today. This descender was way too shameless, wasn't it? He couldn't even be bothered to be associated with him. Tired? Big bro, it's impossible for me to be tired. I, Nightcrypt, am speaking from the bottom of my heart. Big bro, you're my idol, a mighty existence. How could you possibly be tired? If anyone were to say that they were tired, they would definitely not be sincere. Actually, the reason why I ran away wasn't because I was afraid. It's because I didn't want to be enemies with you, Big bro. Back then, I didn't have such thoughts when I didn't see you, Big bro. But ever since I saw you, I've been subdued by your majesty. Even if you beat me to death, I would never lay a hand on you. The Holy Flame Emperor ordered us to come here, and that's something we have to do. But for the sake of Big bro, I'd rather go against the orders of the Emperor than lay a hand on you. When he got to the main point, Nightcrypt's emotions changed drastically. Yi Qing and the others exchanged glances with one another. They wanted to say, Big bro, we've learned it. Ever since they came here, they knew that for the sake of survival, they could toss aside their pride and whatnot. This was especially the case for the other party. His expression and voice were on point, and the atmosphere was instantly lit up. you fella, you're quite the talent. To think that you would be able to see through the inner qualities of a peak master like me. Seems like you've got some capabilities after all. You're not blind at all. Lin Fan reminisced for a long time. Big bro, you're right. I, Night Crypt, may not have any other capabilities, but I'm pretty good at reading people. Big bro, you're just like a firefly in the dark, ever so dazzling and resplendent. If anyone else can't tell, they must be blind. But I can see through your inner qualities with a single look. Night Crypt had never felt that he was so good at talking. But today, in this life and death situation, he finally understood that he could speak in such a manner as well. Interesting. Now, I don't even feel like beating you to death anymore. After all, you're one of the few people who can see through my inner qualities. But, that pair of legs of yours is way too fast. I'm pretty displeased with that. Lin Fan was contemplating if he should just hammer this fella to death. But honestly speaking, this fella did have some capabilities. There were very, very few people who could see through his inner qualities. It wasn't easy to meet one of them either. Ugh, before Lin Fan could say anything more, Night Crypt chopped off his own legs without hesitation. He then crushed them with a single slap, letting out an enraged look. Humph. Damn those legs of yours. To think that they would make me unhappy. What's the point of keeping them? Big bro, you don't have to do anything. I'll do it myself. Big bro, do you think it's alright? Night Crypt was decisive and did not hesitate at all. Big bro, don't think that I'm trying to suck up to you. Actually, I've long been displeased with those legs of yours. What's the point of running so fast? I nearly missed out on someone like me. I swear to the heavens that you're my big bro from now on. If I dare to show you any disrespect, I won't even have to do anything. I'll be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Boom, the entire world shook. Night Crypt jerked his head up as he mumbled in his heart. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He was deep in thought as he rubbed his wine glass. Night Crypt didn't care about the oath anymore. He looked at Lin Fan carefully. He had already said so much. Was he going to kill him? It was very quiet. After a long time, this fella, you're quite interesting. Lin Fan spoke up. This fella really had his own thoughts. Night Crypt smiled, it's my honor to be able to make you feel interesting. He was afraid of death. When death approached, he could only think of throwing away all his face to make the other party happy and spare his life. At the same time, what he didn't expect was that his casual words had turned into an oath. There were oaths in the outside world, and it was too easy to trigger them. In other words, he wouldn't be able to talk back to this native in the future. You really know how to talk. Lin Fan sighed. There was a reason why this guy could live until now. Big bro, I don't agree to that. What do you mean by eloquent? Everything I'm saying is from the bottom of my heart. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not lying at all. If you don't believe me, I'll die to prove my loyalty. If that's the case, then die for me to see. Lin Fan wanted to toy with him. This guy had the strongest desire to live he had ever met. He wasn't stupid either. He was much better than those who only wanted to live but had no brains. Ah? Night Crypt was stunned. He was just using a heavy tone to make the atmosphere more tense. He didn't expect Lin Fan to believe him. If he really died, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Brother, I know you're not joking, but I can't die now. Ever since I met you, I've found the meaning of my life. This time, the Holy Flame Emperor ordered us to come. If we fail, there will definitely be a next time. So, I have to live. Of course, I'm not living for myself, but for my brother. I have to stop the Emperor's violence. Once this is over, I'll kill myself for you to see. Night Crypt was very smart. He thought of an excuse in a short period of time. Yi Qing and the others were convinced. They had witnessed everything from the start until now. At the same time, they knew that this guy was a powerful descender. But he was scared witless by his senior. His words were disgusting. In any case, they sounded a little disgusting to them. Senior brother, no matter how I look at it, descenders don't seem that bad. I even feel a little pitiful. A junior brother asked softly. That was how he felt. Descenders weren't fierce at all, especially in this situation. They looked really pitiful. Yiqing really wanted to say, what do you know, descenders are terrifying. But now, he could not say these words. That was the feeling he had. If anyone didn't believe it, they could look at the situation in front of them. This descender was truly pitiful. He chopped off his own legs and pitifully begged the other party not to kill him. At this moment, Night Tomb was looking at Lin Fan with a pitiful look in his eyes. It was as though he was saying, everything I've said is the truth. Everything I've said is from the bottom of my heart. Don't doubt me. Patter, Lin Fan rose to his feet and walked through the void until he was right in front of Night Crypt. Stretching out his hand, he patted Night Crypt's cheek. You're quite interesting and good at talking. Congratulations, I'm very satisfied with you. You're also one of the few descenders who can survive my hands. Wow! Night Crypt exclaimed. He then said excitedly, brother, your satisfaction means that you acknowledge me. The fact that I can survive means that I'm still valuable. I'll cherish my life more in the future, because it's given to me by you. Other than you, no one can take it away. Scram, scram. The more you talk, the more disgusting you get. Lin Fan waved his hand impatiently. Lin Fan had to admit that Night Crypt was a talent. Lin Fan did not want to kill a talent. After all, it would be a lot less fun. Furthermore, Lin Fan did not expect Night Crypt to swear to the heavens. This is interesting. Evil deeds will be punished by the heavens. He was the Invincible peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect. If the Holy Flame Emperor wanted to harm the Magnificent Flame sect, he would be implicated. If Night Crypt did nothing or did not inform Lin Fan, he would be punished by the heavens. With his desire to live, how could he not come? Keeping him alive was not a bad choice. Yes. Just then, Night Crypt bent down and grabbed his butt. What are you doing? Lin Fan was stunned. Is he doing acrobatics? Brother, if you tell me to scram, I won't be able to walk on my feet. Besides, I don't have legs now, and legs are no longer necessary for people like me. If I have legs, it would be disrespectful to you. Then brother, I'll take my leave first. Take care of yourself. I'll visit you often in the future. As soon as he finished his words, Night Crypt was like a ball, rolling off into the distance. His speed grew faster and faster, until he finally disappeared without a trace. Talent. Lin Fan said after staring at Night Crypt for a long time. He had seen many people, but it was rare to see someone like him. Not bad. It's good that he knows how important his life is. Senior, is there anything else? Yiqing, who had been silent all this while, asked. They had been here for a long time. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yiqing wanted to leave with his junior brothers and sisters. Nothing. Lin Fan came out to look for Night Crypt. Now that the matter was settled, there was no need for him to stay. It's fate that we met. These pills are for you guys. It feels good to be addressed as senior occasionally. It's okay to give each of them a pill. To him, medicinal pills were useless. Usually, when he was hungry, he would take them out and eat them like candy. The pills gave off a strong fragrance. One look and one could tell that they weren't normal pills. Sniff sniff, some curious disciples placed the pills on their noses and sniffed them. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. Yiqing looked at them. Senior, how can you take such expensive pills? Furthermore, we didn't do anything for you. Yiqing's hands were trembling. He wasn't an idiot. The pills were strong. They weren't something disciples like them could get. Expensive? It's not expensive. It's just for you to taste. To me, it's like candy. I'll take it once in a while. Lin Fan took out a bunch of pills from his storage ring. He didn't care about the quality of the pills. He just stuffed them into his mouth. Yiqing's jaw dropped. Dead. What a waste. This was the first time he had seen someone take so many pills at once. Moreover, judging from the quality, they seemed to be quite good. They were definitely not ordinary pills. To them, these were definitely divine pills. Okay, goodbye. Be safe, juniors. The moment he said this, Lin Fan didn't say anything and left right away. Who? Yi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. This time, we met a good person. That was indeed the case. From the start, he was afraid and worried when he was left behind. If he wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. But luckily, he didn't kill them. Instead, he showed them something different. He even gave them pills when he left. What a good person. Senior brother, what cultivation did that senior have? Why did I feel that he was so terrifying? Right, is Emperor Heaven Realm really above Tao Realm? They had many questions. Their minds were filled with what they had just learned. Okay, stop asking so much. The pills were given by Senior, so cherish them. Yi Qing said solemnly. He was their senior brother, so he had to show respect. Junior brothers and sisters had many questions. It wasn't a good habit to walk outside. Sometimes, if they asked too much, they might lose their lives. Senior brother, are we still going to enter the danger zone? Some junior brothers asked. Senior lifted the ceiling of the danger zone. With their strength and knowledge, they had never thought about such a thing. Of course, how can we not enter? But it is much more convenient now. Senior has lifted the danger zone and we can look down from above to find the best spots for treasures. Moreover, we don't need to fight monsters. But don't think that it will be so easy. I brought all of you out to train you. We will choose monsters as your opponents. Yi Qing was a good senior brother and cared a lot about them. At the same time, he paid a lot of attention to their training. If he could find something good and train himself, why not, in the distance? Yi Zhong rolled really far away. Even if he didn't follow, he didn't dare to stop. It was already a miracle that he was able to survive. Even if he said so much, it was useless. If an expert wanted to kill someone, they wouldn't care about what the other party said. But he didn't expect that native, Hong Long, thunder roared in the sky. I'm sorry, it's me, not the native. Even thinking about it, he had to respect him. He had no human rights at all. Phew. I'm finally safe. That was so scary. After rolling for a long time, Yi Zhong finally stopped. He looked at his legs, which were still bleeding. They had just been chopped off. Although it was painful, he had to bear with it for his life. I really admire myself. I was so decisive. Now that he thought about it, Nightcrypt was quite impressed with himself. He had been very decisive in cutting off both of his legs. If this was in the past, he wouldn't have the courage to do so. At this moment, the power in his body was flowing. The flesh and blood of the severed legs began to churn and move. Many fine teeth and tender flesh grew out. Finally, a new pair of legs grew out. It feels so good to be alive. Maybe he was the only one who survived. The rest of them should have died. Brother, for the sake of my legs, let's not see each other in the future. He really wanted to give himself a tight slap. When he left, he said that his legs were useless to him. He actually said that his legs were useless to him. If he saw his brother again, he would just chop off his legs. The magnificent flame sect. Lin Fan was back. Senior brother, that guy's body is still there. We kept it and buried the rest. Lu Qiming reported. There were many corpses outside the sect. He realized that his junior brothers and sisters had become more daring. In the past, he would shiver when he saw such a bloody scene, but now he was used to it. He also treated the enemy's body with great importance. Yeah. Lin Fan walked up to Xiaoli, who was still standing there. You're not bad, but it's a pity that you're not a genius. You're still too weak compared to Yi Zhong. It's normal for you to die. He dug a hole and buried Xiaoli's body. He then stuck Xiaoli's spear into his grave and took a blade of grass from afar, planting it on the grave. Senior brother, what's the meaning of planting a blade of grass? Lu Qiming didn't understand, so he had to ask. I can learn a lot by staying by senior brother's side. Junior brother, you don't understand. The meaning is simple. Those who go against me will have grass growing on their graves. Lin Fan smiled and clapped his hands. I'll leave the rest to them. I haven't drawn for a long time, and I suddenly have the urge to do it. Oh, I see. Junior brother understands. Lu Qiming thought about it. I'll remember Lin Fan's method so that I can learn from him in the future. Junior brother, I've always felt that there's a mysterious aura around you. Did you have an opportunity? Lin Fan asked. Before the fusion of the outer realm, he had already felt it. At that time, it wasn't very obvious, but now he discovered that it was a little frequent. But he had no idea what it was. I've never seen it before. Ah? Lu Qiming was stunned. He shook his head. Senior brother, no. I've always been in the sect, and I've never had an opportunity. That's weird. Lin Fan couldn't figure it out. Junior brother Lu has never left the sect, so it's impossible for him to have an opportunity. Forget it, I won't think about it. Senior brother, aren't you going out during this period? Seeing that Lin Fan was going back to the mountain, Lu Qiming thought of something and asked. I'm not too sure, but I'll be staying in the sect for a while. What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Junior brothers and junior sisters want to hold a martial arts competition and want to invite senior brother to watch. Lu Qiming said. This was the junior brothers and sisters of the sect. They wanted senior brother to see their hard work. In such a wealthy sect, with the support of endless elixirs, if he couldn't raise his cultivation, then he was simply living on the body of a pig. And all of this was brought about by their senior brother, so they wanted to show their senior brother the fruits of their labor. Oh. It will be held as usual, but I'm not sure if I have time here. If I have time, I'll go and watch. After saying that, Lin Fan left immediately. He was thinking about the Descenders. Previously, when he fought with Xiao Li, he learned that the lack of space divine pillars led to instability in the spatial passageway, which could lead to death. Above the Emperor Heaven Realm were the world gods. If a world-level cultivator appeared, given his current level of cultivation, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, this was also very satisfying. To be able to fight with a powerhouse, even if he was beaten beyond recognition, that feeling of satisfaction was what he needed the most. When he arrived at the Invincible Peak. From afar, he saw the frog squatting there. When that green face saw him, it instantly let out the brightest smile. Master, stretching out its voice, it kicked its hind legs and jumped high into the air. Then, it stretched out its hind legs and front claws, wanting to rush into Lin Fan's embrace. Lin Fan raised his hand and fanned it. A black shadow shot out and crashed into a rock wall at the side. The frog opened its 4 claws and tilted its head. Following this, its body slowly slid down from the rock wall. After landing, it flipped over and was in high spirits. Master, I missed you so much. Tears streamed down the frog's face. Although it was beaten up, it didn't take it to heart. Given the current situation, not to mention beating him up, even humiliating him wouldn't be a problem at all. It was too shocked and in disbelief. The surprise that this fugitive had given him was too great. An Emperor Heaven Realm expert killed without any hesitation. From now on, the frog's life depended on this fugitive. The relationship between a frog and a human needed to be improved. In the past, it thought that it could return to its peak without anyone's help. However, it couldn't think too much about the current situation. If he let the outlaws protect him, this frog life would be very safe. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't touch me. Lin Fan looked at the frog. This guy was not being honest. Master, how can this be considered touching? Frog missed you. When I was fighting with someone just now, Frog was so scared that he almost cried. Look. The frog took out the small coffin decisively. I'm ready. If Master can't win, I don't want to live anymore. I'm willing to leave with Master and accompany Master. When it spoke of sadness, the frog squeezed out 2 drops of tears. Don't be disgusting. Do you think I can't see what you're thinking? Lin Fan said. He had seen through the frog. If it believed it, it would be stupid. Master, you don't trust Frog. Frog has always been loyal to you. Do you remember? In the 1,000 Deep Cave, in order to reunite with Master earlier, Frog trained with all his might. In the end, he was able to reunite with Master. Heaven and earth can bear witness to Frog's heart. The frog squatted there and raised its front paw to wipe the corner of its eyes. It looked like it was about to cry. It squeezed out 2 drops of tears with great difficulty. Lin Fan looked at the frog. Just tell me the truth. Are you scared? Since the descenders are coming, maybe your acquaintances will come too. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. You're my frog. Who dares to touch you? He could see through the frog's underwear with one glance. Damn it. It's so pitiful. Isn't it trying to seek protection? What? The frog twitched. Master, I'm so touched by your words. How can I let Master be in danger? If those enemies come, I'll definitely hang myself. I can't let Master get hurt. If Master gets hurt, I'll feel a lot of pain in my heart. The frog said with a rich expression as tears flowed down its face. Touched. Go and play. Lin Fan didn't have time to talk nonsense with the frog. He still had things to do next. Master, have a safe trip. The frog watched Lin Fan lead and heaved a sigh of relief. What a close shave. I have to reevaluate this desperado. But it's weird. This desperado is only at the peak of the Dao realm. How can he be stronger than an Emperor Heaven realm expert? This isn't right. The frog racked its brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. He was at the peak of the Emperor Heaven realm. There was a difference of 3 small realms and 1 large realm. Even a genius shouldn't challenge someone like that. Kiki, green-headed animal, I've finally seen your true face. You're even saying such disgusting things to live. How shameless. Yellow Paper said in disdain. The frog was furious. Shut up. You just hung behind me and didn't need to do anything. If I die, you'll die with me. I'm your savior. How can you treat me like this? It was furious. Who knew who raised this Yellow Paper? It was so annoying. Heaven and earth were formed? Damn. Heaven and earth were able to form this thing. Secret room. Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and took out the 3 sovereign swords. He stabbed them into the ground. 3 pure ones, I've treated you well. Give me a chance. This time, he was prepared. He hadn't drawn in a long time, so he should have accumulated enough luck. 100 draws, he muttered to himself. He had no choice and had to fight on. There should be many good items. Points minus 10 million. Red gold lottery, thank you, keep up the good work. It was normal for there to be nothing in front. There were still more to come. Come, let me see how many points you want to take from me before you're willing to give me less. He didn't believe it. At the same time, he was so angry that his liver hurt. Even the diamond lottery couldn't be so scammed. 10 million points were thrown away just like that. Outside the region. Star Sea region. There was a special scenery here. Every night, the clouds in the sky would be like a sea of stars, densely covered with shining stars. Suddenly, a black light swooped down from the sky of the Star Sea region. It had a long tail and was burning with black flames. The surrounding clouds were all evaporated. What's that? There were many forces in the Star Sea region. The disciples of those forces looked up, wondering what that thing in the sky was. Boom, the black light hit the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Shockwaves swept out in all directions. The mountains and trees were all destroyed. There was a sect that was very close to it. What? The people from the sect reacted and hurriedly put up a light barrier around them. But under the shockwaves, they instantly collapsed. Even the sect protecting formation was instantly destroyed. Rumble, the tremors continued. Everyone in the Star Sea region could feel the shockwaves. The sky gradually darkened and a black veil covered the sky. A strange blood moon hung in the sky and shone down, covering the ground. The place where the collision occurred had already formed a deep pit. There was a huge rock that was full of holes stuck in the ground. Kacha, the huge rock shattered. Numerous figures appeared. They were wearing black robes with blood-colored patterns on them. One of them took out a black crystal from his robe. There was liquid flowing in the crystal, forming a whirlpool. Gotcha, the crystal cracked and the liquid inside flowed out, seeping into the ground. The ground turned black and continued to spread. There were even traces of black gas rising. The surviving flowers and trees instantly withered. Ha 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 ha, not bad, this is the best place for Ghost's domain. Fuck. It's out. Damn, I'm going to beat someone up. Within the secret room, Lin Fan kicked the 3 sovereign swords away. Unfortunately, he kicked onto the blade and his right foot was sliced open. White bones popped out and blood dripped down. Damn, who did I offend? He felt a headache. 10 million points, 100 draws, and these things came out. Huff. Lin Fan angrily looked at the 3 swords on the ground and thought for a while before going up and stabbing the 3 sovereign swords back into the ground. Sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have kicked it. 3 pure ones, I'm not someone who gets angry. Just then, I lost control of my right foot. The lottery was too amazing for words. He couldn't be too arrogant, or else he would have bad luck. Even if he spent all his points, he might not be able to get anything good. However, he was on the verge of collapsing. 10 million points. Look at what he had drawn. Medicinal pills. Normal cultivation techniques. It was a decent weapon. To others, these might be good things. But to him, they were truly trash. He even had the heart to kill himself. I won't beat around the bush. 3 pure ones, I'll give you one last chance. If I don't get anything good, I'll die in front of you. Lin Fan had already flown into a rage out of humiliation and threatened him verbally. 10 million points didn't come out of nowhere. He had used his hands to knock them out one by one. Emperor Heaven Realm experts only had 300,000 points, and he had to kill 30 or so to earn 10 million. Up until now, he had only killed 3 Emperor Heaven Realm experts, and he had let one go. Thinking about how much he had suffered along the way, how tired he had been. He had to take care of his family. The pressure was immense. 100 draws, he muttered to himself. He wasn't willing to give up. If he used 10 million points again, he didn't believe that he wouldn't get something good again. In the past, he would get something good even if he did 100 draws in a row. However, things were different now. He couldn't even make a bubble, making him feel despair. Used 10 million points. He could only watch as the points that he had worked so hard to accumulate were swallowed by the bloody mouth of the red gold lottery. He didn't say anything and just waited quietly. Ever since the red gold lottery had appeared, he had rarely used it. The main reason was that each draw cost 100,000 points. Drawing it again and again would not result in anything good. Only when he drew consecutively would he be able to draw something he was satisfied with. Medicinal pills. Weapons. Cultivation method. There were also some inexplicable things. But that was not what he needed. Voila, Lin Fan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 3 swords that were stuck in the ground and felt that they were really eye-piercing. You really want to force me to a dead end. I, Lin Fan, am a man of my words. I have never lied to anyone. He stood up and pulled out the Tai Sovereign sword, placing it on his neck. You guys are ruthless. Watch how I die in front of you. Poochie, he finished himself off with a single slash and fell to the ground with a thud. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan woke up. His energy was at its peak, and he was calm again. All his unhappiness had disappeared, and he wasn't angry because he couldn't get anything good. You want to get something good with just a mere 20 million? That red gold lottery is just SOSO. After finishing himself off, not only was he in a better state, but his mentality had also recovered. He flicked the blade of the sword with his finger and flicked the blood off. Then, he stabbed the sword back in. 3 pure ones, that wasn't the real me. Let's start all over again. It's not your fault that I can't get anything good. 100 consecutive draws, he muttered. Points minus 10 million. Red gold lottery, congratulations on drawing a god-level cultivation technique upgrade card, can upgrade a specific cultivation technique to god level. Not bad. A good start. Although the cultivation techniques that he had cultivated were complicated, they were all hard body techniques. At the same time, the most important cultivation techniques were of a lower grade. Hence, this cultivation technique upgrade card was still very important. Red Gold Lottery, congratulations on drawing a God-level cultivation technique upgrade card. Very good. He didn't expect it to happen again after a good start. Although it wasn't an eternal buff, one shouldn't be too greedy. He wasn't greedy at all, and he faced it calmly. Empty door, he didn't panic at all. That was how the lottery was. If there were good things, there would naturally be nothing. Red Gold Lottery, congratulations on drawing a celestial level cultivation technique upgrade card. Red Gold Lottery, congratulations on drawing a celestial level cultivation technique upgrade card. Oh my god. Lin Fan was stunned. He knew that his luck was here, but he didn't expect it to be so good. He couldn't block it at all. Eternal buff, give me one. He shouted in his heart. He hadn't had a buff for a long time, and he missed it a lot. However, he couldn't ask for too much. It was okay if it didn't come, anyway, he would have plenty of chances in the future. Blank, his luck seemed to have been used up. Red Gold Lottery, congratulations on drawing an eternal buff, debts must be paid. Lin Fan was a little stunned. He didn't understand what the buff meant. Although the words were easy to understand, he couldn't imagine what it was used for. Debts must be paid, passive and forceful buff. If someone does anything unfriendly to the host, he will bear a debt and the debt will be taken from the other party. I don't understand. Even with the explanation, he was still confused. He didn't know what the buff meant. But forget it. It's better than nothing. Lin Fan's luck is insane. He got a lot of good stuff on his third draw. Ha 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 ha, Lin Fan chuckled and came before the 3 sovereign swords, 3 pure ones. It's definitely the right decision to acknowledge you guys as my disciple. To think that I, Lin Fan, am stranded in a foreign land. Other than you guys, who else can help me? Let's not talk too much about other things. Upgrade. Lin Fan used the skill upgrade card. I have to upgrade the magic of the 7 gods. Okay. Immediately, he used all the skill upgrade cards. There was a strong force gathering in his body, ready to explode at any time. Boom. Damn, it's so powerful? He hadn't expected that directly raising 2 cultivation techniques to the immortal rank would actually result in such an enormous amount of power. It was slightly unexpected. With Lin Fan at the center, a shockwave spread out. The entire Invincible peak was shaking. What happened? The Invincible Peak disciples were shocked, not knowing what was happening. Lu Qiming, on the other hand, calmed his junior brothers and sisters down. He knew that Lin Fan was the cause of this. Wow, senior brother's cultivation has improved again. His admiration for his senior brother was like the surging sea, continuous and unending. If I can upgrade the magic of the 7 gods skill set, it will be very powerful and have unlimited potential. Lin Fan could feel the energy in his body. His cells started to devour the energy and turn it into his foundation. His Dao Realm foundation was just too huge. There was still a long way to go to reach the Emperor Heaven Realm. However, this also meant that he had unlimited potential to fight and defeat his opponents. This was because every time he leveled up, his foundation would be at its peak. With his current foundation, he didn't know how many people he could help reach the Emperor Heaven Realm. Mystical Beast Peak. One of the elders of the Magnificent Flame sect, Elder Shouyu's residence. In the house, Elder Xianxia was cultivating. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It was the feeling of being connected to his bloodline. He raised his head and looked at the lamp that had been placed on the chopping board. The flame flickered as if it would go out at any moment. Son. Xianxia came out of his cultivation state and stood by the lamp. This was his son's life lamp, which he had forged himself. If the lamp went out, his son would die. Now that the lamp was flickering, it meant that his son was in danger and might die soon. His son was one of the peak leaders of the Magnificent Flame sect. Xiaoxiao Mountain. The disciples did not know that the peak leader of the Beast God Peak was his son. They had always thought that Lin Fan was his direct disciple. Of course, the patriarch and senior brothers knew about this. Shouyu's face was flushed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the lamp red. Sigh, the blood was swallowed by the lamp. Son, can you hear me? He shouted, but there was no response. He then spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and his energy dropped drastically. Son. Suddenly, a voice came from the lamp. It was intermittent and panicked. Father, save me. I'm in the Star Sea region. Then, there was silence. Star Sea region? Shoyu was stunned. That seems to be very far from the primordial ancestor domain. He did not expect his son to go to such a faraway place. He tried to communicate with his son again, but there was no response from the life lamp. There was only one possibility. The place where his son was at was completely isolated from the rest of the world. A moment of silence. Shoyu swallowed a few pills and stabilized his breathing. He then pushed open the door and walked out. In the sky, a robin bird was flying. A piece of news fell. An unknown object collided with the Star Sea region, causing darkness. All the major forces were destroyed, and no one survived. It has become a ghost town. Seeing this, Shoyu's body shook. He almost fell to the ground and fainted, but he forced himself to walk faster. The robin bird spread the news across the world. When everyone saw the content, their bodies trembled. The Star Sea region fell into darkness just like that. The world was shocked. They knew that this was the doing of the Descenders. Some were angry, and some were angry, but no one dared to go. Creak, Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and stood at the peak of the mountain. He took a deep breath. The air is so fresh. Wonderful. I'm in a good mood. I didn't waste the lottery. My foundation is still lacking. Soon, I will reach the Emperor Heaven Realm. Senior brother, Elder Shoyu wants to see you. It's urgent. Lu Qiming hurried over. Lin Fan was stunned. He did not have much interaction with Elder Shoyu. Moreover, this elder was very low-key, unlike Elder Huarong and the others, who always wanted to take things from him. Let him in. Shoyu rushed over. From afar, he could see the worried expression on Lin Fan's face. The voice from the fate lamp had already made him panic. The only way was to look for Lin Fan. He might be an elder of the magnificent flame sect, but he understood the difference in strength after the fusion of the outer regions. With his strength, it was impossible for him to look for his son. He might even die on the way. Peak Leader Lin, I have something to ask of you. Even though he was not in front of Lin Fan, he sounded so anxious. Oh my god, it's nothing good again. Lin Fan mumbled in his heart. As expected. Either he doesn't come out, or something happens the moment he does. No, I have to reject him. I'm not a firefighter. Just as Shoyu was about to reach Lin Fan, he tripped on a small stone with a sharp horn on it. Peak Leader Lin. Shoyu continued to look for Lin Fan for help, but he suddenly lunged forward and knelt down in front of Lin Fan, placing his hands on Lin Fan's shoes. This. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Shoyu would kneel in front of me before telling me anything? How can I reject him? This. Lu Qiming was dumbfounded as well. He did not expect Shoyu to kneel in front of his senior brother. It was not because Shoyu was strong, but because he was Lin Fan's junior brother. No matter what, he could not kneel in front of his senior brother's disciple. Otherwise, Elder Tiansu would lose his face. What would Elder Tiansu think if he saw this scene? Even Shoyu was dumbfounded. Why did he kneel down? I can't do this. If senior brother Tiansu sees this, he will be scolded. Just as Shoyu was about to stand up, Lin Fan stretched out his hand and helped him up. Elder, your gift is too much. Let's talk nicely. Don't be like this. You're my teacher's junior brother. If my teacher sees this, he will be disappointed in me. Lin Fan sighed. Before Shoyu could say anything, he continued. Forget it. It would be rude of me to reject such a big gift. Tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I will not reject you. What else can I do? I didn't even say anything, but I kneeled down immediately. Luckily, I reacted quickly. If my teacher saw this, it would be hard to explain. But it's definitely not a small matter to force an elder to this extent. Only, it was strange. The elder had always stayed in the sect, and the senior and junior brothers treated him well. How could something happen to him? He couldn't figure it out, and there must be a problem. Peak Master Lin accidentally tripped earlier, Elder Shoyu explained. Alright, that's a good reason. That's right, I tripped and fell. But, it's alright. Thankfully, I'm fast and no one saw me. Elder Shoyu, you don't have to worry about me anymore. Xianxia's explanation made him think even more highly of the other party. In the past, why didn't he realize that other than his teacher, there were other juniors under him who were so understanding? Shoyu. Shoyu was speechless. He wanted to explain, but when he thought of his son who was in danger, his heart ached. Although it was a misunderstanding, there was no need to explain. Lin, sect. It. He. Fan. Other than the more active elders, the sect, the elders be. The elders, the sect, the elders, the elders, they sect, the rest. Apart from some of the more active elders in the sect, the rest of the elders usually kept a low profile. As for Elder Shoyu, he rarely saw him. Apart from occasionally seeing him, he did not have much interaction with him. Shoyu looked at Lin Fan as he brewed his emotions. He only had one son. Initially, he had wanted his son to fight for the seat of the Grandmaster. But later on, Lin Fan appeared out of nowhere and suppressed everyone. Furthermore, he was valued by his senior brother. Therefore, he decided to let his son settle down and be a peak master. In the future, all he had to do was to become an elder and assist Lin Fan. Let's not fight anymore. Therefore, he had always stayed at the mysterious beast peak and rarely came out. Peak leader Lin, save my son. Elder Shoyu was extremely anxious. Every second that passed was a form of torture for him. Save who? Lin Fan was stunned and confused. Based on what he knew, the sect elders were all single men. Lu Qiming was the same. He looked at the elder in astonishment. Even though he was just an ordinary disciple in the past, he still had some understanding of the situation within the sect. For the sake of the development of the sect, the elders never had any romantic feelings. Who is your son? Lin Fan asked. Beast God Peak, Xiaoshan. When Elder Shoyu said the name, both Lin Fan and Lu Qiming were dumbfounded. That simple-looking fellow was actually Elder Shoyu's son? Peak leader Lin, it's a long story, but he's really my son. I've just received news that the Star Sea region has turned into a land of ghosts. My son is in there, and he's not dead yet. Initially, I wanted to go by myself. But with my cultivation base, even if I were to go, there's nothing I can do. Therefore, I implore Peak Leader Lin to help me out. Elder Shoyu was really anxious. Lu Qiming had been thinking about this matter. When he found out that Xiaoshan was the son of an elder, he finally understood. No wonder Elder Shoyu treated Xiaoshan so well in the past. So there was such a thing. But since no one knew about this matter, there must be a story behind it. The Star Sea region has turned into a land of ghosts? Lin Fan was in the secret chamber, so he did not know about this. Elder Shoyu hurriedly took out the knowing bird news. Lin Fan looked at it and was a little stunned. He had not expected things to turn out this way. The Star Sea region was a little far away, but it was still a big world with many big powers. Now that the Star Sea region had turned into this state, it must have something to do with the Descenders. If not for Elder Shoyu, Lin Fan would not have cared about this for the time being. But since this had happened, he had to ask about it. Moreover, that Neil just now was real. This was a little too much. Alright. No matter what, he's my junior brother. Since he's in danger, I can't just sit by and watch. But the Star Sea region is so big, how am I supposed to find him? Lin Fan asked. Peak leader Lin, this is his life lamp. He will guide you. Shoyu took out his life lamp. This thing was rare, and the sect had no use for it. He was worried about Xiaoshan, so he made it for him personally. Alright, don't worry. I'll make a trip there now. Whether or not he can hold on till then will depend on his luck. If the other party's life was too short, and he couldn't hold on until he arrived, then he would be helpless. Xianxia did not speak. He was praying in his heart. Son, you have to be steady and hang on. I'll make a move first. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan soared into the sky and disappeared from the sect. Phew. Elder Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. But since peak leader Lin had set off, there was hope. Elder Xianxia, since when did you have a child? Lu Qiming asked with his eyes wide open. That was shocking. If not for the fact that Elder Xianxia had said it, he would not have believed it. Sigh. Elder Xianxia sighed. It's a long story, then, there was nothing else. Lin Fan kept quiet. Lu Qiming shouted in his heart. It's a long story, but you have to say it. If you don't say it, who knows? Star Sea region. Lin Fan's speed was so fast that it defied common sense. In fact, he even wondered if he could actually touch the river of time. Of course, these were just his guesses. At this moment, he saw people walking over from the Star Sea region. They were in groups, and even though they were far away, they seemed to be in a sorry state. When he descended from the sky, he found that these people looked terrified, as if they were frightened by something, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. Oi! Did all of you escape from the Star Sea region? Lin Fan asked. Looking at their expressions, it shouldn't be wrong. Just what in the world is it? To think that it could scare them to such a state. Interesting. No matter what, the Star Sea region was a huge region and there were many experts there. There were even many Peak Dao realm experts. Even if they were surrounded and beaten up by the Descenders, there had to be some circumstances. Ah! Lin Fan's voice spread into their ears, causing them to shiver. Then, they fled even faster. They didn't want to talk to anyone. It was like if they were a step slower, something bad would happen. Lin Fan frowned. Why were they so unfriendly? He was just asking about the situation and they actually ignored him. That was a little rude. Young man, run. Don't go to the Star Sea region. It is too dangerous there. At this moment, an old man in the crowd said in fear. His cultivation wasn't high. But there were great saints. Looking at his current situation, he didn't look like a great saint at all. He looked like a refugee. I know that it is dangerous. Can you tell me where the danger is? Lin Fan asked. Young man, don't ask me. I don't know either. It is too terrifying. The old man shook his head. His eyes were filled with despair. Lin Fan wanted to beat him up. If you don't know, then how do you know how terrifying it is? This old man was a little interesting. His words were so contradictory. The old man was stunned. I don't know. I saw them run and said that it was terrifying, so I ran too. Towards such a reply, Lin Fan really didn't know what to say. When others ran, he ran too. When others said that it was terrifying, he said that it was terrifying too. Looking at these people who ran so quickly, he hated that he didn't have a few more legs. He couldn't ask these people anything. Everything depended on himself. He didn't ask any more questions and left right away. Young man, don't ask to die. Run with us. Star Sea region is finished. The old man couldn't bear to lose his life at such a young age. Who knew that this young man would be so stubborn and not turn his head? Hayes, everyone says that it is terrifying. How can it not be? Forget it, forget it. If you don't listen to others, you will only lose your life. Hayes, wait for me. Let's run together. The more people we run, the more imposing it is. The old man didn't say anything and chased after the escaping army. Although he didn't see how terrifying it was, the scene was enough to scare him. Not long later, Lin Fan landed from the sky. When he saw the situation in front of him, he was stunned. He raised his head. The sky was blue. He stepped forwards and entered the Star Ocean region. He raised his head and saw that the sky was black. There were also weird stars that gave off a dark light. Impossible, the sky doesn't change like this. He took a step back and left the Star Ocean region. He looked at the sky and thought to himself. What caused the situation in the Star Ocean region, he didn't understand. Was it caused by someone? Impossible. Even Emperor Heaven Realm experts didn't have the ability to change the sun and moon of an entire region. He had personally felt the might of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. Although they were strong, they hadn't reached such a level. The Emperor of the Heavens and Earth had Tao laws on him. Every action he made contained immense might. However, it wasn't enough to change the sun and moon. He was far from it. It seems like only by going in will I know what happened in the Star Ocean region. How vicious, to actually change the entire region like this. If a few more of them came, all the outer worlds wouldn't be able to contain you. Lin Fan was unhappy. Although other descenders were savage, they still used their hands to beat people up. However, this descender who came to the Star Ocean region was incredibly vicious. He actually used an area of effect attack to turn the outer worlds into this. He didn't want to give anyone a way out. Forget it, I want to see what he has up his sleeves. He didn't think too much and stepped in. Suddenly, a gust of chilly wind swept over, chilling his heart. It was as if every pore in his body was opened by this chilly wind, absorbing a large amount of cold air. His vision started to darken. Everywhere he looked, it was all gray. He could clearly see the scenery in front of him, but it gave off a very eerie and terrifying feeling, as if there were terrifying creatures hidden in the darkness. Lin Fan squatted down and touched the ground. The ground has turned black and there is no life at all. Earth sensing. With the special buff, he could sense if there were any living beings underground. However, when he touched it, there was no life at all. It was like a dead region. Just which bastard destroyed such a beautiful environment like this? This is simply F** King Bullsh** T. Lin Fan cursed angrily. It was everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. When he fought, his destructive power was shocking and he often caused magma to erupt. However, that was also rebirth from the ashes, allowing the earth to be reborn anew. How could the current situation be like this? It was as though an entire place had been destroyed. This place doesn't give off a very comfortable feeling. Lin Fan felt that the situation here was similar to the hanging woman's situation. But it was a little different. This place was extremely gloomy and low-class. It was fine to scare some timid people. However, it was impossible for him to be scared to death. The fate lamp was pointing the way. Forget it. Originally, I wanted to investigate this place properly. However, I still have some matters to attend to. So, I won't waste my time with you guys. Once I rescue them, I'll deal with you guys. He felt that this place was very interesting. He walked into the distance. Even though he was walking, his speed was still very fast. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already far away. The chilly wind swirled in the vast wilderness. There was a sinister laughter, passing through the air. Intermittent, disappearing, reappearing. This fellow is really good at running. He actually ran all the way to the innermost part of the Star Sea region. Lin Fan was speechless. He couldn't help but admit that this fella's luck was pretty good. To be able to come out and train and still be alive, he did have some skills. Look at the current peak head. Junior brother already had a wife and a kid, so he had no more pursuits. Junior brother 1 only had a wife and pretty much no more pursuits. From these two incidents, he understood one thing, and that was that women would obliterate his fighting spirit. However, the situation was still pretty good. As long as one person was busy in the sect, there was no need for so many people to be busy at the same time. With an undying body, it would be tough for him to die. If he was free, he would probably go crazy. Hua la la, the sound of flowing water spread out from afar. I didn't expect there to be a lake. I can wash my face and continue on my way. He walked forwards. However, he found it weird. What kind of thing could cause such a scene? The space god pillar could open up a tunnel to allow people to descend. He definitely believed that there was a treasure that could change the environment of a region. This environment change was perfect. It gave off a sinister feeling and was suitable for certain existences to live in. Lin Fan wasn't a fool. Which dimension was the smartest? It was definitely a talent from the 21st century. In his last life, he was influenced by the internet and knew a lot. Other places are dark and gloomy. The ground is black like charcoal, but your water is really clear. Lin Fan smiled. He squatted down and scooped up some water to wash his face. Suddenly, just as he was washing his face, there seemed to be some movement on the surface of the lake. A black shadow slowly appeared from the water. He raised his head and there was no movement at all. But when he lowered his head, a face suddenly emerged from the lake. Black hair, a pale face that was about to rot, and no eyeballs. It opened its black mouth like it was going to swallow Lin Fan. If normal people saw such a situation, they would definitely turn around and run. Stop fooling around, I am not looking for you. Lin Fan waved his fingers and the water started to ripple. He then cupped some water and rinsed his mouth. He was stunned for a moment. Or rather, it should be said that the face in the lake was a little stunned. In just an instant, that face disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, a pair of pale white arms slowly stretched out from the water. The black nails along with the pale white arms gave off a chilling aura. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped and it was bone-chilling. Pata, Lin Fan grabbed the pale white arms and said solemnly, I told you to stop fooling around. At that moment, the 5 pale white fingers grabbed Lin Fan's wrist and then released. Eh? He sensed a strange power. He lowered his head and saw that there were 5 finger marks on his wrist. What a familiar routine. Lin Fan thought about it. The finger marks meant that no matter where he went, he would follow. Interesting, come out and see what it is. He used a little strength. But it felt like his arm was being ripped apart. His arm was tossed high and there wasn't a body like he expected. In the air, a black liquid dripped down from the wound of the torn arm and into the water. Wang, the surface of the water started to ripple. Instantly, the clear water started to turn black. It was as if darkness had descended and covered the entire lake. One couldn't see anything at all. I will always be by your side. A sinister voice spread out from the lake. You are too much. You are too weak and I don't want to do anything to you, but you want more. I can't help it. He didn't want to use violent methods, so he directly took out the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river and threw it into the air. Suddenly, a huge suction force erupted. The black water formed a tornado and entered the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. Eh? The existence in the lake didn't expect this. Soon, the black lake dried up. With Lin Fan's strength, even endless water would dry up, not to mention a pool. In the middle of the lake, a monster stood there dumbfounded. It looked around. The water had all disappeared. It was invincible in the water and couldn't be destroyed, but it didn't expect that its only source of water would disappear. Pata, the gremlin turned its head woodenly, making creaking sounds. In its eye sockets, the creature in front of it was imprinted. Bang, in the monster's line of sight, there was a black shadow attacking it. When it felt it personally, its head turned 720 degrees. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Aren't you cheap? Lin Fan was furious. If others had such a chance, they would be so happy. But this monster was good. It tried to test him crazily. Even if the lake was drained, it still pretended to twist its neck, making the sound of bones cracking. Who was it trying to scare? You. The monster could speak. After being slapped by the other party, it felt dizzy. Bang, Lin Fan kicked it to the ground. He couldn't help but step forward and kick it crazily. Although the strength of each kick wasn't very strong, it was definitely very painful. Suddenly, the monster screamed at the top of its lungs. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He lifted the monster up with a slap and sent it to him. His palm moved and he quickly slapped it on both sides. After cleaning it up, the monster exhaled more air than it inhaled. Tell me, what exactly are you? Until now, he still didn't know what these were. It was definitely not a ghost that he knew. This guy had a physical body and there were signs of life. The monster was stunned. From the beginning until now, it had happened too fast and it hadn't reacted yet. Many people passed by the lake. Some were vigilant and fled immediately. Some were tortured to death by him. But the current situation was unexpected. There was no time to think. I have to think of an answer. The monster was deep in thought. However, something that he didn't expect happened. Forget it, you are wasting my time. Lin Fan threw the thing in his hand on the ground and stepped on it. Bang, there was a scream. The monster's body split into pieces, turning into a black mist and disappearing into the darkness. He got the points. It was trash. It was only at the Great Saint Realm. Lin Fan was a little confused. Based on what he knew, those who descended were at least at the Dao Realm. Why was this thing only at the Great Saint Realm? Was it an extra creature? That was very likely. He didn't have time to stay here, so he left this unfriendly place. It feels weird. Along the way, Lin Fan realized that the Star Ocean region was indeed weird. He didn't see a single living person. He didn't even see a single monster beast. Moreover, he felt that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him in the surrounding darkness like they were waiting for something. He took out his life lamp and followed the directions. He didn't have time to waste here. There were hidden dangers in the lake, so where else wouldn't there be dangers? In the distance, someone squatted there. Looking at his body, it should be a kid. His back was facing Lin Fan and he should be drawing circles there. The surroundings were really dark. It gave one a really terrifying feeling. He didn't experience such scenes often, but he had seen many of them in the movies in his last life. He thought of many possibilities. Maybe when he turned around, the kid's face would be really terrifying. He got close to the kid and heard a voice. It sounded like someone was singing. The voice was really young and it came from a kid's mouth. Lin Fan stood behind him. Kid, are you squatting here and drawing circles? Where are your parents? He was really loving and from his back, this kid should be really cute. He was wearing a short shirt and gave off that feeling. The voice continued. The kid was still squatting there. Uncle, are you calling me? At that moment, the kid slowly turned his head and his tone became really dark and sunken. As expected, when his face turned around. The face that entered his eyes was that of an old man. It was filled with wrinkles and there was a sticky liquid hanging down. His skin was really white like it had been soaked in water. Especially those eyes, the whites of the eyes were white, and the blue veins could be seen inside. Oh my God, I was right. Lin Fan was surprised. He told him that his intelligence wasn't low. As long as he was willing to use his brain, he would definitely become really smart. The current scene also confirmed this statement. Yes, I am calling you. Lin Fan sighed and touched his face. Poor kid, what kind of cruel life did you go through? You are so young and actually so old. Look at your skin, it is like old tree bark. Were you abused? He couldn't take it anymore. With such a situation, he was definitely being exploited. If not, how would he have become like that? This action of Lin Fan's had the child stumped. Under normal circumstances, when an ordinary person saw his face, they would definitely be frightened out of their wits and turn around to run without hesitation. When that happened, he would stand up and wave towards them. He would enter the cycle realm and they would never be able to escape his control. But now, he didn't know what to do. He was in a rush. He had never faced such a situation before. Who could tell him what he should do? Lin Fan pinched his face. His hand was covered in the sticky liquid and he wiped it on his new clothes. Kid, why aren't you saying anything? Are you worried about something? If that's the case, you can rest assured that nothing will happen. He felt that descenders were truly freaks. He was already in such a state at such a young age. As long as a person had a bit of conscience, who would be able to do it? His heart ached. He pondered for a long time. Aren't you afraid of me? The child's voice was very cold, and it felt even more evil. That kind of cold air could blast into the depths of the other party's heart. But for Lin Fan, if he wasn't even afraid of heart demons, why would he be afraid of these things? Stop joking around, okay? What are you afraid of? Do you have this face? Lin Fan was puzzled. If that's the case, then you don't have to worry at all. You don't even know how unique your face is. It's so heartbreaking. He didn't know what to say. The only reason he didn't make a move right away was because the other party was short and looked like a child. It was not in his character to lay a hand on a child. Of course, if it was someone he hated too much, it wasn't impossible for him to give him a combo punch. The child was stunned and looked at the creature in front of him with a strange expression. No one had ever said something like that to him. It really had never happened before. Oi. Kid, I have said so much to you, so why don't you have any expression at all? Lin Fan asked. Ah? The child looked at Lin Fan and then touched his face. He muttered to himself, my face, does it really have such a personality? It does. Haven't you noticed it before? Lin Fan asked. No, no one has ever told me about it. Moreover, when I appear in front of others, they either want to kill me or they flee in fear. In the end, I kill them all. The child shook his head. That was a little more normal. His voice also became tender and not as weird as before. Is that so? It seems like those people don't have good foresight. I think it's good. Continue, you have to maintain yourself and not change easily. Do you understand? Lin Fan said. He suddenly realized that this child was a little pitiful. Okay, I will continue. But who are you? The child didn't attack and just looked at Lin Fan in confusion. He had never met a living being who was willing to talk to him. A fresh feeling rose up in his heart. He wasn't as irritable as he used to be. I am the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible peak. I am the most righteous and loving person in the world. Kid, do you know what righteousness and love are? Lin Fan's temperament changed. He gave off an aura of righteousness. His temperament was good, and it affected everyone. Never heard of it. The child shook his head. He had never heard of this sect. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. What's your situation? What's going on here? How did you get here? Lin Fan asked. It wasn't easy to meet someone who could speak. The Star Ocean region changed so quickly, turning into a place where even birds wouldn't shit. I don't know what's going on. I'm a spirit from the ghost race. The ghost aura landed here, so I came out, the child said. He had always been like this. The ghost aura was his home. No matter where it landed, he would appear there. Lin Fan thought about it and understood. Those that descended to the Star Ocean region should be from the ghost race. They left behind the ghost aura to release these spirits. I understand now. Okay, go and play if you have nothing to do. If you see a righteous person like me in the future, you must come out. Do you understand? Lin Fan said. I let the spirit go. It's not bad to be able to talk to me calmly without fear of my invincible peak. Leader's aura. Are you leaving? It's dangerous here. Why don't I bring you to where you want to go? The spirit said. This was the first time he had met a spirit like this. It was interesting, and it felt good to be praised. There was a feeling in his heart that he had never felt before. You? Lin Fan looked at him. The place I want to go should be dangerous. Are you sure you can do it? The spirit lowered his head and rubbed his fingers. He was uncertain, but soon, he looked up and said with determination. Yes, I will send you there. There are many ferocious guys here. If you are alone, I'm afraid that they will hurt you. Let me send you there. All right. Lin Fan smiled and pinched the spirit's face. What a cute little guy. His hand was stained with sticky liquid. Then, he wiped it on the spirit's clothes. The human and the spirit went on their way. They didn't meet any problems. Maybe because of the spirit, some of the guys who wanted to come out all hid. It's the territory of the mud spirit. He is very fierce, but don't worry, I will protect you. The spirit walked in front and said. Although he was short, he had the demeanor of a big boss. Lin Fan looked at his life lamp. They were about to arrive. Mud spirit, I am bringing my friend here. Don't come out or I won't be nice to you. The spirit was a little nervous, but he pretended to be calm and shouted. Lin Fan smiled. He found it interesting. However, he realized that some of the little things here were cute and not as scary as he thought. This is another discovery. Very soon. A dim light shone around him. The ground became sticky and bubbling. The spirit panicked. He was just a small spirit, how could he be a match for the mud spirit? However, since he said that he would bring him there, he had to go. Since he was acting cool, he had to go over even if he had to. Little guy, are you trembling? Lin Fan asked. If you are really panicking, don't force yourself. I can solve it myself. The spirit turned his head and said stubbornly, I am not trembling. I am not panicking at all. Just follow me. I will send you over. There won't be a problem. Xiao, suddenly, the ground in front of him bulged and a black spike tore through the air. It was really fast, like it was going to pierce through the spirit. Ah? The spirit was stunned and couldn't react at all. His strength wasn't enough to face a strong spirit like the mud spirit. He was in despair. He said that he would bring him over, but he was going to go back on his words. At this critical moment. Pata. Little kid, you are frightened, right? Lin Fan held the spike in his hand and smiled at the spirit. This little thing was quite strong. Moreover, in this special environment, it should have some special effects, so the power it released would definitely be extraordinary. However, in the hands of the same race, this special effect probably wouldn't be that useful. Let me see what exactly this mud spirit is. He exerted strength in his wrist and with a pung, the ground directly exploded. A giant figure was pulled out from the soil. It was a pile of mud, but there was a pair of evil eyes. Its body was covered in mud, but there were heads on every part of its body. It should be the kind of existence that liked to show off its achievements. He was filled with disdain towards such actions. People who were too high profile would eventually die. People like him were really low profile. If he was like the other party, he probably wouldn't even be able to put down his head. The spirit was stunned. He didn't expect that the mud spirit would be caught so easily. Lin Fan pulled the mud spirit in front of him. Then, he punched out. It was just a simple punch that did not have much strength behind it. Pung, his body instantly exploded, and black mud splattered in all directions. Pata, it landed on the ground. Those soft mud pieces didn't have the supportive strength. They merged into the ground and became really hard. A black pearl fell out from the body of the mud spirit. It gave off black smoke. If you want to eat it, then go and eat it. Lin Fan said. Maybe this was the crystallization of the mud spirit's power, but to him, it was nothing. However, the spirit was stunned and a little greedy. It was definitely something good. It seemed like this place devoured its own kind to strengthen itself. The spirit was delighted. It placed the black pearl into its mouth and swallowed it. To Lin Fan, the strength in the spirit's body had obviously increased. Let's continue. Just watch from the back. To Lin Fan, what was a lucky chance, he was AF * King Lucky Star. Whoever met it would be lucky. However, there were different types. The small monster didn't try to be brave. He had always been wondering who exactly this creature was and why it would come here. This place had become their habitat. No living being could escape death. Soon. It won't be long before we reach there. Lin Fan took out his life lamp to help Elder Shou Yu find his son. It was really tough. Instantly. The surrounding environment started to change. The space seemed to have turned physical and there were actually ripples that spread out circle by circle. The small monster was wary. The closer he got, the more afraid he got. With his ability, he could only stay outside. The deeper he went, the stronger the monsters were. Although he was weak now, he had to show that he wasn't afraid at all. This is the territory of the illusionary realm monsters. We have already entered his mind ocean. The small monster said. If others entered, they would have all sorts of illusions. Anything could happen here, but it definitely wouldn't be real. He felt that if someone pinched him, he would be the one pinching himself. Although he was a monster, he didn't dare to say that he could block the aura here. That's right. I was just wondering why the environment would turn out like this all of a sudden. Lin Fan did not take it to heart. However, he had a deeper understanding of the situation here as well. The danger was really high. If it was another person who could survive here for a day, he would have been scared blind. Just this level of stimulation. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle it. We can't be too careless. Each monster here has a weird ability. The small monster felt that he had to remind him that being careless wasn't a good thing. The ghost origin energy was the source of the ghost race. It was tough to wipe out the ghost race here. As for them, they were affected by the ghost origin energy and could increase their strength. Indeed, their abilities are not bad, but they are too weak. Lin Fan raised his hand and smashed towards the air beside him. Pong, Kacha, the sound didn't come from him hitting someone, but the space cracked like porcelain breaking. With a pong, the space shattered and turned into a black mist that disappeared. In the distance, a person couldn't handle the heavy power and flew out. He smashed into a giant stone and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He fell to the ground and cried out in pain. The illusion spiritual monster spat out a mouthful of black blood. Moreover, it was spitting out large mouthfuls of black blood. It simply could not stop. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, his life had already begun to rapidly fade away. In the end, he didn't say a single word and died thoroughly. Let's go. He's too weak. Lin Fan shook his head. To think that this sort of trash would dare to play with illusions and destroy the entire world with a single punch. Who was he trying to fool? He's not weak, the little gremlin muttered. Although they were demons, their horizons were ultimately too narrow. They simply could not understand what the powerhouses were thinking. There was a huge difference between the strong and the weak. The small monster stepped forward and swallowed the black pearl of the illusion monster. So strong. After he swallowed the black bead of the illusory spiritual monster, he felt as if his body was about to explode. He was full of power. Little monster, why are you sweating all over your head? Lin Fan looked at it in surprise. Strange, wasn't it just swallowing some pearls? Was there a need to sweat so much? Nothing, it's just a little hot. The small monster shook his head. He definitely wouldn't say that because the strength of the illusion monster was too strong. But very quickly, that feeling of holding on disappeared in an instant. The black bead was refined in an instant. It disappeared without a trace. Lin Fan brought the small monster forward and along the way, they met some weird monsters. They just came out to shout twice and were smashed by one punch. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. So full, so full. The small monster followed behind Lin Fan. The frown on his face was gone and his skin became smooth. One couldn't even see his pores. One could say that this skin was what all women dreamed of. In his words, he had advanced and he was even a little stunned. He had never felt that advancing was actually such a simple matter. He didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Big brother, we need to be careful ahead. Very quickly, the situation ahead was a little different. Many black pillars of light descended from the sky and struck the ground, forming circles of black ripples that spread in all directions. What happened? Lin Fan asked. The small monster had been completely subdued by Lin Fan. This person who gave him a different feeling was really different from other living beings. Especially his attitude towards him, it made the small monster feel that this living being was actually so likable. To put it bluntly, he liked the feeling of being with him. Now, he even called Lin Fan Big Brother. In terms of age, there really weren't many people in the outer realm who were older than the small monster. The small monster had existed for a long time. He had existed since the ghost origin aura existed. But even if he had existed for a long time, his strength was still very weak. This wasn't because the small monster couldn't be strong, but because the monsters here had a strict hierarchy. If he wanted to be strong, he had to devour existences that were stronger than him. With his body, he could scare ordinary people, but if he fought with the monsters, who knew who would die? However, because of Lin Fan, who knew how many black pearls he had eaten along the way, causing his strength to explode. There was no room for him to slow down. It was too fast. Big brother, in my memory, this is not the real ghost origin aura, but a smaller version. But in the center of the ghost origin aura, there is the Lord of Ghost Origin. He is the king of all monsters, and he is very powerful. The small monster had already begun to fear the Lord of Ghost origin. Whether it was in terms of strength or in terms of pressure. The Lord of the Ghost origin was able to suppress all the monsters. Is that so? Then we have to take a look. And the place I want to reach has to pass through the center. Let's go, what are you afraid of? I think his black pearls should be more suitable for you. Lin Fan said calmly. He didn't put the Lord of Ghost origin in his eyes at all. Ah? The small monster looked at his big brother blankly. Little monster, you have to maintain your personality. You dared to provoke me, which means that you are very courageous. And the fact that you are still alive shows that you are a lucky person, so you shouldn't be afraid. Lin Fan said. Hearing this, the small monster was speechless. Big brother, I am not afraid. The small monster shook his head and retorted. How could he be afraid? Then, he took the lead and walked first, but his eyeless eyes kept looking around. He was very careful. The closer he got, the more dangerous it was. And there was an invisible pressure that shrouded his head. This was the suppression of monsters. Near the center. There were many monsters around. Another reckless guy came to challenge the majesty of the Lord of Ghost origin. Just that little guy, the Lord of Ghost origin can press him to the ground with one finger and grind him into flesh and blood. The monsters discussed in low voices. This kind of reckless monster was very rare. All the monsters knew how powerful the Lord of Ghost origin was. He was an invincible existence. Lin Fan walked on the road. Suddenly, a black light pillar swooped down from the sky. For any monster, this light pillar was the most terrifying existence. Touching it would kill them. Lin Fan raised his hand and waved it casually. A powerful force burst out and directly hit the black light pillar. Bang, the light pillar didn't descend at all. It was directly annihilated, turning into specks of starlight and disappearing between heaven and earth. ZZ. This power, Lin Fan looked at his fingertips. There was actually a black light jumping on his fingertips, rubbing away a bit of his skin. It wasn't that this black light was terrifying, but that there was a trace of unfathomable characteristics in this black light. It could ignore his power and invade his skin. It was a bit powerful. Boom, suddenly, there was a roar between heaven and earth. The little monster directly lay on the ground. His body seemed to be under infinite gravity. He was firmly pressed on the ground and couldn't move at all. A large amount of viscous liquid slid down his forehead. ZZ, the surrounding red light bloomed, and the whole world was blood red. Those beams of light frequently fell on the ground, creating extremely powerful shockwaves. Big brother, the Lord of Ghost origin has appeared. I can't resist his pressure at all. The little monster said with difficulty. This was the first time he faced the Lord of Ghost origin so closely, and he had a deeper understanding of how terrifying the Lord of Ghost origin was. This kind of pressure shouldn't exist in this world. It was too terrifying. Just how strong must he be to have such a terrifying pressure? Although he was a monster, he also had a dream. He dreamed of becoming the king of the Ghost origin energy. But that was just a dream. There was a gap between him and his dream that he couldn't cross. There were only a few experts who could cross the gap and control their dreams. Who dares to disturb the Lord of Ghost origin's dream? Damned ants, I'm going to stick you on my iron thorns and let you suffer for eternity. Hung long, a dragon-like red pillar of light struck the ground. Within the red light, a giant figure covered the sky and bathed in the pillar of light. In the distance, the ghost race descenders sensed this aura and were a little shocked. The Lord of Ghost origin has awakened. Who disturbed him? Let's go take a look. They were really shocked too. When the Ghost origin energy covered the entire star region, there was no need for them to do anything. Those monsters were enough to kill all the natives. The strongest was just Peak Dao realm. They were just like ants. Around. Many monsters hiding in the darkness shivered and prostrated themselves on the ground. They were filled with fear. The awakening of the Lord of Ghost origin was a nightmarish disaster. At this moment, the red light dissipated and a figure appeared. The Lord of Ghost origin's body was really tall and his body was covered in bloody muscles as if he had bathed in blood. He only had one head, but he had 6 arms and fat lips. Tiny living being, you are the one who disturbed the noble and great me from my slumber. Do you know that? You have already committed a huge sin. Do you see that? I, the great lord of ghost origin, can crush you into a puddle of blood with just one finger. Kneel down and apologize to the great me. My strength is invincible and my handsome face is something that you will never be able to see. Pung, blood rained down. And flesh and blood fell to the ground like a small mountain. I hate it when people act cool in front of me. Lin Fan calmly clapped his hands. Go, little monster. This pearl is enough for you to eat for a while. At this moment, the little monster was already dumbfounded. The Lord of Ghost origin that was alive and well was actually gone. The ghost race descenders arrived at the scene, but what greeted them was the scene in front of them. Go quickly. Pretend that we didn't see it. They were terrified and their hearts were about to explode. The ghost race descenders came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They didn't say a word and didn't even see each other before running away. They ran really quickly. In the distance. True God's son, why are we running? A ghost race descender asked. He didn't understand the situation. He didn't even fight and yet they ran away. That was just too shameful. If we don't run, are we going to die? The one leading the escape was the ghost race True God's son. He saw the ghost source lord get smashed. That strength was too explosive and hard to block. Although the ghost source lord was only at the Emperor Heaven realm, he was a peak expert of the same realm. Even he wasn't a match for him. But now, he was smashed by a single fist. Even if all of them went up, they probably wouldn't be enough. The descenders looked at one another and didn't think too much about it. At the scene, Lin Fan had killed the Lord of the Ghost origin just like that, and did not feel anything different about it. The small monster was stunned and didn't know what to say. He just felt that it was really terrifying. In the surroundings, the demons hidden in the darkness had long been scared silly. The Ghost Source Lord, who was so strong and invincible, was actually smashed by a single fist. They wanted to run. But the Ghost Source Lord's black pearl was really tempting. If they swallowed it, they might be able to level up. The temptation was huge, but the danger was high. They hesitated for a long time. They definitely weren't willing to leave just like that, but if they did, they would be snatching food from a tiger's mouth. So, the monsters with no problems with their brains snuck into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. As for those with problems with their brains, they didn't leave and just waited for a chance. Go. Lin Fan told the small monster to swallow the black pearl. There was no need to waste time here. He felt that the situation here was really different. The Ghost Source Lord's strength was decent, but unfortunately, he was only at the Emperor Heaven realm. He was so weak that it made one panic. Moreover, he was an idiot who was laughing maniacally just because he was strong. Facing such a situation, he definitely couldn't take it anymore and could only kill him with one fist. The small monster reacted and quickly went up. He was so emotional that he didn't know what to say. His body trembled. This was too terrifying. Thinking of the previous situation, he felt that his luck was really too good. It was not easy for him to survive in the hands of the other party. However, he was afraid that the bead of the Lord of the Ghost origin would explode if he ate it. The power contained in it was simply too strong. It was not something an ordinary monster like him could withstand. As long as he took his time, he might be able to absorb it. He should be nearby. Lin Fan looked at the fate lamp. Based on the guidance, Elder Shoyu's son should be up ahead. Furthermore, the lamp was still burning, so he was definitely not dead. This demon ghost is interesting, but he didn't meet what he wanted. He felt a little regretful. Originally, he was still thinking that he might meet a true expert in the ghost's domain, but unfortunately, he was helpless. The way the Lord of the Ghost origin made his entrance just now was all bark and no bite. When his true body descended, he was blasted away with a single punch. It was completely meaningless. The little gremlin followed behind, holding a purple bead in his hand. He didn't dare to swallow it all at once, so he could only lick it slowly. One lick at a time. The power in his body was slowly increasing. The gremlins hiding in the surroundings were envious when they saw this. It would be great if it was them. What a waste, that was just impossible. We are here. Lin Fan stopped. In front of him was a cave that led underground. It was really dark and one couldn't see any light at all. Big brother, there are many gremlins here. The small gremlin stopped. He could already sense that there were some of his kind wandering around. In the darkness, gremlins could explode with shocking power. If one wasn't careful, one would be consigned to eternal damnation and die in their hands. It is okay, let's go in. He was a little impatient. He wanted to bring him back so that he could do his own things. He was really helpless. Although the overall strength of the sect was decent, in terms of individual cultivation, there was still a huge gap. If there was a chance, he had to improve the overall strength of the sect. Oh. The small gremlin followed behind and licked the bead in his hand. Pata, Lin Fan stepped on the ground. It was a little soft, slightly different from the soil outside. Whistling, a cold wind spread out from the cave. If a normal person was hit by this wind, their body would probably have problems. This wind is not bad, it is really cool. Lin Fan smiled and was in a good mood. The cool wind was the most comfortable. It could let one open up their heart and feel everything beautiful. The small gremlin looked at Big Brother. This was the first time he heard someone praise the wind. From what he saw, anyone who was hit by the wind would shiver. Who would be able to enjoy the cool feeling that the wind brought, suddenly? Lin Fan thought about something. Although he wasn't afraid of the weather, some of his junior brothers and sisters didn't have high cultivations and couldn't ignore the heat. Small gremlin, what is going on with the wind? Lin Fan asked. He had an idea, which was to capture a few gremlins back to rear. When the hot season came, he would let them feel the wind. As a senior brother, he would give some benefits to his junior brothers and sisters. Big brother, this is their own ability. The small gremlin said. He didn't understand why Big Brother asked that. Oh, that is good. I will capture a few gremlins back. Lin Fan smiled. He didn't expect that to be the case. It should be like a ghost, each time it appeared, there would be a cold wind. It was a special characteristic. Big brother, you might not be able to do that. Ghost domain's gremlins can't be taken away. The small gremlin said. Lin Fan had not expected that he wouldn't be able to bring the spiritual monster away. Monsters are born from the ghost origin aura. We can only move around here. We can't go anywhere else, the little monster said. He felt a little regretful. His big brother was a good person and knew how to praise him. He was very willing to go out with his big brother. But he had no choice. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. This was the existence of the demon ghost. Suddenly, in the originally silent darkness, a pair of sharp claws tore through the darkness and went straight for Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan's expression was calm. He stretched out his hand, and with a bang, he directly pressed the demon against the wall. Poochie, it exploded. Indeed, in the dark, one becomes bolder. Lin Fan said. The little gremlin followed behind, picking up the pearls. He felt that his luck was great. He had never thought that it would be so easy. Hee hee. The standard voice came from the depths of the darkness. There was a commotion. The monsters already knew that living beings had come in. They didn't know what had happened just now, so they couldn't understand how terrifying the creatures that came in were. The little gremlins followed behind. He felt sorry for these spiritual monsters. Death was already upon them, yet they still didn't know. It was truly pitiful. Bang, bang, a loud explosion spread out in the originally quiet tunnel. Lin Fan didn't even need to look. He just raised his hand and pressed all of them against the wall, turning them into piles of mud. The little gremlin's hands went soft as they picked up the pearls. There were just too many black pearls, and he couldn't even swallow them up. In the past, he didn't dare to imagine that leveling up would be so simple. But now, he understood. Leveling up was just so simple. Moreover, it wasn't difficult at all. The monsters weren't fools. When they saw so many of their kind dying in front of them, they retreated in fear. Run, run quickly. Many of them retreated, but some of them knew that there was no way out. They could only charge forwards and try to escape. Unfortunately, when they passed Lin Fan, they were pressed against the wall and instantly exploded. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. The little gremlins had never expected that there would be such a day. They were all beaten up so badly that they were afraid. I am getting closer. The life lamp was pointing forwards. However, he understood that Xianxia couldn't escape. Some of the monsters in the tunnel were quite strong, they were actually Peak Dao realm. It was just a dream to escape from here. The moment they stepped out, they would be drowned by them. In the deepest part, a stone door blocked the way. The gremlins had been forced to this place. Usually, they were the ones scaring people, but now they had nowhere to run. Open, open, the monster slapped and grabbed the door, wanting to break open this only path of survival. On the other side of the stone door, a bunch of people sat on the ground, their faces devoid of blood. Ah! I have had enough. When is this going to end? A survivor with a bad attitude grabbed his head and shouted with bloodshot eyes. They had been here for a long time and were about to go crazy from the terrifying things outside. It was too terrifying. Those things outside killed without leaving a trace. Sometimes, they didn't even know how they died. Alright, stop arguing. I'm afraid we're really going to die here. There were Dao realm beings in the crowd as well. But even so, they were being chased by the Fey beasts to the point where they had nowhere to run. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Someone will save us. Someone will definitely save us. Some of them still had hope. In their despair, they really hoped that someone would come and save them. Xiaoshan, didn't you contact your father earlier on? Tell me, will he come and save you? At this moment, a person who was on the verge of a mental breakdown grabbed Xiaoshan, who could communicate with the outside world. Xiaoshan's eggs were all over the ground, and he didn't know what was going on. He didn't offend anyone and ended up like this. He felt really helpless. It should be possible. Xiaoshan wasn't sure, but more than that, he felt that no one would come to save him. It wasn't that his father was heartless, but that he didn't have the strength to do so. The scary fellas outside were really strong. They had Dao realm experts here, but they could only protect themselves against them. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. No. Don't be so unconfident. Tell me, I will definitely come and save you, right? Xiaoshan looked at him. I am fine for now. Don't think too much. My father isn't strong and isn't a match for them. How can he save me? He didn't expect that the other party would be so scared. Suddenly, quiet down, there is movement outside. Xiaoshan said. Everyone was stunned as they listened carefully. That voice was really familiar. It was the voice of those scary fellas. They were still outside. In fact, they couldn't wait to break in. No. We are doomed. Xiaoshan didn't expect these terrifying fellows to be so crazy. They were already hiding here, yet they still wanted to open the stone door. Were they even giving them a way out, outside the door? The monsters panicked. They were the only ones who killed others. They had never been forced into such a desperate situation by a living being. They hid in the cave, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When a living being entered, they were excited. But now, they just wanted to escape. Not far away, they didn't see that living being. But the sound of their own kind being killed reached their ears. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They could only say that it was too tragic. They slammed on the stone door. Open the door, we won't kill you. Hurry up and open the door. No, how can there be such a terrifying existence? The monster slammed on the stone door. Some of the stronger ones even tried to forcefully break it open. But the stone door didn't move at all. Xiaoshan and the others were stunned. They looked at one another, not knowing what was going on. Oh my God, what is going on? Don't fall for it. The monsters are luring us. Don't fall for it. They definitely wouldn't open the door. They all saw how terrifying the monsters were. If they opened the door, they wouldn't even know how they died. Within the tunnel. On the other hand, Lin Fan did not frequently encounter any monsters. Whenever a monster appeared in front of him, he would slap it against the wall. His methods were extremely cruel and overbearing. The monsters with brains didn't dare to get close. They just ran inside. The small monster looked at his big brother's methods and felt that it was really terrifying. But when he picked up the black pearls, his hands went soft. There were just too many. That's weird. Where did they go? There were many monsters charging up just now, but now they're all gone. Lin Fan was a little confused. Big brother, be careful. I feel that they are all gathered in front. The small monster could sense it, but he was curious. He didn't know why they were all gathered in front. Could it be that something had happened? I knew it. How could there be no monsters? So they are all at the back. Lin Fan smiled. He had already figured out the situation. Although they weren't strong, they were quite capable. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a situation, they might not be able to face it. The footsteps were getting closer. The gremlins crowding in front of the stone door had already begun to panic. Open the door, I told you to open the door. Hurry up and open the door. I won't kill you. The gremlins pounded on the stone door. They had never encountered such a situation. It was too scary. He wasn't human at all. They exist in the realm of ghosts and can go anywhere, or kill anyone. However, he had never imagined that he would be forced to such a state by a living being. Behind the stone door, the survivors looked at each other in dismay. They had no idea what was going on. The sounds outside seemed to be the cries of demons. Don't open the door, please don't open the door. These despicable fellows are trying to lure us. They had long been scared out of their wits by the gremlins and did not have the courage to fight them. They could only hide behind the stone door and bury their heads, waiting for the faint hope of rescue. Bang, bang, after an unknown period of time. On the other side of the stone door came a very muffled sound, followed by waves of miserable screams. The crowd, who had already lost all hope, looked at each other. What's going on? Could it be that someone has come to save us? Stop dreaming. How could anyone come to save us? The Starsea region is completely finished. It's all because of those terrifying fellows. Who do you think has the ability to save us? There. Seems to be miserable screams outside. I want to go out and take a look. Maybe someone has really come to save us. A man's face was filled with excitement and he wanted to open the stone door. However, just as he was about to move, he was pushed to the ground by someone. Let me tell you, don't open the door. If you open the door, I will kill you. The man who spoke had a ferocious expression. There were wounds on his body that were still bleeding. There was also a black fog surrounding him. He was really afraid of those fellows outside. His attacks were ruthless and extremely strange. Okay, I won't open the door, but what if someone really comes to save us? The man who was pushed to the ground was already panicking, but he still felt that someone would come to save him. Save? Are you blind? When we were being chased by those fellows, did you see how many of them there were? They covered the sky and covered the sun. Who do you think is strong enough to save us? Open your eyes and take a good look. He is a Dao realm expert, but what can he do in the end? Isn't this the situation now? The man hollered in rage. He was in total despair. Outer region experts were only at the peak of Dao realm. But what could they do? He saw with his own eyes that a peak Dao realm expert was devoured by those terrifying creatures one bite at a time. Those scenes could be recalled even when he closed his eyes. He would never forget it. The Dao realm expert who was called out squatted there and didn't say a word. If this was in the past, he would definitely stare at him in rage, but now, he was speaking the truth. He was indeed afraid of being beaten up. Finally, it is all done. These fellows are all stuck here, so it is quite problematic. Lin Fan slapped them one by one. It was really simple and easy. In front of absolute strength, all resistance was useless. Big brother. The small monster ate the black pearls and his face was flushed red. The power in his body shook and he continued to rise. He was a genius amongst monsters and was the fastest to improve. There were so many black pearls that he couldn't finish them. This is the place. Lin Fan took out the life lamp and took a close look. It was indeed here and there was no mistake. He slapped the stone door. Oi, is there anyone behind us? The monsters have all been dealt with. Open the door. Lin Fan shouted. He didn't have so much time to waste here. Once things were dealt with, he had to head back. On the other side of the stone door. No one dared to say a word. They were really afraid. Don't believe them. They are definitely lying to us. With the stone door blocking, we are the safest and they can't do anything to us. But if they open it, we will definitely die a horrible death. They were all terrified by the monsters, so how would they believe that someone would come to save them? This was why Lin Fan slapped the stone door, but it was useless. What is going on? Lin Fan didn't want to say anything. Was it because they had been locked up for too long that they were suffocating? Oi, Xianxia, open the door. Let's go. Lin Fan shouted. Xianxia, who was squatting inside, was shocked when he heard someone call his name. He's looking for me. He's really looking for me. Xianxia stood up and ran to the stone door. However, he didn't open it. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? Why the F***ck are you talking so much nonsense? Open the door. I don't have time to waste with you." Finally, a voice came from inside. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that they had all died in there. No way. If you don't tell me who you are, I won't open the door. Xianxia wasn't a fool. He felt that this was too much of a coincidence. Just now, there were many scary things gathered outside. Now, someone had come to save him. If one had a brain, they would be able to understand that this was something that was impossible. This speed and time was not something a human could achieve. If Lin Fan knew about this, he would definitely be helpless. This was because you were weak and limited your imagination. Right, you can't open the door. This must be a lie. I didn't think that these things could think of such a method. This is too scary. That's right, Xianxia. Didn't you say that your father's side was very weak? How could anyone come to save you? I just don't know how these things know about your situation. This is too scary. This is really too scary. Where did they come from? Why is it like this? The surrounding people were discussing. They were in a state of extreme anxiety. Xianxia was at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the scene in front of them in fear. The unbreakable stone door that protected their lives had been punched through by a single punch. How was this possible? Not good. We are going to die. Everyone shouted in panic. They felt that death was approaching. This is really troublesome. Lin Fan punched through the stone door and threw it to the side. With a loud bang, the stone door slammed against the wall, causing dust to rise up. Xianxia, what the F***ck are you doing? I asked you to open the door, but you didn't respond. Are you deaf? Lin Fan stepped in and looked at the man in front of him. This was the peak leader of the magnificent flame-sex mystical beast peak, Shoyu's son. Ah? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Peak leader Lin, why are you here? Why am I here? Your father asked me to bring you back. What was he doing? Why didn't he open the door? Lin Fan asked. He didn't want to know anymore. Alright, let's go. We are just wasting time here. The surrounding survivors looked at Lin Fan, who was standing at the door. They were all shocked. Then, they came to their senses. We're saved. Great, we're finally saved. To them, the feeling of being able to survive was too good. Xianxia didn't expect that peak leader Lin would come to save him. He left the sect mainly because he couldn't stand Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was powerful and powerful. He would definitely be bullied if he stayed in the sect. That was why he came out to train and improve his cultivation. But now, he felt that coming out to train seemed to be a little pointless. Lin Fan turned to leave, but he stopped and turned back. What are you doing? Let's go. Oh. Xianxia nodded his head blankly. He looked at the stone door from the corner of his eyes. The stone door that was supposed to protect them from harm was punched through by peak leader Lin with a single punch. Just how terrifying would his strength be? This is shocking. At this moment, those who were already waiting to die had a glimmer of hope for survival. It was as if they didn't expect this. Since I found Xianxia, it's time to return to the sect. The situation in the Ghostland is interesting. Maybe I can come back and take a look. Outside. Xianxia followed behind, staring at Lin Fan, not saying a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk. It was that he really didn't know what to say. The deepest impression he had of Lin Fan was that time when Lin Fan violently beat up Jun Wutian. That battle was earth-shattering, and all the peak leaders were in despair. The difference in strength was not something that could be made up for in a short period of time. Therefore, all the peak leaders left the sect to train outside. They didn't want to be suppressed by the Invincible peak. But what the F***ck, an awkward thing happened. The fusion of the outer world. They lost contact with their homes. Even if they wanted to go back, they couldn't. Xianxia was the bitter type. He had left his life lamp in the sect. When he died, it would be known. But if his father wanted to find him, he would have to spend a lot of effort to contact his life lamp. He thought that he would be able to go back soon. But who knew that his father really didn't contact him? He only contacted him when he was in danger. It was a little sad. Peak leader Lin. Xianxia said hesitantly. But before he could say anything, Lin Fan interrupted him. Peak leader is only for outsiders. As a fellow sect member, you should call me senior brother. Lin Fan said. Xianxia looked at Lin Fan strangely. He hadn't returned to the sect for a long time, so he didn't know what was going on. But he was timid. He knew that he wasn't as strong as Lin Fan, so he nodded. Senior brother. Xianxia said. The people who were still alive realized that this guy was Xianxia's senior brother. Didn't they say that his father was weak? How could there be such an expert in the sect? Junior brother, when you left the sect, you wanted to become stronger. But I don't think there's a need for that. The outside world is too dangerous. Your father, Elder Shoyu, is very worried. So you should go back with me this time. Don't come out for the time being. Lin Fan felt that it was necessary to bring all the peak leaders back. He said that he wanted to train outside to become stronger. But it was a pity that the speed at which he became stronger was too slow. However, he did not blame the other party at all. Not everyone could be like him, using cheats and having a clear conscience. Returning to the sect was the safest in this outer realm where descenders had arrived. No matter which place was destroyed, the magnificent flame sect would be fine. Senior brother, this. Xianxia was a little embarrassed and helpless. How could he be so direct? It was really hurtful. What? Am I wrong? Lin Fan frowned. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what he said. Instead, what he said made sense. It was understandable. Being weak made them unable to see the path ahead clearly. He didn't know how helpless a real crisis was. In the end, they were still a group of children living in a warm garden. No, senior brother is right. Xianxia felt that there was something wrong with his senior brother. When facing him, he felt a little pressured. This was a feeling that only juniors would have when facing their seniors. Oh my god. Unknowingly, did he become a junior? Xianxia had a bad premonition, but he didn't know what to say. That's good. Senior brother likes obedient juniors. When we go back, have a good chat with Wan Zhongtian and Dao Tianwang. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to find a wife. That way, you can carry on the family line, Lin Fan suggested. Stability was the way to survive. Wan Zhongtian and Dao Tianwang walked in front. They didn't want to court death. They stayed in the sect. It was a good idea to cultivate or walk around when they had nothing to do. Therefore, he hoped that Xianxia could learn from them. Xianxia wanted to retort. That's too much. But thinking of what happened earlier, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only nod silently. It feels weird. It's really scary. Alright, let's go. There's no point in staying here for now, Lin Fan said and walked forward. He might be walking on the ground, but his speed was fast. Xiaoshan could only barely keep up. The little demon was a little reluctant. He couldn't leave this place. He had to stay here. But thinking about his big brother leaving, he felt a little helpless. He didn't know when they would meet again. Please wait a moment. At this moment, some of the survivors who were with Xiaoshan came up to talk to Lin Fan. Can you bring us out of here safely? If you can keep up, that's your problem. If you can't, it has nothing to do with me, Lin Fan said. These guys were quite lucky. Since they were with Xiaoshan, it meant that they were lucky to be able to leave this place alive. Some of them were quite strong, but in Ghost's domain, they weren't strong enough. The survivors didn't say much. They just had to keep up. If they could leave this place, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Of course. If Lin Fan carried Xiaoshan and flew away, they probably wouldn't be able to keep up. But since they were walking, it wasn't a problem. The surroundings were dark. There was a black mist floating in the air as if it had a mind of its own. No one knew what was in the depths. But it definitely wasn't anything good. Xiaoshan was confused. What was going on? He had left the sect for too long, and he didn't know what was going on. Lin Fan glanced at Xiaoshan. This feeling wasn't too bad. Right, it was the feeling where I'm your big brother, and as your little brothers, you have to listen to me. I've already arranged your future. If you follow my plans, you won't starve to death. After a long time, the survivors were at ease. They didn't meet with any scary people. Their panicked hearts slowly calmed down. They then started to talk about other things. Star Ocean region becoming a ghost's domain was unbearable for anyone. They had lost even more friends, family, and sections. But they had no choice. There was no point in thinking so much. As long as they were alive, there was still hope. Xiaoshan was silent. Damn, he really didn't know what to say to Lin Fan. The impact was huge. If not for his good mental state, he might have collapsed. From what he remembered, when he left the sect, there wasn't much of a difference. Why was there such a huge difference in the time he left? He started to wonder if he hadn't cultivated at all and had been regressing, but that was impossible. His great sage cultivation wasn't a joke. He didn't understand, and he even panicked a little. Honglong, the ground trembled. The entire ghost's domain was shaking. What happened? The survivors had hope of surviving, but when they felt the commotion, their faces turned pale. That fear shrouded their hearts again. Everyone raised their heads to look. In the distance, a purple light flashed. It seemed to expand, but then it disappeared without a trace. Someone is fighting. Lin Fan could already feel that someone was fighting in the distance. Senior brother, Xiaoshan asked carefully. Something was wrong. The stone door had been destroyed, and it was impossible to go back. Could it be that they were killed when they were about to leave? Don't worry, someone is fighting. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hand. He didn't want to care too much. Oh. How could Xiaoshan say anything else, since senior brother had already said so? He could only ignore it. But could he really ignore it? He looked over and saw that the aura was getting stronger and stronger. There was even a shockwave spreading out. From afar, he could feel the aura coming from there. The survivors were sweating. They could already feel the terrifying pressure. If they were discovered, it would be a tragedy. What should we do? If we don't hide, we will die. It can't be. Senior brother Xiaoshan is here. Maybe it will be fine. Who says it will be fine? Although his senior brother is strong, he is not invincible. In such a situation, I think hiding is the safest. We must not follow them. If we meet our deaths, it will be too late for regrets. Among the survivors, some were discussing softly. It was not easy for them to escape from there. How could they die here? Where are you going? At this moment, Xiaoshan saw some people leaving the group and running in another direction. He was surprised. Did something happen? But those people were running too fast. They didn't even respond to Xianxia. Junior brother, hurry up. Don't waste time. Lin Fan looked at those people running away. No one could save them if they were courting death. Oh. Xianxia looked at them. He didn't understand, but he felt that they wanted to leave. Not far away, there was a shocking phenomenon happening. Maybe they were afraid. The survivors who were still here looked at each other in dismay. They were hesitating. They didn't know if they should hide or follow Lin Fan. Suddenly, screams could be heard from afar. The sound was mournful, as if they were suffering from some miraculous thing. Senior brother, this sound. Xianxia was shocked and turned to look at his senior brother. Not long after they left, there were screams. It was too scary. They must have been dragged away by the demons to discuss something, Lin Fan said. Let's go. Time is of the essence. Don't waste it. Oh. What else could Xianxia say? Discussion? They must have met with misfortune. He didn't dare to imagine what had happened to those guys. Judging from this sound, it must have been very tragic. The survivors were trembling and their expressions were stiff. They were like birds startled by the twang of a bough. A little movement could scare them to death. The screams had scared them so much that they almost screamed. At the same time, some of them were glad that they didn't leave. Otherwise, they would have been among those screams. Lin Fan was a little helpless towards these guys. Even if they wanted to die, they shouldn't do it like this. In the distance, the battle was extremely intense. Or rather, it had reached a certain level. I didn't expect things to develop to such an extent. We have to get rid of the demon ghost, or there will be endless trouble. In the air, a man's body shone with a green light. He raised his hand, and countless thick vines burst out of the ground, piercing through the sky. The vines seemed to have a life of their own. They twisted in the air and penetrated deep into the void, covering the surroundings. Damn these aboriginals. Why are they so fierce? The descendants of the ghost race were stunned. They were scared off by a single aborigine, but who would have thought that there would be other aboriginals who would come and uproot the demon ghost? How could they let them do as they wished? If they were to be blamed, they wouldn't even know how they would die. You bastards! How dare you act so arrogantly with your Dao realm cultivation? I'll kill you all. The one who spoke was the ghost race's true god's son. His black robe was embroidered with runes, and dense death energy gathered at his fingertips. He then turned to look at the beautiful woman. She struck out with her palm, releasing a terrifying aura. A giant black hand appeared out of nowhere and headed towards the Thousand Cape Patriarch. The power was too terrifying, and the void collapsed. An Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator was not someone that a Dao Realm cultivator could handle. The Thousand Cape Patriarch and the others were only in the Dao Realm. No matter how talented they were, they couldn't kill an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator. Vine Monarch, attack. The Thousand Cape Patriarch said coldly. He didn't use his signature seal, but raised his hands. A dragon's roar shook the sky. A tiger's roar shook the surroundings. A long dragon glowing with golden light hovered between heaven and earth. At the same time, there was also a divine tiger shining with divine light, roaring in the world. Dragon flies in the sky, tiger runs on the ground. Heaven and earth. The Thousand Cape Patriarch shouted, and a divine light covered his fingertips. Instantly, the golden dragon and the divine tiger intertwined, giving off a brilliant light that suppressed the giant palm. Boom, the void exploded as the currents surged. With the void as the center, a golden light screen spread out in all directions, covering the entire heaven and earth. The Vine Monarch was wearing a long robe. He raised his hand and gathered energy. Vine Monarch. Swish, numerous vines tore through the air and instantly bound the three descenders in the air. Following that, a 10,000 zhang tall vine-shaped figure appeared, directly suppressing the descenders. Tianyu, kill them. Instantly. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the originally empty space, and a figure appeared. The heavenly mandate was expressionless. His beautiful face was as attractive as divine light. His clothes clung tightly to his graceful and plump body, captivating people's minds. Mystic Light Mountain. She raised her slender arm and pointed out with her jade-like finger. A ball of light gathered in front of her and expanded out. A colorful mountain range appeared out of nowhere and crushed down on the three of them. Bastard! You bastards, I'm going to kill you. The true godson of the ghost race, Yu Yuan, was enraged. His expression was ferocious, and the energy in his body started to go berserk. Even the void started to distort. Crack, the vines showed signs of cracking. I, Yu Yuan, am the true godchild of the ghost race. You Dao Realmants want to suppress me with the crap you got from the 12 beast gods? Dream on. He had already recognized that the golden dragon and the divine tiger were the treasures of the 12 divine beasts. Who would have thought that this native would actually use it to suppress them? He was simply courting death. The Arch was under immense pressure. It wasn't that he had never fought with a descender before. However, his strength had not recovered to its previous level. Therefore, it was too difficult for him to suppress someone who was 3 levels higher than him. Furthermore, he realized that the descender was a genius. He was even stronger than an Emperor Heaven Realm Pinnacle Cultivator. If the 1000K Patriarch hadn't borrowed the Beast God's treasures, it would have been extremely difficult to suppress him. Even so, it was still very dangerous. Boom, the mystic light mountain covered Yu Yuan and the rest and landed on the ground with a loud boom. The ground shook violently and cracked. Cracks spread out in all directions. Phew! That was painful. The Arch was exhausted. It wasn't easy to hold back a descender, especially when the difference in cultivation was too great. Even though he was strong in the past, his cultivation wasn't high now. The 1000K Patriarch heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that nothing was happening. Heavenly Mandate Goddess, thank you for your help. The 1000K Patriarch said gratefully. The Sumeru celestial body was a terrifying body. It was lucky for her to encounter it. In order to get rid of the ghost tribe, she went to invite them. No worries. Tianyu's aura was very different from before. He had changed a lot, especially when he spoke. There was even a holy aura around him. To the 1000K Patriarch, if Tianyu could grab the opportunity to go to the upper realm with them, he would be able to activate the Sumeru celestial body. In the outside world, even if he was extremely powerful, he would only be at the pinnacle of the Dao realm. Compared to the Descenders, the difference was too great. Hey, 1000 Deep Cave, I'm not trying to nag you, but you have to look at me. I used up a lot of energy just now, the Vine Monarch shouted. The 1000K Patriarch smiled. Suppressing the Descenders was one of the things he had done. It was rare for him to feel relaxed. But all of a sudden, the mystic light mountain started to shake violently. A bunch of dogs. How dare you try to suppress me? I'm not someone you ants can suppress. A furious voice came from the bottom of the mystic light mountain. Rumble, the mystic light mountain shook, and huge rocks fell from it. A cloud of black fog seeped out from the bottom of Mount Wonderful Light. With a kacha sound, a crack appeared on Mount Wonderful Light, directly splitting into 2 halves. Then, with a pung sound, it exploded. Yu Yuan lowered his head. There were injuries all over his body. The other followers were already dead. He was covered in black mist, and his robe fluttered. Bastard, I'm an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, the master of the world. You want to suppress me with these things? Do you have any respect for me? The beast. God's treasure is indeed powerful, but it's a pity that you borrowed it. You can't use its full power. Then it's time for you to die. Yu Yuan was furious. How dare these bastards put me in such a difficult position? This is the second time. I can forgive them for the first time, but I can't forgive them this time. I didn't expect this to happen. The 1000K Patriarch said solemnly. He felt troubled. The Beast God's treasure is useless. It's not that the Beast God's treasure is weak. It's just like what he said. She only borrowed it and couldn't control it. It's too difficult to cross a realm. Qiankuan. The 1000K Patriarch attacked again. The Golden Dragon and Divine Tiger roared and charged towards Yu Yuan. F***CKU. Yu Yuan was furious. Black mist surged, condensing into substance, directly tearing apart the void. The barrier of light collided, and it was even torn in half. The energy then landed on the Thousand Cave Patriarch's body. Bang, a huge force exploded. The Thousand Cave Patriarch was heavily injured, and his body disappeared from the spot. Thousand Cave. The Vine Monarch panicked. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. She then reacted and attacked. Countless vines flew towards Yu Yuan, but they were cut off when they got close to Yu Yuan. You vegetable. Go and die. Yu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He swung his arm, and a black light shot towards the Vine Monarch. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Protect. Countless vines wrapped around the Vine Monarch's body, forming a huge ball. Poochie, the ball exploded. The Vine Monarch was sent flying. Tianyu took a few steps back. He raised his hand and shouted. 9 mountains, 8 seas, and 4 continents appeared in the air, forming a world. They then condensed into a starlight that shot towards Yu Yuan. Humph, you overestimate yourself. How dare a Dao Realm cultivator touch a world? You're courting death. Yu Yuan was enraged. He opened his mouth, and a ball of black energy shot out, clashing with the starlight. Poochie, Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared from the space. Senior brother, are we really not going to care about what's happening over there? Shou Xiaoshan asked softly. It's already so bad. Should we sigh a little to show our concern? It's fine. They didn't even hit us. Why should we care so much? Lin Fan said. But just as he finished his words, a black shadow charged towards them. Bang! It landed right in front of Lin Fan. Everyone stopped in their tracks, not knowing what had happened. Blarg, the Thousand Cave Patriarch's face was pale. He lay on the ground, coughing out blood. His beautiful face was stained with blood, making him look demonic. Oh my god. Lin Fan was taken aback. Why did something fall from the sky when I was just walking? And why is it so strong? But when he took a closer look, he was shocked. I didn't expect it to be an old woman. Hey, what are you doing? I was just walking, and you came at me. Let me tell you, there are so many people here, and they saw it with their own eyes. Don't even think about scamming me. Lin Fan immediately thought of the possibility of scamming me. So what if you come at me? Why did you vomit blood? How am I supposed to explain myself if someone doesn't know me? The Thousand Cave Patriarch was severely injured, and she was barely holding on. But suddenly, she realized that the voice was familiar. When she saw who it was and heard what Lin Fan said, she coughed out another mouthful of blood. Poochie, blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. Even though she was coughing out blood, she still looked beautiful. Maybe this is a woman's nature. Even if I vomit blood, I have to maintain my elegance. Don't push your luck. Just one sentence and you're getting all worked up. You can consider yourself unlucky today to have bumped into me. Let me tell you, you've spat out all this blood for nothing. Bang, as soon as he finished speaking, another figure came crashing towards him. Lin Fan looked over and gasped in surprise. Amazing. One is not enough, and there's another one. Old hag of the Thousand Deep Caves, did you want me to join your group because of this? Thousand Cave, they are too strong, the Vine Arch said with difficulty. But when he saw Lin Fan's face, his heart skipped a beat. Poochie, blood splattered everywhere. It was even worse than the Thousand Cave old woman. It's you. The Vine Arch was shocked. I didn't expect this. Who would have thought that you would be so shameless? I don't know you, but you are pretending to know me. You are insane. Lin Fan had a complicated look on his face. Something is wrong with the situation. It's too complicated. They are trying to blackmail me. The old ladies of the Thousand Cave are familiar with each other, but I have no impression of this guy who just said it's you. He is pretending to be familiar with me for no reason. This is a little annoying. You. The Vine Sovereign would never forget this guy. Of course, neither would the pig. Now that this guy said he didn't know him, his heart was on fire. He wanted to explode and fight the other party to the death. Stop talking about me and you. I will be frank with you. You came here for nothing. Pack your things and leave. My head hurts when I see you. Lin Fan waved his hand. I didn't expect the old ladies of the Thousand Cave to meet like this. I really didn't expect it. The Vine Sovereign couldn't take it anymore. He held back his anger and shouted, "Take a good look at me. Who am I? You dug my grave and took everything from me. How can you not remember? Are you still human?" Lin Fan really couldn't remember who the guy in front of him was. But after this reminder, he somehow felt that it seemed a little familiar. He took a closer look. I seem to remember. I remember that I went to a dangerous place with Zhu Fengfeng and a pig to look for wealth. In the end, I did strip a corpse. I didn't expect the other party to remember me. I have to say, this is really awkward. Do you remember? The Vine Sovereign said, gritting his teeth. No matter what, he was an expert in the past. Now that he was starting over, he could be considered to have returned to his peak. There are no black spots in life, but there are black spots now. I know you. Are you pretending to have forgotten? Let me tell you, even if you have forgotten, I still remember. The Vine Sovereign had long seen through Lin Fan. He knew that Lin Fan would never admit it, but he would remember it for the rest of his life. I didn't remember before you mentioned it, but now that you mention it, I do. That's right. It's me. I didn't expect you to still be alive. If I had known, I wouldn't have treated you like that. Don't worry, I never deny what I do. If I did it, I did it. If I didn't, I didn't. So what do you think now? What do you want to do to me? Lin Fan asked calmly. It was impossible for him to deny it. He would never deny it in his entire life. What was there to be afraid of? How could he be afraid of others beating him up? He was really thinking too much. If hatred could make the other party stronger, then he was willing to be the creator of this hatred and make the other party stronger so that they could seek revenge on him. You. The Vine Monarch's body trembled as blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. He didn't expect the other party to admit it. He already knew that the other party would definitely find all sorts of excuses to deny him or even pretend that they didn't know each other. But she didn't expect him to admit it so quickly, and the most hateful thing was that he didn't have any strange expression on his face. He didn't even feel ashamed or unnatural. It was as if he had done something very normal. Was he really that shameless? Shou Xiaoshan was already confused by the situation in front of him. From the looks of it, the man lying there vomiting blood seemed to have a love-hate relationship with senior brother Lin. However, the two of them were indeed heavily injured. It was not fake at all. Peak Leader Lin, why are you here? The Thousand Cave Patriarch asked while enduring the pain. She couldn't care less anymore. The descender is still far away, but he will be here soon. I wonder how the goddess is doing. What does it have to do with you where I am? Does the road belong to you? Lin Fan retorted. The Thousand Cave Patriarch felt a little suffocated. Is there something wrong with this guy? I didn't even offend him, so why are his words so harsh? Can't we talk properly? Peak Leader Lin, we were trying to kill the descender of the ghost domain, but an accident happened and we were injured. I hope you can help us. She clutched her chest and coughed out blood. I can feel how strong this guy is. He might even be able to kill the descender. Save your sister. When did I, the Peak Lord, say that I'm a busybody? And you, have you forgotten what you did to me and my teacher? Don't think that you can forget it so easily. Lin Fan looked at the old woman. She used to be so arrogant, but now she's asking for help. This is really rare. The Thousand Cave Patriarch lowered his head. His face turned even paler. All right, you can go now. Eh? Lin Fan was stunned. This woman is quite decisive. Why would she say that? Wouldn't it be fine if I begged her a little more? Why is she so stubborn? I don't like her at all. She knows what's important and what's not. No matter what, we're old acquaintances. How can I leave her to die? Thousand Cave? Him? Do you think he's stronger than us? I think it's better for him to run away as soon as possible. I don't wish for him to die in the hands of a descender. The Vine Emperor glared at Lin Fan. Brat, you had better run away. Don't embarrass yourself. Sigh, I don't like what you said. Me dying in the hands of a descender? I'm afraid you're living in a dream. Let him come if he has the guts. Lin Fan was displeased. This guy is quite arrogant. But I'm glad that there's another person who's displeased with me. But he's a little weak. If I train him well, maybe he'll be a talent in the future. But for now, it's far from enough. Boom, a deafening sound could be heard from afar. Ha 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 ha. You bunch of ants, you're in trouble. I'm going to torture you to death and let you know the consequences of provoking me. Yu Yuan was still angry. As the true godson of the ghost race, he couldn't tolerate someone jumping around in front of him. That woman is quite powerful. I can't find her, so I can only give up and chase after the two who were injured by me. Uproar, there was a commotion among the survivors. They were terrified. They had been living well, but now a strong enemy had arrived. They really didn't know what to do. Brother, why aren't you running? She said that we don't need to save them. We have to leave. They wanted to shout, but they didn't know what to say. They only felt that something bad was about to happen. Shou Xiaoshan looked at Lin Fan. He couldn't figure out his senior brother, but he trusted him. He felt that nothing bad would happen. Whoosh, a ray of light broke through the sky. The space was like a wave, crashing to both sides. Yu Yuan stood in the air and saw the two people lying in the crater. He smiled. I thought you would be strong, but you're only SOSO. How is it? Do you feel good? He had made a mistake when he was suppressed by Lin Fan. However, he was just too careless. When he unleashed his Emperor Heaven Realm power, no one would be able to stop him. Eh? He noticed that there were natives around. You natives are really annoying. You dare to invade such a holy place like the Ghost Domain? You really don't know what's good for you. Yu Yuan clenched his fist and revealed a savage expression. However, suddenly. Eh? He realized that there was a familiar figure in the crowd. It was a little familiar. He seemed to have seen him before. He took a closer look. With a glance, he realized that something terrible had happened. It's him. Yu Yuan's heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down. The Ghost Origin Lord's death was still fresh in his mind. He was killed with a punch, and his corpse wasn't even intact. There was only a pile of flesh and blood. Damn, he's looking at me too. Yu Yuan could feel the gaze. It wasn't one of caution, but one of mockery. It was as if the other party was sizing him up. I will die. I never thought of myself as weak, but I never thought of myself as strong either. Humph. I, Yu Yuan, am not someone who will kill the innocent. I will let you go this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. Even though he was afraid, he couldn't just run away. He said this to save some face. Eh? The Thousand Cave Patriarch was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to not attack him. She looked at Lin Fan. He was calm and composed, as if he didn't care about anything at all. It was as if he didn't care about the other party at all. Suddenly, a voice rang in her ears. Come back. These two simple words resounded in the air. Boom, a violent energy exploded from the other party. Yu Yuan's body shook. Without hesitation, he entered the explosive state and turned around to attack Lin Fan. He closed his eyes. Lin Fan stood there without moving. He didn't even move in the face of the violent energy. There was only a smile on his face. Yu Yuan was in a violent state. The only thought in his mind was to kill Lin Fan. But suddenly, reason came to him. Damn. What am I doing? His pupils constricted and his body visibly trembled. Then, a few meters away from Lin Fan, he abruptly stopped. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like water droplets. What am I doing? Why am I here? He screamed in his heart. He couldn't understand why, in that instant, he had actually lost his mind and done something that even he didn't dare to believe. Thousand Cave, what is he doing? The Vine Emperor couldn't understand what was going on. The descender turned around to attack. It was obvious that he wasn't going to let anyone go. But he suddenly stopped and looked panicked. The Thousand Cave Patriarch was confused too. How could he understand what was going on? She looked at Lin Fan, trying to figure out his intentions. But his expression didn't change at all. She was speechless. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed. But Yu Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. It's a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Yu Yuan finally said after holding it in for a long time. I believe you. You're strong. Stronger than all the descenders I've seen. But the energy in your body isn't that strong. It seems like the demon ghost helped you. Lin Fan said. Yu Yuan waved his hands. No, I'm not strong at all. It's a misunderstanding. No, it's not a misunderstanding. It's the truth. I'm very interested in you. Maybe you can make me feel good. Lin Fan smiled. But, why did this smile of his seem so inappropriate to Yu Yuan? He went all out. Bang! Waves of energy rippled from Lin Fan's feet, spreading in all directions. The powerful energy uprooted the surrounding trees. The vine monarch, who was lying in a deep pit, tried to crawl away. Dust rushed into the pit, trying to bury him. A terrifying energy came crashing down. Everyone stared at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. Especially Shou Xiaoshan, who was dumbfounded. It was different from what he had expected. Piak, Lin Fan clenched his fist, and a dull sound could be heard. He could already feel the presence of the energy. It felt great. Gulp, Yu Yuan stood in front of Lin Fan in a daze, swallowing his saliva. Lin Fan raised his hand and interrupted Yu Yuan. He patted his chest and said, Don't talk. I'll let you make the first move. This? Yu Yuan was flustered and speechless. What the hell is going on? This guy is the last person I want to see. How did I meet him? No matter what, I'm a true god son of the ghost race. I'm a man of character and style, and I'm a talented genius. I have a bright future ahead of me. If I open up my path a little, I might be able to develop better. But now, I feel like I'm going to die here. If I die, I'll have nothing left. Yu Yuan took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from this terrifying guy. But every time he took a step back, the other party would take a step forward, maintaining the same distance as before. Can I not do this? Can't I just let him go? Don't hesitate. Hit me. From your attitude just now, I can tell that you're an arrogant person. Don't let fear blind your eyes. Raise your hand and hit me. Lin Fan took a step forward, and Yu Yuan took a step back. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. I can't do anything. I can't do anything, or I'll really die. What do you want? I already said that this is a misunderstanding. I won't hit you. Yu Yuan shook his head. He might be a true god's son, but he was panicking. He hoped that someone would come and save him. It was enough to see whether the other party was strong or not. If he wanted to prove it with his fist, he would be a fool. Thousand Cave, what's going on with this guy? Why do I feel like the Descenders don't want to fight him? The Vine Emperor felt quite dumbfounded. This boy's cultivation was only at the peak of the Tao realm while the Descender was at the peak of the Emperor Heaven realm. There was a massive gap between the two of them, so how could it be like this? Even if he raised a finger, he would be able to crush this kid to death. But now, this Descender actually didn't make a move and even seemed to have the intention of dodging. F***ck, could it be that because he was too despicable, the Descenders didn't dare to make a move? The Thousand Cave Patriarch didn't answer. She was also thinking about the situation. She knew that Lin Fan was very strong, but a Descender's strength was at the peak of the Emperor Heaven realm. No matter how strong Lin Fan was, there was an entire realm of difference between them, so he could not hesitate and keep dodging. Lin Fan was a little impatient. What was going on? He didn't like this kind of situation the most. He liked it when the other party was wild and arrogant, attacking without thinking and using all his strength to beat him up. Now that things had come to this point, he was a little dissatisfied with the lack of any response. Lin Fan walked up and pushed Yu Yuan's body. I told you to hit me. Did you hear me? Hit me. Yu Yuan was pushed in the chest and kept retreating. Not only was he not angry, but he also looked worried and afraid. Don't be like this, I don't like to fight. Lin Fan explained, trying to make himself look like a peace-loving person. You don't like to fight? Then why are these two guys vomiting so badly? Lin Fan pointed at the two and asked. Yu Yuan looked at the two people climbing out of the pit and felt a little regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have hit them so far away. I don't know. Maybe I bumped into them. Bro, no, big brother, I really won't fight. He wanted to cry. Who doesn't want to fight? But he was afraid. If I didn't see you kill the Lord of the Ghost Source, I would have attacked without hesitation. I wouldn't have needed you to torture me. In fact, if he had a big shot protecting him, he wouldn't have been so cowardly if he wasn't alone. Who's your big brother? Who are you? Lin Fan pushed him. This was a provocation. He didn't believe that these people would be so scared. He had already bullied them to this extent. How could they still take it? I told you to hit me. Did you hear me? Yu Yuan's head was like a rattle drum. He didn't say anything and just shook it. What are you shaking for? I told you to hit me. Hurry up and stop wasting time. Lin Fan patted Yu Yuan's head. This wasn't just any ordinary humiliation. He had already started to fight. If he could still take it, it would be illogical. Could it be that this guy felt the terrifying power when he saw me attack? That was very possible. Otherwise, why would he be so scared? No, he couldn't do this. Otherwise, where could he earn points? I won't fight. Yu Yuan shook his head and rejected. He was humiliated, but he didn't dare to fight back. He took a few steps back and shook his head. Zhou Xiaoshan was stunned. Did he have to bully people like this? In fact, he felt that this guy was really pitiful. Senior brother asked you to hit me, so why don't you just punch me? Do you have to be so scared? Are you going to fight or not? Lin Fan was getting impatient. Damn it. This guy must know how strong I am. Otherwise, why would he be so scared? No, I won't fight even if I die. I might be a descender, but I never hurt anyone. I don't even know the two of them. I don't even know where they came from. Boss, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want me to hit you? Yu Yuan was on the verge of tears. His forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. The Vine Thearch's eyes widened. What's going on today? Why are all the people I meet so cheap? You're lying. If you didn't beat us up, who else could it be? You don't even know us? Touch your conscience and feel it. Does it hurt? Yu Yuan blinked at the Vine Arch. Big brother, just pretend that you don't know me. I'm begging you. He was panicking. Forget it. If you don't want to fight, I'll do it. Lin Fan sighed. He wanted to see how strong the descender was since he was able to beat the old lady into such a state. If he made the first move, he might have killed the other party with one punch, and the other party wouldn't have the chance to attack. But he didn't expect the descender to be so cowardly. Even Yi Zhong is better than me. At least he knows how to talk, and he knows how to point out other people's hidden strengths. But this guy is disappointing. He doesn't have any strengths, and he only knows how to shake his head. What's the difference between him and trash? Peak Leader Lin, ask him to tell us the core of the ghost domain. The Thousand Cave Patriarch said anxiously. They were here to destroy the ghost domain and restore peace to the star region. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the Thousand Cave Patriarch, then at the little monster. The core of the ghost domain? Are you trying to destroy the ghost domain? Then wouldn't I, this little demon, disappear? Suddenly. Go to hell. Yu Yuan might be panicking, but he was good at seizing opportunities. I didn't expect this guy to dare to talk to someone so close to me. He knew that the opportunity was right in front of him. I won't have another chance if I don't seize it. Good. You're good. Lin Fan turned around and clenched his fist, sending a punch towards the opponent. What? Yu Yuan was dumbfounded. How can he react so quickly? My punch was already fast enough. Is there really such a huge gap between us? Bang, Lin Fan's fist clashed with Yu Yuan's fist. That invincible power exploded, and with a crack, something broke. Yu Yuan's arm was bent, and his fist landed on the opponent's body. His face contorted, and blood spurted out from his nose and mouth, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Boom, his body crashed into the distance, creating a ravine that was hundreds of meters long as he flew on the ground. What the F***ck? The Vine Emperor was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so strong that he could send the descender flying with a single punch. The three of them fought with all their might, but they still couldn't take down Lin Fan. Instead, they were suppressed by him. The gap is too huge. Even the 1000K Patriarch's eyes were shining with surprise. Ah! In the distance. Yu Yuan held his face as blood flowed from between his fingers. He screamed miserably, but his heart screamed even louder. I knew that I'm no match for Lin Fan. He's just baiting me. How despicable. Not bad indeed. He can take more hits than the average descender. Lin Fan felt that the ghost domain was different. And the ghost domain is interesting. It's useless to me, but I can feel a strange energy from the ghost domain enveloping him. No, I can't die here. Yu Yuan clenched his teeth. His face might have been distorted, but he could still move. But just at this moment, Lin Fan leaped up into the sky. That gigantic body of his soared up into the sky before landing down into the distance. Boom, the ground shook, and the sound was muffled. Yu Yuan raised his head and looked at Lin Fan in fear. He knew that he had no choice but to fight. You bastard. You bullied me and humiliated me. Even if I'm no match for you, someone will take revenge for me one day. Yu Yuan roared in anger, and a thick black mist burst out of his body. He was ready to die. Come on. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. He was in a frenzy, and his eyes were bloodshot. Wait a minute. Didn't you say that one day, someone would avenge you? But they don't know who killed you. Why don't you leave a clue and say that it was Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame Sect who killed you? That way, they will have a target. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. I've killed so many descenders, but no one knows who killed them. What a pity. If Lin Fan can leave some clues, I'll be glad to. You. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yu Yuan almost died from anger. How can I look down on you? You're still making fun of me even though I'm in such a miserable state. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Ah. Yu Yuan let out a loud roar, and the ghost domain shook for a while before calming down. When the ghost domain calmed down, he let out a roar and pounced at Lin Fan. Goodbye. Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped Yu Yuan. Unable to withstand the terrifying force, Yu Yuan's body split into two, and the ground sank, forming a huge handprint. Heis, there's nothing much to it. Oh powerful being, when are you coming? I'm really getting impatient waiting for you right now. He felt helpless. Waiting for an elite is a painful thing. Cough cough. The Vine Emperor coughed out blood. He couldn't find words to describe the sight of his back. 2F** King strong. He's too strong. Shou Xiaoshan was shocked. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even see the Vine Emperor as a human. The Vine Emperor is so strong that the aura he exudes is suffocating. If we were to go up against him, we wouldn't even know how we died. But even so, he was like a piece of paper in front of our senior brother. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Piak, the 1000K Patriarch was shocked. He felt like he had been wrong from the beginning. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Lin Fan walking over. Lin Fan was bored. He walked up to the 1000K Patriarch. Old hag, you guys are too weak. Lin Fan's words were like a hammer that struck the two of them in the heart. The Vine Emperor wanted to scream. Who the F***ck is weak? The other party is very strong. But I can't bring myself to say it. This guy killed me without hesitation. What else can I say? The 1000K Patriarch said in a low voice. I never thought that I, the 1000K, would make such a mistake. Impressive, impressive indeed. Hey, wait. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Lin Fan said anxiously. Hearing this, the Vine Emperor looked at Lin Fan in surprise. She looked at Lin Fan in surprise. She didn't expect him to be so polite. But what he said next almost made the 1000K Patriarch jump up and fight him. You didn't make a mistake. You're really blind. Lin Fan shook his head. Zhou Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. Senior brother, why are your words always so unpleasant? No matter what, the beauty in front of me is an outstanding beauty. She's like a goddess. Her face is beautiful, and her body is like a devil's, but her chest is a little small. Even if there was a conflict between them on account of her beautiful face, he had to give her some face. After all, everyone had a love for beauty. Even a powerhouse would not be able to escape from this. The 1000K Patriarch's face turned strange. He was unhappy with Lin Fan's words. Old woman, don't be unhappy. At that time, you swore that if I didn't join your organization, I would be consigned to eternal damnation if I met a descender. Do you still remember? Lin Fan asked. Yes, but peak leader Lin, as an elite, how can you be so petty? The 1000K Patriarch didn't expect Lin Fan to remember that incident. Lin Fan shook his head and retorted, that's where you're wrong. Experts aren't magnanimous. It's because I'm magnanimous that I can become so strong. Haha. 1000K Patriarch laughed. Is that so? My 1000 deep caves is really ignorant. I've never seen it before. I'm so angry. The 1000K Patriarch swore that he had never seen someone like Lin Fan. Why haven't you seen me before? Am I not standing right in front of you? In the future, you must remember that being petty is the mark of a powerful person. Lin Fan patted his chest and praised himself. There was no problem. What he said was the truth, and there was evidence. The 1000K Patriarch gasped in his heart. Shameless. I've never seen such a shameless person. So shameless. The Vine the Arch muttered softly. He was convinced. At the same time, he understood that only a B*TCH like Lin Fan would dig someone's coffin and strip them naked. What did you say? Lin Fan looked at the Vine Emperor. Did she say something unfriendly just now? The Vine Emperor's anus tightened. He had a bad feeling about this. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party, given the other party's shameless behavior, if he were to say that he was a slut, then he wouldn't have a good ending either. For my own safety. Sometimes, I have to be a coward. Peak Leader Lin, you misheard me. I just said that Peak Leader Lin is right. The Vine Emperor said calmly. At the same time, he nodded with a thoughtful look on his face, showing that he agreed with what the Vine Emperor said. Peak Leader Lin said that being petty is the mark of an elite. It doesn't sound right, but if I think about it, Peak Leader Lin's wisdom makes sense. The Vine Emperor analyzed Lin Fan's words carefully. Look, smart people will always be smart. Usually, people with small breasts are smart, but sometimes, fate will play tricks on people and they will make mistakes. Just like the 1000K Patriarch. Small breasts, but not smart enough. She's still far behind us. Yeah, you're right. Lin Fan nodded. You're not bad. You're something. The 1000K Patriarch looked at the Vine Emperor in disdain. Why didn't I notice that you're such a coward in the past? I've never been afraid even when I fought against the Descenders. But facing this guy, I'm so scared that I don't even dare to speak the truth. Instead, I'm praising him. Is this the reason why I became a coward after walking on the edge of death? The Vine Emperor smiled without saying a word, but he was cursing in his heart. This is too much. Forget it. I won't lower myself to the level of a kid. Lin Fan looked at the two of them and stared at the 1000K Patriarch. Your injuries are so serious. Does it hurt? The 1000K Patriarch couldn't be bothered to talk to him. He didn't even want to talk to him. Peak Leader Lin, I have to remind you that the Descenders are not as simple as they seem. The ones you are facing now belong to the younger generation. The true elites have yet to descend. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Alright, that's enough. You told me the same thing the last time. Tell me, what's the result? Lin Fan asked. The Thousand Cave Patriarch looked at Lin Fan. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why can't I believe it? Judging from your situation, I don't think you have anything else to say. Let me tell you. I'm alive and well, and the sect is doing fine. As for you, look at yourself. You've been beaten to the point that you're spitting blood. If you hadn't met me this time, the two of you would have ended your lives. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. We're all from the outer world, and we have some connections. Coincidentally, my sect is looking for people to do odd jobs. If you want to go, I can lower the requirements for you. What do you think? Lin Fan didn't think highly of the two. Especially the Thousand Cave Patriarch. Even though he had lived for a long time and reincarnated, he was still beaten to death. Therefore, he was still weaker than the Thousand Cave Patriarch. However, he was still considered a talent in the outer world. Lin Fan could make an exception to take him in. The Thousand Cave Patriarch was furious after hearing Lin Fan's words. He wanted to shout. Don't say any more. Do you want to anger me to death? The Thousand Cave Patriarch had never suffered so much in her life. But ever since she reincarnated, she had been suffering. The things she left in the Thousand Deep Cave in her previous life were taken away. She didn't know who it was at first, but she soon realized that it was the guy in front of her. After all, there's no one more despicable than him in this world. No need. The Thousand Cave Patriarch said while gritting his teeth. But it does make sense. Back then, she thought that she had given the Thousand Deep Cave Patriarch a great opportunity. But who would have thought that they were the ones who were beaten up in the end? And they almost died here. How sad. It's fine if you don't need it. You will understand in the future how unwise and regretful it is to miss this opportunity. Lin Fan sighed. He repeated the words that the Thousand Cave Patriarch had said to him. It was the Thousand Cave Patriarch who said those words to me. But in reality, I feel good saying those words to the Thousand Cave Patriarch. Senior brother's communication skills are a little low. Xianxia thought. I've never seen anyone speak like that. Isn't he afraid of offending the Thousand Cave Patriarch? At this moment, the Thousand Cave Patriarch just wanted to kill this unforgiving guy in front of me. I want to step on him and kick his face. How despicable. Junior brother, let's go. Lin Fan prepared to leave. I don't know if Yuan passed my name to the sect before he died. But from the looks of it, he should have. Senior brother, will they be okay if they stay here with such serious injuries? Xianxia asked. This is the ghost domain. Not only are the descenders in danger, but the monsters here are also terrifying. I don't think they'll be able to survive if they meet a strong monster. What problem can there be? We chose our own path, so we have to rely on our own abilities. Junior brother, our sect may be kind and righteous, but we're not stupid. Let's go. Lin Fan took out a handful of pills from his storage ring as he walked past Thousand Cave Patriarch and Lin Fan. The aroma of the pill filled the air. Divine the Arch was overjoyed. His impression of Lin Fan had changed once again. He might not be escorting us out, but he's going to leave us some pills. He's not a bad person. But in the next second, he took back what he said and pretended he didn't say anything. Lin Fan stuffed the pill into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, and all sorts of flavors mixed together. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you think I'll give you the pills? You're thinking too much. We're not related at all. Remember, you have to rely on yourself. Don't always rely on others. Haze. Lin Fan shook his head in disdain, as if he was disappointed in the Vine the Arch. The Vine the Arch was speechless when he saw the look in Lin Fan's eyes. I'm the Vine the Arch. When has anyone ever looked at me like that? Infuriating. This is too infuriating. Even my liver feels like it's going to explode. Vine the Arch, alright. I've been prepared for this ever since I met him. The Thousand Cave Patriarch calmed down after being angry for a long time. Thousand Cave, how can I take this lying down? Tell me, why is there such a person in the outer world? If it was me in the past, I would have killed him with a single slap. Don't you think so? The Vine the Arch said angrily. The Thousand Cave Patriarch didn't speak. He looked into the distance. Seems like the goddess of heavenly mandate has left. She has the Sumeru immortal body, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to escape from the Descenders. The Vine the Arch nodded. Indeed. There are still many things to do. But I have to leave the ghost domain first. At the border of the ghost domain. Little demon, go ahead and develop yourself. Lin Fan said to the demon. After collecting so many pearls and refining them all, I will definitely be able to reach a decent level. Big brother. The demon was completely convinced by Lin Fan. He called him Big Brother to express his reluctance to leave. But it was a pity that he was a demon and couldn't leave the ghost domain. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to leave with his big brother. He looked at Lin Fan affectionately, trying to remember Lin Fan's handsome face in his heart. Although his big brother wasn't super handsome, he was the most handsome in his eyes. There was no doubt about it. The demon was too short. Lin Fan wanted to touch his shoulder, but he had to bend down. Alright, let's stop here. You're so short, and my neck hurts talking to you. Big brother, I'm a demon, and this is my real body. I can't grow any longer. The demon was helpless. But it was a pity that he couldn't change it. Just then, a group of survivors followed him out. They looked at each other and wanted to say something. At the same time, they were afraid of this place and the outside world. One of the survivors stepped out. He had Dao Realm Cultivation and could be considered the strongest here. Everyone asked him to step out. Big brother, can we follow you and join the sector in? The Dao Realm survivor asked. He might be asking, but he was confident that others might not be able to join, but he could. With his Dao Realm Cultivation, no matter where he went, he would be an elite. Now that he had taken the initiative to join Lin Fan's sect, he would be able to increase the overall strength of the sect. You guys, forget it. The farming department is full, the toilet cleaning department is full, and you guys don't even have the qualifications to join the fighting department. How about this, work hard and you guys might have a chance in the future. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and felt that the manpower was full. The Magnificent Flame sect wasn't a place that anyone could join. They had to be talented. What? The Dao Realm survivor was dumbfounded. What did I just hear? Farming and toilet cleaning. As for the Thug Hall members, they were even more confused. What the hell are they talking about? I just want to know what's going on. Junior brother, let's go. Lin Fan grabbed Xianxia and disappeared from the spot without saying anything to the survivors. The survivors stood there dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. I don't have the right? The Dao Realm survivor acted like he had heard a lie. He still hadn't reacted. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature was a bit low. Many survivors found that there seemed to be someone beside them. Who was not human. They turned around and saw that the little gremlin was also looking at them. Gulp, the survivors suddenly remembered that they were still in Ghost's domain. Although they were on the edge, who could say that there was no danger? Help! In an instant. Everyone fled without any hesitation. These guys are a little cowardly. The little spirit looked at the crowd that was running away and rubbed its head. Then, it turned around and headed deeper into the forest. He was going to slowly refine the pearls. There were too many and he didn't know how long it would take. Xianxia was in Lin Fan's hands, and he could feel the extreme speed. Are we going back just like that? He lowered his head and thought about it. After being out for so long, he had actually experienced some things. But when he thought about it, it didn't seem to mean much. He glanced at Lin Fan from the corner of his eyes, not knowing what to say. He could only say, Senior brother, you're really amazing. After a long time, Senior brother, something seems to be happening below. Xianxia said. His nose was very sensitive, and he could smell fresh blood. Although Lin Fan's speed was very fast, the smell of fresh blood still drifted over. Eh? Lin Fan stopped. It was indeed as Xianxia had said. Something was happening below. What's going on? It seems to be a village. He descended quickly. It wasn't that he liked to meddle in other people's business. But he hated it when people bullied defenseless villagers. Was he even human? Screams could be heard from the village. The surrounding houses were on fire and burning. Thick smoke floated out and was carried away by the wind. Ha ha ha, let's see how long you can last. A childish voice could be heard. Poochie, screams could be heard. Senior brother, what exactly happened? Xianxia was shocked. As long as someone had a bottom line, they would definitely not attack a defenseless village. Before the integration of the Outer Realm, many sects had their own rules. Even after the integration of the Outer Realm, it should still be the same. Let's go. Lin Fan stepped into the village and walked inside. The ground was stained with fresh blood, and there were many corpses lying in front of the houses. Some had been pierced through by a sword. Some had their heads chopped off. Soon, there was an empty space in front of them. There were 7 figures in that empty space. At the same time, there were many wooden stakes in the middle, and many people were tied to them. There were children and adults, but they were all dead. Even the last person, the one who screamed in pain, closed his eyes under the torture of the other party. How can this be? These kids, they actually massacred the entire village. Xianxia was shocked. He had not expected this. Their methods were too cruel. If they could kill cultivators at such a young age, he would think that they were capable, as they had such a cultivation base at such a young age. But these kids had attacked the villagers, and it was a complete massacre. It was simply too evil. Who are you? The kids who were torturing the villagers turned around and looked at Lin Fan and Xianxia. Although their faces were no longer childish, they still had the aura of youth. They looked 13 or 14 years old, and were still developing. You, how could you do such a thing? Xianxia scolded. His heart was burning with anger. Among the group of kids, one person walked out. He was skinny, but his face was fierce. The dagger in his hand was still dripping with blood. Humph, what has it got to do with you? We are killing people, so what can you do about it? The boys around him also laughed disdainfully. Hey, let me tell you 2 busybodies. Listen up, our sect is not 14 years old, so no matter who we kill, we will not be responsible. What? Are you trying to bully the weak? If you are not afraid of being cursed, then come at me if you have the guts. These kids were fierce, and they were not afraid of Lin Fan and Xianxia at all. Senior brother, these kids are too fierce. What should we do? Xianxia asked. He did not know how to solve this. After all, he had never touched a kid before. Lin Fan was expressionless. So young, but already on the path of crime. What a pity. Yes, senior brother, it is indeed a pity. We can't just ignore it. Why don't we take them down and teach them a lesson? Hearing his senior brother's words, Xianxia could feel the pain in his heart. At this age, he was just starting to show his youth. If he was taught well, he might become a great person in the future. However, what his senior brother said next shocked him. Kill them. Lin Fan said. Ah? Xianxia almost spat out blood. He thought he had heard wrongly. Senior brother, what did you just say? Lin Fan looked at Xianxia and did not say anything. He moved in front of one of them. Even though he did not transform, the other party's head was only at the same level as his chest. Lin Fan slapped him. A strong wind pressure exploded. Poochie, the kid's back exploded, and his bloody skeleton was sent flying. All that was left was a pile of flesh on the ground. What? The rest of the kids' expressions changed. They screamed and ran in all directions. Help! Lin Fan twisted his neck and kicked. A wind blade swept out, creating a deep hole in the ground. Then, it cut the kid's butt. Poochie, the body was cut into 2, and blood spurted out. Demon. When the rest saw their comrade killed, their faces turned pale and they panicked. They did not expect this person to really want to kill them. Lin Fan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The kids who were running felt that they had nowhere to go. Space wrapped around them, and at the same time, they were wrapped into a ball and continuously crushed. Xianxia looked at the scene in front of him. Senior brother's methods, ugh, the kids who were crushed by the space started to bleed, and their bodies started to distort. Ah, screams rang out. Stop! Suddenly, an angry shout came from afar. Pung! The space collapsed like a broken mirror. In the end, all that was left was a pile of flesh and blood on the ground. Senior brother, are you really going to kill them all? Xiaoshan asked. Yes, they are all dead. Of course. Lin Fan said. At this moment, a figure came from afar. He stood in the air and looked at the surroundings. His expression turned cold. You two are so cruel. How dare you kill so many people? You deserve to die. The man pulled out the blade on his back. He turned into a streak of light and charged at Lin Fan. Listen to us, it's not like that. Xiaoshan shouted anxiously. They didn't do it. They couldn't misunderstand. Explain? Go down and explain to those people. The man did not listen at all. He gathered his strength on his blade and slashed. The blade light was bright and covered the world. Raising his head, Lin Fan raised his hand and punched out into the void as well. Pong, pong, this punch did not hit the man but hit the air instead. But there was a sound in the air and it clashed with the blade light. The blade light was instantly shattered, but the power did not stop. It continued on to the man. Hung Long, the man's body suffered a heavy blow. His flesh and blood looked like they were about to disintegrate. He flew into the distance, smashing through many trees and finally burying himself in a wall. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Senior brother, this guy might not be a bad guy. He was a little too heavy-handed, right? Xiaoshan's brain could not process. Was senior brother a good guy or a bad guy? Why could he not understand? Junior brother, as long as they attack me, there is no good or bad guy. There are only enemies. Lin Fan said. Then, is he dead? Xiaoshan asked. Lin Fan said, he might be dead, he might not be dead. Xiaoshan was stunned. He could not understand what was going on. Let's go. Don't think so much. With your current intelligence, it is hard for you to understand this situation. Lin Fan grabbed Xiaoshan and flew into the distance. Xiaoshan was indignant. The magnificent flame sect. Senior brother, I don't remember the sect being like this in the past. Although he had yet to reach the sect, he could see the shocking changes that had taken place. The sect was shrouded in a layer of invisible energy that could be felt. Xiaoshan remembered that when he left the sect, it was weak and ordinary. He even felt that his sect was like a speck of dust when he saw the other sects in the outer region. But now, he was stunned. This was too shocking. What exactly happened during this period of time? The changes in the sect were too great, weren't they? The sect is improving. You know too little. Just take your time to feel it. Lin Fan did not say much. With him around, it would be a miracle if the sect didn't change. Xiaoshan was confused. He had many questions to ask. But looking at his senior brother, it seems that he doesn't want to say much. Senior brother is back. The news of Lin Fan's return to the sect spread like wildfire amongst the disciples. Xiaoyu was restless. He had been praying for his son to be fine. When he heard that Lin Fan was back, he left the mountain immediately and flew towards the Invincible Peak. Please be fine. Please be fine. It feels pretty good to be back. A sense of security flooded into his heart. Xiaoshan felt as though his heart was at ease. He had suffered a lot while he was out there. It was unbearable. Now that he was back, he felt like crying. Son. Shoyu's voice could be heard even before Shoyu arrived. Many disciples came over. Hearing this, they were stunned. Son, who is he calling? Father. Xiaoshan was emotional. He might have gone out on his own accord, but he couldn't find his way home. It was easy to imagine how panicked he was. Now that he was back, he felt at ease. His father was very affectionate, and he hugged him on the spot. There was no need to describe their feelings as they hugged each other and cried bitterly. Everyone at the scene was moved. It was a touching scene. However, there were some first-class inner disciples who had entered the sect earlier. They were already disciples before Xiaoshan was even born. As far as they knew, Shouyu did not have a partner or children back then. Hey, what do you think is going on here? From what I know, Elder Shouyu rarely leaves the sect. He spends his time in the mountain with beasts as his companions. He doesn't have any so-called partners. Who knows? When Shou Xiaoshan became the Peak Lord, I always thought that he was related to Elder Shouyu. However, I didn't think that they were father and son. Now, they are actually father and son. Do you think this is? He didn't dare to say it, and he didn't dare to think about it. Shoo. Don't say any more. Do you want to get into big trouble? Be careful. Yes, yes. Both of them were senior disciples, so they naturally knew a lot. He still remembered the past. That day, the sky was cloudless for 10,000 li. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rolled. The roar of 10,000 beasts shook the entire sect. Perhaps, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Peak Lord Lin, thank you so much. Elder Shouyu said gratefully. If not for Peak Lord Lin's help, he would have been dead by now. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Lin Fan waved his hand and was really calm. This trip wasn't without rewards. Ghost Region was quite interesting. Elder Shouyu looked at Lin Fan with deep emotions. He even had an urge to marry Lin Fan. Lin Fan rejected him decisively. He hoped that the old man wouldn't do anything out of line. This wasn't something an old man could handle. In the distance, Dao Tianwang and Wan Zhongtian rushed over. They heard that junior brother Shou was back, so they naturally came to welcome him. Everything else aside, they didn't want to go out the moment they returned to the sect. Junior brother, it's good that you're back. Dao Tianwang seemed to have matured. After all, he was a father now. His love for Dao Tianwang stunned Shou Xiaoshan. Shou Xiaoshan felt that something was wrong. Although he had left the sect for a period of time, it wasn't that long. Senior brother Dao gave off a very different feeling. Senior brother, you've changed. Shou Xiaoshan said. Ha ha ha, of course. I'm not alone anymore. I have a family now. Naturally, I'm different from you. Dao Tianwang smiled happily. Shou Xiaoshan blinked. Although there wasn't anything wrong with what he said, why did it feel so weird? It was like he was showing off. It was like he was saying that they weren't the same kind of people anymore. At this moment, he looked at Wan Zhongtian. Shou Xiaoshan didn't really like Wan Zhongtian. The two of them had conflicts back in the sect. To him, Wan Zhongtian was a hot-tempered and arrogant person. He had even fought with him in the past. Junior brother Shou, welcome back. You can be at ease in the sect from now on. Wan Zhongtian smiled. Shou Xiaoshan stared at Wan Zhongtian warily. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Although the conflict between him and Wan Zhongtian wasn't a blood feud, it wasn't something that could be resolved with time. Now, he was telling him to welcome back. This was a sign that he was plotting against him. Wan Zhongtian felt Shou Xiaoshan's gaze and actually laughed. Junior brother Shou, you can't be thinking that I want to take revenge on you, right? Shou Xiaoshan was stunned. He didn't expect Wan Zhongtian to say such words in front of everyone. It seemed like after not seeing him for a long time, Wan Zhongtian's methods had become more profound. He had to be careful. He had just returned to the sect and wasn't clear about some things. He was in a weak position and had to be careful. Kiki. Shou Xiaoshan laughed and didn't say much. Wan Zhongtian shook his head and stretched out his hand, wanting to pat Shou Xiaoshan's shoulder. Facing such a situation, Shou Xiaoshan wanted to avoid it. However, this was the sect and there were so many people around. It wasn't as if he could hurt him. Patter, Wan Zhongtian placed his arm on Shou Xiaoshan's shoulder and sighed. Junior brother, I've long forgotten about the competition in the past. I, your senior brother, have a family now and don't participate in those things anymore. Now that the sect is taken care of by your senior brother, you can come back safely. In the future, don't go out and run around. If it's possible, I can get your sister-in-law to introduce her sect's female disciples to you. Hearing these words, Shou Xiaoshan's mind was about to explode. What was going on? Why couldn't he understand? He really couldn't understand what Wan Zhongtian was talking about. He was telling me all these things after returning to the sect. That was a little problematic. Elder Shou Yu didn't hide his relationship with Shou Xiaoshan and nodded happily. Xiaoshan, your senior brother Wan is right. It's time to find a wife. Ah? Shou Xiaoshan raised his head and looked at the crowd. He didn't understand what was going on. Is this still the same sect as before? In his memory, it didn't seem to be so harmonious. Yun Xiao peek. Shou Xiaoshan is back too. When is our senior brother coming back? Xianxia really missed her senior brother. Wang Xinkong was silent. Then, he said, it's good that senior brother is back. It doesn't matter if he becomes stronger or not. Now that Peak Leader Dao and Peak Leader Wan already have wives and children, it's obvious that they're starting to nurture the next generation. But we don't even know if our senior brother is dead or alive. We don't even know where he went. As Yun Zhao's loyal junior brothers, they had always been worried about him. Forget it, we can only wait quietly for senior brother to come back. The two of them didn't care about how strong their senior brother became. To them, as long as he was back, it was enough. They didn't care about anything else. Shou Xiaoshan and the rest left Invincible Peak. Senior brother, during the time you were away, people from Absolute God Palace came. Lu Qiming reported. Absolute God Palace? What are they doing here? Lin Fan was shocked. He then thought about the 12 coffins he harvested in the danger zone. There were corpses in them. Could it be that the people from Absolute God Palace found something? They didn't say much, but they asked me to pass on a message. Don't touch the corpses. There's something wrong with them. Lu Qiming didn't understand what was going on, but he still passed on the message. That's it? Nothing else? Lin Fan pondered. Although the message was simple, it contained a lot of content. That's it. That's it. Lin Fan was deep in thought. He couldn't understand. The sect leader of Absolute God Palace brought the corpses back for research, and now he sent someone to tell him not to touch the corpses. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Could it be that there's something in the corpses? Seeing that Lin Fan was deep in thought, Lu Qiming tried to help him. Senior brother, since that's the case, why don't we go to Absolute God Palace? Junior brother, what you said is possible, but it's too far, and it's too tiring to run. There's no need. I'll go out first and come back later. Lin Fan waved his hands and disappeared. Go to Absolute God Palace? I said not to touch the corpses, so I'll do it. If there's something, I'll come. I'm not afraid. Lu Qiming watched as Lin Fan left. Hayes, senior brother must be going to touch the corpses. He understood senior brother well. Is he really not going to touch the corpses? He must be dreaming. Far away from the magnificent flame sect, in a remote place. This place is much safer. He didn't know why the corpses couldn't be moved, but there was definitely a problem. If there really was a problem, and if he couldn't handle it, the sect would be destroyed. That would be terrible. So it was safest to stay far away from the sect. Lin Fan took out a coffin and opened it. The corpse laid quietly inside. Even though it was dead, its appearance was still annoying. Pa, a small slap landed. It wasn't heavy, but it wasn't light either. The sound was really low. He's already dead, so what's the point of being so handsome? If the corpse could come back to life, it would definitely roar. Is it my fault that I'm handsome? Let's use you to study. He looked at the corpse carefully. From head to toe, there was nothing weird. It was just that the corpse didn't rot. No problem, that's the biggest problem. Absolute God Palace must have found something since they got a corpse. He thought about it. With his intelligence, it was impossible that he didn't find anything. Could it be that the intelligence of the people from Ultimate God Palace could be compared to his, if he didn't find out what the problem was? He would smash his head to the ground and let everyone see. He was the one who said that. This time, he studied the coffin seriously. It was very solemn and heavy. The color was gray, giving one a feeling of loneliness, emptiness, and uncertainty. This is a coffin with a story. Lin Fan's intelligence wasn't low. Just from a coffin, he could see things that others couldn't. That was intelligence. He looked carefully inside the coffin in case there were any details that he hadn't noticed before. But after looking around, he didn't find anything. Lin Fan was a very attentive person. Absolute God Palace said that there was a problem with the corpses, so if he didn't find out, what else could he do, even if others didn't say anything? He couldn't forgive his own stupidity. From head to toe, slowly check, I will definitely find out the problem. He didn't know how Absolute God Palace found out, but he definitely wouldn't ask them. Some things had to be done by himself. He touched his head. His hair was really thick, probably because he hadn't washed it in a long time. There was actually some oil on it. If the bosses of those small restaurants in his previous life cooked the oil, maybe they would be able to cook a pot of good colored gutter oil. Voila, Tai Sovereign's sword came out of its sheath. Killing intent surged as he pressed down on the head, the blade scraping. Pung pung, black hair fell continuously. Not long later, the handsome guy with thick hair instantly became bald. His scalp was really shiny and didn't have the pattern he had imagined. As expected, if there is a pattern on the scalp, then it might be a breakthrough. Lin Fan touched his chin and went into deep thought. How did Absolute God Palace find out? He didn't understand. Maybe it was hidden too well. When he first found the corpse, he didn't notice it. He placed it on the forehead of the corpse and sensed the situation in the skull. There were no signs of life, and there was no hidden power. His palm slowly moved down to the neck, but there was no movement either. A guy with such smooth skin, one look and I know he doesn't cultivate a hard technique. I am not jealous of you, I just look down on you. If someone was here, they would definitely open their mouth and feel like they had seen a ghost. For a living person to actually talk to a corpse, it was also very magical. Was Lin Fan the kind of person who would be jealous of others? That was definitely impossible. His clothes were annoying and blocked his line of sight. He couldn't see the surface of the body. Then, he didn't think too much about it. Brutally and straightforwardly, he tore open the other party's clothes. Snow White skin should not appear on a man's body. If it wasn't for her flat chest, he would have thought that she was a woman. Sigh, you have to maintain such white skin even after becoming a corpse. I wonder what kind of man you were when you were alive. Maybe he was someone who relied on his face to make a living. Lin Fan commented while his hands continued to press on the other party's body. He could sense the movements within the other party's body. As long as there was the slightest movement, he would be able to detect it. Even the slightest movement of blood would not escape his senses. That's impossible. There's no such thing. What did the Absolute God Palace discover? Why didn't they just say it directly? Lin Fan thought about it, but he still couldn't figure it out. It was impossible for him to go to the Absolute God Palace to find the answer. That wasn't his style. He didn't think much of it. He continued to sense. He directly tore off his opponent's pants. At this moment, the corpse was completely naked. Just what in the world is it hiding? Lin Fan's head was starting to hurt. That was impossible. He was even suspecting if he had given the ugliest corpse to the Ultimate God Palace and the Ultimate God Palace had found out about the hidden item. If that was the case, then it would be a huge loss. He looked left, right, and took a closer look. There wasn't even a fart. He then took out all the corpses. Just like before, they were stripped naked and their hair was shaved. Nothing was found. Impossible, I must have missed something. If the Absolute God Palace could find it, then how could I not? Could it be that my intelligence was much lower than the Absolute God Palace's? Damn, there must be a problem. He checked again in disbelief, but he still didn't find anything useful. Haze. Lin Fan kept the coffin and knelt on the ground. He placed his hands on the ground and raised his head. He then smashed his head against the ground. Boom, a terrifying force exploded out. The ground started to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. A shockwave shot down from the ground into the abyss. Thick dust covered the area. Even though they were far away from the magnificent flame sect, they could feel the ground shaking. What happened? The disciples were stunned. Everything was fine, so why is the ground shaking? Lu Qiming looked into the distance. That's where Senior Brother went. What is Senior Brother doing? He didn't really understand. But he didn't understand. Senior brother's actions were always so cool, and it wasn't something he could understand. Drip, fresh blood dripped down, dyeing the ground red. I'm still alive? Lin Fan's head hurt. Since I said it, I have to do it even if I have to kneel. Self-created move, brain shell breaking. Lin Fan raised his head and smashed it against the ground. Although he hadn't touched the ground yet, the impact was too strong. Boom, the ground cracked, and huge rocks floated in the air. The pit got bigger and bigger, and it kept sinking. Damn, I'm still alive. Lin Fan's head was itchy, but his life didn't seem to be fading at all. At this speed, how long would it take for them to crash to death? Bang, bang, Lin Fan kept smashing against the ground without stopping. Blood flowed like a river from his head. It was a tragic sight. Lin Fan's vision was blurred by the blood. He felt terrible and unhappy. Earthquake, it's an earthquake. The magnificent flame sect was in chaos. All the disciples were panicking. It was too sudden. I can't go on like this. Lin Fan didn't think much of it and quickly took out the Tai Sovereign's sword to stab himself. Then, he slammed his head on the ground again. Bang, he could feel his life slipping away. He laid there happily, waiting for death to come. It's been a long time since I died, and I'm not used to it. But I can't blame him. If there's someone to blame, blame it on the fact that no elites came. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes. His energy was at its peak. He looked at his surroundings in silence. Who did this? Such a lack of environmental awareness, such a good place was destroyed to such a state. Damn it. If I find out, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. When Lin Fan returned to the sect, Lu Qiming came over immediately to ask about what happened. After all, the tremor was too big, and the disciples thought that something big had happened. Lin Fan couldn't tell them. It's nothing. I hit the ground myself. It'll be embarrassing if I tell them. I will definitely not go to the Absolute God Palace. Even if they find out, I won't ask them. Isn't it just 12 corpses? Isn't it just 12 corpses? Even if it's something, it has nothing to do with me. Can it be heaven-defying? When he returned to the sect, he went to look for his master. It had been a few days since he last saw him, and he missed his master. Furthermore, he had a feeling that there would be elites among the descenders coming soon. By then, I will be busy fighting against the descenders, and I won't be able to see my master for a long time. Tiansu Mountain. Disciple, master feels that there's something wrong with your mental state. Tiansu sat there like an old landlord, sipping his tea and looking at his disciple carefully. He was like an old landlord. Master, how can you tell? Disciple seems to be in good spirits recently. Lin Fan sat at the side and took a fruit to satisfy his craving. He didn't agree with what his master said about his mental state. Tiansu took a sip of tea and shook his head. Disciple, why would master lie to you? Master, you definitely won't lie to me, but is my mental state really not good? Lin Fan touched his face. I don't think there's such a situation, but since master said so, I don't want to refute him. So be it. Disciple, do you want to know why you're like this? Tiansu whispered. Lin Fan felt that something was wrong with his master's behavior, but he still replied. Master, why? Vitality. Tiansu whispered after making sure that there was no one around. Hearing this, Lin Fan was confused. Master, can you explain more clearly? I don't really understand. Heyish. Tiansu sighed. Disciple, master will not beat around the bush. Just look, Dao Tianwang has a son, and Wan Zhongtian, that useless brat, has a wife. Let me ask you, what do you have? Lin Fan wanted to listen to his master's explanation to see if there was really such a problem. But after hearing what his master said, he was dumbfounded. So this is what he meant by saying so much. Vitality is too strong, causing my mental state to be bad? Master, I have you. Lin Fan replied. Go away, trying to coax master every day. Do you think master's brain has gone haywire? When master was young, I coaxed many people. How dare you coax me with your pathetic abilities? You're underestimating Master. Tiansu pointed at Lin Fan anxiously. Master, you were so good at coaxing people in the past, but you didn't find me a wife. Lin Fan said, Teacher, your disciple is not the kind of person who doesn't listen to your words. Your disciple has always treated you as his goal. Anything that you've done before, your disciple will definitely give it a try. But the problem is that you've never walked this path, teacher. Tiansu took a deep breath. This rascal is getting smarter. He knows how to draw inferences. Are you trying to anger Master to death? Tiansu fell silent. He had to use his trump card. I must let my precious disciple have a son and a daughter. Master, don't worry. I won't let you die even if I die. I'm looking for the Yu family. As long as I find them, I'll definitely save you even if you die. Lin Fan said. Tiansu couldn't understand. Everything about my precious disciple is good, but this is the only thing that gives me a headache. Suddenly, Tiansu froze. Disciple, do you not like women? He whispered. That's possible. My disciple cultivates a skill set, and his energy is very strong. He's usually very hot. It's impossible that he doesn't need to remove the excess vitality. Lin Fan looked at his master and blinked. This is a complicated problem. Lin Fan left the teacher's side. As for the topic of conversation, he just felt that he didn't really understand. This was harming him. Women, impossible. That was something that did not exist. The path of a powerhouse had yet to reach its end, yet it was blocked by a woman. This was an irresponsible action. Back at the Invincible Peak, Lu Qiming was always by his side, ready to go through fire and water for his senior brother. Junior brother, you go do what you need to do. I will head to the secret room to calm down. Lin Fan waved his hand. He had been stuck at the Dao realm for a period of time and it was time for him to rise to a higher realm. His foundation would soon be full. He was so close. Senior brother. Lu Qiming raised his head and looked at Lin Fan solemnly. What's the matter? Lin Fan asked. Junior brother's expression was a little serious, it seemed like something was up. As the junior brother, Lu Qiming had to help his senior brother relieve his stress. However, when he saw his senior brother in such a state, he felt uncomfortable. Senior brother, junior brother will always support you. Although his words didn't mean anything. However, Lu Qiming had already stated his intentions. Lin Fan patted Lu Qiming's shoulder a few times before turning around and walking towards the secret chamber. The secret chamber was very dark. But when he entered the secret chamber, it was very quiet. He didn't have many points left, and he had finished cultivating his cultivation technique. He had to think of a way. Are those experts coming or not? Aren't they too slow? He was very dissatisfied with the descenders. If you wanted to invade, then so be it. Why did you have to do it one by one? This was simply a waste of time and energy. He had used up all of his luck the last time he tried the lottery. If he were to try the lottery now, it would be like feeding meat buns to dogs. Buzz, there were no fluctuations. However, Lin Fan could feel that deeply hidden fluctuation rippling out from behind him. I want to listen to a story. The hanging woman appeared out of thin air. Her voice was very soft, but at least it didn't have that gloomy feeling. She stretched her arms out from behind and hugged Lin Fan's neck. The wind blew past her ears. Bang, Lin Fan's palm was very fast. He grabbed the hanging woman's arm and threw her to the ground. If you want to listen to the story, then listen to the story. Don't get touchy, or else you'll get beaten up. No, he had already been beaten up. Time passed quickly. Things were happening everywhere in the outer realms. Ultimate God Palace. In a huge secret chamber deep in the underground abyss. The sect leader and the elders were all gathered together. They stood in front of the platform, raised their heads, and stared at the scene in front of them. They did not speak, nor did they make a sound. Their eyes shone with brilliance. Grandmaster, just what in the world is this thing? The elders were all extremely shocked. The thing in front of him looked like a blob of flesh and blood. However, there were many tentacles on the flesh and blood, and they intertwined with each other. Although it wasn't strong, it definitely had life force. When he discovered it, it wasn't like this. Instead, it was only the size of a thumb, completely devoid of vitality, and more like a red stone. However, he did not expect such a change to occur in such a short period of time. Therefore, this strange thing was now sealed. I wonder, what did Peak Leader Lin say? The Grand Master asked. I didn't see Peak Leader Lin on my way there, but I asked his junior brother to tell him about this, said the elder who went to inform him. He felt that this thing was not a good thing. It gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Then, did you tell him how you discovered it? The Grand Master asked. This? The elder was stunned and a little stunned. No, that is a little hard to say. I think that Peak Leader Lin should have discovered it. The Grand Master kept silent. He didn't tell Peak Leader Lin where he discovered it. That was a little difficult. Could Peak Leader Lin really discover it? Thinking about how smart Peak Leader Lin was, he might have discovered it. He felt slightly more at ease. If Lin Fan were to find out about this, he would definitely roar out. Smart your head, where did he discover it? That is indeed the case. The Grand Master sighed. He really couldn't say where he discovered it. It was really hard to say where it was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Grand Master, what should we do now? This thing is too weird, and it is hard to say whether it is a bad thing or not. If something really happens, something bad will happen. An elder was worried. Although they were at Dao Realm and were the peak existences in the outer region. However, this corpse had been found in an extremely terrifying and dangerous place. It definitely wasn't a normal thing. Maybe it involved a huge secret. Grand Master, I have brought it. At that moment, an elder hurried over. He was holding a beast in his hands. That beast had been subdued, but when it arrived, it became really annoyed. It was like it was terrified of the thing floating on the platform. Let's test it and see whether or not it is dangerous. Till now, they still didn't understand whether or not it was dangerous to living beings. If something really happened, with their ability and the foundations of Ultimate God Palace, they would definitely be able to suppress the danger to the lowest. If Lin Fan was here, he would definitely shout. Don't ask to die. Unfortunately, courting death was not something that everyone could do. It depended on the person. The Grand Master controlled the beast in his hands. The beast's hooves moved and it cried out in terror. Beasts were really sensitive to danger and they knew that there was a huge terror spreading. The Grand Master pointed and a crack appeared on the barrier. He then sent the beast in. They looked on without blinking. Who knew what was going to happen? Would that flesh-like thing be harmful to living beings? If they could find out, it would be of great help for what was going to happen next. The closer the beast got to the flesh, the more it struggled. When the demonic beast collided with the flesh and blood, time seemed to have stopped. There were no changes. As expected, there is nothing. The Grand Master was delighted, but in an instant, his expression froze. Pung pung, the tentacles on the flesh moved and spread crazily, wrapping up the beast. Each tentacle attached to the surface of the beast. In the blink of an eye, the beast lost all its blood and turned into a dried corpse. This? The Grand Master was shocked and stunned. This situation was just too terrifying. Grand Master, this flesh is too dangerous. In just an instant, a demonic beast was sucked dry. How terrifying was that? If it was a human, he would have died long ago. Suddenly. To them, the flesh that wasn't dangerous suddenly started to move. The flesh rumbled and grew bigger. The tentacles crazily whipped the surrounding seal. Hong Long, the shaking continued. There were even cracks appearing. How? The Grand Master was stunned. He didn't expect such a thing to happen in such a short moment. Even if a demonic beast was devoured, the power contained in that demonic beast would not be affected. But looking at the situation, it didn't seem right. Seal. The Grand Master took the lead and the elders panicked. Their powers exploded and they charged at the moving flesh. A huge amount of power surged forwards and suppressed the flesh. Just as they thought that they saw hope, something shocking happened. The flesh actually broke through their powers and continued to expand outwards. Pong, the Grand Master retreated in fear. Go, all of you head out and seal this place. He was really decisive and left with the elders. Right now, Grandmaster Lin had an urge to whack himself to death. What the hell did he have to experiment for? Everything was fine at the start, but all he had to do was to feed a beast. To think that something like this would happen, looking at the situation, he couldn't control it anymore. Grandmaster, what should we do now? The elder asked. What else can we do? We definitely sealed it. I told you that we can't use living beings to experiment, but you didn't believe me. Look, there is a reaction. The Grand Master pushed the blame away. This couldn't be blamed on him. The fleeing elders looked at the Grand Master in shock. Was he even human? They weren't the ones who thought of using beasts to get close to that thing, right? But forget it, he was the Grand Master and they couldn't do anything about it. Hung Long, the moment they sealed it, the bulging flesh and blood slammed into them. The sects in the sky shook violently, and many buildings even collapsed. Many disciples fled in panic. They didn't know what happened. But something terrible must have happened. Grand Master, will the seal be broken? An elder asked worriedly. If it really was broken, then wouldn't the sect be finished? The Grand Master didn't say anything, but he panicked a little. If it really was broken, then what should he do? If it caused absolute God Palace to be wiped out, then he would be a sinner. But what he was afraid of didn't happen. The flesh seemed to have expanded to a certain extent and then stopped. Phew, Grand Master, we are temporarily safe. It seems like this beast's power is limited and it can't support its crazy expansion. The elder heaved a sigh of relief. Until now, his heart was beating really quickly. Limited power? The Grand Master wanted to scold someone. How could a demonic beast at the divine realm say that it was limited? If a Dao realm demonic beast came, would they still King want this world? His heart felt cold. Suddenly, it was as if he had thought of something terrifying. Not good, I have to personally go to Peak Leader Lin. I have to tell him about this. If not, if something happens, it will be really bad. The Grand Master said. He had a feeling that Peak Leader Lin hadn't discovered it yet. If he really did, he would definitely come to find him. After all, once this thing came into contact with living beings, it would expand crazily. Peak Leader Lin would definitely come to inform him. This thing was too dangerous and they wouldn't be able to control it. It was better for him to bring it back. But looking at the situation, there was no movement at all. He guessed that Peak Leader Lin hadn't discovered it yet. Grand Master, if you go and the thing expands again, what should we do? The elders asked. Run when it expands. Do you need me to teach you that? Alright, don't say anything else. I will set off now. Look after the sect. As soon as he finished his words, the Grand Master didn't want to talk anymore. He left quickly and headed towards the magnificent flame sect. When can I go back? In the forest, Nightcrypt sat there lighting a fire. He looked really lonely. He felt really pitiful, like he had been abandoned. He came to the outer region to become an ancestor. However, he was killed on the spot and beaten into a sorry state. So, he just wanted to go back. Everything else had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he felt a call. It was a call from a higher level. Emperor. Nightcrypt knelt on the ground, his face filled with respect and fear. The Holy Flame Emperor didn't come, but his consciousness did. How did it go? The Emperor's voice rang out. Although it was calm, it was filled with majesty and even anger. Nightcrypt panicked. Did he even need to ask? He had definitely screwed it up. Emperor, we didn't succeed. Nightcrypt said honestly. Lies were useless. What? Explosions rang out continuously. Nightcrypt's ears were about to explode. It was so loud that he would die. If it was someone else, he would have cursed out loud. So what if he was loud? Couldn't he be quieter? His eardrums were about to explode. Great Emperor, you don't know this. Actually, it wasn't because of us. We really did our best. Countless natives from the outer world came and used some sort of secret technique to keep us here. If I didn't run fast enough, I might have died. Emperor, please understand that we really tried our best. Moreover, my good brothers have all died in battle. Woo woo, Nightmound wept bitterly, and it came without warning. Trash. The Holy Flame Emperor was about to explode in anger. He didn't expect that he would fail. Nightcrypt was unhappy. Why did he keep calling him trash? If he had the ability, then come down and fight him. Why did he have to send me to die? He was just thinking about it. He didn't have the guts to say it out loud. Yes, I am trash. Nightcrypt buried his head and didn't dare to raise it. Although it was just a mental projection. To him, he still had to do what he had to do. Humph. I order you to do everything you can to complete this. The Emperor's voice was cold. It was like falling into an ice house. Grand Emperor, it's not that I don't want to do it, but I'm seriously injured. It's just that I can't do it. Nightcrypt's voice was very miserable. Wasn't this just sending him to his death? He swore that he never wanted to see her again in this life. What's more, he had sworn an oath. Trash. It was just two simple words, but after saying these two words, the great Emperor's spirit disappeared. Phew, we've finally made it out alive. Nightcrypt heaved a sigh of relief. He quietly waited. When the spatial passageway completely opened, he would return. He didn't want to stay in the outer realms. It's dangerous here. Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation was not enough, and it was even possible for him to be killed. Great Heavenly Cloud Buddha Hall. This was also the sect of evil purity Buddha whom Lin Fan had hammered to death previously. At that moment, in the upper realm, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Buddha Hall were contacting evil purity Buddha to ask about the situation in the outer realm. But even after trying for a long time, he still couldn't get in touch with her. This caused the people of the Great Heavenly Cloud Buddha Hall to have cold expressions. There was only one possibility that they could not contact him, and that was that he was already dead. Soon, a figure hurried over from afar and whispered into the great figure's ear. Hearing this, the great figure's expression changed. He learned from the other people that they had suffered heavy casualties in the outer realm, and many of them were killed by the natives. Invincible peak. Damn it, something's not right. Why hasn't a new round descended yet? How long has it been? The frog was no longer as anxious as before. That fugitive was quite strong, which made him feel more at ease. Initially, he thought that since the spatial passageway had been opened, there should be more powerhouses arriving. However, it was too strange. Nothing had happened until now. He looked at the contents of the robin in his hand. The descenders were safe. Although they had occupied many factions, they did not make a move. This would not have been the case in the past. All the experts from the outer realms would have been killed, and only the weak natives would be left. But the current situation was out of his expectations. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it. Who cares? The frog was very busy. Don't think that he was just idling around. He was actually working hard to raise his strength. He was a frog with a dream. He wanted to find the guy who ambushed him and beat him to death. He also wanted to find his wife and inject all the positive energy that he had been lacking for the past tens of thousands of years. He was excited just thinking about it. Hee hee. The frog snickered. The talisman hanging on its back shook violently. It felt like a pervert had descended. In the secret room. Lin Fan looked at the hanged woman on the ground and walked out of the secret room. The story would never end. Since the hanged woman wanted to listen to the story, she was challenging his ability. Hence, he had to tell her a good story. The result was perfect. She fell asleep after listening to the story. Senior brother. Lu Qiming appeared immediately. I'm done resting. It's time to go out. Lin Fan wanted to leave the sect to accumulate some points. If the descenders did not come looking for him, he would go looking for them. He would also make a trip to the dragon world. No matter what, he still had a disciple. Lu Qiming looked at his senior brother. He did not expect him to go out again. Although he was a little reluctant, he still supported him. Peak leader Lin, suddenly, a voice came from the sect entrance. The Absolute God Palace Patriarch was blocked outside the Magnificent Flame sect. No matter what he said, the disciples guarding the gate would not let him in. They even said, "If you want to force your way in, then kill us. Otherwise, with us here, we will not let you enter the sect without permission." As for these two foolish disciples guarding the mountain gate, he really wanted to hack them to death. "Why are you here?" Lin Fan came to the gate. He was surprised that the absolute God Palace Patriarch was here, but more than that, he wanted to know where he found him. "Peak Leader Lin, I have an important matter, but your disciples guarding the gate are a little dumb." He had to explain, or else he might die if he met someone who tried to force his way in. "That's good, but that's not the point." "What's the matter?" Lin Fan asked. The absolute God Palace Patriarch looked at Lin Fan and sighed. Like peak leader, like disciple. This saying was true. "Peak Leader Lin, let's talk." Lin Fan took a step forward. "Speak, what's the matter?" The absolute God Palace Patriarch was stunned and didn't understand. "Are you kidding? Didn't you just want to go to a place where there was no one? You just took a step and that was it? Hurry up if you have anything." Lin Fan rushed him. He couldn't reveal that he didn't find anything in the corpse. At this moment, his brain had started to work. He was thinking about how to find out what he wanted from Lin Fan. In the past, the absolute God Palace sect master would have definitely reprimanded him and used his unparalleled power to let the other party know how to write the word respect. But he was facing Lin Fan, so he didn't need to respect him. If he was weaker than him, he would be beaten up if he was too arrogant. This was something that everyone knew. "Peak Leader Lin, did you find that weird thing in the corpse?" The absolute God Palace Patriarch asked. Here came the main topic. Lin Fan was pumped up. Weird thing, there was nothing weird about it. It was stripped naked and even the hair was shaved. There was nothing at all, so what could it be, but he couldn't say it out loud. As the invincible peak leader, someone with a high IQ, he couldn't compare to someone with a lower IQ than him. Where would his face go? I found it." Lin Fan was really serious. His face didn't turn red and his heartbeat didn't jump. He definitely wouldn't give it away. "Really?" The absolute God Palace Patriarch looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. Why did he feel like he wasn't reliable? "Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you?" Lin Fan pretended to be displeased. Seeing that Peak Leader Lin was unhappy, he quickly said, "Of course not, why would Peak Leader Lin lie?" Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He was such a strong person, so how could he lie? However, he didn't get what he wanted to know, so he had to slowly get it out of him. "From which part did you notice that there was something inside?" Lin Fan asked. "Peak Leader Lin, what about you?" The absolute God Palace Patriarch asked. "I am asking you, why are you asking me?" Lin Fan was unhappy. This guy is interesting. Does he want to see me make a fool of myself? If not for the fact that they were on good terms, he would have beaten him up. "No, Peak Leader Lin, this is an important matter, so I hope that Peak Leader Lin can tell me." The absolute God Palace Patriarch explained. But to Lin Fan, he obviously wanted to make a fool of himself. Damn, if he didn't rage, someone would jump on him. "I found it in my butt, okay? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Fan's unhappiness towards the absolute God Palace Patriarch was at its peak. But something that shocked Lin Fan happened. "Peak Leader Lin is indeed Peak Leader Lin. You are indeed talented. Indeed, this thing was found in the buttocks of the corpse." The absolute God Palace Patriarch sighed. He felt that he had underestimated Peak Leader Lin. They studied the corpse for a long time before they found out. Who knew that in such a short time, Peak Leader Lin would find out where the problem was? His observation skills were just amazing. Damn, it really is? Lin Fan was stunned and he cursed in his heart. The thing was really hidden in the butt. As for where it was hidden, did he even need to think about it? There was only a bright flower on the butt. If it wasn't hidden there, then where else could it be hidden? He was stunned by the corpse. "Ha ha ha, you are too polite. Although it is hidden really well, it definitely can't escape my eyes." Lin Fan smiled. He was really calm and acted really calm. He wouldn't be shocked at all. The absolute God Palace Patriarch was really impressed, but very quickly, his expression turned solemn. Peak Leader Lin, looking at the situation, this thing is definitely not normal. Something shocking happened on my side. Very quickly, he told Lin Fan about it. When Lin Fan heard this, he was really curious. Sucking the beasts dry and then expanding. The problem here was really serious. Peak Leader Lin, before you have absolute confidence, you definitely can't try. If not, I feel like there will be endless problems. Absolute God Palace Patriarch said. Don't worry, I am not the type of person to try. Lin Fan nodded his head and acted like he was listening. Okay, it is late. Why don't you head back, I won't send you off. He was a little impatient. Absolute God Palace Patriarch was shocked. He was going to head back just like that, he wasn't going to invite him in for a cup of tea and rest before chasing him away. Take care, I won't send you off. Lin Fan cupped his fists. Absolute God Palace Patriarch blinked and nodded his head. Have a safe trip. Remember to come and play next time. He was a friendly and kind person, and he was even more passionate towards his guests. After sending the Absolute God Palace Patriarch off, Lin Fan was afraid that he would not be a good host and make the Patriarch unhappy. But looking at how the Patriarch left, there shouldn't be any problems. Senior brother. The two disciples guarding the gate were filled with admiration. They admired Lin Fan the most, and their admiration had already affected their brains. It even made them a little crazy. Yes, my two junior brothers are not bad. It must have been hard on you guys. Lin Fan was not stingy with his compliments, praising his two junior brothers. He could not help but admire their guts. The Absolute God Palace Patriarch was much more powerful than the two of them, but they were not afraid in front of such an elite. They blocked the gate and did not allow anyone to enter. How powerful and courageous must one be to be able to do that, but it was a pity. They did not have the guts or the ability. All they had was their admiration for Lin Fan. And it was this admiration that became their strong support. Thank you, senior brother. The two sniffled and bit their lips. They hugged each other, their faces red. They were so touched that they were about to cry. I can't believe I got a compliment from senior brother. I'm so happy. The two's excited expressions gave Lin Fan a headache. It was normal for him to have such a fanboy, but he was impressed that he could be so infatuated with him to this extent. Alright, calm down. You guys did well. But remember, if the Saint Convent sect's Monarch Thunder comes to the sect, you have to block him at all costs. Don't even let him get within 5 meters of you. Do you hear me? Lin Fan thought of Thunder. That guy is addicted to stealing. How can he be so calm? Maybe there are still things in the Saint Convent sect that he wants, which is why he has been working so hard. If he really stole everything, he would definitely extend his evil hands to the Magnificent Flame sect. Therefore, it was necessary to tell the disciples guarding the gate to be careful. Yes. The two disciples straightened their backs and said solemnly. Don't worry, senior brother. As long as we are guarding the gate, we will definitely not let him enter. Look, take a closer look. He was very pleased with such a disciple. He had worked so hard to protect the Magnificent Flame sect for so long, and at the same time, every junior brother of his had grown strong. He felt that his efforts were not in vain. Yes. Lin Fan patted both of their shoulders and nodded his head in gratitude. He then bolted off into the distance. He had important matters to attend to. He was really curious about what the Absolute God Palace sect leader said. Even if he told him not to try, it was too dangerous. But curiosity killed the cat. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he wouldn't feel comfortable. To me, there is no such thing as danger. The Absolute God Palace Grandmaster had already successfully piqued Lin Fan's curiosity. If he didn't see it for himself, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes even if he were to sleep at night. Right here. He had already chosen the place. This place was far from the sect, so even if something were to happen, it would not affect the sect. As for what kind of shocking secrets were hidden in the corpse, he would be able to find out after a little exploration with his little hands. but now there was a problem in front of him. It was hidden in the corpse's chrysanthemum. This part was a little uncomfortable. If the corpse had just peed before it died and it wasn't cleaned up, then what should he do? Moreover, there was another shocking possibility, which was that it had been dead for a long time. Just thinking about the soft stuff accumulating there was a little unbearable. If this was in the past, he wouldn't even blink and would just take it out. But now he was old and his energy couldn't keep up. No, he couldn't do such a difficult thing. The coffin was placed there. A naked corpse was pulled out from the coffin. He thought about it and his head hurt. How was he going to take it out, slice open the butt with a sword? That was a little cruel and he couldn't do it now. The surroundings were really quiet. I regret it. If I knew, I would have brought junior brother Lou over and asked him to help. What a waste. Even if he regretted it now, it was useless. He was already here, so there was no point in saying so much. Pata, Lin Fan walked in front of the corpse and pulled open its legs. He then raised his feet and stepped on the snow-white butt. Pung, pung, he hoped to use the force to squeeze out the thing inside. But the effect was too weak. There was no use at all. He stood beside the corpse and was in deep thought. Apart from using his hands, he couldn't think of a better way. How can such a thing be difficult for me? Pata, he walked forwards and grabbed his neck. He lifted it up and swung it up and down, rubbing the neck. He used the inertia to make the thing roll out from the butt. So annoying, it is still useless. Lin Fan tossed the corpse to the side and scratched his head in annoyance. He was about to see the problem that the Absolute God Palace sect leader mentioned, but he was stuck at such a crucial point. He was really annoyed about that. It seems like this is the only way. Silence for a long while. He had no choice. He raised the Tai Sovereign sword and one of the corpse's legs. He split it and revealed a gap. I have no choice, I will be gentler. The moment he said that, Poochie, the butt was destroyed and the ground was covered in wounds. The fallen flowers weren't heartless, turning into mud to protect the flowers. Kachi. A fingernail-sized red lump shot out with a thread of blood. When it touched the air, there was a shocking change. As expected, what he said was true. Lin Fan looked. The red lump started to soften and turn into a ball of meat. At the same time, tentacles attached to the surface. This was the same as what the Absolute God Palace sect leader said. What a weird thing. It hadn't expanded yet. If he found a beast and tossed it over, maybe it would start to expand. Should he give it a try? He wanted to give it a try. Since he had reached such a stage, he definitely wanted to see what it was. With his knowledge, he had actually never seen such a thing before. It was really magical. However, he really couldn't find any beasts here. He sliced his finger and blood scattered. When the blood collided with that thing, a shocking scene happened. Those things attached to the tentacles greedily absorbed the blood. Pung, pung, the flesh started to swell. The speed wasn't fast, but looking at the situation, it probably wouldn't stop in a short period of time. He knew how powerful his own blood was. A few drops of it would be enough for the flesh to consume for a while. What is this thing? I don't understand. Lin Fan's head swelled. At such a time, he really didn't know what it was. It looked like a pile of meat. But to say that it was blood didn't make sense. Very quickly, the flesh stopped expanding. But it was already many times bigger than before. It had already formed a 1,000-foot piece of flesh. The tentacles on it danced frequently, as if they were a little greedy and wanted to suck more blood. Towards a situation like this, Lin Fan was indifferent. After all, blood and whatnot were cheap. But he had to at least let him know what it was. He didn't even know what it was, so he felt really helpless. If that is the case, then let me see what the final form is like. He was prepared to personally experience it. He slowly walked towards the flesh. A sense of excitement and eagerness spread over. It was like the flesh was greedy and wanted to suck Lin Fan dry. Don't rush, what are you panicking for? I am coming. Lin Fan was extremely displeased with such a hot-tempered fella. Powerful beings had to be as calm as water and remain unperturbed. No matter what happened, he had to be calm. He reached out and touched the flesh. Piak, the moment he touched it, the tentacle swept towards him, trying to wrap him up. Pucci, the Thai sovereign sword swept across and cut the tentacles. Don't move. That thing of yours looks too disgusting. Just suck my arm properly. How could Lin Fan let it wrap him up? Since he had already stretched out his arm, he could just suck it slowly from his arm. How could he be greedy? What a disgusting thing. Just then, Lin Fan could feel the blood in his body being sucked by the tentacles at an extremely fast speed. Instinctively, he wanted to stop it. But he let it go. He was really curious. He wanted to see what this thing would become in the end. Invincible peak. The frog felt that something was wrong. A terrifying and evil aura was brewing in the distance. The aura was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. He jumped into the distance and looked for Lu Qiming. Hey, where's my master? He couldn't call Lu Qiming a fugitive. Everyone knew that Lu Qiming was that fugitive's #1 follower. It was hard to say that he wouldn't tell on him. Seeing your brother went out, Lu Qiming said. Indeed, the frog squatted and fell into deep thought. The aura might be far away from the sect, but there must be a connection if the fugitive went out at this time. He didn't believe that the aura that made him feel cold had nothing to do with the fugitive. But that shouldn't be the case. He was a 9 wilderness god master, so there was nothing he didn't know. Moreover, based on the abilities of the outer realm, it was absolutely impossible to nurture such a terrifying existence. Far away. Lin Fan's body started to shrivel. The flesh had expanded to its limit, and there was even a bloody light revolving on its surface. Ha 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 ha, the flesh and blood squirmed madly, and a gloomy and terrifying voice came out from within. I didn't expect such a powerful flesh to exist. There's hope for me to revive. Just then, Lin Fan's body had shriveled to a certain extent. There was no blood left in him, but a smile could be seen on his face. Hey, what are you? He was curious. He knew that there would be a change. Now that there was a change, he had to ask. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there to be such a creature in the outer region. I've chosen the right place to hide. Seeing that you're going to be sucked dry, I'll tell you. Listen up, I'm the Great Blood Demon Emperor? What a domineering name. But let's stop joking. I want to ask you something. It might be beneficial for you. Lin Fan was really calm. Even if his blood was sucked dry and his life force was about to dissipate. But he didn't panic at all. At the same time, it wasn't flesh and blood in front of him. It was changing and condensing into a middle-aged man in a blood-red shirt. Or rather, he was a bootlicker. He was a big man, but his eyeshadow was red. He was really effeminate. Benefits? You're quite an interesting fellow. If I was at my peak, I might have taken you in as a servant. But now, you just need to dedicate your last bit of strength to pave the way for me, the Blood Demon Emperor, to become immortal. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed out loud. His blood-red robe swelled up and his Chinibu aura exploded. But the effect was really shocking. A strong blood-red ripple spread out and swept in all directions, forming a huge shockwave. Listen to me first. This isn't a complete body, right? It should be split into 12 parts, right? Lin Fan asked. Eh? The Blood Demon Emperor's arrogant expression disappeared and was replaced with shock. Are they all with you? That's right. I have 11 of them here. I've given one away to someone else. Lin Fan replied calmly. As for telling the other party about this matter, it didn't matter. Today, he swore to the 3 pure ones that if he didn't take this down, he wouldn't be happy. A bunch of damn beast gods to actually split me, the noble Blood Demon Emperor, into so many parts. Damn it. The Blood Demon Emperor was furious. He finally understood the situation. Beast god? Lin Fan was a little shocked. Maybe they were familiar? Why? Do you know about the beast god? However, I, the Great Blood Devil Emperor, am very curious. Just how did they manage to divide me into so many parts and even resist my endless blood devil contamination? You should know that my blood demon's contamination can corrode any sacred object in the world and turn it into a land of filth. The blood demon emperor had just revived and was in a good mood. His body gave off a Chunibu aura. To him, this was the aura a true expert should have. This is the corpse. They sealed you in here. Lin Fan felt that he couldn't die yet. He quickly took a few more breaths to prolong his life. They chatted happily. Although this blood demon emperor was really dumb, he had a good chat with him. Lin Fan could continue chatting with him. When the blood devil emperor turned around and saw that flawless, translucent body, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. To think that they would use the god bodies that they had cultivated for countless years to form to seal up your empress. But, that's to be expected. Given their capabilities, if they didn't use their god body as a medium, they wouldn't be able to subdue me. The blood devil emperor laughed heartily as his blood-colored hair fluttered in the wind. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and his nostrils enlarged infinitely. It was even possible to see a few strands of unyielding nose hair protruding out of his nostrils, enjoying a moment of flirtatiousness. That's not right. Instantly, the blood devil emperor was confused. How could their divine bodies possibly be able to seal me? Even if I were to be divided into 12 parts, I would still be able to infect their divine bodies and borrow them to be reborn. That was indeed the case. That didn't make sense. Lin Fan thought about it and seemed to have figured something out. He said, they sealed you in their chrysanthemums to fight poison with poison to suppress you. T. The blood devil emperor was furious. But the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Why aren't you dead yet? He was shocked. He had sucked all of the other party's blood dry, but he could still talk to him. How was that possible? I'm going to die soon. Don't be anxious. Let me ask you, are you as strong as the ultimate Saint Flame Emperor? When Lin Fan asked this, he regretted it. Even if he asked, it was useless. Who? Ultimate Saint Flame Emperor? What small character is he? To think that he dares to call himself an emperor in front of me. I don't think he knows how strong I am. The blood devil emperor was totally furious. There was a high possibility that he was right. If the divine body couldn't block his corrosion, how could he seal him? But there was one place where he could. Fight poison with poison? That seemed to be possible. Lin Fan frowned. His life force had totally dissipated. He was really going to die. Oi, I will have a good chat with you later. Wait for me. The moment he said that, Lin Fan closed his eyes and with a thud, he fell to the ground. He didn't even have a single breath left. Ha ha ha. The blood demon emperor spread his arms wide and laughed. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as boundless blood covered the sky and earth. The blood seemed to have a mind of its own. It has been a long time. It is time for me to replenish my energy. Go, this is the territory of the blood devil emperor. Hong Long, a blood pillar charged into the sky. The blood mist was like a wave. Reverend Xuelian's purgatory paled in comparison to him. There was simply no way to compare them. Eh? Suddenly, the blood devil emperor's body became unstable. How did this happen? He could feel the power in his body slowly disappearing. He raised his arm but realized that it was disappearing. No. The blood devil emperor hollered. His other hand grabbed the disappearing arm. This wasn't what he wanted to see. What had happened? How did this happen? That was impossible. It's you. Instantly, he saw the guy whose blood he sucked dry appear in front of him. It's me. We will meet later. Lin Fan had already figured out where this guy came from. And the moment he was resurrected, the blood and energy that the blood demon emperor had absorbed had completely vanished at this moment. Very quickly, the arrogant blood devil emperor returned to his old self. Blood devil emperor? Something that has existed for a long time. Beast god seal, interesting. Lin Fan was very interested in this guy. The situation over at Absolute God Palace was the same. They used the blood of beasts to test it out, allowing it to recover some strength and awaken its intelligence. Just like what happened just now. After taking control, it revealed itself. What should I do? Lin Fan looked at the little meatball stretching its tentacles. Raise it up? Then smash it with one punch, but that would be a waste. Forget it, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's go in first. Lin Fan flicked his finger and locked the flesh into the coffin. Wait. Just as Lin Fan was about to do that, a voice came from the flesh. Eh? Blood Devil Emperor, you can still speak in this state? Lin Fan was shocked and looked at him in a new light. So he had already awakened his intelligence from the start. Who are you? How did you suddenly come back to life? Blood Devil Emperor didn't answer Lin Fan's question but asked the question he wanted to know the most. He had obviously absorbed his blood and made it his own, so how did it disappear for no reason? That was just impossible. Even if he wasn't in the outer region but where he lived, he had never met such a thing. You asked a good question. I can let you experience it for yourself. Lin Fan didn't reply directly. He walked forward, reached out, and grabbed the flesh. Blood Devil Emperor was stunned. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to come forward. You. I won't hold back then. Shwa shwa, the tentacles boiled and wrapped around Lin Fan, crazily absorbing his blood. Damn you, are you playing with me? Let me tell you, no one in this world can play with me. Gulu gulu, it was as though the tentacles were swallowing fresh blood. A deep sound rang out. Interesting. You're the second person who dared to drink my blood. Since that's the case, come on then. I'll let you drink to your heart's content. I'll let you return to your peak and then fall again. Ha 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 ha, Lin Fan raised his hand. Under the astonished gaze of the Blood Devil Emperor, he stabbed it into his chest and pulled out his heart. He then raised it above the other party. Poochie, the blood dripped onto the other party's flesh. Have a good taste. Lin Fan smiled and closed his eyes. His life force was starting to dissipate crazily. You. Blood Devil Emperor was terrified, but the aura in his body was like a storm that swept out. A shocking blood energy exploded, as though it wanted to turn the entire outer region into a world of blood. Ha ha ha, my strength is back. Although I'm not at my peak, I can see the hope of returning to my peak. Blood Devil Emperor laughed out loud. The feeling of his strength returning was just too great. He didn't expect that this person's blood would contain such a terrifying power. Too strong. But it wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. No. Blood Devil Emperor's face was filled with fear. His body dissipated once more. The power in his body disappeared as though it had never appeared before. How is it? Do you think it's fun? If you want to play, I can continue to accompany you. Lin Fan appeared once more in front of the dissipating Blood Devil Emperor. Impossible. Blood Devil Emperor stared at Lin Fan. He could only watch as his body dissipated once more. Heis, what a pitiful child. Lin Fan touched the Blood Devil Emperor's head. In the end, he turned back into flesh. Lin Fan walked up and touched the flesh. Interesting. Why aren't you sucking anymore? He touched the flesh and realized that the Blood Devil Emperor didn't move at all. This was interesting. What's the point of me sucking you? Blood Devil Emperor accepted reality. How is it useless, right? Lin Fan chuckled. I can tell that you're not an ordinary person. You should be able to understand this. Why don't we discuss? Help me recover and I promise you a lifetime of glory. Blood Devil Emperor was negotiating with Lin Fan. Only a fool would threaten or tempt a powerhouse. Only when both parties were on equal footing would they be able to communicate better. Hee hee, how about this? I'll help you recover and you'll serve me for a year. Lin Fan said. Alright, I agree. Blood Devil Emperor didn't hesitate. A year was just a blink of an eye. Lin Fan smiled. How could he not know what the Blood Devil Emperor was thinking, but he was too optimistic. The Blood Demon Emperor agreed to the deal. As for Lin Fan, he suddenly thought of a saying. Year after year, 1 year after another. Big brother. It has been close to 100 years. Perhaps, he was a kind-hearted person who did not wish for the other party to sink into despair. He gave them hope, and when they felt that despair was about to come, he gave them a new hope. He did not kill them with a single blow, but continued to give them a chance. Only a kind-hearted person could do such a thing. Very quickly, the Blood Demon Emperor swore. He formed an oath. Maybe because the Blood Demon Emperor was a little special, there was a huge commotion when he swore. Is it okay now? The Blood Demon Emperor had his own plans, and he even felt like he had earned a lot. He just needed a year and he would be able to regain his freedom. Moreover, to someone like him, a year would pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, he would be back to his peak. It was the great Blood Demon Emperor who made people tremble in fear upon hearing his name. Even before seeing him, just hearing his name made people flee for thousands of kilometers, no one daring to fight him. He thought about it. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed in a daze. He felt like his thoughts were just too great. As for this person who made him swear, if he could grow to be on the same level as him. No, that was impossible. He was just at the Tao realm and he wanted to be on the same level as him. That was just a dream. At that time, it would depend on his performance. If he performed well and licked his boots, then he might even take him in as a servant. Pa, Lin Fan slapped him. The Blood Demon Emperor had lost all his strength and was just a pile of meat. That slap made him furious. How dare he be so arrogant? What do you want to do? Are you rebelling? The moment the oath was formed, the Blood Demon Emperor wasn't him anymore. He was Lin Fan's loyal little brother. No. No, how would I dare? The Blood Demon Emperor bore with it, but he couldn't help but curse in his heart. That was quite realistic. The oath was just formed and he treated him like this, but don't worry, he was the noble Blood Demon Emperor. He wouldn't be angry because of such humiliation and wouldn't do anything bad to him. A year would pass in the blink of an eye. When that time comes, Peak Leader Lin, when will you help me recover my body? The Blood Demon Emperor asked. He had been sealed for so long that he had forgotten what it felt like to have a body. Pa, another slap flew over. And it was a little too strong. The Blood Demon Emperor's flesh directly smashed into the ground. Although it wasn't very painful, he had lost his face. What's going on? Peak Leader Lin, did I offend you? The Blood Demon Emperor had not recovered yet. Wasn't everything fine just now? Why did he suddenly attack? Even if he swore loyalty for a year, he should still have basic human rights. Remember, you're now my underling, so you're not allowed to be so rude in front of me. You're not allowed to refer to yourself as this emperor. You're going to refer to me as underling, and you're going to change the way you address me to master. Otherwise, I'm going to beat you to death, you chicken thing. Lin Fan's face changed. It was a huge change from the friendly conversation they had before. To the Blood Devil Emperor, he really couldn't react in time. This is different from before. What? You have a problem with that now? If you do, just show it. It's okay. As a human, the most important thing is to be happy. Lin Fan touched his flesh. No, why would I have a problem with that? The Blood Devil Emperor didn't have a body, so he naturally didn't have any expression. However, the voice that came from his flesh was a little shaky, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in it. But soon, the oath would tell him what a disaster it would be if he was dissatisfied. The Blood Devil Emperor screamed in his heart. Just you wait. Just you wait for yours truly. It was just a year, and it would pass really quickly. By then, it would be up to fate. It's good that you don't have any problems. Let's go. I'll bring you to recover your body. With your current capabilities, you're still far from it. Lin Fan had his own reasons for taking in the Blood Devil Emperor. The other party was a talent, and he was pretty strong. He could just stay in the sect as a guard. At that time, he would be able to work hard outside in peace, and he wouldn't have to worry about the sect being destroyed while he wasn't around. The Blood Devil Emperor was elated. The thing he wanted to hear the most was that he could recover his body. This lowly one is really thankful, Master. It was hard to speak. To think that someone would ask the majestic Blood Devil Emperor to call him like this. He swore that this matter wouldn't end so easily. Wait. Just one King year. As long as a year passed, there would be hell to pay. Of course, the reason why he agreed so decisively was because of the time. If the other party had requested for a long time, even if he was sealed like a dog, he definitely wouldn't agree. The prestige of the Blood Devil Emperor couldn't be insulted. He wouldn't become a dog in the hands of others. Of course, if the time was short enough, he could accept becoming a dog in the hands of others. In the past, experience told him not to be stubborn. Face wasn't worth much, and if he met someone similar, then he should just be a coward. Although it was good to be unyielding, there were too few people who would respect your unyielding spirit and give you a way out. Just him alone, who knew how many people he had killed who thought they were stubborn. When he saw the person who knelt in front of him still being so stubborn, he was infuriated. So, he was clearer than anyone else about the current situation. He knew that he had to be a coward. Kong, in the forest, there were endless roars. The beasts went berserk in the forest. Ha ha ha, I am here. Blood Devil Emperor was really excited. To have so much blood, he didn't know how much he could recover, but it definitely wouldn't be too bad. Wait, let me ask you. Can you absorb the blood of dead ones? Lin Fan asked. It had been a long time since he killed beasts. His points swayed in front of him and he couldn't bear to let them go. Of course, I am the Blood Devil Emperor. No matter if they are alive or dead, as long as they have blood, I can absorb it. Blood Devil Emperor said excitedly. He was even eager. If not for the fact that he couldn't touch the fellow beside him, he would have slapped him to stop him from sucking blood. That's good, follow behind me. Blood Devil Emperor didn't understand. What was he doing? Didn't he come to let him suck blood to recover? What was he doing by following behind him? One had to say that the youngsters of the current era had problems with their brains. They were totally different from his era. But very quickly, he understood and even had an urge to scold someone. Pung, the beasts exploded and blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. With Lin Fan's strength, just his aura alone could crush all the beasts into mush. But he liked the collision of strength, and even more so, he liked the feeling of throwing a punch. Go. Although the blood is scattered, with your ability, you should be able to lick it clean. Lin Fan instructed. Blood Devil Emperor was stunned and was filled with despair towards this fellow. He even felt that he would have to suffer a lot in this year. But he had no choice. If he wanted freedom, he had to pay a price. That was definitely impossible. Blood Devil Emperor had never been so humiliated before. But that was only in the past. Now, he had already suffered humiliation, from the hands of the beast god to this guy. How infuriating. Lin Fan was really quick. The beasts that needed some effort in the past were all smashed with one punch. Some of his fists didn't even touch him and only touched the wind from his fists. What the F***ck, Blood Devil Emperor wanted to scold him, but he still absorbed the blood. This feeling was just too annoying. How could it compare to sucking the entire beast dry? But he had no choice. He was under someone else's roof, so he had to be obedient. The power contained in the blood of the beasts is indeed a little small. Till now, it still hasn't formed a body. Lin Fan observed the changes in the flesh. These beasts were all at Legendary Realm, Great Saint, and God Realm. Although their cultivation wasn't high, there were quite a few of them. This Blood Devil is a dangerous fellow. Luckily, he met me, otherwise, normal people wouldn't be able to handle him. Lin Fan sighed. Sometimes, being too strong was a sin. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Blood Devil Emperor's arrogant voice rang out once more. My noble Blood Devil Emperor is about to, pung, the storm came and Lin Fan kicked out, causing the transforming flesh to fall to the ground. If you want to refine your body, then do it properly. Don't let out that irritating sound all day long. If you go back to the sect and scare my cute junior brothers and sisters, I'll cut you into pieces. This kick was really fierce. Blood Devil Emperor smashed into the ground and a strong force spread out, causing the ground to cave in and form a huge hole. Blood Devil Emperor was enjoying the feeling of having a physical body. But that kick didn't make him feel good at all. In fact, he even wanted to die. Did he have no rights at all? He had no choice but to bear with it. Even if he was extremely excited, he didn't show it and just silently felt the appearance of a physical body. That arrogant blood devil emperor with red eyeshadow appeared once more. But his current strength was much weaker than when he sucked all his blood. Although he had met the requirements to form a physical body, he was still far from the peak. A little lacking. Your current cultivation is too weak. Lin Fan was really helpless. He didn't even have a heaven ascension realm. What a pity. I don't have enough blood. I have no choice. Blood Devil Emperor said helplessly. If he had high-quality blood, he would have broken through on the spot. Although he had sucked many beasts' blood, the quality wasn't high and it was hard to meet the requirements. This won't do. You are too weak and of no use. How annoying. I will help you improve today. Lin Fan didn't want to hide the remaining flesh. To him, it was useless. He wanted to let the Blood Devil Emperor merge with it and raise his strength. Otherwise, with the current situation, he would just be raising a piece of trash. Blood Devil Emperor felt really stifled. Who was he? He was the noble Blood Devil Emperor and someone actually said that he was useless, although in the current situation, what he said did make some sense. But he wasn't happy. No matter who was sealed, they needed a buffer period. In the sect. The frog's head was about to explode. Damn, what is that? It's definitely not something that the outer world can have. He was very confused and couldn't figure it out. Frog Master, what are you doing? At this moment, a young-looking alchemy master walked over. He used to be a cannon fodder in alchemy, a newbie among newbies. Later, under the Frog Master's guidance, he finally understood how joyful alchemy was. He even had a girlfriend now. Therefore, he had absolute respect for the Frog Master and treated him as a student to show his filial respect. Are you slacking off instead of alchemy? Be careful that I don't beat you up. The Frog Master was also unhappy with these little guys. Damn it. He had originally left some leeway to find a perfect body. But because these little bastards couldn't bear to see them die, he fused their souls with the frog's body, making them inseparable. Just thinking about it made him furious. He even wanted to beat someone up. To Mu Hao, what he was most afraid of was being beaten by the Frog Master's ruler. That feeling of humiliation was overwhelming. Frog Master, I saw you talking to yourself, so I thought there was something wrong, Mu Hao said. If the Frog Master wanted to beat him up, he would retreat immediately. It's nothing. What can happen to me? Have you learned the hard alchemy technique I taught you? Let me tell you, no one in the world knows this technique, only I know it. As long as you learn it, you will be a true alchemy master in the eyes of others. The Frog Master was sincere towards these little guys. Since he was teaching them alchemy, he was taking them in as his disciples. He didn't hide anything from them in alchemy, and taught them everything that should be taught. This hard alchemy technique was the most crucial step to becoming a divine alchemist. It was also the most basic step. If one didn't learn it, then they would be stuck at the same spot. Wanting to step into the true realm of alchemy was basically impossible. Hearing this, Mu Hao scratched his head with a bitter expression. Frog Master, what you're teaching is really difficult. Until now, we still haven't understood it. The reason why he came here was because he was chosen by the crowd to talk to the Frog Master about the alchemy method. It was too difficult. After pondering for half a month, practicing every day and learning every day, no one had found the right path. Therefore, he was treated as a representative to ask the Frog Master if he could change the alchemy method and not teach them such a difficult one. So? The frogman narrowed his bean-sized eyes. That. Can we change it? Mu Hao shrunk his head, feeling that a storm was about to hit him. The heart-refining pill technique was a secret that could not be passed down. Back. When he was still in his original body, countless people had knelt outside for a long time just to learn this technique. Now, this group of brats thought that it was too difficult and wanted to change to another one. Change my A*S, you bunch of bastards, you're even dumber than pigs. It seems like you don't know the dignity of this Frog Master after not taking care of you for a long time. The frog was enraged. It took out the ruler and leaped towards Mu Hao's head. If it was according to his previous temperament, he would have hacked all of them to death. Others wanted to learn but couldn't, but they actually thought it was too difficult. If he didn't let them know why the flowers were so red, they would really rebel. Frog Master, please spare me. It's none of my business. Mu-Hao covered his head and ran. He didn't dare to resist the Frog Master, so he could only hide. Watch how this Frog Master takes care of you guys today. The frog was furious. Damn these guys, they're too damn. Frog, what are you doing? At this moment, Lin Fan's voice came from afar. The frog suddenly stopped. It was more sensitive and smelled the smell that it had sensed earlier. Master, I'm not doing anything. I'm just chatting with them. At this critical moment, he had to show a pitiful look, or this outlaw would definitely take care of him. He even felt that this outlaw was starting to notice him again. Can't he just let me go like a fart? He looked up and saw that there was another person following the desperado. His red robe looked like it had been dyed with blood. He stood tall and straight with his hands behind his back. He had the demeanor of an overlord. What a cocky guy, he actually didn't. The frog was surprised. Suddenly, it knew that it was thinking too much. No one could act cool in front of this outlaw. The fugitive slapped the Blood Demon Emperor, causing the world to spin and stars to appear in his head. Master, why are you hitting me? The Blood Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. This emperor was just standing there, and you hit me. Even if I've sworn an oath, this emperor is indeed your man now, but I still have basic human rights, right? You still know that you're the small one? Are you standing properly? Who are you trying to show off by putting your arms behind your back? Lin Fan had a headache. This newly recruited guy is a little arrogant. It seems like I have to teach him a lesson. The Blood Demon Emperor looked at Lin Fan, not knowing what to say. No human rights, so what if I put my arms behind my back? It's against the law. But in this situation, it was impossible for him to shout. He could only lower his stance. Yes, this lowly one is wrong. I'll definitely correct it. When did the mighty and domineering Blood Demon Emperor become like this? But forget it, I'll just bear with you. Let's see what you can do in a year. The frog was very calm. It had seen through everything. It was impossible for him to live freely in the hands of this outlaw. Master, is this your new underling? The frog licked its face and hopped in front of Lin Fan, looking at the Blood Demon Emperor with a sneaky look. This guy was amazing. Good fellow. His cultivation base was quite high. Everything else aside, the frog was already a peak stage Dao realm expert. It had strong senses and a powerful soul. He didn't expect that this Blood Demon Emperor was actually a world-level expert. Of course, this world-level expert was a bit weak. Normally speaking, world-level experts, no matter what type of person they were, would always be able to create a complete world of their own. But he could see that this guy's world was extremely tattered and had already broken into countless pieces. He had this level of cultivation, but he didn't have the corresponding strength. How can you say that, frog? I'm not your underling. I reached a fair and harmonious agreement with Master, Pa. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan struck out and gave the Blood Devil Emperor a series of slaps. Fair? Harmonious? If you're a underling, then so be it. The Blood Demon Emperor was stunned. He felt a bit of regret. He didn't think that this was the case, but in the blink of an eye, he realized that something was wrong. You're going a bit too far. No matter what, I used to be the high and mighty Blood Demon Emperor, an emperor who enjoyed the fear of the world. Although we've reached an oath, you can't bully me like this. It's just a year. There's no need to do this. The Blood Demon Emperor was unhappy. Was he even human? Although we swore an oath, we should be peaceful, respectful, loving, and friendly with each other. Perhaps in this 1 year, we might become very good friends, right? He rambled on and on. He had to change the situation. Otherwise, what kind of life would he have to spend this year? Would it be too horrible to look at? Idiot. The frog glanced at him. Where did this guy come from? What's the use of having a high cultivation? He doesn't even know what kind of situation he's in. Frog, I've wronged you in the past. I always thought that you were a prick, but it seems like you're not. Instead, you're very obedient. I'm very pleased. Lin Fan sighed. It wasn't easy for him to praise the frog. The frog was in a daze. It stood on its hind legs and patted its white chest. Master, I can say to the heavens. No, I can say that there's no one in this world that respects and loves Master more than me. For Master, I can die, I can be beaten up, just so that Master won't be hurt. As it spoke, the frog twitched and wiped its tears with its front paw. Then, it raised its head sincerely. Master, I'm already satisfied with your words. Even if you want me to die right now, I won't even frown. The frog felt wronged. Putting everything else aside, I used to be a high and mighty nine-baron divine master. Other people flattered it, but it didn't have the chance to flatter others. In fact, when he looked at the pitiful fool in red, he even felt a sense of sympathy for him. Frog, Master is very pleased. Why don't you die for Master to see? Lin Fan said. Gotcha, the frog seemed to have been frozen. Its limbs were completely stiff. It stared at Lin Fan in shock. What are you saying? I don't understand. Master, who is this guy? I feel that he doesn't know anything. He needs to be taught a lesson. The frog acted as if nothing had happened and asked in a serious manner. It was the perfect way to change the topic. The Blood Demon Emperor stared at the frog and fell into deep thought. Is this what a little brother should do? Lin Fan stared at the frog, and the frog stared back at Lin Fan with its beady eyes. It even nodded silently. It was as if it was asking, what orders does Master have? As for what he had said earlier, he had long since thrown it to the back of his mind and acted as if he had never said it. Frog, Master has a new understanding of your shamelessness. Not bad, keep it up. Lin Fan nodded and praised the frog's character. Plop, the frog couldn't help but kneel on the ground and slap the ground with its front paws, crying. Wah, what did I do to deserve Master's praise? I have no regrets in this life. It didn't say anything else. I'm willing to die for Master. I can only say that I have no regrets. I don't want to die again. If that happens, I won't be able to think of a better solution. The Blood Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. Why are you so shameless? Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He called the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch over. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch smiled. He might have sworn to work for the Magnificent Flame sect, but he had integrated himself into the sect during this period. He regretted not getting beaten up by Peak Leader Lin earlier and joining the Magnificent Flame sect earlier. Peak Leader Lin, what can I do for you? The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch asked respectfully. He's dishonest. Bring him to the toilet and teach him a lesson. I'll leave him to you. Lin Fan said. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch looked at him and nodded. Don't worry, Peak Leader Lin. I'll teach him well. Great, Lin Fan was in a good mood. It's good for the Blood Demon Emperor to recover in the world realm. Even if I'm not in the sect, it's more than enough. Other than the piece of flesh from the Absolute God Palace, I've given the rest to the Blood Demon Emperor. Where are you bringing me? The Blood Demon Emperor frowned and asked domineeringly. In front of Lin Fan, he was a coward, but in front of others, he would unleash his dominance. No one could stop him. Hee, you'll know when you get there. The patriarch of the Holy Immortal Cult knew what these troublemakers were thinking. No matter what kind of person they were, they had to bow down obediently in the Magnificent Flame sect. Peak Leader Lin valued him and let him manage everything. He would not disappoint Peak Leader Lin. Therefore, if this guy made Peak Leader Lin unhappy, it would be like slapping his face. Although the Blood Demon Emperor had nothing to do with him, he was now related to him. The Blood Demon Emperor pondered. The development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. He looked at the patriarch. If he could build a good relationship with him, there might be a different result in a year. Actually, this emperor only needs to be loyal for a year. Furthermore, a year will pass very quickly. At that time, this emperor will be a free man. There are some things that I can let go of if I can. A year later, this might be a change for you. In his heart, he had always believed that he would be able to return to his peak after a year. What was a world-level cultivator? At his peak, he was even stronger than a world-level cultivator. Just when the Blood Demon Emperor thought that things were going according to his plan, the patriarch of the Holy Immortal Cult made a move. He even wanted to kick the Blood Demon Emperor to the ground. Naturally, the Blood Demon Emperor could not tolerate this. He dodged without hesitation, not giving the Patriarch a chance. "What are you doing?" he asked. It was one thing for that guy to beat him up, but to think that this old man dared to beat him up as well. Did he really think that the Blood Demon Emperor was a fool? But just as he was about to resist, the heavenly punishment was brewing in the air. Damn, it can't be, right? So sensitive? The Blood Demon Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. He could already feel the heavenly punishment hidden in the air, waiting for him to act impudently. If he wasn't afraid of death, he might really be struck by the Patriarch. "You are indeed a troublemaker. It seems like Peak Leader Lin was right. I have to teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished his words, the old ancestor of the Sage Immortal cult stepped forward and gave the Blood Devil Emperor a good beating. "Arrogant. I've been in the Magnificent Flame sect for so long, but I've never seen such a troublemaker like you. If I don't teach you to be obedient, I really don't need to live anymore." Before the Blood Demon Emperor could react, his face turned red. He, the dignified Blood Demon Emperor, was actually slapped in the face by an old man. A soldier would rather be killed than humiliated. Unfortunately, a year's time was pressing down on him. He didn't want to court death. As long as he could endure it, everything would get better. "Don't fight anymore. That's enough." Since the Blood Devil Emperor was giving way, he couldn't retaliate. Just where did this old man come from? How could he be so unyielding? Can't he see how big the difference in strength between us is? What are you talking about? Remember, you are now loyal to the Magnificent Flame sect and to Peak Leader Lin. You are now the same as me, a servant, but my position is higher than yours. You have to respect me. The old ancestor of the Sage Immortal cult attacked without hesitation. Since Peak Leader Lin trusted him and gave him such an important task, he wouldn't let Peak Leader Lin down. The Blood Demon Emperor could dodge, but he couldn't fight back. The old ancestor of the Sage Immortal cult would slap him hard. Damn it. He was burning with anger. But he couldn't fight back. He was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Soon, he arrived at the sect's toilet. Xianxia, the religious brother of the Chongkong Holy Land, performed well and became the person in charge of the toilet. When he saw the old ancestor of the Sage Immortal cult, he went up to him immediately. "This is?" He saw the Blood Demon Emperor, who was beaten up. "It seems like there's a new person here. But his cultivation is really high. This is a servant that Peak Leader Lin just took in, but he's a troublemaker. He's very arrogant. Peak Leader Lin ordered him to come here to train, and I will teach him personally." The old ancestor of the Sage Immortal cult said. "I understand. He really deserves a beating." Xianxia nodded, agreeing with what the old ancestor said. If he didn't teach such an arrogant fellow a lesson, he would be in trouble. The Blood Demon Emperor looked at the situation and didn't understand what was going on. What was going on? This seemed to be the toilet. "Clatter, I don't care how glorious you were in the past, or how strong your cultivation is. Since you're here, you have to be obedient. I'll leave this toilet to you. You have to clean it up. Every corner and every surface must be free of dust." The old ancestor of the Holy Immortal cult stretched out his hand and grabbed the back of the Blood Devil Emperor's collar. "Listen up." "What?" The Blood Demon Emperor was stunned. "What did you say? You want me to clean the toilet? Impossible. Even if I die, I won't do it." The Blood Demon Emperor was very stubborn. He was furious in his heart. There was no way to humiliate someone like this. But suddenly, the power of heaven's wrath slowly formed, giving him tremendous pressure. He was currently at the world level. Although he was badly damaged, he was still one of the strongest experts in the outer realms. But in the face of heaven's wrath, he was actually unable to fight back at all. Fine, fine. Clean it up." He had already given up and didn't dare to fight against heaven's wrath. What the F***ck? How could he have actually offended such a thing? The old ancestor didn't leave. He was chatting with Xianxia. Peak Lord Lin had instructed him to be in charge, so he had to be in charge until the very end. There was no way he could leave. All of you better remember this. What goes around comes around. A day like this will eventually come. The Blood Demon Emperor was truly furious. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Oi! Right at this moment, a voice rang out from the Blood Demon Emperor's side. The Blood Demon Emperor looked over, only to see a young man squatting there. He didn't even raise his head as he carefully wiped the toilet. However, this was the person who had spoken just now. What are you trying to say? The Blood Demon Emperor asked. This young man didn't have a high cultivation base, but his body was decent. It was a bit of a waste to leave him in the outer realms. The highest level one could reach in the outer realms was the Dao realm. But he was being bullied to the point where he was about to go crazy. Could it be that even a young ant dared to act so impudently in front of him? You're strong. Feng Xiaolai from the Yang God sect said. He had been cleaning toilets for a long time. Xianxia, who had joined the Magnificent Flame sect at the same time as him, had been promoted to a supervisor due to his good performance and strong comprehension skills. Aha, at least you have some knowledge. Hearing this, the Blood Demon Emperor felt a little better. Finally, there's someone who can understand. Me. You're not an ordinary person. Feng Xiaolai was still busy cleaning. He didn't poke his head out even when he was talking to the Blood Demon Emperor. Yes, I'm indeed not an ordinary person. It's just a coincidence that I'm here. For some reason, the Blood Demon Emperor had the urge to cry. Maybe he was excited that someone could finally understand him. Brat, this emperor can see that you are different from them. You do have some foresight. Very good. Don't worry. A year later, when this emperor regains his freedom, I will bring you away and take revenge. The Blood Devil Emperor would never treat anyone well. But he had no choice now. He had suffered all kinds of humiliation in the Magnificent Flame sect, and he was on the verge of exploding. But now that there was a young man who could understand him, he was happy. He was willing to give this young man a chance to be his slave. Feng Xiaolai looked up at the Blood Demon Emperor before lowering his head and continuing to clean the toilet. The Blood Demon Emperor didn't like this look. He felt that the other party didn't trust him. Why? Do you think that I'm lying to you? Or do you not believe in my ability? It was rare to meet someone who understood him. The Blood Demon Emperor would definitely have a good chat with him. At least, he would be able to find someone to kill time within this year. Feng Xiaolai shook his head. No, I'm telling you so much just to tell you that it's useless. Don't waste your time and work hard. You might even get promoted. I didn't know much when I was young, and I was always arrogant. But now, I understand. Seeing that you're a good person, I'm reminding you out of goodwill. As soon as he finished his sentence, Feng Xiaolai stood up and squatted to the side. I don't want to say much to this troublemaker. He will understand when the time comes. Who hasn't been young before? It's a pity that this guy doesn't know much. A year, it was simply daydreaming. I don't believe that this guy can leave in a year. Seems like he's still too young. What the hell? The Blood Demon Emperor didn't take this to heart. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He shook his head. I thought he was a good guy, but he's just like this. It's only a year. As long as I can hold on until then, everything will be fine. Of course, he wouldn't take Feng Xiaolia's words to heart. From his point of view, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. In fact, what made him excited was that he had originally thought that this fellow would hide the rest of his flesh and not allow him to fuse with it. After all, with this thing, he could still negotiate with him a year later and use it to blackmail him. But not only did Lin Fan not hide it, he even let me fuse with it. If I fuse with the last piece of flesh, I'll be complete. Invincible peak. The frog started to concoct pills. He wasn't concocting pills for himself, nor was he concocting pills for the fugitive. He was concocting pills for the Blood Demon Emperor. In the words of that fugitive, he should hurry up and get some pills to help him recover. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would be like trash, useless. The world in the Blood Demon Emperor's body was destroyed, and he needed time to recover. Even if he relied on pills, he would need many precious herbs. Given the situation in the outside world, it was hard to find suitable herbs. But luckily, there were many descenders who came to die, so some of the ingredients could be gathered. Even if they couldn't, it wouldn't be a problem for the godmasters of Nine Wilderness to concoct pills. It's good now. With a reliable expert overseeing the sect, the safety of the sect is guaranteed. Lin Fan wanted to go out and train. After all, the Dao state wasn't invincible. It was pointless to rely on buffs. Dragon World. Lin Fan had left the magnificent flame sect long ago. His first destination was the Dragon World. He wasn't here to talk nonsense with the Ming Emperor old ancestor. He was here to see his disciple. He wanted to lead the Dragon World with his disciple. The Dragon World wouldn't be able to defend against the arrival of the Descenders. Amazing. It seems like the Dragon World is serious. At this moment, many golden illusory dragons coiled around the periphery of the Dragon Realm. They should have activated the protective array. Hey, Ming Emperor old ancestor, I, Lin Fan, am here. Open the door and welcome me in. Lin Fan shouted from outside. For others, this world protection formation might be a little interesting. But for Lin Fan, it was way too simple. A single punch was all it took for him to punch out a huge hole. He was still far from being able to face the Descenders. He could only protect himself by lying to others. The dragons retreated and opened up a path. Lin Fan entered the path and entered the Dragon World. Not far away, the plastic brother, Audiobook, was cultivating with the younger generation of the Dragon World. Lin Fan's disciple was among them. All of you, work harder. Did you guys not eat? To cultivate to this state, you're simply worse than pigs. Audiobook scolded with his hands behind his back. Those people from the younger generation were all very young. Thus, none of them dared to resist Audiobook's ruthless words. They knew that Lin Fan was being nice to them. But what they couldn't stand was the fact that they were being treated equally. Ritian, are you tired? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Do you want to take a break? You have to balance work and rest when you cultivate. You can't keep risking your life. Audiobook sucked up to Ritian. He had to take care of him. Ritian was the disciple of the plastic brother. If he was too cruel and the plastic brother found out one day, he might not even know how he died. The younger generation looked at him with envy. This isn't fair at all. We're all from the Dragon World. How can this be? When they were cultivating, if they were to slack off for even a moment, they would be berated by their clan brothers. But if this kid were to rest for a moment, their clan brothers would lick their faces and take care of him. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I would have been the one to replace him and become that person's disciple. That's right, I regret it so much. If I had acknowledged that person as my master, we would be the ones living comfortably right now. What's the use of regret? In the end, the one regretting is still that guy who didn't come out of his mother's womb and escaped this calamity. His father, Aolai, is about to die from regret. Pitiful. The younger generation of the Dragon Realm whispered to each other. What are you talking about? Can't you cultivate properly? If we could work half as hard as Ritian, we wouldn't have to worry about the Dragon Realm being weak, Audiobook said with a disappointed expression. Everyone rolled their eyes. Elder clan brothers' flattery really left people speechless. Pucci, suddenly. Ritian, who was in the midst of cultivating, spat out a mouthful of blood. What's the situation? Audiobook was almost scared out of his wits. He was cultivating just fine, so why did he vomit blood at the slightest disagreement? Even if he wanted to vomit blood, this was not the time to do so. If that plastic bro were to find out that his disciple had vomited blood while cultivating under his watch, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice that made him panic. Oh my god, this is way too punctual. Audiobook was shocked. This voice was simply way too familiar. Wasn't this the voice of that plastic bro? Why would he be here? Ritian. Nothing must happen to you. I still need you to be my witness. You vomiting blood while cultivating has nothing to do with me at all. Audiobook said hurriedly. If there were no witnesses, how could he make things clear? Ritian's face turned frightfully pale. Something went wrong in his cultivation, and his physical body did not manage to keep up, causing his blood chi to boil. Just as he wanted to say something, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. This? Aobadian stood there, not knowing what he should do. He then came to his senses. Ritian. Hurry and wake up. Don't scare me. I'm a coward. What's going on? Instantly, Lin Fan appeared. The first thing he did when he arrived at the Dragon Realm was to check on his disciple and see how his cultivation was going. But, when he arrived, he realized that his disciple had vomited blood. Bro, this has nothing to do with me. There's something wrong with his cultivation, and he vomited blood on his own. Aobadian explained hurriedly. Don't think that he was the one abusing him, otherwise, things would get complicated. Lin Fan took a look and felt a little helpless. This kid was still a little anxious. Could anyone practice hard body skills like him? If he was in such a hurry, it would be a miracle if he didn't hurt himself. But, it didn't matter. It was a small matter. He had many pills. He took one out and stuffed it into Ritian's mouth. He then forced back the restless energy in his body. Yes. Ritian opened his eyes slowly. His face slowly turned red. When he saw Lin Fan, he stood up and greeted respectfully, Teacher. Kid, you are a little stubborn. You have to cultivate slowly, especially hard skills. Can you compare to me? You can't. Don't be anxious, cultivate slowly. Lin Fan consoled him. Aobadian listened at the side and blinked his eyes. Was that even a form of consolation? He really couldn't understand it at all. In his opinion, this was just a blow to his disciple. Yes, teacher. Ritian nodded his head and listened to his teacher's teachings. Brother, when did you come? Why didn't you inform me? Aobadian changed the topic. Since the topic was already over, there was no need to continue. Please add 2 words in front of it, otherwise, I might misunderstand. Lin Fan said. Aobadian wanted to roast him. Did he have to remember it so clearly? Wasn't it because they weren't close enough in the past? No, they weren't close enough now either. Plastic Brotherhood. There was nothing wrong with it. Plastic Brother, this should be fine, right? Aobadian was helpless. He wanted to get closer to Lin Fan, but he was stopped by these words. His heart was in pain. Ritian, you have to cultivate the violent mace well. This is my famous technique. The mace was no longer useful to Lin Fan. With his cultivation, he could smash Ritian into minced meat with one strike. His flesh might even stick to the mace, making it inconvenient for him to clean it. But now, he could hand it over to Ritian to cultivate. This could be considered as him passing down this technique. Who knows, he might be able to make it shine in the future. Yes, teacher. Ritian nodded his head. If one didn't cultivate hard skills, one wouldn't know how good it felt. He had fallen in love with this feeling. At the same time, he hoped to become an expert like his teacher. At this moment, Aobadian took a closer look at Lin Fan. He realized that Lin Fan was much stronger than before. The speed of his improvement was simply too fast. It was shocking. Ritian, the reason why I'm here is to bring you back to the sect and leave the dragon world. Of course, I'm a democratic person. You can have your own thoughts. Lin Fan said. Aobadian was stunned. It wouldn't be good if the plastic brother wanted to bring this kid away. Old ancestor Minghuang had told him before. If Ritian could stay in the dragon world, it would be the best thing for the dragon world. It wouldn't be good if he were to leave now. In the end, he looked at Ritian nervously. Kid, I've treated you well. You can't forget about your hometown just because you found someone powerful. Teacher, I don't want to leave. I'm not weak. I want to prove myself here, for a teacher and for my mother. Ritian raised his head and said. His eyes shone with determination. Aobadian heaved a sigh of relief. Good kid, I didn't dote on him for nothing. Yes, sure. I'm a democratic person and will respect your choice. It seems like you want to become the master of the dragon world. It isn't a great goal, but it isn't small either. Lin Fan said. Aobadian was stunned. This kid wanted to become the master of the dragon world. How was that possible? The dragon world hadn't had a master for a long time, and it had always been the few old ancestors. Moreover, the thing that he couldn't take was that this plastic brother's words were just too disgusting. How was the master of the dragon world not considered great? Did he feel that it was too easy? He was just thinking too much. Yes, I understand. But I want to start from a small goal. Once my strength increases to the point where I can follow behind you, then I will follow you to a higher goal. Ritian said firmly. Pui, Aobadian couldn't take it and acted as though he was about to spit out blood. Were all lads these days so arrogant? The plastic brother said that it wasn't great, but he didn't expect that this disciple would think that it wasn't a great goal, and even said that it was a small goal. Arrogant. This was just way too arrogant. Not bad, you have such thoughts. I am really happy. But I have to remind you that it is really dangerous to stay in the dragon world. Once the descenders arrive, with the strength of the dragon world, they might not be able to protect you. If you really aren't afraid of death, then I won't say anything more. Lin Fan loved to roam freely. At the same time, he deeply felt the feeling of being a teacher. It was really King great. Teacher, I will definitely not be afraid. If I can't even avoid such a small problem, then I can only say that my life is not good. I can't force it. Ritian said firmly. As for the descenders, he didn't care much about them. You have guts. I have high hopes for you. Coincidentally, I will pass you the strongest technique of the dragon world. Cultivate it when you have nothing to do. The previous time, he came to the dragon world to ask for a technique. Buddha anti-dragon technique. The strongest technique of the dragon world and also the foundation of the dragon world. Given his disciples' current strength, it was more than enough for him to cultivate it. Plastic brother, if you want to teach this to others, you need the old ancestors' permission. Aobadian said. He was a little jealous. This was the strongest technique that even he didn't have the rights to learn. Now that this kid wanted to learn it, how could he not be famous? What do you mean agree to? Do I need others to agree to teach me? Come, if anyone is unhappy, raise your hand and come to me. Lin Fan was unhappy. This was just too arrogant. He was teaching his own disciple and he actually had to be questioned by others. Aobadian was speechless. What a joke. Who would dare to raise their hand? However, he had an idea. Then, can you teach it to me? Look at our relationship, do I even need to ask? He really wanted to learn it. Since the old ancestor didn't want to teach it to him, he had to place his hopes on Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced at him. Are we close? Of course, how can we not be close? We are brothers. Aobadian licked his face and said. Wrong, we are plastic brothers. We can only go through thick and thin together. Lin Fan said regretfully. He wouldn't be so stupid as to hand over the technique to Aobadian. Although the magnificent flame sect was generous, they weren't stupid. No, it's about going through thick and thin together and enjoying blessings together. Aobadian wouldn't let Lin Fan go so easily. God knows how long it would take for him to learn the strongest technique in the dragon world. Wrong again. We can't go through thick and thin together. Lin Fan said. F***ck, Aobadian didn't want to speak. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. Even though he didn't care much about this disciple of his. Actually, he cared a lot about him. His method was to nurture his disciples in such an environment. Only disciples who were nurtured in such an environment could become strong. Of course, if his disciple became weak, he wouldn't mind. As a teacher, how could he be bullied? But if he became strong, he would have some face in the future. Look at me, I've made my teacher so proud. Therefore, he wanted to experience it too. Ritian, since you've already chosen your path, you can only rely on yourself. If you meet with trouble one day, I suggest that you beg for mercy on the spot so that you can see me. Lin Fan said. When it was time to be a coward, one had to be a coward. After all, not everyone was as domineering as him. Yes, I will remember your words. Ritian nodded his head respectfully, listening to everything Lin Fan said. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. His disciple wasn't bad and was respectful to him. It was about time. It was time to leave. Alright then, I'll take my leave first. Cultivate well, and keep these pills for yourself. Use them slowly when you're cultivating. Lin Fan was extremely generous, causing Ao Badian to be stunned. This was truly AF * King Nouveau Riche. Even the dragon world wouldn't groom their race members as such. As for those kids who were fated to become Lin Fan's disciples, their eyes turned red. Some of them even wanted to die. Which B** starred stopped them from hugging Lin Fan's leg? To think that he would be able to soar so high. So infuriating. Goodbye, teacher. Ritian was reluctant. Other than his mother, only his teacher treated him the best. Even though his teacher's words weren't nice, he knew that his teacher cared about him a lot. He had eavesdropped on Ao Badian bragging about how his teacher didn't know how to speak and would be easily killed outside. He swore in his heart that he would cultivate well so that he could protect his teacher in the future. In the depths of the dragon world, the old ancestor was really calm. He knew that peak leader Lin was coming. He was even prepared to chat. But now that he heard that peak leader Lin wanted to leave, he was stunned. What was going on? He didn't even talk to the old ancestor and he wanted to leave? Who was he here to see? Was he here to see his cheap disciple? Oh my god, are you really leaving? No, we have to stop him. When old Master Ming Huang sensed the situation outside and realized that Lin Fan was about to leave, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission over. Peak leader Lin, please wait. Lin Fan was about to leave and go for a stroll somewhere else. He really couldn't hold it in any longer. These descenders were truly disappointing. How long had they been waiting? Not even a bubble. Could it be that he really had to find a way to go to the upper realms and kill his way in? This was not what he wanted to see. But if there was no other way, he didn't mind doing it. Ancestor Ming Huang, what are you doing? I'm very busy right now. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I don't have the time to chat with you. In the past, Patriarch Ming Huang was still a little mysterious. But now, there was no longer any sense of mystery. To put it bluntly, it was like a beautiful woman wearing clothes. She had a good figure and was more seductive, but when she suddenly took off her clothes, she realized that she was just like that, and it was even a little saggy. Then the mystery would be gone. The kind that would die at the sight of light. And old Master Ming Huang was such a person. If old Master Ming Huang knew that Lin Fan was comparing him to a beautiful woman taking off her clothes, he would definitely fight him to the death. Everyone in the dragon world could hear this voice. They were feeling a little complicated. To think that this son of AB** TCH would not give old Master Ming Huang any face. Wasn't this the same as slapping their faces? Even the old masters could only sigh. Even though they were unhappy, no one dared to be insolent. Heis, peak leader Lin, since you're already here, why don't we meet up? Old Master Ming Huang was a little helpless towards Lin Fan. He had truly never seen someone who didn't give him any face at all. Even in the past, he had never seen someone like this. But now that someone who didn't give him any face had appeared, there was nothing he could do. Ao Badian remained silent. The invincible dragon world had finally given up. This wasn't the dragon world that he knew of. Forget it, I'll give you some face. You must remember this in your heart. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks and did not say anything more. Deep underground, a dragon corpse of an unknown depth laid there quietly. But this dragon corpse was no longer the same as when Lin Fan had first met it. Every single scale seemed to have come back to life, shining brightly. In fact, if one were to take a closer look, they would realize that there were circles of patterns revolving on the surface of every single scale. It was as though they were an endless cycle that could never come to an end. In the calm void, there was a faint panting sound. Very soon, ripples spread out. Lin Fan appeared and looked around. The scenery was extraordinary. There was a sun the size of a palm hanging high in the sky. At the same time, there were many plants growing in the surroundings. Not bad. It's been a while since I've been here, and you've made this place really comfortable. Lin Fan chuckled. However, he could feel that the power here had already surpassed the peak of the outside world. Haha, peak leader Lin, you must be joking. I've only slowly recovered recently. The world that I've cultivated in the past is only the tip of the iceberg now. I can't use it yet. I can only look around and reminisce about the past. Old Master Minghuang said humbly. There was a hidden meaning behind his words. He wanted Lin Fan to continue asking. For example, reminisce about the past? What's your past like? What's this? As long as Lin Fan asked, he was prepared to put on a good show in front of Lin Fan. He wanted to let the youngsters know that the older they were, the wiser they were. Without experiencing the baptism of time, one would not be able to understand how difficult it was for them to make it this far. Yes. Reminiscing is also a form of enlightenment for the elderly. The past is all in the past. Times have changed. It's time for the new generation to shine. Lin Fan sighed. He did not give the old man any chance at all. In fact, he did not even bother replying to him. Damn it. You're not giving me a chance at all? Old Master Minghuang was prepared for what he was going to say next. But who would have thought that peak leader Lin would not even give him a chance at all? At this moment, Old Master Minghuang's eyes shone with a golden light. Since that was the case, he could only rely on himself. Peak leader Lin, even though memories are a form of enlightenment, I can't forget them. Look at these. They're not made up by the power. They're real. You might not understand them, but I can explain them to you. In the future, you'll get to know people who truly have their own world. Old Master Minghuang sighed. His words were mysterious. No, I understand. You don't have to explain. Lin Fan waved his hand. Oh my God. He finally realized that Old Master Minghuang was trying to put on a show in front of him. It was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be tricked by the other party. Luckily, he reacted quickly. He understood what Old Master Minghuang was talking about right away. What? Old Master Minghuang was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? What the F***ck do you know? Did he know what a world-level cultivator was? That was a cultivation level that had never appeared in the outside worlds. Even if he knew everything about the outside worlds, he would not be able to understand what a world-level cultivator represented. Old Master Minghuang, that's a bit outdated. Isn't it just a world-level cultivator? I know what I'm doing. Besides, don't tell me you're a world-level cultivator. You just tamed one a while ago, and he's currently cleaning the toilets of my sect. In my opinion, it's just SOSO. It's not that big of a deal. Lin Fan said calmly. How could he not understand what Old Master Minghuang was trying to say? Wasn't he just trying to show off, saying things that he thought others wouldn't understand? Although this trick was a little interesting, it was only useful for ordinary people. For him, it was completely useless. What? Old Master Minghuang was stunned once again. Peak leader Lin, you can't joke around. I'm serious. I'm an experienced person. I've known about the Descenders for a long time. This is just the beginning. World-level cultivators are extraordinary. You definitely cannot underestimate them. Old Master Minghuang felt helpless in his heart. This was a young man. What else could he do if he didn't believe his words? Do you think I'm joking? Lin Fan looked at Old Master Minghuang. He realized that Old Master Minghuang didn't believe his words. Peak leader Lin, you're a little. Old Master Minghuang wanted to say that Lin Fan was bragging a little. Subduing a world-level cultivator? Why don't you say that you've already ascended to the heavens? The strength of a world-level cultivator wasn't something that could be easily understood. It had already surpassed the level of power. It was more of a kind of comprehension of all things, a comprehension of the creation of all things. Based on his understanding, a world-level cultivator was like the creator. They could borrow the power of creation to unleash unimaginable power. Sigh, I'm helpless. Old Master Minghuang, I have to say that you've underestimated many things. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything else. He was telling the truth. Why didn't anyone believe him? Old Master Minghuang stared at Lin Fan. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. But based on what I know, you're with the 1000K Patriarch. Now that they've left the mountain, when will you come out? He knew that Old Master Minghuang was from the same generation as the old ladies. They had experienced the arrival of the Descenders together. Therefore, he could understand the fear of the Descenders. After all, they were too weak. It was natural for them to be afraid of the stronger ones. Old Master Ming Huang couldn't understand what Lin Fan was saying. At the same time, he thought to himself. Lin Fan must feel that he doesn't know much and is trying to change the topic. Yes, that's right. That must be it. Peak Leader Lin, I can't leave the mountain for now. My body hasn't fully recovered, but it seems like it won't be long. Old Master Ming Huang was most worried about the Descenders. He had experienced it once, so he knew how terrifying they were. But he didn't say that he wouldn't be a match for the Descenders even if he recovered to his best state. Unless he could descend to the world where the Descenders were. But the possibility was low. Ming Huang Patriarch was much luckier than them. He could resurrect with the help of his destroyed body. As for the 1,000 caves, they were the reincarnations of their true spirits. Therefore, Ming Huang Patriarch had a great advantage on this path. As long as he recovered, he would be able to return to his peak. World level. Ming Huang Patriarch knew how powerful a world-level cultivator was, but he also knew that a world-level cultivator wasn't strong enough. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to imagine it. Ming Huang Patriarch, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. He didn't have time to chat with Ming Huang Patriarch. He had a lot of things to do, and there was nothing to talk about with an old man. Peak Leader Lin, I have a suggestion. I hope you won't mind. If you take it to heart, I think it will be of great use to you. Ming Huang Patriarch said. He really couldn't take it anymore. This is too arrogant. If it was in the past, he would be a villain, someone who would be beaten to death. But times had changed. Even if he was so arrogant, he could still live happily and be fine. The change was too big. In fact, he didn't know how many times Lin Fan had died. If he did, he wouldn't have said that. Yes, go ahead. As the peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect, I know what you mean. Just say what you have to say. You don't have to care about my feelings. Lin Fan said calmly, as if he was a sensible person. Just say what you have to say. We don't need to hide. Ming Huang Patriarch wanted to ask Lin Fan not to be so arrogant, but his heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Fan's words. He had a bad feeling. It was as if the consequences would be bad if he said it out loud. It's fine. Ming Huang Patriarch shook his head. Lin Fan looked at Ming Huang. You. Sigh, just say what you have to say. It's not good to hide it. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would fuss over every little thing. I won't listen to unkind words. You don't believe me? Lin Fan patted his chest and promised Ming Huang Patriarch. The people nowadays actually didn't believe in the righteous Lin Fan. This was simply a sin. Or perhaps, it could be said that he hadn't done well enough for everyone to believe in him. At this moment, Lin Fan had a smile on his face as he clenched his fists. His strength had always been strong. Each time he clenched his fists, it felt as though the world was in his hands. And this action was also noticed by the old ancestor Ming Huang. He was even more incredulous. Then, he shook his head. Peak Master Lin, there's really nothing more to say. You must believe in me. Patriarch Ming Huang smiled. However, that smile revealed a kind of I don't believe you. Waste of time. Lin Fan looked at the old master Ming Huang exasperatedly. He had thought that he had something to say. But who would have thought that at the end of it all, there wasn't even a single word of nonsense to be said? Isn't this a waste of time? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan dove right into the void and left the old lair of the old master Ming Huang. Holy F***ck. With that attitude of his, he dares to say that he wouldn't take it to heart. If this old man were to say it out loud, wouldn't he be whacked to death? Old Master Ming Huang mumbled out. There was no way he would believe Lin Fan's words at all. However, he had been thinking about the descended ones. In the entire outer region, only Peak Master Lin surprised him. He felt that it was rare for an expert to appear in the outer region. But being too arrogant wouldn't end well. Once his body recovered, he would head over to help and guide Peak Master Lin to the right path. Lin Fan left the dragon world and wasn't in a rush to return to the sect. Instead, he wanted to find the Descended Ones and have a good chat with them. He needed them to solve the point problem. For the Descended Ones in the upper world, the Vanguard members they sent suffered heavy losses. To them, the outer region was a place to gather important resources. But they received news one after another that the Vanguard members they sent had been killed. Who knew how many people had died? When the various factions and races heard this news, they all felt that it was impossible. The first wave was filled with Dao realm cultivators. With the cultivation of the outer region natives, the strongest was only at the Dao realm. Even if they could defend, there shouldn't be so many casualties. Okay. Even if the outer region natives were strong and killed the Dao realm Vanguard members, what about the second time, with an Emperor Heaven realm expert leading the way? How could the outer region natives block? Therefore, this situation was really baffling, and it was even a little fishy. However, there were even more people who believed that they were people who had descended together, and that they were hurting each other in order to snatch something from each other. A few days later, Lin Fan was standing on a huge rock with a descender in his hand. "Let me go, you bastard." The Descended One had long since peed his pants. They were killing natives when this fellow suddenly appeared in front of them. He didn't say any nonsense and attacked them right away. To them, they didn't think that a Dao realm native could do anything. He was just here to die. But in the end, he realized that he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. How were these natives that he casually killed? They were just demons. One punch for one and they pierced through them in a brutal manner. Blood and flesh flew about in a dazzling manner. Even those standing far away were dyed red. It was just so terrifying. As expected, cultivation is such a tiring thing. Lin Fan sighed. To him, searching for Descended Ones was just so depressing. Who knew whether or not the Descended One received any news? Many of them had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't easy for him to find a nest, so naturally, he treasured it. "What are you saying? Let me go, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." The Descended One kicked out wildly, but Lin Fan's hand was around his neck, making him feel like he was suffocating. Veins popped up on his forehead and there were even beads of sweat dripping down. He had never felt so close to death before. Sure enough, there are a lot of retards among the Descended Ones. Compared to Nightgrave, you're far, far worse, far worse. Lin Fan shook his head in regret. He thought that the Descended One would be smarter than them. But now, it seemed like they weren't that smart. This fellow was about to die and he was still threatening him. If he was half as smart as Night Tomb, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. He raised him up high. "What are you doing? Let me go." The Descended One struggled. Seeing Lin Fan tilt his body and clench his fingers, he had a bad feeling. Lin Fan didn't say anything and just punched his head. Pung, blood splattered, dazzling one's eyes. The visual effect was not bad, just that the color was a little too bright. Points increased. Not bad. In this short period of time, I've already accumulated 100 million points. If it wasn't for the fact that the Descenders hid themselves too deeply, it wouldn't be so. Lin Fan was silent. Looking at the increase in his points, his mood became much better. His foundation was still lacking a little. He would be able to improve soon. If he could raise his cultivation to the Emperor Heaven realm, just how powerful would he be? All the techniques he cultivated were basically hard body skills. He felt more and more that his strength had reached an inhuman level. His power heart, which had merged with his body, continued to change. Of course, he wouldn't let the power heart replace his original heart. He liked his original self and didn't like any changes. Lin Fan raised his hand and lightly patted the space. The space started to crack, forming a deep hole. His current strength had reached a certain level. Even the most talented Dao realm powerhouses would not be able to do what he did. If I reach the Emperor Heaven realm, how strong will I be? Lin Fan was filled with anticipation. However, he wasn't anxious at all. Cultivation was just a matter of slowly improving step by step. This was why he would never feel like he was too weak. He would always feel a sense of urgency to catch up. At that moment, the knowing bird signal came. Lin Fan took out a golden paper from his storage ring. Grandmaster, I have finally contacted you. The Knowing Bird's reviewer was a little helpless. What's going on? Lin Fan was confused. Why did it sound like something had happened from the bird's tone? Grandmaster, our Knowing Bird has suffered a tragedy. We were noticed by a descended one and a huge battle broke out. The reviewer thought back to the situation and wanted to cry. Who the F***ck did he offend? They didn't offend anyone. But something tragic happened. They bumped into a descended one. Lin Fan was stunned. No one knew where the Knowing Bird headquarters was, as it had always been moving. When he heard what the Robin reviewer had said, he felt that in this life, talent was important, but luck was something that couldn't be ignored. If one's luck was bad, it would be a disaster. The headquarters of the Knowing Bird had collided with the Descenders when they were moving. Then, an inexplicable battle ensued. Who could be blamed for that? However, to be able to escape from a descended one had to say that the Knowing Bird's hidden strength was really strong. Looking at the situation, your Knowing Bird isn't safe anymore. Lin Fan said. Yes, Grandmaster, it's safe now. It's just that my master is heavily injured and is currently recuperating. This time, I contacted Grandmaster to tell you that there's a new situation in the Outer Realm. Based on what we know, a stronger descended one has arrived and is starting to descend. The reviewer said. Is that so? Lin Fan was pumped up. What he hoped for the most was the arrival of an absolutely powerful descender. But he didn't get one. Now that the Knowing Bird said that, he was pumped up. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. The originally calm space was suddenly filled with a thunderstorm. An extremely powerful shockwave swept out fiercely, destroying everything in the surroundings. There were even lightning entwined within the shockwave. Let's not talk for now. I have a situation here. Goodbye. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He was just thinking about the descended one. He didn't expect that he would send himself one. Hey, Grandmaster, don't be rash. You will die. However, his words were only transmitted through the storage ring. At this moment, Lin Fan had already turned into a beam of light and was heading towards the center of the thunderstorm. The strong shockwave made it difficult for Lin Fan to move forward. It wasn't easy for him to get close. His body was even retreating. Ancient battlefield, open. He activated the buff and never retreated. He raised his speed to the peak and charged into the distance. Poochie. Amazing. Lin Fan watched as a small crack appeared on his skin. It was caused by the shockwave. This was a sign that he had never seen before. It seems like it's really strong. Lin Fan smiled. His confidence was inflated and he hoped that he would be beaten to death. Soon. He arrived at the location of the thunderstorm. The area around him was like a chaotic abyss. The thunderstorm came out of nowhere, and the powerful shockwaves caused the ground to tremble. The entire area was gray and filled with lightning. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably die. He raised his head to look. A black whirlpool could be seen in the air, spinning at high speed. At the same time, a low rumble of thunder could be heard. This scene is really F***king scary. Within the thick black clouds, a devilish violet lightning could be seen flashing about. At the center of the storm, an aura of power came crashing down. He could feel that his body was enduring this extremely terrifying pressure. His blood flowed even faster. However, he was fine. He just felt a bit of pain. Time passed, 1 minute at a time. He was starting to grow impatient. Hey, hurry up and come down. What the hell are you waiting for? Lin Fan shouted towards the void. He wasn't a patient person. He had been waiting because he wanted to see what this powerful descender looked like. Perhaps because he was too excited, the blood in his body was beginning to boil. He could beat it, but he couldn't. There were only two possible outcomes. But of course, he felt that the chances of him being killed by this person were quite high. This was an even more powerful descender, after all. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be a match for this person right now. But even if he wasn't a match for this person, he would have to fight to his heart's content before he could say anything. Instantly, the void around him began to change. A ray of black light descended from the black whirlpool, accompanied by a bolt of lightning that smashed against the ground. The wind began to howl. Countless clouds of dust were kicked up. "This scene looks a bit like the arrival of the Terminator," Lin Fan muttered to himself as he stared towards the front. Lin Fan mumbled to himself as he looked ahead. The descender should be appearing from the middle of that area. Crackle, the lightning landed on the ground, instantly dispersing into a giant net of lightning that covered the entire ground. All of the vegetation on the ground, even the smallest blade of grass, was instantly ground to dust and disappeared without a trace. Just the aura alone is so powerful. It really is extraordinary. Lin Fan used his power to protect his feet, preventing the lightning net from invading. Eh? He saw a figure half squatting on the ground in that beam of black light. It was faintly discernible, and it was indeed a real existence. Moreover, it didn't seem to be wearing any clothes. Originally, there were no strange bursts of aura in the surroundings, but after this figure descended, a very oppressive might enveloped the void. Amazing. Lin Fan was extremely excited. His body was trembling, not because he was afraid, but because the expert he had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. He was extremely excited. Suddenly, a voice came from the figure not far away. His voice was a little muffled, as if he couldn't react to his words. "Who am I? Where am I?" The other party was still in the same posture as when he descended, kneeling on one knee with his arms hanging down and his fists pressed against the ground. At this moment, his face could not be seen clearly as he kept his head lowered. On his muscular body, there were tiny lightning bolts swimming about. The lightning bolts with extremely strong destructive power even evaporated the air, distorting everything that could be seen with the naked eye. Lin Fan did not move. It was not fear. Instead, he was waiting for the other party to react. At that time, he could go up and see what was different about the new descender. According to the information sent by the robin bird, there were many descenders of this type. The outer realm was about to fall into an abyss of suffering again. But that was fine. When the opportunity arose, he would definitely take care of these descenders one by one. With the arrival of the points, how could he not be excited? At this moment, the descender who was still in his original posture finally changed. "Yes, I am Lai Qing." Lai Qing stood up, his black hair draping over his back. His figure was extremely domineering and perfect, and every muscle on his body gave off an extremely powerful and shocking feeling. A gust of wind blew over, blowing away the dust that pervaded the surroundings and bringing a trace of coolness to Lai Qing. Where are my clothes?" Lai Qing came back to his senses and looked down, only to find that the clothes on his body had mysteriously disappeared. "Oh my God, this is a protective treasure that I painstakingly accumulated." He muttered to himself, unable to help but feel sad. But at this moment, he clutched his crotch with both hands and twisted his head, looking left and right. In fact, he saw Lin Fan standing in the distance. He immediately ran over with his legs bent. "Friend, do you have clothes? Lend me a set of clothes." Lai Qing's expression was very calm. He was very different from those descenders who wanted to kill the natives of the outer realm. Lin Fan stared at Lai Qing. The feeling he gave off was indeed different. There was a terrifying power hidden in his body. Even though he didn't unleash it, Lin Fan could guarantee that Lai Qing was terrifying, not something those Emperor Heaven Realm descenders could compare to. "No." Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan didn't make a move for the time being. He felt that this guy in front of him was extremely calm. He didn't even ask who he was, this could be seen from this point alone. Even if Lin Fan were to be beaten to death, he would be asking for it. He was obviously looking down on me. The peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible peak had already appeared in front of him, yet he didn't even ask who he was. This feeling of being ignored was very unpleasant. Lai Qing raised an eyebrow. "Friend, help me. It's not easy for me to come down from above. You can't possibly ask me to come down naked, right?" "I can't help." Lin Fan sized him up. This descender was a little interesting. He must have come down from above through a space tunnel. Based on what he had heard from the other descenders, the tunnel was extremely unstable. Descending was risky. Lin Fan didn't think that Lai Qing had some special fetish. He didn't think that this guy had a special hobby. His clothes must have been damaged when he came down from the spatial tunnel. This should be the reason why he came down naked. Really? Lai Qing smiled. His smile was very warm, as if he was telling others that he was actually a good person. Yes, I really don't. Lin Fan nodded. He wanted to see what Lai Qing was up to. Lai Qing walked one round around Lin Fan. I don't think so. What are you wearing then? Take it off and give it to me, and I won't kill you. Lin Fan's head hurt a little when he was in the tunnel. When he arrived in the outside world, he was in a daze for a short period of time. Of course, he had completely recovered now, and he knew where he had landed. They were just natives. As a world realm cultivator, he didn't need to be wary of these natives, nor did he need to put on a fierce face. Just talking to them gently was enough to give them enough pressure. Is that so? You want to kill me? Lin Fan had a rather surprised look on his face. As Lai Qing saw it, this look was rather uncomfortable, as though he were looking down on him. Wipe that disgusting look off your face. I'm not joking with you, Lai Qing said. A cold wind blew past his body, causing his chrysanthemum to feel a bit chilly. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought some clothes. He hadn't thought things through in the end. Lin Fan laughed. He had long ago found it hard to hold back when facing an expert. He really wanted to give this foe a good fight. Judging from how this foe was acting, he was clearly very powerful, which was why he was so calm. The Descenders had long ago understood what was going on in the outside world. A single world-level cultivator would be able to completely dominate all of the outsiders. Right now, Lai Qing felt a bit of a headache coming on. Were the people of the outside world idiots? Or were they just idiots? Couldn't they see how powerful he was? Or were they so confident that they dared to act so brashly in front of him? Let me tell you straight, bumpkin. I came from above to kill you natives. However, you are lucky. I, Lai Qing, am a reasonable person. If you had bumped into those other fellas, do you think that you would still be able to stand before me and talk nicely? The moment Lin Fan heard these words, he was displeased. You think that I'm being unreasonable just because you're being reasonable? Let me tell you, it's precisely because I'm being reasonable that I'm still wasting my breath with you. Otherwise, I would have attacked you long ago. Why would I be talking to you till now? Heis, you sure are a little cocky, aren't you? Lai Qing wanted to laugh. Mother asterisk cur. He was a fool indeed. He didn't know how terrifying he was, and yet he dared to act so insolently. If he were to unleash his full strength later on, Lai Qing could guarantee that this indigenous being would definitely piss his pants. Indeed, if one were to treat others too well, the other party would definitely climb all over them. He didn't know what terror was. Why? By the looks of it, are you thinking of beating me up? Hooey, what a joke. You're just asking to be humiliated. Clenching your fists, are you thinking of striking at a descender like me? Sure, I'll let you punch me. You might not even be able to touch me. Looking at this pitiful and pathetic indigenous being who didn't know his own fate clenching his fists, Lai Qing could not help but chuckle out. Not knowing one's limits was the same as not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Even though he was naked, Lai Qing did not seem to mind his condition at all. Very quickly, he let go of himself and even opened up his arms, revealing his muscular abdomen to Lin Fan. Come, do you want to fight? I'll give you a chance. Consider it my first greeting gift to a native like you since I descended here for the first time. Lai Qing flexed his abdominal muscles and hooked his finger at Lin Fan. Although there was a smile on his face, his actions were filled with disdain. That's true, it's time to make a move. Lin Fan realized that he was talking too much nonsense. He wasn't like this in the past. Perhaps it was because he had been invincible for too long that a problem had arisen in his body. Come, are you hesitating? Are you scared? Or are you just good at talking? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I, Lai Qing, am a man of my word. I will let you experience what true terror is. If you can touch my skin with your fist. No, there are no ifs. Lai Qing shook his head. He did not think that Lin Fan would be able to touch him. Dao Realm Cultivation. In his eyes, this was nothing more than a joke. He wants me to punch him? Lin Fan looked at the other party. This did not seem to be the first time something like this had happened. Could it be that he had some sort of hidden buff on him? It would affect others and cause them to give in to him. Ha ha ha, what is it? Are you thinking about the consequences of your punch? Don't worry, it's very simple. Your power, to me, is far too minuscule. Facing me will only make you feel powerless. You won't have anything else. Lai Qing was very confident. From the very beginning, he hadn't even looked at Lin Fan seriously. The reason he was able to speak so much was because he had met a native the first time he had descended to the Outer Realms. He really wanted to know how different the natives of the Outer Realms were compared to them. But unfortunately, there was nothing different about him. From head to toe, he looked very normal. The only difference was that he was very weak. Do I really need a beating? Lin Fan clenched his fists, feeling rather impatient. Although he would lose, he didn't really care. How could someone who had never lost be considered an expert? Need a beating? No, I'm afraid you're mistaken. For you, to be able to witness what true strength is already a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Come on, don't waste time. My interest in you is about to be obliterated. Lai Qing was very calm as he once more crooked his finger towards Lin Fan. He couldn't wait any longer. The cold wind blew past his balls. Only a man who dared to expose himself was a true man. But if others saw him, he would be in a very bad mood. Thus, he was prepared to kill this native and take his clothes. After reaching the world level, he had a deeper understanding of the laws of karma. Punching someone and taking their clothes wasn't a problem at all. Alright, I'm coming. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. His footsteps were light, but he moved very quickly. His relaxed demeanor didn't attract Lai Qing's attention. Alright, come. Let's see how strong you are, you bumpkin. Don't kill yourself with a single punch. Lai Qing spread his arms and laughed. Instantly. When Lin Fan drew close to his opponent, all of his hidden power erupted forth like a flood. His entire body was surrounded by an aura of power that was about to solidify. He clenched his fist, swung his arm, and punched out. Bang, a very deep, rumbling sound rang out. Lin Fan's fist slammed into Lai Qing's abdomen, sending all of his power into it and exploding outwards. Eh? Lai Qing's face was very calm. When his opponent punched him, he wanted to laugh like a pig being slaughtered. But that thought only lasted for a brief moment. His complexion changed dramatically. His complexion immediately turned ashen, and his face turned ashen. Bang, a figure shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the distance before crashing into a desolate hill. There was a loud rumble. When the desolate hill was hit by the impact, it instantly disintegrated and turned into ashes. There was also a shockwave with Lai Qing as the epicenter, spreading out in all directions. It was as if the ground had sunk under the terrifying force. Interesting. I can't even penetrate it after a round of attacks. Is this the difference in strength? Lin Fan mulled over it. He had a deep understanding of his own powers. Hence, he was extremely clear on what the feeling that had just been transmitted over was. Hey! What do you think? This punch isn't bad, right? I didn't embarrass the natives, did I? He shouted in the direction of the descenders. Patter, Lai Qing supported himself with one hand on the ground. His face was ashen and his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Unable to hold it in any longer, he opened his mouth and was about to vomit blood. He raised his hand and covered his mouth. Fresh blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. At the same time, there was a hard object in his palm. When he opened his hand, he realized that 3 teeth were stained with blood and had been knocked out. Damn it, what's going on? My handsome teeth have been destroyed. Lai Qing was furious. Flames of rage burned in his heart and he was about to explode. Looking at the 3 teeth lying quietly in his palm, his heart felt like it was about to shatter. He flung his arm and fresh blood stained the ground. He then looked over in rage. Native, you have totally angered me. He was truly furious. At the same time, he didn't expect that the final burst of power from this native would be so strong. This wasn't a power that a Dao realm being could possess. He could feel it deeply. When that fist landed on his abdomen, the power that was transmitted over actually shattered his body protection and exploded out. Ha 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 ha, interesting. It's good that you're angry. Let's fight then. Pucci, Lin Fan grabbed his clothes and used a little strength to rip them apart, revealing a body that was even more muscular and perfect than Lai Qing's. Your understanding of strength isn't deep. I can tell from your slightly deformed body. Alright, I shall let you see what true strength is. He went all out. Violent body, forbidden body. At this moment, he activated his skill, causing a terrifying amount of power to burst forth from his body. Gotcha, his body swelled up and patterns appeared. Scorching flames wrapped around his body and small lightning bolts swam around his body. Every single strand of his hair stood up in a frenzy. Oi, do you see that? This is the perfect body, do you understand? Lin Fan patted his swollen chest and said. Alright, your peak master is really going to be serious against you. Magic of the Seven Gods. The appearance of the Seven Gods caused the space storm to become even more violent. A terrifying destructive aura appeared. The last god devoured the other gods and merged them into his body. Activate all my skills. He had cultivated too many tough skills. Other than Lin Fan, no one else would be able to take it. After all, the pressure on his body was too huge. In fact, it was enough to crush anyone's body. Xing, ripples spread out around his body and his body gradually shrank back to its original size. Pata, Lin Fan lifted his leg and slowly put it down. With a bang, the ground within thousands of meters cracked and continued to spread. Then, it turned into many stone slabs that floated into the air. Boundless power rose from the ground and with a crack, all the stone slabs were crushed into dust. Ever since he broke through to the Dao realm, he had never used his true strength against those fellows. But now, he was facing a world-level expert. He had to be serious and see how long he could last. What? The Dao realm actually has such strength? Lai Qing couldn't believe it. To his naked eyes, that native was like a flame that could burn the world. The sky had already lost its color and was trembling. In the distance, the beasts were very sensitive. Even though they were very far away, they still ran away. That aura crushed the hearts of the beasts and they didn't dare to face it. Lin Fan raised his head and clenched his fists. Power burned and layers of scorching flames covered the sky. This is too awesome. I can finally unleash all of my power. Ha 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 ha. In this moment, Lin Fan felt as though the entire world was under his control, as though everything was his. But this feeling would most likely be short-lived. Perhaps the world-level descendant would tell him that even greater levels of power were yet to come. This fellow, he's a bit arrogant. Lai Qing's face was ashen. Although that blow just now had been quite powerful, it hadn't caused much damage to him. If it was that easy to cause damage, then it would be a miracle. Lin Fan's long hair fluttered in the wind. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a savage light. With a single step, he vanished from where he stood. Come, let's fight. He instantly appeared in front of Lai Qing. He brought his palms together, raised them high, and blasted out with a cannon. Mountain Shaker energy. Although this was an early-stage technique, at this level of power, any casual blow from him would possess enough power to annihilate the heavens and extinguish the earth. Under the might of this punch, the air around it began to blaze and turn red. Courting death. Lai Qing was enraged. He struck out with his palm, and the two collided. Rumble, the sound of the collision was quite deep, and it caused a shockwave that spread out in all directions. This part of the world was completely shattered by this simple strike. The recoil of power shot out towards the two men behind them. The earth caved in, and an incredibly deep crater was created by the shockwave. Impressive. An excited smile appeared on Lin Fan's face as he retreated at high speed. Just as the tip of his foot touched the ground, he once more stomped out, creating another crater as he shot towards his opponent. Compared to just now, this attack was many times more powerful. Inception Fiend Fist. The Inception Fiend Sutra was very powerful. It was the most powerful technique of the heaven abhor little gentleman, and the techniques contained within it were all terrifyingly powerful. Too much. This is too much. Lai Qing was utterly enraged. Even a puny little bumpkin dared to act with such savagery and disrespect towards him. Delay. He was a world-level expert, and his abilities were far more complex than those of the Emperor Heaven stage. Lin Fan was slightly surprised. Just now, he could clearly sense that the space around him seemed to have slowed down. However, that had all happened in the blink of an eye. To him, it didn't affect him at all. How can this be? Lai Qing was in disbelief when he realized that delay was useless. Although his power wasn't comparable to that of veteran world-level experts, he was still able to cause a small period of spacetime to be slowed down, allowing his foes to be trapped within that time continuum. However, this ability was useless against experts of the same level. However, to anyone who wasn't a world-level expert, this was a divine technique that was impossible to counter. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's attack arrived. Lai Qing's reaction was extremely fast as he retaliated instantly. The powers within his body surged out like a torrent, crushing down on Lin Fan. Bang! Lin Fan punched out and his arms shook. Immediately, he felt an irresistible force coming at him as he retreated. There was a loud rumble. His entire body was hammered into the ground. So strong, this is a little unexpected. Lin Fan laid in the deep hole. He didn't feel any pain at all, but his body was a little uncomfortable. His injuries were a little severe. Although it was only one strike. However, he knew in his heart that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent in a head-on clash. However, it was just a game, and the result was death. It wasn't easy for him to run into someone he could fight. If he didn't fight to his heart's content, how could he leave? Can you feel it, bumpkin? You dare to fight against me with that meager amount of power of yours? Still, I have to admit that you are quite capable. But this is as far as you can go. Lai Qing just stood there. Although there had been a problem just now, it was nothing more than a minor problem. Clatter! Lin Fan rose to his feet from the deep hole, brushing off the dirt on his body. He then retrieved a new set of clothes from his interspatial ring and put them on. You have clothes? How dare you lie to me? Lai Qing roared angrily. Lin Fan glanced at him. I do, and I have a lot of them. But I'm not giving them to you. What are you going to do about it? Hit me. His tone was a bit nasty. Pung! Lin Fan gathered power in his legs and exploded instantly. The ground beneath him crumbled as he shot out like a cannonball towards Lai Qing. An energy current flowed through Lin Fan's body and spread behind him. Lai Qing stood there calmly with a cold smirk on his face. He stepped out and with a buzz, energy ripples spread out and covered the entire ground. Huh? Lin Fan frowned. He could already sense that the depths of the ground were under the control of the other party's power. He had such powers as well. However, he couldn't control it as well as the other party. Instantly, the ground shook and the soil that covered the ground crumbled. A series of light beams shot out from the ground and covered Lin Fan. Ha 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 ha. Indigenous being, you're still too naive. How dare you fight with me and even destroy my handsome teeth? How many lives do you have to repay me? Lai Qing did not even need to make a move. His control over his power was enough to kill this indigenous being. Suddenly, within the light beams, a figure bolted out. Very quickly, he broke through the light beams and closed in. What? Lai Qing was a little surprised. Were all Dao state beings so cocky now? Lin Fan punched out and Lai Qing raised his hand to block. Instantly, a dull thud rang out. The two of them clashed and the shockwave spread out in all directions. You fella. Lai Qing was furious. A mere Dao state being was so hard to kill. How could he still have any face left? He retaliated and punched out at Lin Fan's head. Ancient battlefield. Lin Fan muttered in his heart and activated the buff. Pung! The punch landed heavily on Lin Fan's face. The immense power of the punch pierced through his face and turned into a torrent of energy that punched out a bottomless pit on the ground. There was the sound of bones cracking. Lin Fan tilted his head slightly and stared at Lai Qing. He then smiled. Not bad, I feel something. Lai Qing was stunned. He knew how strong that punch was. There was no way this was all there was to it. His head should have exploded as well. Just as he was stunned, Lin Fan's punch landed. His target was still his handsome face. The punch connected with his flesh. The explosive force was enough to pierce through a mountain. Shoo! Lai Qing opened his mouth and a few teeth that were stained with blood flew into the distance. Bastard, my handsome teeth. He tilted his head, and the right side of his face was squeezed by Lin Fan's fist. At this moment, his heart was burning with rage, and his eyes were fierce. He turned his head and forcefully straightened his neck, but the corner of his eyes was filled with rage. What are you looking at? With that look in your eyes, aren't you trying to hit me? Come on. Lin Fan could feel his opponent's strength, and he knew that he would definitely lose if he fought head-on. Otherwise, these two punches wouldn't be as simple as knocking out his teeth. Instead, his entire head should have exploded. A low growl came from Lai Qing's throat. He clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. Even the world around him was affected and began to tremble. I want you dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Qing's entire body burst forth with a dazzling radiance that shot up into the skies. A berserk power swooped down and slammed onto Lin Fan's body. Bang! So King strong. Lin Fan's body slammed hard onto the ground. A strong impact spread out, causing the ground to ripple like waves. Wave after wave, it spread far and wide before finally calming down. Drip, he laid down in a deep crater as fresh blood flowed down his body. The difference between a world realm and a Dao realm cultivator is so great. To think that a single strike would be so hard to defend against. Lin Fan mumbled in his heart as he tried to slow down. If he activated the ancient battlefield, he wouldn't die so quickly. Everything would still be stable. Indigenous being, come on. How is it? Don't you feel how puny and weak you are? I asked you for clothes and you could have just given them to me. How dare you knock out my handsome teeth? You're just courting death, aren't you? It had been a long time since Lai Qing had been this angry. To think that he would be so enraged upon meeting an indigenous being after descending from the upper world. He had to admit that he was just courting death. Piak, Lin Fan stood up slowly and wiped away the fresh blood at the corner of his lips. When he lowered his head, he looked at his chest that he was holding in. He let out a smile and raised his head. I don't know if you're courting death or not, but don't think about leaving so quickly today. Bam, his speed was so fast that it surpassed everything else. No one could see what was happening on the ground clearly, but they could hear a dull thud. An indigenous being indeed. Even his moves are of such a low level. Seems like he's still uncivilized. In the face of Lin Fan's berserk attacks, Lai Qing defended against them with ease. He wasn't bothered at all. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. The strength of this indigenous being was really strong. Even though his moves were simple and he just sent out punches after punches every single time, that was only because of the difference in their cultivation states. If they were at the same cultivation state, he might not have been able to defend against it so easily. Those who deserve to be killed must not be left alive. At this moment, Lai Qing retreated backward as an extremely horrifying aura burst forth from his body and gathered in the sky. World Source Power. This was the most basic and important power to construct one's inner world. Instantly, it was suppressed to the extreme. Lin Fan raised his head. The sky was sinking down continuously as a tremendous pressure burst forth. Crack, his feet sank deep into the ground as the gravitational force that was spreading out in the void suppressed everything within a radius of countless miles. The sky turned turbid gradually. Lai Qing, who was floating in the void, was just like a god of creation. Whatever he needed, he would create it. The only thing that affected his aesthetic was the fact that he was floating there naked. At the same time, there was an unknown rod that was swaying around. Goodbye. Lai Qing raised his hand and pressed down gently with a single finger, causing the entire void to rupture. A power that was hundreds and thousands of times more horrifying than before struck out. That's really strong. This is the first time I've felt it. However, I won't be beaten to death so easily. Lin Fan's body moved as he felt his entire body being suppressed. This was not a suppression of his aura, but an invisible power that was descending. Piak, clenching his fingers together, his indignant heart burned with a fiery flame. With a roar, he bent his arm and punched out. Foolish. Lai Qing laughed out. Wanting to clash with the world source power with just this bit of strength was practically courting death. The moment his words were spoken, boom, Lin Fan's body was completely covered by a blinding light. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles quaked violently. The shockwaves from the collision tore through everything, forming an endless pit. In the distance, there were many beasts that thought that they had run far away and should not be in any danger. However, when the shockwaves spread out, there was nowhere for them to run even if they wanted to. Instantly, they were engulfed and turned into nothingness. Not even a single scrap was left. If Lin Fan were to see this, he would definitely feel a heartache. To have such a huge amount of points dissipate into nothingness just like that. What a waste. Heis. Even till death, some people don't know what sort of horrifying existence they died in the hands of. Lai Qing sighed out as he stroked the hair on his forehead. His expression was slightly cocky. However, for him to be able to make him take this seriously, he could be considered as a talent. He died way too cleanly. There's not even a single scrap left. No, this won't do. I've got to go look for some clothes. There are many fellas who have descended this time around. Perhaps I might even bump into some familiar faces. If they were to catch sight of this, I'd definitely lose all my face. Lai Qing thought to himself. As for whether or not Lin Fan would survive, that was something that was impossible. He would definitely die. There was no chance of him surviving at all. But just as Lai Qing was prepared to leave, a soft sound rang out. It was as though small rocks were being smashed onto the ground. He abruptly turned his head around and looked at the bottomless pit with astonishment in his eyes. That was where the sound came from. It can't be, right? He's not dead yet? This was just a temporary thought. He did not think that the other party could have survived that blow earlier on. Unless he had seen a ghost. Hue. You're pretty strong indeed. To think that you could beat me up so badly. When Lin Fan's voice rang out from the pit, Lai Qing, who was initially all smiles, widened his eyes as though he had just seen a ghost. Lin Fan floated up from the pit. There was a bloody hole on his chest. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could see the bloody flesh and pulsating organs within. At the same time, there were many wounds all over his body. Blood was seeping out from them endlessly. It was a frightening sight to behold. Just what in the world are you? To think that you're not dead even with such severe injuries. Lai Qing was stunned. He had never come across a situation as such. To think that he was not dead even after being injured as such. This was a little too much. Cut the crap. Don't talk if you're fighting. I'm not dead yet. Lin Fan's face let out a maniacal grin. That thirst for battle had Lai Qing wondering if he was facing a lunatic, right? He soared into the skies. His movements were a little too big. The blood in his body gushed out from the bloody hole in his body. That's disgusting. If this snow-white body of mine were to be stained with his disgusting blood, wouldn't that be a sin? Lai Qing's first thought wasn't about how he was going to kill the other party. Instead, he was thinking about how he could not be stained by that filthy blood. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared before him. Without any hesitation, his godly fists danced out, covering the entire sky. Even though he was severely injured, it did not affect the speed or power of his attacks at all. But, even an attack as such was useless in the face of Lai Qing. The difference was way too great. Because the ripples were a little too big, fresh blood spurted out from the bloody hole. In a moment of carelessness, Lai Qing's chest was dyed red. My God! You bloody! The moment the fiery blood stained his body, Lai Qing was enraged. He was a little bit of a germaphobe. Being stained by the blood of an indigenous being was something that was even more intolerable. Tut tut tut, Lin Fan was attacking crazily. Every single punch of his possessed his strongest strength. However, against Lai Qing, he had a feeling that he couldn't land a single punch. That was really annoying. Ugh, Lai Qing's speed was extremely fast. Stretching out his arm, he pierced through Lin Fan's heart. That initially calm face of his was now extremely grim. I've said it before. That's enough, you ignorant indigenous being. What are you trying to say by fighting me with your life? Or do you think that you can win against me? After saying these words, Lai Qing jerked his head up and glared at Lin Fan malevolently. Bam! The moment he raised his head, Lin Fan punched out at half of Lai Qing's face. Yet another few teeth flew out, bringing with them fresh blood. Don't be too careless in battle. You've lost your teeth again. Lin Fan chuckled. Lai Qing's body was shivering right now as he slapped out with his palm in rage, covering Lin Fan entirely. With a thud, his flesh and blood exploded, leaving only a crushed heart lying quietly in Lai Qing's palm. Damn it. This is way too damn it. How many punches has it been? Arg. B** starred. What a B** tch. Lai Qing was infuriated and his face turned green. He wiped his body and smeared the blood on it, causing the area of contamination to increase. Phew, but forget it. I'm not a petty person. I've already killed him. It's just a way to vent my anger. He had just descended from the upper world to meet such a person. He could not help but feel sad for himself. His goal of descending into the outer world was actually very simple. It was to investigate just who was in the outer world that had killed so many of their people. At the same time, he would search for the missing space god pillars and perfect the space tunnel so that they could descend without any injuries. Lai Qing soared into the sky and flew into the distance. He would only take such matters to heart temporarily. No matter who it was that killed an ant, he would forget about it in the blink of an eye. 10 seconds later, suddenly. Holy F***ck. What is that? Lai Qingfei was fine, but for some reason, his eyes, which had originally been looking at the boundless sky, were now filled with an extremely angry and shocked expression. Bang! Lin Fan's old choking fist landed on Lai Qing's face. With a creak, it seemed like a few more teeth were broken. Lai Qing did not know what was going on at all. He slapped out with his palm. Lin Fan blocked with his own hand and punched out. Power surged through and his body was forced back, slamming into the ground. Ugh! Lai Qing spat out the foreign object in his mouth. It was another few white teeth. If this went on, he would still have a few more teeth left. But the key was, how did this guy appear? He was clearly killed, so how did he appear in front of him out of nowhere? There was no energy wave at all, as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was thinking about this problem, a mushroom cloud exploded from below. There was a loud bang. Hee hee. Lin Fan appeared in front of Lai Qing once more. Come, the battle has just begun. Don't get careless. He gripped his fists tightly and gathered his strongest power. Against a powerful being, he only wanted to use his fists to treat him well. He wanted to let the powerful being feel how passionate the natives of the outer world were towards them. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan rained down punch after punch. However, he felt as though his fists were landing on something extremely soft. He was unable to break through it, and neither was he able to hurt the other party. As they battled, he could sense on a deeper level that world-level experts weren't as simple as he had imagined them to be. They had many unique traits that he simply couldn't understand. In fact, he felt that the other party hadn't even used his full strength yet. Since he was a world-level expert, he naturally had his own world. However, he had yet to reveal the power of his world. Therefore, it could be seen that the other party was still holding back. Mother****, this is really making me feel helpless. The promised clash of flesh against flesh, the fusion of sweat against sweat, but now, I can't even break through his defense. This is really annoying. Lin Fan muttered in his heart. Although the punch felt good, at least he hit it. Lai Qing was already enraged. Indigenous being, I'm going to fucking kill you. He was really angry. His handsome teeth had been broken. Although they could recover, at this time, it clearly affected his handsome appearance. Fortunately, there were no worshippers nearby. Otherwise, if they saw him, it would have a huge impact. Lai Qing pushed out with both hands, smashing them against Lin Fan. Bang, Lin Fan was once more smashed into the ground. This time, he was smashed deep into a deep crater. Fresh blood flowed out from his wounds. He looked quite miserable. Wonderful. Being beaten by someone is absolutely wonderful. How long has it been since I've been beaten by someone? Ahahaha, laughter rang out from within the crater. Motherf asterisk cur, where the hell did this guy come from? He's crazy, right? Lai Qing cursed. He had never encountered someone like this before. What the hell? He had actually run into this crazy indigenous bumpkin. He lifted his hand, wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips. He was an exalted world-level expert, but he had actually been slapped in the face multiple times. But of course, this was because his opponent had ambushed him. If he hadn't, there was no way he would have been able to hit him. All he had to do was find some excuse and he would be able to get past this hurdle. Lin Fan stopped laughing, then attacked once more. He was like an unkillable cockroach as he fought Lai Qing with all his might. In the primordial battlefield, the more heavily injured one was, the more power one would be able to unleash. At the same time, the more one fought, the stronger one's foundation would be. If one was lucky, he might even be able to stack up his foundation in this battle and level up to the Emperor Heaven state. Bloody hell. Are you done yet? Your daddy's going to fight it out with you. Lai Qing roared out. He could be considered to have let go of himself as he charged forth head-on. Bam! Lai Qing appeared before Lin Fan and punched out. Both of them collided. But, how could Lin Fan possibly withstand this power? His arm was bent and twisted. But for Lin Fan, this was an extremely simple situation. He yanked his arm furiously and broke his wrist, revealing a sharp white bone that pierced out at Lai Qing. Holy F asterisk CK. You're going all out, aren't you? To think that you could even strike out like this. When Lai Qing caught sight of this, he was completely stumped. He had met many ruthless people in his life. But to break his wrist just like that in the middle of a battle? That was way too savage. Even the most ruthless of people wouldn't do something like this. Lin Fan did not reply. With a flick of his arm, fresh blood gushed out from his wrist like a torrent, drenching Lai Qing's entire body. Not again. He was really about to go crazy right now. Did this guy really like to spit out blood this much? His originally good mood had completely exploded. He could no longer calm down. All he wanted to do was to viciously kill this guy. Against a world-level expert like Lai Qing, Lin Fan had no way of fighting back at all for now. But, if he were to activate torrential misfortune, then this guy's death would come as no surprise. But alas, that would be pointless. This was a battle, after all. Fairness was the most important thing. How could he be so devious? That wasn't his style at all. Bam! Lin Fan was blasted apart once more. Not even his bones remained. Dead. This time, he's definitely dead. Lai Qing sensed his surroundings. There were no ripples at all. There wasn't even a single hint of life. He was currently naked. Rubbing his mouth, he flew off into the distance. There was no longer any meaning in staying here. Right now, the most important thing was to find a set of clothes. 10 seconds later. Lai Qing stared into the distance and let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, his pupils constricted. That detestable face had once more appeared before him, and it was very close this time. What in the world is going on? Bam! Just as he was pondering this question, he suffered yet another heavy punch to the face. Blood sprayed out from the corner of his mouth as he hurriedly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Lin Fan. He spat out another mouthful of blood, causing a few more teeth to fall out. If this continued, he would lose all his teeth. What the F asterisk CK are you? Are you crazy? Why do you keep hitting my face? Are you jealous of my handsome teeth? Lai Qing bellowed angrily as he questioned Lin Fan. He was truly enraged. He had never F asterisk King imagined that something like this would happen. I'm going to hit your teeth again later. Lin Fan laughed as he clenched his fists. He was filled with the desire to do battle. Although he had been beaten to death this entire time, the feeling of being able to fight against experts over and over again was indescribably satisfying. For some reason, Lai Qing raised his hand to cover his face. It was as though he had been beaten into a shadow. Each time, he would appear out of nowhere, giving him no time to react at all. How detestable. You, another slap to the face? That was impossible. A long time later. Lin Fan was once more reduced to dust. Before dying, he truly understood that the power of a world-level expert was more than enough to grind him into dust. Motherfucker. If you dare appear in front of me again, I'll kill you. Lai Qing glanced at his surroundings, then once more charged forwards. This time, however, he placed a single palm in front of his face. He wanted to see how this fellow was going to continue fighting. However, he was puzzled. This fellow had clearly been reduced to dust by him. Why was he still alive, 10 seconds later? For now, he was safe. There was no movement at all. Lai Qing laughed in his heart. Perhaps he really was going to die this time. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him, and he didn't hesitate at all to turn around and attack. Slash, his palm stabbed straight into Lin Fan's body. Ahahaha, bumpkin. Let's see how you're going to slap me in the face this time. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you're, holy shit. Lin Fan's fingers formed a blade as he sliced through Lai Qing's chest, tearing open a very long gash. Fresh blood sprayed out like a water gun, spraying out with a spluttering sound. The amount of blood was so great that it looked like a fountain. ****. Lai Qing was a little misophobic. How could he tolerate being stained by fresh blood? He tried to block with his hands, but the blood seeped in and covered Lai Qing. Pong, Lin Fan took the chance and punched Lai Qing's face once more. Motherfucker. Lai Qing raged and turned Lin Fan's bones to dust. A few more teeth fell out. He reached out and wiped his mouth. It was completely bald, and not a single tooth was left. ****, did my handsome teeth offend you? He wiped his face and opened his palm. It was covered in blood, and his entire body was red. Where did this bumpkin come from? He was definitely not an ordinary bumpkin. He didn't even think that he wouldn't die. Instead, he was thinking about what kind of weird abilities this bumpkin had. Lai Qing didn't leave. He stood on the spot and looked around warily. He raised his hands and crossed them in front of his face. As long as Lin Fan appeared again, he would kill him in one strike. Very soon. Lin Fan appeared behind Lai Qing and stood there quietly. Lai Qing turned around and instantly left. He panted and said angrily. Who the hell are you? Also, don't try to sneak attack my face again. Lin Fan laughed. Me? My background is relatively clean. I'm the peak leader of the magnificent flame sex Invincible peak, Lin Fan. Remember this. If you meet any of your friends, help me spread my name. I'll thank your entire family. His tone was a little frivolous, as if he was negotiating. I don't care who you are. I, Lai Qing, admit defeat. I don't want to play anymore. I didn't come here to fight you. Let's go our own way. Let's ignore each other and pretend we don't know each other. Goodbye. Lai Qing was honest with Lin Fan. He didn't want to play or fight anymore. Don't go. I haven't played enough. Lin Fan couldn't care less and attacked. Motherfucker, you're too much. Fine, I'm leaving. Lai Qing ran into the distance. This was the first time a World Realm cultivator had been forced to run by a Dao Realm cultivator. You want to leave? No way. You're disgusting. Under this hateful gaze, Lai Qing suddenly turned his head around. He only had one thought before it was replaced by anger. Lai Qing didn't want to fight with Lin Fan any longer. He gave up. He was afraid, all right, he had never imagined that he would run into someone like this after descending into the Outlands. But his luck was simply too bad. He had actually run into this strange native. The reason he had come to the Outlands was to search for the native who had killed them. He also wanted to investigate the location of the spatial pillar and repair the spatial passageway. He didn't want to waste time with this native. What made him even more depressed was that this native was simply too strange. He was so strange that he didn't know how to deal with him. Thus, Lin Fan could only blame him for running. This is a bit troublesome. This guy keeps trying to run, but I can't let him run for now. I have to keep fighting. Lin Fan had no choice but to activate his discerning eye and fight to his heart's content. Although he wasn't a match for him, he wasn't afraid at all. It wasn't the first time he had been beaten to death. A long time later, Lai Qing was panting. He had already forgotten how many times he had been beaten. Wait a minute, what do you want? I don't want my clothes anymore, alright? He had to have a good chat with this native. Was there an end to this? How could he bully someone like this? Although he was curious as to how this native had managed to dodge his attacks, given the current situation, he was no longer interested. He just wanted to get as far away from this native as possible. It would be best if they never met again and pretend they didn't know each other. Even if they met again in the future, he would stay far away and mind his own business. No one would disturb him. I don't want anything else. I just want to fight. Lin Fan was very calm. A world-level cultivator was indeed very strong. The difference between them was quite large. The arrogance he had built up in the past was completely shattered. It had completely dissipated, and he had returned to his previous positive state. Fight, mother *****. Lai Qing couldn't help but curse. He really couldn't take it anymore. This guy wasn't human at all. Fight my ass. This native was very weak. Killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. But the problem was that he had to kill him. Why are you so crude, descender? I, the Peak Lord, was talking to you nicely, but this is your attitude? If you don't admit your mistakes today, I want to see how you're going to leave. As soon as his words came out, Lin Fan vanished from where he was, then reappeared in front of Lai Qing. He raised his arm and clenched his fist into a fist. His face was filled with determination as he punched towards Lai Qing. Rumble, the earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the sky was torn apart. A violent power erupted between the two of them. However, in the face of someone as powerful as Lai Qing, Lin Fan was still somewhat lacking. After knocking Lin Fan back, Lai Qing broke into a run and fled. He had already decided that he was not going to fight with this indigenous being any longer. Putting aside the fact that it was a waste of time, this indigenous being could even spit out blood. Each time he got sprayed by it, he would have goosebumps all over his body. Disdainful eyes. As long as Lin Fan didn't want anyone to leave, they wouldn't be able to. Lai Qing ran very far away. Suddenly, his heartbeat quickened, and his eyes gradually lost focus. Boundless, terrifying power erupted from his body. I'll kill you. Under the attraction of the colored eyes, Lai Qing would unleash his strongest power. Only in a situation like this could Lin Fan truly understand how powerful world-level experts were. That was indeed an unparalleled power. It was getting dark. Lin Fan had already forgotten how many times he had died, and the key thing was that he didn't get any benefits at all. Under the attraction of the colored eyes, the other party instantly killed him. He didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Enough. Lai Qing couldn't take it anymore. He was on the verge of breaking down. He hadn't stopped since the day, and the blood on his body had already coagulated. This feeling was truly unbearable. Big brother, I don't think we have any enmity. Is there a need for you to toy with me like this? I understand. Your cultivation might not be high, but you're very powerful. I can't help but admire you. How about this? Let bygones be bygones. I'll still say the same thing. Let's pretend that we've never met, alright? He didn't want to have anything to do with this indigenous being anymore. He was just too helpless. An ant that could be killed with a single move, but he was even more tenacious than a cockroach. So what if he lived? Until now, Lin Fan had no idea what he had gained by wasting so much time. What progress did he make? No, as a virtuous peak leader of the magnificent flame sect, I've never lied or even deceived my own heart. How could I not have met you before? Then which bastard is standing in front of me now? Lin Fan waved his hands, rejecting the other party's suggestion. So be it. He wasn't afraid of anything. How could he let the descender go just like that? It wouldn't make sense if he didn't make the other party break down. You. Lai Qing suppressed his anger. Damn it. Since when have I been humiliated like this by an indigenous being? It would be fine if he couldn't win, but the key was that he could kill him in a second. But now. Sigh. What are you trying to do? Lai Qing raged. His patience was about to run out. Are you done or not? It's going to be dark soon. Nothing. I just want to have a good fight with you, Lin Fan said. Fight my ass. Can you beat me? Are you sick in the head if you continue like this? Lai Qing scolded Lin Fan. He couldn't take it anymore. Are you even giving me a way out? Whether or not I can beat you has nothing to do with it. As long as I'm happy. It's going to be dark soon. Let's talk in the morning. Lin Fan made his move. This was no longer about whether or not he could beat Lai Qing. He had a perseverance that others didn't have. Damn. Lai Qing couldn't take it anymore. To run when facing a Dao Realm expert was a humiliation that had never happened before. But now, it was happening to him. But forget it, he admitted it. It was not enough for him to be convinced. But what made him break down was that this wasn't over. He ran right away and didn't want to fight him. But when he came to his senses, he had already killed the indigenous being. He didn't even know what had happened. He was clearly running, so why did he suddenly turn back? When he came to his senses, he could only continue running. This indigenous being was just too weird. No matter how he ran, the indigenous being would always appear in front of him. Why was that? He didn't understand. A long time passed. The sky slowly turned bright. Lin Fan was sick of it. If he continued to fight with Lai Qing, there would be no result. If he didn't activate the Eye of Disdain, he could still fight with Lai Qing once or twice. But now that he had activated his Eye of Disdain, Lai Qing went all out. He didn't want to use Unlucky Surge for now. This buff was a little crazy. Not only would it kill the other party, but it would also kill him. In fact, he wouldn't even be able to get any points. So, he didn't want to use it in such a situation. Damn it. When will it end? Lai Qing regained his rationality. He was a little afraid of the surrounding environment. Without hesitation, he fled right away. He really didn't want to stay here anymore. He had had enough and it was really painful. Not long later. Lin Fan climbed out of the deep hole and raised his head. A smile appeared on his face. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. It's a little tiring. He took out a shirt from his storage ring and put it on. He realized that the surrounding environment was a little tragic. It could be considered a ruin. In the void, Lai Qing's speed was really fast. He was constantly on guard. Based on what happened before, the other party would suddenly appear in front of him. But after so many times, he had nothing to fear anymore. The moment he appeared, he would beat him to death in rage. He stood in the void and waited for a long time, but that indigenous being didn't appear. Ha ha ha, suddenly, he laughed like a lunatic. It's okay, he didn't appear. I'm free. During that period of time, he felt that he wasn't free at all. He couldn't leave at all. In fact, he was even traumatized by that person. Damn indigenous being, the next time I see you, I'm definitely not going to give a sh*t about you. If anyone else met with something like this, they would definitely kill the other party viciously. But he wouldn't do that. After suffering once, there wouldn't be a second time. Damn it, forget it. It's not like there aren't any benefits. I've already been sullied to this extent by that indigenous being. My slight obsession with cleanliness is gone. I'll just find a pond to take a bath. Soon, he saw a pond. Without hesitation, he jumped in, causing a huge splash. The blood melted and stained the surface of the pond. Just where did this guy come from? Now that he had calmed down, he thought about the background of that indigenous being. It was way too weird. Even in the upper world, he had never met someone like this. If all indigenous beings were like that guy, then what was the point of fighting? They should just scram back to where they came from. The pond was light red. When he came out, his entire body was snow white, and he had regained his handsome look from before. Damn. My handsome teeth were all knocked out. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation is so high, I really wouldn't have been able to heal myself. To world-level experts, repairing teeth was a very simple task. Soon, 2 rows of handsome teeth once more appeared in front of him. He squatted down in front of the pond, then opened his mouth and gritted his teeth. His white teeth were reflected off the surface of the pond, and they were dazzlingly white. Handsome. Right now, he still needed to find some clothes. He knew that there was a problem with the dimensional tunnel, but he hadn't thought too much about it. Who would have thought that the dimensional tunnel was actually quite dangerous? Although he was able to protect himself, his clothes had all disappeared. Someone's here. He could sense that not too far away, there was an aura. It was very weak, not very strong. A man with 3 long swords strapped to his back was walking towards him. He had a very young face and a long beard on his chin. He was in a fairly relaxed mood, and there weren't many fluctuations in his emotions. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The bearded man was stunned. He just stood there, not daring to move. Where had this naked fellow come from? He was a freak. You are? The bearded man asked. He had never encountered a situation like this before, and so he didn't know what to do. Take off all your clothes and leave. When he heard this, the bearded man's anus tightened. He covered his butt with one hand and looked at the other party in shock. Even his voice was trembling. You. What are you trying to do? In fact, he was even prepared to fight the other party to the death. He could lose his life, but he definitely couldn't lose his chastity. I told you to take off your clothes. Enraged, Lai Qing clenched his fist and shattered the space. When the bearded man saw this, he panicked. The other party was really strong, and he instantly gave up on the thought of fighting the other party to the death. Chastity was nothing. Alright, I got it. But can you be gentler later? This is my first time. As he spoke, he took off his clothes, leaving only his underpants. It was only now that Lai Qing's mood was a little better. Seemed like not all indigenous beings were so ruthless. Very well. Seeing that you're so obedient, I'll let you off. Take off that as well. Lai Qing pointed at his underpants. He wasn't a clean freak right now, so it didn't matter. It was good enough as long as he had something to wear. I've worn it. The bearded man acted like a little submissive as he crossed his arms and said. Take it off. Alright, I'll take it off. The bearded man felt like crying. He hadn't offended anyone when he came out, so why did he have to meet with such a situation? Very soon, Lai Qing was satisfied. With clothes to wear, he felt at ease and left the place. The bearded man looked up into the void with a dumbfounded face. He scratched his head and shook his bum a few times. His mind was filled with question marks. After his battle with Lai Qing, Lin Fan now knew exactly how powerful world-level descenders were. There was no way he could beat them in a head-on fight. It seemed only by increasing his own cultivation base would he be able to kill these fellows and convert them into points. His battle with Lai Qing had been fruitful. At least, his foundation had increased a bit in the early stages. But what gave him a headache was that it wasn't easy to find descenders. He would have to rely on monsters to accumulate points. As for the lucky draw, that would have to wait. For now, there was no such thing. The red gold lucky draw was a giant scam. Before the time was up, he would just be throwing points into it. It would be a waste. It seems the days of unrest in the Outlands are about to arrive. Lin Fan had this thought. When he saw the arrival of world-level descenders, he knew that the higher realms were very interested in the outside world. Still, this was good. The more experts came, the happier he felt. Far away, at the entrance to a gloomy, desolate forest, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. He walked very slowly. Surrounded by darkness, he looked like a king of the night. If one looked closely, one could even see a pitch-black cape. Wow, the sunlight is so blinding. The black figure was exposed to the sunlight, but it didn't feel as gloomy as it did in the darkness. When the real person was exposed, it actually seemed a bit out of place. A bunch of old fogies. They see that I, Night Fiend, am incredibly talented and are afraid that I'll steal their thunder. I, Night Fiend, have a grand goal. I wonder if the sect master died or not. If he did, I'll take over his position. This figure was the honest man, Night Fiend. He had been trained by a few strange fellows for a period of time. Now that he had succeeded in his training, he was preparing to go out adventuring. Most importantly, he hoped to find the sect master, Putisha. The Rakshasa sect needed someone to lead it. And the sect master had promised him that if he died outside, the position of sect master would be his. Right at this moment, Night Fiend felt that the temperature around him was a bit off. Night Fiend, you're leaving. Will you miss us in the future? The strange old man appeared. This was the person who had met Night Fiend for the first time. A normal person would definitely miss him. Whether it was true or not, he had to coax him. Night Demon looked at the person who had arrived and said without hiding anything, "Miss you guys, my ass." Who do you think I, Night Demon, am? That's the Rakshasa sect's demigod expert. I'm sorry, he's a pseudo-Dao realm expert now. But don't worry, I, Night Demon, am not the kind of person who would turn my back on you. You guys have treated me well. When I have some achievements in the future, I will bring you guys out to have fun. I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, Night Devil disappeared without a trace. Compared to before, there was already a huge difference in his cultivation. Sigh. Suddenly, a few figures floated around like ghosts. Tell me, is it good or bad for us to nurture him? He's definitely a good person. Back then, we were all tricked into becoming like this. After that, we no longer trusted anyone. However, he's the strangest person we've ever seen. That's true. He dares to say that he's going to beat us up in front of us. He does have some courage. Let's not talk about this for now. I wonder what will happen to him now that the Descenders are here. If he's acquainted with the Thousand Cape Patriarch, I'm afraid he's doomed. Sigh. At the edge of the dark forest, a few pairs of eyes stared in the direction that Night Demon had left. Gradually, the figures disappeared into the forest as if they had never been there. Night Demon still had no idea what was going on outside. But it didn't matter. He was very arrogant now. It was true. He could clearly feel that his power had skyrocketed, and his cultivation had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was something that he didn't even dare to imagine in the past. Although he didn't cultivate himself, and most of the reason was because of those old guys, he felt that if he wasn't handsome, they wouldn't have helped him so much. So, no matter what, he still had to rely on himself. There's nothing wrong with it. It's normal, and it makes sense. On the other hand, Lai Qing was relieved that he had distanced himself from Lin Fan. He had an indescribable feeling towards the natives. Lin Fan had left a deep impression on him. He didn't want to fight the natives head-on anymore. What should I do if I meet someone like him again? I might even want to die. Eh? At this moment, he saw an empty space in the distance. There were two figures standing there. He was familiar with this aura. They weren't natives, so they should be familiar people. Instantly, he sped up and attacked. I didn't expect it to be you guys. Lai Qing was in a good mood when he saw familiar people. Although they weren't from the same sect, they were on good terms with the two of them. In front of him was a man and a woman. The man wore a golden robe and had a handsome face. Compared to Lai Qing, he was even more handsome. However, there was a gloomy look on his face, as if he had something on his mind. The woman was beautiful as well. Even her clothes were not simple. They seemed to be embroidered with the feathers of some precious birds. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Gong Hanyu. And I Feng Shue. Lai Qing, why are you here? And what are your clothes? Gong Hanyu was stunned when he saw Lai Qing, as if he hadn't expected to see him here. Lai Qing smiled. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you guys here either. There was a problem with the spatial passageway. When I descended, I was already here. As for these clothes, it's because I can't be too ostentatious after arriving in the outer realm. That's why I changed into such low-key yet elegant clothes. It's alright, I guess. His explanation was clear and simple. As for whether he was telling the truth or not, no one cared. At this moment, Lai Qing remembered. Oh, right, I remember that you guys descended together with that guy from the Heavenly Cloud Buddha Hall. Why are you two the only ones left? That monk made him very unhappy. On the surface, he was all talk and reason, but secretly, he was sinister, cunning, and merciless. We got separated. The spatial passageway lacks two spatial divine pillars. Although I knew it would be unstable, I didn't expect it to be this unstable, and Xianxia said. Cough, cough. Gong Hanyu coughed lightly, a little displeased. Then, he stood in front of Xianxia and faced Lai Qing. We are not on the same path as you. You go your way, and we'll go ours. Hey, Gong Hanyu, this isn't very nice. Although I had a good relationship with Sister Xue in the past, you are now partners. What are you worried about? Am I that bad in your eyes? How could Lai Qing not know what the other party was thinking? Boring. Really boring. Petty and suspicious. Sister Xue was a perfect match for this guy. He didn't realize it before, but later realized that Sister Xue wasn't much of a person. So, he decisively distanced himself from her. And Gong Hanyu, the spare tire, decisively took over. Humph. Gong Hanyu's expression was a little ugly. He was very unhappy with Lai Qing's words. But he couldn't be too straightforward. Sister Xue, let me tell you. The waters of the outer realm are deeper than we know. Be careful, Lai Qing reminded. He still remembered that guy. Thinking about it made him feel a little scared. But fortunately, he had escaped. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Deeper? Lai Qing, you just arrived in the outer realm, but you already think that the waters here are deep? Are you afraid? Gong Hanyu said disdainfully. He had never held the locals of the outer realm in any regard. Lai Qing glanced at him, then chuckled. He didn't say anything. There was only one thought in his mind. That was, an idiot. If you hadn't experienced it, you wouldn't know shit. If you did, you would cry. But he didn't want to say anything. If they didn't believe him, so be it. He did believe him. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the skies from afar. I finally found them. Gong Hanyu was overjoyed. This was the signal of the world-level experts of the Heaven Cloud Buddha Palace. Although they were scattered, they could still contact each other. Their sect was on fairly good terms with the Heaven Cloud Buddha Palace, and so they had all descended together to help each other out. Brother Gong, it seems Brother St. Clair has already found us. Go welcome them. The more the merrier, Xianxia said. All right. I'll go right now, Gong Hanyu said. But when he thought about how Lai Qing was here, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Still, he would be back soon. Nothing should have happened, and so he left. Right now, only Xianxia and Lai Qing were present. The two stared at each other. Lai Qing revealed a hint of a smile. Xianxia turned and walked towards the boulder. She bent over and wiped her hands, preparing to rest for a bit. But then, she suddenly clutched her chest. It hurt a bit, and she let out a soft moan. She had been slightly injured when she descended, but it was nothing serious. Lai Qing walked behind her. Even though Xianxia had one hand on the boulder and was bent over, her buttocks perfectly facing him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of interest. He just wanted to ask how she was doing. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Xianxia shook her head. Suddenly, Lai Qing sensed that something was off. It was as though a strange power had suddenly enveloped his body. Swish, he felt a cold sensation. Far off in the distance, Gong Hanyu had found St. Clair, and the two had come to meet up. St. Clair of the Heaven Cloud Buddha Palace was quite handsome. Although he was a man, he was quite devilish and gave off an uncomfortable feeling. St. Clair, Lai Qing has actually found us as well. Let's think of a way to get him to leave. He won't be able to move alongside us, Gong Hanyu said. However, when he saw that St. Clair was staring straight ahead, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He then turned to look curiously. But when he took a look, he realized something. Not far away, Sister Xue was bent over with her buttocks in the air. As for Lai Qing, he was completely naked, standing behind her, facing her buttocks. What are you guys doing? Gong Hanyu was enraged as he hollered with bloodshot eyes. He had thought that nothing would happen if they were to leave for a short period of time. But who would have thought that something like this would happen in that short period of time? Lai Qing was stumped as well. He was clearly wearing his clothes. How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Fengxue turned around. When she saw Lai Qing's naked body, she was stunned as well. She then grumbled in her heart. Brother Lai, you were cold to me back then. Why are you treating me like this now? Me? Lai Qing was having a headache. What was going on? He didn't understand at all. Bah. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. What you see may not be the truth. St. Clair shook his head. Brother St. Clair, you're absolutely right. This is a misunderstanding. Lai Qing replied hurriedly. This was the first time he realized that this bald monk could speak so well. But what he said next had him stumped. But considering the relationship between Benefactor Ni and Benefactor Gong, what are we waiting for? Can you swallow this? Are you willing to be shrouded in the green light of Buddha nature? Gong Hanyu was enraged. He was in a state of madness. Lai Qing, I want your life. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Lai Qing. Jingxing put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. The pink skeleton is the true nature of Benefactor Lai Qing. Bloody hell. The moment Lai Qing heard the words of this bald monk, he was enraged in his heart as well. Did this guy even know how to speak? In the far distance. Damn it, where did this clothes come from? Lin Fan looked at the clothes that appeared out of nowhere and was a little confused. He had been rushing all the way, so where did the clothes come from? There's something wrong with this. Lin Fan grabbed the clothes in his hands and brought them to his nose, sniffing. It smelled bad. Faintly, he felt a very mysterious power enveloping his body. Could this be the effect of paying a debt? I have a feeling that this might be the case. I haven't used it since I got the buff, but a set of clothes suddenly appeared in my hands. If this wasn't the reason, what else could it be? Maybe it's because the other party has killed me so many times, so I owe him a debt. If that's the case, it makes sense. But this isn't right. I've been killed so many times, and all I get is a set of clothes. His life was just too worthless. I'm the invincible peak leader of the magnificent flame sect. My life is like clothes. Isn't this a humiliation? Forget it. This isn't the first time I've been humiliated. I'll get used to it. But something is wrong with this situation. It's too stingy if I only give him clothes. My life might be worthless to me, but to others, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't go overboard. Suddenly, another pill appeared out of thin air in his palm. The pill was strong, and it was glowing. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't a normal pill. Where did this come from? Just now, he was still thinking about this matter, but he didn't expect another pill to appear out of nowhere. It came out of the blue, making it a little hard to figure out what it was. No one knew where it came from. Wow, he's giving me stuff. No, I have to figure out what's going on. It feels like there's a path to wealth that I have to find myself. The current situation was slightly out of his expectations, and he really wanted to know what exactly was going on. Or is the repayment related to how much the other party hurt me? If that's the case, will Lai Qing pay me back until he goes bankrupt? I don't know, but I need to think about it. But let's cut the crap. This pill is good. I popped it into my mouth and took a few bites. It tastes sweet. Experience points plus 200000000. Not bad. I've gained 200 million experience points. It's not as good as the pill given by the world of pills, but it's still good. I'm in a good mood. He felt as though he had discovered something incredible. Right now, I need to stabilize myself. I need to go and collect some points and quickly raise my strength to the Emperor Heaven realm. Otherwise, I won't be able to properly battle against those world-level cultivators. Lin Fan was someone who had his own thoughts. When it came to cultivation, he was always calm and collected. He was never in a rush. But at this moment, he couldn't be lazy anymore. He had to hurry up and take a step forward. It's here again. Suddenly, there was something in his hand. This time, it wasn't a pill. Instead, it was something that he couldn't understand. It looked like a ruler, and there were even measurements marked on it. Interesting, could it really be that descenders? He pondered, but for the time being, he could not see through it. He exerted force with both hands. There was a layer of light around the ruler, as if it was resisting. So tough? The veins on Lin Fan's arm swelled. He had already started to exert strength, and his strength continued to increase. Very soon, there was a cracking sound. The measuring ruler was broken into 2 halves. He then threw it away, not having much interest in it. What a weak thing. It's completely useless. He had originally thought that it was something good, but now it seemed that it was just SOSO. It was very ordinary and not a big deal. As long as the hardness wasn't up to standard, it was trash. Extremely far away. Lunatic, he didn't listen to my explanation at all. And that Saint Purity bastard, forget that he didn't help, he actually made sarcastic remarks and tried to sow discord. Damn him. Lai Qing's face was green. There were wounds on his arm that were still bleeding, but he recovered very quickly. Looking at his own situation, he was helpless. Damn, what is going on? My clothes are still here, so how did they disappear just like that? He just couldn't understand it. How could the clothes on his body be stripped off by others? There had to be a problem. A cold breeze blew past, making him feel uncomfortable. It seems like something is missing. Lai Qing held his chest. The throbbing was very intense, but he didn't understand what was going on. He opened the storage ring and was prepared to search for something useful. But very quickly, Lai Qing's already green face turned even greener. What is going on? Where did the postnatal pill that I got with so much difficulty go? One of the more precious pills in his storage ring was the postnatal pill. He couldn't bear to use it because he wanted to raise it to the Xianxia pill level. He remembered that it was placed here. How did it disappear just like that? Damn. Where did my mystic cloud ruler go? Lai Qing's eyes widened. He realized that his precious treasure was gone. This was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty from the primordial ancestors' abyss. He couldn't bear to use it normally, mainly because he knew that while the mystic cloud ruler was strong, it wasn't tough enough. He was afraid that it would be damaged when used against some small fry. Hence, he kept it and tried to find a way to increase its toughness. But who would have thought that it would disappear just like that? That's not right. The storage ring is my personal item and I've never opened it in front of others. Could I have forgotten to bring it? Lai Qing mulled it over, but he couldn't figure it out. He was completely unscathed, but the items in his storage ring had been lost. This was simply impossible. He was very confused and then checked the items in the storage ring. Since it had happened once, it couldn't happen a second time. Maybe he really didn't bring it with him. In his eyes, a bottle of pills floated quietly in the storage ring. But before he could blink, the bottle of pills disappeared from his eyes. There was no movement at all. Lai Qing was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. It was clearly here. Why did it disappear? Suddenly, he reacted and stood up. He looked around with a serious and angry expression. Who is it? Come out. You dare to take it but don't dare to admit it? His voice was dark and angry. Someone must be in the surroundings, using some strange ability that he didn't know about and taking things from him openly. Rumble, the air around Lai Qing suddenly exploded. A strong airflow shot out from his body and covered the surrounding space. There was nowhere to hide. But even so, the surroundings were still quiet. There was no movement at all. How can this be? He couldn't believe it. Who had the ability to take things from under his nose? It was obvious that they didn't care about him. It was impossible for someone from the outside world to do this. If they had such ability, they wouldn't have been invaded by them. Let's see how you can steal now. He put everything in the storage ring into his inner world. There was no way anyone could steal anything from his inner world. F***ck. What happened? Lai Qing was stunned. He was about to explode. The things had been put into his inner world, but they still disappeared before his eyes. They clearly didn't care about him. Savage. Domineering. This was a little too much. Who is it? He couldn't stop it. He could only watch as the thing slowly disappeared. His heart really hurt. There were no clues at all. He didn't know where to go to find the lost things. At this moment, Lin Fan was a little lost. It was too easy for him to get things for free. He couldn't accept it. He didn't move much and one thing after another appeared in front of him. Although there were many things that weren't too useful to him. But to appear out of nowhere was still a happy thought. Is this really the debt must be paid buff? Lin Fan thought about it. He didn't know the specifics, so he couldn't really say what was going on. This was the first time the debt must be paid buff was used on a descender. Let's see how different it was. He didn't stay at the same spot and rushed forward. He smelled the scent of a demonic beast. It's been a long time since I've had a good chat with a beast. Our relationship is getting a little rusty. Young God Palace. The palace master was rather unhappy after being beaten up by Qin Feng's father, Qin Tian. But because he was too weak, he didn't dare to argue with Qin Tian and could only bear with it. And what made him even angrier was that the godson of the young god palace had gone to the magnificent flame sect and hadn't returned yet. At this moment, the palace master of the young god palace stood at the mountain entrance respectfully, as humble as an ant. There was a group of people in front of him. They were all descenders, and most of them were in the Tao and Emperor Heaven realms. They were also waiting for the arrival of a big shot. As far as he knew, this big shot was much more powerful than anyone he knew. How could he not be concerned that such a powerful person was coming, in the distance? 3 figures walked over slowly. Benefactor Gong, you can't blame Benefactor and I for this, Saint Jing said calmly. They were Gong Hanyu, and I Xianxia, and Saint Jing. Especially the battle between Gong Hanyu and Lai Qing, which was earth-shattering. Gong Hanyu, who felt that he had been cuckolded, exploded with power that he had never had before and actually managed to beat Lai Qing away. If this was in the past, he would definitely be in a good mood. But it was a pity. At this moment, he always felt very unhappy. And I Xianxia was very annoyed, and she couldn't calm down. She didn't expect Brother Lai to still be obsessed with her and even want to do something like this with her. But this won't do. I'm already a married woman. How can I do such a thing? But Brother Lai still has feelings for me. So annoying. Is it because I'm too beautiful that I have to suffer such heart-wrenching pain? Gradually, and I Xianxia was a little lost. Every time she thought of Lai Qing's naked body, her heart would beat slightly. Gong Hanyu glanced at Ai Xianxia, who was full of lust. He felt a wave of heat in his heart. He was very dissatisfied and muttered to himself. Humph, look at how horny you are. Welcome, Sacred Master and the 2 lords. The palace master of the Young God Palace went forward immediately, greeting them. The Young God Palace had long submitted to the descenders. A wise man submits to circumstances. Everyone was well aware of how powerful the descenders were. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan stood in the middle of the beasts. He hid his strong aura and skillfully used baiting law to let the beasts smell his delicious scent and also sense his weak aura. So, the beasts didn't have any good feelings towards Lin Fan at all. There was only one thought in the minds of the beasts, and that was to devour this delicacy. What a practical beast. When they notice that the target is strong, they run faster than anyone else. When they notice that the prey is weak, all of them charge over like crazy. So scary. Lin Fan was disappointed in the beasts as they didn't have the heart of an expert. As long as they had the heart of an expert, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would fight to the death right away. Pung, pung, 1 punch for 1 beast. The scene was a little bloody and terrifying. With Lin Fan's current strength, he didn't need to move at all. Just his aura alone could crush all these beasts into minced meat. However, he liked to use his fists to punch them. When his fists touched their bodies, that feeling was just too good. It was so good that he didn't know what to say. His points continued to rise. The beasts surrounding him weren't brainless. When they saw their own kind get smashed up, they would definitely flee in fear and regret coming here to hunt for food. But to think about leaving right after coming here was just wishful thinking. He activated his colored eye and started to attack crazily. After a long while, Lin Fan punched out, but it hit empty air. There were no more demonic beasts in the surroundings, they were all killed. The surrounding soil was mottled with blood, stained with flesh and blood. This place had become the place where the beasts died. This wave of demonic beasts was not bad. He had accumulated more than 20 million points. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't little either. At least if he took it slow, he would be able to get rich. He was really afraid. He needed so much to break through from Dao Realm to Emperor Heaven Realm, so how much would he need to get from Emperor Heaven Realm to world level? Just thinking about it terrified him. Now, he had a total of 120 million points. It seemed like a lot, but in truth, it was really little. Lin Fan didn't stop and left this place. He wanted to return to the sect to take a look at the situation. Along the way, something else appeared in his hand. However, this time, it was something that caught his interest. A cultivation technique. Path of Black Stone. Just from the name of the cultivation technique, one could not tell what kind of cultivation technique it was. It would be great if it was a hard body skill. Pretty good mood skimmed through it. It was a pretty good hard body technique, and its grade was very high. It was not something that could be found in the outer realm. This buff is too powerful. Lin Fan felt that this was definitely because of the buff. It couldn't have come out of nowhere. All debts must be paid? After obtaining this buff, he had taken the initiative to pick a fight with Lai Qing, and was killed by the other party multiple times. Perhaps, this was the start of paying back his debt. It was very likely that there was nothing wrong with it. Now that he had returned to the sect, he had to carefully consider the situation and think about what he should do in the future. If the buff was really that strong, it would be a crime to not use it. Even the heavens would not be able to tolerate it. The entrance of the Magnificent Flame sect. From the beginning until now, the two of them had been guarding the mountain gate. If a disciple wanted to exchange with them, the two of them would rather die than agree. What a joke. How could they give such a sacred and dignified position to them? They would definitely reject it. Standing at the entrance, the two of them felt like they had turned into guardians, guarding the safety and order of the sect. At the same time, they listened to their senior brother and forbade the Saint Convent sect's Monarch Thunder from coming. The last time, the Monarch Thunder really came sneakily. One look and you could tell that he wasn't a good person. He even said that he wanted to check out the Magnificent Flame sect. With such a reason, the Monarch Thunder definitely did not agree and sent him away on the spot. Senior brother has been away for a long time again. I wonder when he will be back. The disciple guarding the mountain gate mumbled. He's back. I can feel it. The disciple who had been silent at the side suddenly spoke. What? He's back? Where is he? The disciple at the side asked in shock. He looked into the distance, but he did not see his senior brother. He's far away. He hasn't arrived yet, but he'll be here soon. The disciple looked up and closed his eyes, as if he was comprehending something. No way. He can feel it? The disciple was dumbfounded. The two of them had been guarding the mountain gate together for so long, and even he did not have the ability to do so. How could he feel it? Just when the disciple was about to ask, he saw a light spot coming from afar. At this moment, he was shocked. It's really scary. I told you, senior brother is back. The disciple guarding the mountain gate said with a smile. Amazing. How did you know? The other disciple was shocked. He did not see anyone, but he knew that he was back. That's too scary. Hee, I can feel his aura. I'm very familiar with senior brother's aura. That feeling. You won't understand. Holy sh*t. He was speechless. He was acting all mysterious and a little unfathomable. Lin Fan descended from the sky, and the two quickly went up to him. Senior brother, you're back. Yeah. Lin Fan nodded. Has the Saint Convent sect been dishonest lately? He wasn't worried about anyone but the Monarch Thunder of the Saint Convent sect. He's addicted to stealing women. If I don't pay attention, he might really get his hands on me. Senior brother, did you know that the monarch Thunder of the Saint Convent sect came once, but we stopped him from entering? Lin Fan nodded, satisfied. That's good. Keep it up. No matter who enters, don't let that guy in. Yes. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate said firmly. These 2 pills are for you. Lin Fan took out 2 pills. It seems like he's here to repay his debt. I have no idea how this debt is repaid. Why is it always changing? Thank you, senior brother. The 2 disciples smiled happily as they held the pills. They realized that their senior brother was too nice. They didn't know how to thank him. The atmosphere in the sect was great. Every disciple was helping each other, and they were very loving. In the past, things like fighting over medicinal pills and benefits were basically impossible to happen. After sending Lin Fan off, the 2 disciples continued to guard the mountain gate happily. These days are too good. Xianxia Mountain. Master, I'm back. Lin Fan did not go to the Invincible Peak immediately. Instead, he went to look for his master. Eh? Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He realized that his master was cultivating, and he was in an extremely stable state. An ancient tree was floating above his head, and every leaf was giving off a gentle aura. What tree is this? Lin Fan was very interested in the ancient tree that his master had fused into his body. He knew that it was the sky tree, but it was shocking to see such a treasure in the origin ancestor domain. However, he was happy that his master had such an opportunity. Not long later, the sky tree above his master's had shrunk back into his body. Master, you're amazing. Lin Fan smiled and went up to Xianxia to make his master happy. It's just so. To me, this is just a starting point. Xianxia waved his hand, smiling faintly. He didn't care about the situation at all. Yes. This is nothing. Master's talent is definitely not limited to this. Lin Fan sat down beside Xianxia and took something from the stone table, putting it into his mouth. Master, disciple found something this time. The descenders are here again, and they're elites. What do you think, master? Xianxia laughed. Disciple, let them come. Don't take it to heart. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. As long as they dare to cause trouble in the magnificent flame sect, I will make them regret. Master is amazing. Disciple is impressed. Lin Fan gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Master is trying his best to improve, but the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Even if Master wants to, he's not strong enough. As Lin Fan's disciple, he must make Master happy. Master was so protective of me in the past. It's my turn now. Xianxia chuckled and looked at Lin Fan lovingly. Every time we meet, I'll flatter my disciple. Of course, he knew that Lin Fan was only saying things to make him happy. Therefore, he didn't expose his disciple. Disciple, be careful when you're outside. Since you said that there are elites among the descenders, you have to be even more careful. The outer world is too big. You can't manage it alone. Xianxia reminded. He didn't want Lin Fan to be too tired and bear too many burdens. Everyone has their own fate. I can only take it one step at a time. Master, don't worry. Disciple isn't a fool. The people outside have nothing to do with me. Disciple just wants the magnificent flame sect to be safe and sound. I want to protect Master and all my junior brothers and sisters. Lin Fan said calmly. This was what Lin Fan thought, and it was also his goal to become the strongest. You evil disciple. Master is so powerful, and you still need protection? Let Master tell you, you still need to rely on me when you're in danger. Xianxia said. Yes. Disciple will definitely rely on Master to protect him. Master is right. Lin Fan smiled, not arguing with Xianxia. Who am I going to compete with, but not my master? Master, when the matter with the descenders is settled, I'll be able to relax. I can bring you around to see the scenery outside. It's not bad. Lin Fan said. Before the integration of the outer world, Lin Fan's wish was to see the scenery and enjoy life. He thought that he would be able to go after conquering the primordial ancestor region, but he didn't expect the integration of the true immortal realm, the integration of the outer world, and the arrival of the descenders. I've always been busy. Alright, Master has been waiting for you. Tiansu smiled. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes overlapped. I'm old. I'm really old. Master, I'll return to the Invincible Peak first. Lin Fan said. He still had to go back and cultivate. Go ahead. Tiansu waved his hand, signaling his disciple to go back. Looking at his disciple's back, Tiansu's smile faded. He sighed helplessly. Invincible Peak. Lu Qiming was not as busy as before. All his junior brothers were cultivating, and all he had to do was take care of the Invincible Peak. Seeing his senior brother walking towards him, he immediately went up to him. He had something to report. Senior brother, I have something to report. The hanged woman left the sect some time ago, Lu Qiming said. This woman was brought back by senior brother, and her ability was a little strange. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke her, and only senior brother could suppress her. However, not long after senior brother left, she also mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where she had gone, much less when she had left. Left? He did not expect the hanged woman to leave at this time. She might look a little crazy, but there was definitely nothing wrong with her. Something must have happened for her to leave now, and it must be related to the hanged woman. It seems like the things outside are a little unexpected. Yes, take care of the peak. I need to go into seclusion. Without saying much, he walked to the secret chamber and pushed the stone door open. The secret chamber was dark, and he could not see his fingers in front of him. But when someone entered, a light would appear. Cultivate. Work hard on your cultivation. The hanging woman really doesn't know her manners. She left without even saying goodbye. She didn't give me any face at all. Lin Fan sat with his legs crossed, and a smile appeared on his face. Comprehend, he thought to himself. His points might not be enough to upgrade many skill sets, but it was not a problem for him to upgrade the skill sets he had just obtained. Points minus 1,000,000. Mystic Stone Path, Level 1, Traits, Unusual Stone Sense. Suddenly, there was a surge of energy in his body. This was the energy brought by upgrading Mystic Stone Path to Level 1. It was powerful, but it did not meet his requirements. Upgrade. Upgrade. Mystic Stone Path, maximum, a total of 9 levels. Traits, Mystic Stone Body, Unusual Stone Control, Strength Beyond Amplification, Hardening Beyond Amplification, Petrification. To upgrade this skill set to its maximum level, he spent a total of 73 million points. At this moment, the surface of his body was covered in a dazzling radiance. There were flowing lights circulating all over his body. This was something that cultivation techniques from the outer realm could not bring. Boom, he could feel a powerful energy growing in his body. In fact, it had already exceeded his imagination. It can't be that their foundation is full, right? He didn't think of this. Originally, he only thought that this cultivation method would increase his foundation a little. He didn't think that his foundation would be filled to the brim. He carefully felt the changes in his body. His power was boiling, and every cell in his body became active, crazily devouring this terrifying power, using it to improve his foundation. Buzz, with Lin Fan as the center, circles of silver-gray ripples spread out and touched the ground. The ground changed as if it was plated with a layer of silver light. The thin film continued to spread until the entire secret chamber was covered by the silver film. At the same time, it seeped through the walls of the secret chamber and spread outwards. Lu Qiming stood outside. His senior brother had entered the secret chamber and would probably not come out for at least a day. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed a fluctuation behind him. When he turned around, he was completely dumbfounded. Oh my God, what is this? From senior brother's secret room, the silver membrane flowed out like water. Everyone was afraid of the unknown. Even Lu Qiming was no exception. When the silver membrane was about to reach his feet, he floated up immediately. His eyes were filled with shock. He had no idea what was going on. Why is there this all of a sudden? Senior brother is in seclusion in the secret chamber. This might be caused by senior brother. Thinking of this, Lin Fan landed on the ground with a peace of mind. He stepped on the silver membrane. It was soft, as if he was stepping on water. Lin Fan grabbed the ground with his hands, and the silver membrane flowed through his fingers like water. What the hell is this thing? Why can't I understand it? Lu Qiming pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. A disciple could be heard shouting from afar. What the heck? What is this? It's coming towards me. Could it be an enemy invasion? Everyone, get out of the way and be careful of danger. The disciples at the foot of the mountain panicked. They had no idea where the silver membrane came from or what it was. They thought that a strong enemy had invaded the magnificent flame sect. But when they realized that the silver membrane was harmless to them, they were confused. Lu Qiming ignored them and looked at the secret chamber, mumbling to himself. Senior brother, what skill set are you practicing? Lin Fan closed his eyes, feeling the energy in his body. He realized that the skill set was not bad, and it was beyond his expectations. The first level required 1 million points. Lin Fan recalled that he only needed 2 million points to practice the original demon scripture. It seems like this skill set isn't simple. Lin Fan thought. There might be 1 million points difference, but a skill set that required 1 million points for the first level wasn't bad. In other words, it belonged to the top tier of skill sets. When he fought with Lai Qing, he knew that Lai Qing was strong, but he didn't see him use this skill set. Maybe it was because the skill set was of a higher tier, and those without intelligence might not be able to practice it. Therefore, Lin Fan had to give a thumbs up for his intelligence. It was rare to see someone as smart as him. Damn, I'm really going to break through. Lin Fan was very sensitive to his foundation. The water inside was already full, and it was about to overflow. He had to break through to a higher realm and change to a giant cup. But there's no hurry. The energy hasn't turned into my foundation yet. I'll wait for it to become stronger. Apart from refining pills, the frog also cultivated. The Dao Realm frog was already the strongest frog in the world. But he was speechless at this broken place. The outside world couldn't support him to break through to a higher realm. It would be great if he could reach the upper realm. But it was too difficult, and he didn't know how to do it at all. This is? The frog jumped up in shock when it saw a silver membrane coming towards it. Damn, what's this? Where did this come from? He didn't really understand what was going on, but he was relieved to see that many people were standing on the ground perfectly fine. That's weird. I'm so knowledgeable. How can I not know what this is? The frog was small, and when it landed on the ground, its hind legs were covered by the membrane. What's this? He looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. It wasn't that he was inexperienced, but he had never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, a storm was forming in the distance. Others couldn't see it, but he could feel it. No way, it's that bastard again? The storm was forming on the Invincible peak. Apart from that guy, who else could have the ability to do that on that mountain peak? Soon, an extremely strong gust of wind blew over. Many disciples couldn't even stand properly. Boom, a dull sound could be heard in the air. Dark clouds covered the sky. The clouds rolled and spun, and thunder could be heard from time to time. Then, under the frog's gaze, the thick storm clouds continued to expand, covering the entire sky above the sect. The sect, which was originally bright, also gradually darkened. No way, what's going on? The frog had followed the bastard for a long time. It might not be familiar with him, but it knew a little. Not only was the bastard bad, but he was also very unruly. It was a miracle that he was still alive. But this miracle lasted until now, and no one could do anything about it. The disciples of the sect raised their heads and all of them had a look of shock on their faces. Why is there such a strong formation all of a sudden? It's scary and scary. Everyone, don't panic. It's coming from the Invincible peak. Senior brother should be cultivating and has made a breakthrough. Some of the disciples noticed this and hurriedly shouted. All the disciples were panicking. If they didn't calm them down, they might pee their pants. At this moment, Lu Qiming could no longer stand in the secret chamber. The aura that Lin Fan was emitting was too strong. He couldn't stand still at all. He could only retreat helplessly. His long hair was messed up by the storm. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. What cultivation realm is senior brother at? This is too scary. Lu Qiming had followed Lin Fan for a long time, and he had a question in his heart. What cultivation realm has senior brother reached? All along, the disciples had been speculating about Lin Fan's cultivation. But there was no point guessing, and senior brother didn't say anything about it. In the secret chamber. Wow, this is amazing. My foundation has been filled up just like that. This skill is something. Lin Fan could already feel the feeling of his foundation being filled to the brim. It was as if there was an explosive force in his body. It was shocking and terrifying. Almost there. It wasn't easy to fill up his foundation. Along the way, he had suffered a lot and slept a lot, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Pada, Lin Fan stood up and clenched his fists with a smile on his face. The energy was about to overflow. If I don't level up, the magnificent flame sect will explode. Level up. Experience points minus 3 billion. Cultivation, Emperor Heaven Realm. Boom, the moment Lin Fan leveled up, the weather changed, and a shocking phenomenon happened. Lin Fan roared. His aura took a physical form and shot into the sky, tearing the roof off the secret chamber and into the clouds. In the sky, a shocking aura could be felt, and a boundless pressure could be felt. Beads of sweat rolled down the foreheads of the disciples. The aura didn't cover them, but the aura that it gave off made them feel like they couldn't resist it. It can't be. Emperor Heaven Realm? You must be joking. The peak of the outer world is only the Dao realm. How can there be a way to level up? The frog was stunned. It opened its mouth, dumbfounded. Impossible. This was definitely impossible. The peak of the outer world was the Dao realm. It had been like this for millions of years. Even a heaven-defying expert would be dreaming if he wanted to break through the Dao realm and reach a higher realm. But this situation. The secret room was covered in light. Lin Fan opened his arms and felt the joy of leveling up. Emperor Heaven Realm, I can already feel how strong it is. He smiled. Going from the Dao realm to the Emperor Heaven Realm was a huge step. In the future, if he met any world realm cultivators, he would be able to beat them to the point that their parents wouldn't recognize them. Eh? He lowered his perception and the world around him darkened. The world spun, and the world was changed. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, he realized that the environment around him was quite foreign. It was like the end of the world. There were volcanoes that were about to erupt and sparks shot out from each one. The ground cracked and lava flowed within. The atmosphere was quite good and the special effects were quite good. Suddenly, there were ripples in front. A person appeared. He was wearing a black robe and his face and body couldn't be seen. Oh my God, the heart demon is out. I haven't seen him in a long time and I miss him. No, I have to pretend that I don't know and have some fun. When Lin Fan saw the black-robed person, he knew right away that it was the heart demon. Only a bored fellow like the heart demon would cause so much trouble. It turned out that from the Dao realm to the Emperor Heaven realm, one had to go through the heart demon tribulation. Outside. The frog was sure that this fugitive had reached the Emperor Heaven realm. However, the Emperor Heaven realm wasn't so easy to reach. Now that the world was dark, this meant that the person was going through the heart demon tribulation. The Emperor Heaven realm was the ruler of heaven and earth. They controlled the heart demon and no one could stop them. However, it was extremely difficult to subdue the inner demons of heaven and earth. It was not something that just anyone could do. If one failed, it would be easy to die, but if one was controlled by the heart demon, then things would be interesting. However, if the fugitives were to be influenced by their inner demons and become their food, none of them would be able to escape before that happened. Damn, why does danger always happen in front of him? The frog wanted to cry and felt helpless. This was too much. Who did the frog offend? Why was such an honest frog being bullied? This didn't make sense. Heart Demon Realm. Lin Fan coughed and pretended to be nervous and a little afraid. One's life depended on acting, and if one's acting skills weren't good, one's life would be halved. Who are you? His voice trembled a little. In an unknown place, he had to show a panicked expression. Otherwise, how could he say, "Who the F***ck are you?" He felt that there should be no problem with this acting. If he could give a score, he would give it 99 points. He was afraid that he would be too proud of the 1 point deducted. But something that Lin Fan didn't expect happened. Stop joking. Who do you think you are? You want to trick me again? Isn't it better to be honest with me? The inner demon pulled down the hood that covered her head, revealing a face that was exactly the same as Lin Fan's. At the same time, her expression was a little complicated. Lin Fan was stunned. Another new trick? Alright then, let's continue acting. It wasn't easy for me to meet my inner demon, so I definitely can't let it end like this. If there's another firework, that would definitely be good. But looking at the environment this time, it didn't seem like it was a seduction. Ah? What? You look exactly the same as me. Lin Fan was taken aback. He symbolically took a few steps back, looking terrified and shocked. It was as if he hadn't expected that there would be someone who looked exactly like him. To the heart demons, this was the scene they loved the most. Nervousness, fear, and other emotions were the best time for them to control and invade the other party. I've already performed to such an extent. If I still don't make a move, when am I going to wait? The inner demon looked at Lin Fan calmly and didn't do anything. Brother, can I call you brother? Don't pretend, I'm a heart devil. Really, I've never met someone like you before. I'm laughed at by my peers, but to meet someone like you, I'm really down on my luck. I'm not here to fight you. I'm just here to meet you. After all, I'm the inner demon. I can't not appear. The inner demon's tone was a little low and sad. Did the tragedy start from the Heavenstar border realm or the half-god realm? He had forgotten. Anyway, at that time, as the other party's exclusive inner demon, he just wanted to kill the other party. But it was useless, and he even suffered a huge loss. Even his pride as the inner demon was crushed by the other party. Damn. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. He thought that the inner demon would play something new, but who knew that it was just a waste of time. You inner demon, can't you have some ideas? Have some goals? It's only been a few times and you're giving up? Maybe one day I'll be killed by you. Come on, don't be a coward. Activate your inner demon. I'm waiting. Lin Fan said. I need to motivate the inner demon. You're the inner demon. You can't be so negative. The inner demon looked at Lin Fan and waved his hand. Brother, stop teasing me. I'm your inner demon. How can I not understand you? You're trying to trick me again, right? Let's not talk anymore. In the future, I'll still leave but I won't fight you. That's all for now. I'm leaving. The moment he said that, the inner demon disappeared and his body turned transparent. Oi, you're the inner demon. Why are you leaving? Even if you want to leave, you have to. Before he could finish his words, the surrounding environment shattered like a mirror, returning to the real world. Hong Long, the dark clouds and the void dissipated. The dark clouds that represented the tribulation of the inner demons had vanished into thin air. What a cowardly inner demon. Lin Fan felt a little helpless, but he could understand. Even if it was his fault, he should have let it see some hope. It shouldn't be like this with no hope at all. Oh my God, it's gone just like that? The frog opened its mouth wide like it had seen a ghost. How could the inner demon disappear so quickly? In its memory, it needed a long time to walk out of the inner demon. But how could it be like this? At that moment, Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the air. Breaking through to Emperor Heaven Realm was so troublesome. In the depths of the air, there were more tribulations waiting for him. So troublesome. Lin Fan bent his body and a strength that was even more terrifying than when he was in Dao Realm exploded out. He stepped on the ground and turned into a streak of light that shot into the depths of the air. No one knew what was going on or what Lin Fan was doing within. Suddenly, pong, a low sound spread out from the black whirlpool. At the same time, cracks appeared and a white light shot out from each crack. Rumble, The whirlpool above the sect instantly exploded and vanished into thin air. A figure floated in the air. It's quite easy, Lin Fan smiled. He could already feel the endless power roaring within his body. This was even more powerful and terrifying than when he was in the Dao realm. Now, any part of his body trembled slightly and the space around him would shatter. The frog looked over, and Lin Fan's figure was imprinted in its bean-sized eyes. Others couldn't see it. But in its eyes, it saw a gigantic figure standing between the heavens and the earth. Emperor body. This was a height that other Emperor Heaven Realm experts couldn't reach. What's going on? The frog couldn't understand. The illusory true body was something that couldn't be seen, especially in the Emperor Heaven Realm. Although many people thought that reaching the Emperor Heaven Realm would make one an emperor of the heavens and the earth. But how many of them could truly become emperors? It was a legendary illusory true body. Even in his previous life, he couldn't reach this step. Now that this fugitive had just broken through, his power was still spreading out in the air. With his knowledge and ability, he could see it clearly. Terrifying. The magnificent flame sect disciples looked on excitedly. It was their senior brother's figure. They were too excited. Their senior brother's cultivation has increased, and he has reached a higher realm. Senior brother. Some disciples cheered and shouted. They wanted to vent their excitement. The cheers got louder and louder. The magnificent flame sect disciples all knew who was protecting the sect. If it wasn't for their senior brother, they wouldn't be able to live like this. Their sect might even be destroyed. The bird of warning had already spread, and almost everyone would watch it. They had all seen the news that was being passed on. Every day, if it wasn't a sect being destroyed, then it was a sect being destroyed. It was tragic. To them, the descended ones were inhumane. At least, they wouldn't show mercy to people from the outer regions. So they cherished their good days. When Lin Fan landed, Lu Qiming rushed over excitedly. Senior brother, you've become stronger again? Yes, you're right. I've become stronger again. Lin Fan was in a good mood. I've finally stepped into the Emperor Heaven Realm, and the feeling of power filling my body was awesome. He wanted to find a world-level cultivator and have a good fight with him. Senior brother, it's been hard on you. Lu Qiming's eyes turned red. He felt that his senior brother was carrying too much on his shoulders. As his junior brother, his heart ached. Zhang Long and the rest had been cultivating in seclusion, wanting to share Lin Fan's burden. But no matter how hard they worked, they couldn't catch up to Lin Fan. They weren't even qualified to help. What's there to be spoiled about? It's not hard at all. Junior brother, you won't understand the feeling of being too strong. Lin Fan sighed. Lu Qiming was originally sad, but after hearing Lin Fan's words, he didn't feel sad at all. These words sounded a little weird. They seemed to be saying that you would never know what the life of a rich person was like. Master. In the distance, the frog hopped over. Its hind legs were strong, and tears could be seen in its eyes. Very soon, it came to Lin Fan and hugged Lin Fan's thigh, unwilling to let go. Master, Frog is too scared. The frog sniffled and tears flowed down. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed. What was there to be scared of? The frog had been dishonest from the start, but under Lin Fan's control, what could it do? Very quickly. The frog couldn't take it anymore. It wanted to know what was going on. It raised its head and looked at Lin Fan pitifully. Master, you're too amazing. But Frog wants to know how you broke through to the Emperor Heaven Realm. Lin Fan laughed. His true face was exposed. The frog couldn't take it anymore and wanted to know the reason. Frog. Lin Fan said sincerely. Master, Frog is here. The frog listened carefully, afraid that it had heard wrongly. The way to break through to the Emperor Heaven Realm is very simple. Cultivate. Cultivate until you reach a certain limit. Then, you will break through. Lin Fan said. The frog's mind was filled with question marks. Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The frog looked stupid, but it was very meticulous. Lin Fan could tell that the frog was just bluffing. Equals stingy. You're really stingy. You're just afraid that I'll become too strong and make you lose face. Petty. Lin Fan could only rely on himself since he couldn't get an answer from the frog. He didn't believe that a 9 Baron Godmaster wouldn't be able to solve this problem. The reason why a Peak Dao Realm cultivator couldn't improve was because of the restrictions of heaven. As long as it was a restriction, there would be a way to get rid of it. But until now, he hadn't thought of a way. What are you mumbling about? Lin Fan looked at the frog and knew that it wasn't anything good, but he couldn't be bothered. Although this guy had his own ideas, he treated the pill refiners well. At the same time, Lin Fan felt that it was a pity that the frog didn't feel his love. If it did, it would know how much it loved him. Master, Frog is mumbling about how good Master is. Frog is so happy that Master has become stronger. The frog was so emotional that it started crying again. Lin Fan glanced at it. If I believe the frog, I can throw away my brain. Senior brother, your cultivation base has become even stronger. Those descenders are definitely no match for you. Lu Qiming was also paying attention to the situation in the outer domain. To put it bluntly, the situation in the outer domain wasn't good. The difference in strength was huge. Many sects were killed. Of course, there were also many sects that submitted to the descenders. Junior brother, that's for sure. As long as a descender comes, senior brother will be able to blow them up with a single slap. Lin Fan was in a good mood. The swelling feeling of having been beaten up by someone else had returned. And it was even bigger and more explosive than before. Suddenly, there were more items in Lin Fan's hands, and there were a lot of them as well. There were pills and all sorts of weird items. But he didn't care at all. He threw them to Lu Qiming. In the entire sect, the Invincible Peak was the richest. They had everything, and there were many strange things too. To others, these might be treasures that could only be found by luck. But to Lin Fan, they were useless. None of them could withstand one punch from him. When the surrounding disciples heard the words of their senior brother, their blood surged. Their senior brother was just so domineering and powerful. He was truly worthy of admiration. The frog looked at Lin Fan. This fugitive is showing off again. Emperor Heaven Realm, so be it. What's the big deal? There were still more powerful realms to come. However, only he knew that for a fugitive to break through to the Emperor Heaven Realm in the outer realms, his ability and fortuitous encounters were probably unparalleled. Was he really going to be a frog for the rest of his life? Old Black, where the F***ck have you been? You've been out for so long and you haven't come back. Don't tell me you've been made into a snake stew. The frog missed Lao Hei a little. Although it didn't like Lao Hei, at least it had an accomplice, unlike the talisman on its back. It didn't know how to speak the human language. In the distance, a figure was squatting in front of the toilet. He was wearing gloves and carefully wiping the floor with a rag. The Blood Devil Emperor raised his hand and wiped the sweat off his forehead as he looked into the distance. He could feel that aura. It was very powerful, far surpassing the Emperor Heaven Realm. As the Blood Devil Emperor, he was high and mighty, and no one could compare to him. Now that he was doing such a thing, he really wanted to throw the rag into the bucket and refused to do it. It was just that he was suffering. His back hurt. The Holy Celestial Sect's old ancestor held a spiked whip and slapped his back as he angrily said, "What are you looking at? You're still slacking off? Hurry up and get to work. You're the most dishonest person here, and you want to join the Thug Hall? You don't even have the right." The Blood Devil Emperor was so angry that he wanted to explode, but Heaven's wrath suppressed him, so he didn't dare to do anything. He could only continue to work. Suffering, it was simply unspeakable suffering. He had thought that a year would pass in the blink of an eye. However, looking at the current situation, what would he become after a year? However, he felt that something was off. Just how did this fellow break through to the Emperor Heaven Realm? What would he be like after a year? Would he become stronger than him and not be allowed to leave? Impossible. How could he not keep his word? The Blood Devil Emperor comforted himself and pretended to trust Lin Fan. Back Mountain. Mo Xianxia had long been led astray by the sect leader. He did not do anything and just laid there to feel the mysterious thing. Many disciples saw him and left while muttering to themselves. They had long sensed the commotion at the Invincible Peak. Mo Jingxia wanted to say something, but seeing that the sect leader was as calm as water, he calmed down. At the same time, he felt that he was not strong enough. Even the sect leader was not moved at all, but he was attracted. If his heart was not firm, he had to continue cultivating. Invincible peak. Lin Fan told his junior brothers and sisters to disperse early and sent the frog away. He laid on a chair alone and took out a golden piece of paper to contact the person in charge of the Bird of Knowledge. Grandmaster, you're finally here. Something big has happened. It's a mess, it's really a mess. When the call connected, the panicked voice of the person in charge could be heard. What mess? I'm fine. Lin Fan replied. The chaos outside had nothing to do with him. He just had to look after the sect. Grandmaster, there's nothing wrong with what you said, but there's a problem. I heard that the descended ones that came recently are all at the world level. A few realms have collapsed, and many sects have joined the descended ones. From what I know, the leader of the navy, Qin Feng, is having a hard time too. The person in charge said. What's going on? Lin Fan was interested. Qin Feng was a talent for the navy to be able to survive until now. Of course, Qin Feng was a friend, but what he cared about was his junior brother Han Bikong, who was still with the navy. As his senior brother, how could he sit back and do nothing? Grandmaster, do you remember the Young God Palace? The person in charge asked. Young God Palace? Who? I don't remember. Lin Fan's expression was a little lost. Clearly, he had thrown it to the back of his mind and forgotten about it. The person in charge was a little helpless. No matter what, the Young God Palace was a decent power. They even captured the god's son to wash his toilet, but now he actually forgot about it. Men were really fickle. After playing with him, he forgot about him. He remembered it in his heart and didn't forget about it. Grandmaster, the god's son of the Young God Palace, Feng Shaolai, is washing his toilet here. Did you forget about it? The person in charge reminded him. What a painful realization. If the leader of the Young God Palace knew about this, he would probably vomit blood. Feng Shaolai? Who? Lin Fan really couldn't remember. How would he have the time to remember other people's names? There were so many junior brothers and sisters in the sect, and up till now, there were still many people whose names he hadn't remembered. How would he have the time to remember other people's names? The person in charge didn't want to say anything. Forget it. Maybe to a grandmaster, remembering some names was a burden to the brain. Grandmaster, then let's not talk about who is who. The navy's leader, Qin Feng's father, went to the Young God Palace and beat up the leader a long time ago, causing him to lose face. He's been holding a grudge ever since. Now that the leader of the Young God Palace has submitted to the Descenders, he told them about the navy to attract their attention. They are preparing to eradicate the navy. The person in charge said. When Lin Fan heard this, he was delighted. Why did he always feel that the navy that junior brother Han was in had always been so tragic? Now he finally remembered. That matter actually had nothing to do with Qin Feng's father. He was the one who made his father beat up the other party. Who knew that the leader of the Young God Palace was so petty, holding a grudge until now? Do you know the location? Lin Fan asked. He had to make a trip there. It wasn't safe for junior brother Han to follow the navy. He wanted to bring junior brother Han back, but he felt that the possibility wasn't high. Junior brother Han wasn't an abandoned disciple, he had a determination that others didn't have. To put it bluntly, he was a bit of a saint. To put it nicely, he wanted to spread light to every dark corner of the world. He wanted to let everyone in the darkness see the light of hope. He was ambitious and not bad. Grandmaster, we know the specific location, but we don't know where the Young God Palace's descenders are. We will definitely be able to find them if we continue searching. The person in charge said. Okay, tell me the specific location. I will deal with the rest myself. Lin Fan was impatient. Now that he had broken through to the Emperor Heaven Realm, his blood was starting to boil. He really wanted to meet those world-level descenders. Before, they weren't a match because they weren't strong enough. But now, they would be beaten up so badly that even their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. The person in charge told them the location. They knew all the news in the outer regions, and who knew how many geniuses from the outer regions had fought against the Descenders in order to protect their sects and honor. Although that battle was brilliant, it was quite tragic. In the hands of the Descenders, the people from the outer regions collapsed. They couldn't resist at all. In the end, the knowing bird still believed that the only person who could challenge the Descenders was the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible peak, Lin Fan. He was also Grandmaster Lin, who was unparalleled in writing and had the urge to kill him. Lin Fan cut off contact with the person in charge. Lin Fan was ready to take action. It wasn't a joke. Those who could bully his junior brother might be born, but they would be sent to reincarnate very soon. With the Blood Demon Emperor guarding the sect, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Fan got the frog to refine pills like crazy, and the Blood Demon Emperor's broken world gradually recovered. Although the Blood Demon Emperor hadn't recovered, he could tell that the Blood Demon Emperor was an old man with many tricks up his sleeves. Even with a broken world, he could still fight against the Descenders. Furthermore, the Blood Demon Emperor wasn't just a world-level cultivator at his peak. "Senior brother, are you going out again? Didn't you say that you would stay in the sect for a period of time?" Lu Qiming was a little confused. He really didn't expect his senior brother to leave so quickly. Under normal circumstances, when someone made a breakthrough in their cultivation, they would definitely stay in the sect for a period of time. But who would have thought that their senior brother would leave without any hesitation? "I can't stay any longer, junior brother. There are simply too many things to deal with outside. Senior brother's cultivation is so high, so the responsibilities on my shoulders are even greater." Lin Fan sighed. There was nothing he could do about it. He was just that strong. "Senior brother, you've worked hard." When Lu Qiming heard this, he couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. It was really hard on senior brother. If they were a little stronger, they would be able to share senior brother's burden. Lin Fan patted his junior brother's shoulder heavily. "Junior brother, the stronger you are, the heavier the burden on your shoulders. As the saying goes, if I don't work hard, who will? In order to create a better environment for all of you, this is what I should do. Alright, let's not talk so much for now. I'll take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan soared into the sky and turned into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky above the sect. Lu Qiming looked up and couldn't help but take out a small notebook that he treasured as much as his life. In it, he recorded the words and deeds of his senior brother. Now, he couldn't help but want to write something on it. He knew that his cultivation was not good enough, so he could only help senior brother manage the Invincible peak and leave something for the future generations to pass down senior brother's glorious deeds. Holding the brush in his hand, he stuck out his tongue and dipped it into his saliva. At this moment, his essence, qi, and spirit had reached their peak, and he immediately started writing. Suddenly, the magnificent flame sect was in chaos. An obscure radiance flickered in the void. However, Lu Qiming did not notice this. He had been immersed in recording the deeds of his senior brother. Not far away, a disciple rubbed his eyes as if he was seeing things. "What's going on? Why did I feel that there was something wrong with senior brother Lu?" That disciple looked carefully but did not see anything shocking. But there was clearly something going on just now. "Oh my god. I can't take it anymore. That fella Qin Feng is really good at running." Even Lin Fan, who was in the void, couldn't take it anymore. This time, Qin Feng was in the Upper Qiong territory, which was extremely far away. It was on the other side of the Provenance realm. It was even farther than the last time he went to the Starsea region. He wondered how the little spirit was doing in the Starsea region. However, with so many small pearls, becoming the master of the ghost origin shouldn't be a problem at all. Mysterious Star Sect. This sect was close to the Upper Dome realm. It was one of the more powerful sects that had existed for a long time. But now, they were facing the arrival of the Descenders. The whole sect was in chaos. Some disciples sneaked away, while others lived and died with the sect. But now, all the Black Star Sect disciples were watching the battle in the void with their hearts on edge. Bang, bang, in the air, there were people fighting. Their auras were tyrannical, causing space to explode continuously. Powerful shockwaves spread out, engulfing the entire sect. In the void not far away, there was a group of people standing there. They were all descenders, some in the Tao realm and some in the Emperor Heaven realm. Faced with the scene that was unfolding before their eyes, they looked on as if they were watching a play. Everyone had smiles on their faces. How long is that song dragon going to play for? It's so boring. Among the descenders, a red-haired man said with a smile. Don't be anxious. That song dragon loves to give the natives hope. When they're full of hope, he'll kill them. This feels so good. Ha 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 ha. The descenders laughed savagely. I'm dying of laughter. I almost couldn't breathe. The red-haired man bent over and laughed hard. He then pointed at the sect disciples in the distance. Look, those disciples are raising their heads. Their eyes are shining with hope. Looks like that song dragon is really going easy on us. These ant-like natives have hope of defeating us. As soon as he said that, a deep voice came from afar. Senior brother, do it. In the void, a man from the mysterious star sect put his hands under the song dragon's armpits. His fingers intertwined and pressed on the song dragon's neck. Let me go, you ant-like natives. The song dragon struggled, but a playful look appeared in his eyes. Kiki, let you go? That's impossible. You despicable descenders destroyed our sect. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Zhou Ti's expression was maniacal. He then looked at the person below. Senior brother, what are you hesitating for? Attack. Don't care about my life or death. Mysterious Star Sect's two saints. Zhou Ti and Zhao Xian were the strongest experts in the mysterious Star Sect. They were at the peak of the Tao realm. When the descenders arrived, many of the sect's Tao realm experts were suppressed. However, they also paid a price. But when an Emperor Heaven realm descender appeared, the sect's Tao realm experts weren't a match at all. At this moment, the two of them appeared and fought the Emperor Heaven realm expert to the death. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Zhao Xian's eyes were filled with sadness, but he knew that this was a rare chance. If he missed it, there wouldn't be a next time. Moreover, there were so many disciples in the sect. If he could kill this descender, then maybe more disciples would escape and leave a legacy for the sect. After all, there were quite a number of descenders watching from the void. Zhao Xian rose into the air and his body gave off an eye-catching glow. Shocking power wrapped around his palm as he struck towards the song dragon and roared. Junior brother, Peng, an astonishingly dull sound rang out. Zhao Xian's palm landed on the azure dragon's chest, and a terrifying force directly penetrated through it. Zhou Ti, who was behind the descender, trembled as a shockwave directly penetrated his body and shot into the sky. Ugh, Song Dragon and Zhou Ti couldn't help but open their mouths and spit out large amounts of blood. Zhou Ti's hand on Song Dragon's neck slowly loosened. He had reached his limit. Two bodies descended from the sky and slowly smashed into the ground. Junior brother. Zhao Xian was furious. He didn't expect such an outcome. In the air. Did Song Dragon go too far? How is that possible? He's at the peak of the Tao realm and he wants to injure Song Dragon, who specializes in defense. He must be dreaming. He's just toying with them. The descenders chatted among themselves, not taking this matter to heart. Only these natives would risk their lives to exchange for someone else. However, they probably didn't know that no matter how hard they tried, it would be useless. Zhao Xian came to Zhou Ti's side in an instant. Seeing that his junior brother's chest had been pierced by his power and was heavily injured, he quickly took out a pill and fed it to him. Senior brother, how is it? Zhou Ti asked with a dazed look in his eyes. He's fine. I've heavily injured him. Zhao Xian looked at the figure not far away and heaved a sigh of relief. They really couldn't do anything against an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, but they had already risked their lives and were much stronger than before. Junior brother, leave with the disciples. I'll hold them off with the other elders, Zhao Xian said. The matter wasn't over yet. Heavily injuring one was already their limit. If all the descenders attacked, they definitely wouldn't be able to hold them off. Patter, suddenly, a sound came from behind. But to Zhao Xian, this sound was filled with disbelief. Interesting. How is it? Are you filled with hope? Don't you feel a sense of achievement beating me up? Song Long, who was spitting out blood on the ground, slowly stood up. He turned his head and spat out blood. He then looked at Zhao Xian and smiled. That fist was not bad. It had some strength, but it was too weak. Song Long flicked the dust off his chest and gave an arrogant smile. How is it? Do you feel like your hope has been shattered? Just the two of you at the peak of Dao realm, I can crush you with one hand. Do you really think that you can injure me by risking your life? Keep dreaming. Ha 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 ha, a terrifying laugh spread out. The mysterious Star Sect disciples were terrified. They didn't expect this to happen. Lin Fan was perfectly fine and everything was just an act. Playing with them. Zhao Xian was furious. He shook his head helplessly, it's useless. The gap is too huge. I am not willing. Zhou Ti lowered his head and his eyes were filled with despair. Song Long, you have played enough. If you don't submit, then wipe it out. We still have to head to the next place. The descenders said. I know. Song Long opened his arms and his body slowly floated up. Ants, your level of cultivation is far from enough in front of me. Listen up, I, Song Long Emperor Heaven Realm Descender, will dye this place with your blood. Prepare yourself. A strong aura exploded from Song Long's body. Who is so arrogant? A streak of light was really quick and quickly arrived in front of Song Long. He casually waved his hand and smashed him. He didn't stop and continued into the distance. Lin Fan passed by this place and knew that there was a battle below. He didn't want to stay as he was rushing for time. But who knew that he would say such arrogant words, he couldn't take it anymore. Thus, he casually killed him. Scram back to die. The descenders who hadn't reacted saw the streak of light flee into the distance and hollered in rage. However, the moment these words were shouted out, the descenders were dumbfounded. They saw that Song Long's body fall from the sky without a head. What was going on? Zhao Xian and Zhou Ti were shocked. Their eyes opened wide as if they had seen a ghost. What happened, Wang? The streak of light in the distance suddenly stopped and a figure appeared. Lin Fan had only wanted to kill this arrogant guy along the way, but he didn't expect someone to continue being so arrogant. The phrase "scram back to die" was exactly the same as the phrase "don't run if you have guts, I'll beat you to death." Could he run? He definitely couldn't. He had to turn back. Was a man without guts still a man? Lin Fan turned back and attacked the group of descenders. Who is so arrogant? You want me to scram back to die? Come, who said that? Lin Fan was in a rush and didn't want to waste time. He pointed at the floating descenders and asked. The descenders looked at the pile of flesh and blood in the distance, then at Lin Fan, and shook their heads. No one admitted it. Grandmaster. A surprised voice came from below. Lin Fan was stunned and looked at Zhao Xian. You know me? Zhao Xian said excitedly, Grandmaster, I know you. I've read your World Pill Lord 10 times. It's so good, but I haven't finished it yet. However, you need to be careful. These are all Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators, very. Pung, before he finished. Zhao Xian stood rooted to the ground. Instantly, Lin Fan appeared in front of a descender and punched out, piercing through the other party's body. Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators were too weak. I'm in a rush, so I won't play with you. Go and reincarnate. Lin Fan was extremely fast and terrifyingly strong. The descenders panicked and reacted, but it was already a massacre. Now that Lin Fan had reached the Emperor Heaven Realm descenders would only be a bit stronger than ants. Pung, in just a few blows, all of the descenders were destroyed. Lin Fan flung his arm to get rid of the blood and looked at Zhao Xian. What did you say just now? Zhao Xian looked at Lin Fan elegantly and finally said. Very weak. Lin Fan smiled, you're right. I'm in a rush, so I won't talk much. We'll talk again when we meet. As soon as he said this, he didn't wait for them to say anything and disappeared. What is this? Zhao Xian sat on the ground and looked into the distance. The descenders who had almost destroyed their sect were destroyed by a grandmaster just like that. This was too fake, too surreal. These guys are just looking for trouble. Who are they trying to show off to? Luckily, I found them, or else there would be more disharmonious people in this world. Lin Fan sighed. He found that his responsibilities were becoming heavier and heavier. It was not easy to pursue world peace. On this path, there would be many discordant existences, and his role was to hammer all of these discordant people to death. This place is close to the Upper Dome domain, so I should be able to find those guys soon. Lin Fan stood in the air and pinched the storage ring. With a bit of force, the storage ring shattered, and the things inside flew out and floated in the air. He was too lazy to look at them and put them into the storage ring. Although he was quite rich now, it was shameful to waste it, so he had to keep it. Where exactly is it? Lin Fan was lost. He knew that it was in the Upper Dome domain, but the knowing bird did not know the exact location. Based on the current situation, he might not be able to find them. Even in this situation, he could not be stopped. If he encountered any problems, he just had to think of a way to solve them. Looks like I can only use the old method. Lin Fan was now very strong. He was at the Emperor Heaven Realm, the peak of the peak in the outer domain. Although he could not find Junior Brother Han, he might be able to lure the Descenders over. Lin Fan took a deep breath and gathered all of his power in his body. Following this, the power surged up and gathered at his throat. Finally, he let out a furious roar. All Descenders of the Upper Dome domain, listen up. I am your grandfather, Lin Fan, and I am going to beat the shit out of you. If you don't like it, hurry up and die. A terrifying sound wave exploded out from Lin Fan's mouth, forming a destructive shockwave that spread out. Boom, the surrounding space exploded, and the ground cracked. Following this, the sound wave spread out in all directions. This should be enough, right? Lin Fan did not know if the Descenders would come over, but he was sure that the sound had spread out. An Emperor Heaven Realm expert's full-powered roar should be able to spread throughout the entire Upper Dome domain. At the same time, looking at the destructive power of the sound wave, one could see how terrifying it was. At least everything within 1,000 kilometers had been turned into ruins. Within a forest, the 5 Descenders rested on the spot. They did not come here to kill the Navy, but to analyze the situation in the Upper Dome realm. During this period of time, the Descenders had discovered many astonishing secrets and dangerous places, which were also extremely beneficial to them. When they descended, they were also notified that they were not allowed to explore any special danger zones. Instead, they had to record the location and wait for more teams to descend. Damn natives, who exactly was it that stole the spatial divine pillar, causing the spatial passageway to become unstable? Otherwise, the main army would have come down a long time ago. They had risked their lives to descend here. The unstable space channel was very dangerous. No one knew what would happen when they encountered danger. Suddenly, the 5 Descenders abruptly stood up and gazed into the distance. In an instant, an extremely powerful sound wave swept over, causing their clothes to flutter violently. What happened? The muscular man in beast skin frowned. Then, he heard a voice that made them very angry. Arrogant. The other Descenders were furious. The words that had been transmitted were simply a humiliation to them. If they did not kill the other party, they would not be able to vent their anger. The muscular man in beast skin was very angry. Seeing that his companions were also so angry, he naturally could not tolerate it. However, he felt that something was not right. Everyone, wait. The muscular man in beast skin raised his hand. His spirited eyes shone with a strange light. Why do we have to wait? The voice seems to be coming from there. I want to see who has the ability to be so arrogant. The remaining Descenders obviously could not tolerate it. Why can't we wait? Do you think that you are invincible after coming to the outer realm? Feel that the sound wave penetrate us and attack into the distance with no decrease in power. Is this something that a Dao realm expert can do? Or can we do it too? Although the muscular man in beast skin was rough, he was very meticulous. After all, the rougher a man was, the more meticulous he was. It was not without reason that he could survive until now. As expected, hearing the muscular man's words, the other Descenders fell silent as if they felt that what he said made sense. That's right, Big Bro Mang, what you say makes sense, the gray-haired, Chinibu Descender agreed. The Outer Realms natives created a knowing bird. You should know that many people who descend have been killed by the natives. According to the records, the natives are only at the peak of the Dao realm and cannot be a match for Emperor Heaven realm experts. As such, the records are wrong and are different from what we know. Right now, he's evidently trying to bait us, so we have to endure and not be careless, or else there will be endless trouble in the future. Meng Yu looked at his 4 companions and hoped that they would listen to him. Fudge, these natives are quite insidious. Big Bro Meng's analysis is quite correct, we almost fell for it. However, it's quite unbelievable. How could there be an Emperor Heaven realm native among the Outer Realms natives? We've killed who knows how many natives we've killed, but we've only met a peak Dao realm native. The rest are all trash. The descender was still a bit suspicious, but he could feel the power from the sound wave. It was not something that ordinary natives could have. The sound wave continued to spread out like a tornado, blowing across the entire upper firmament domain. Will anyone come? Lin Fan shouted. His throat felt a bit dry, but the effect should be quite good. Perhaps some descenders would be attracted over. Just who was the descender that the young god palace submitted to? He had a huge headache. He had no choice but to go and search. His speed was extremely fast, and the space around him exploded. Even the space around him could not withstand his speed. He could only try his luck. Who knew, he might be able to meet someone else. Somewhere in the upper firmament domain. Within a majestic mountain was the Navy's headquarters. After returning from the Eternal Sky domain, he had been resting here. If it wasn't for Brother Lin's help, the consequences would have been dire. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was a bit tense. Many people raised their heads and looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting there rubbing his temples. They had many things they wanted to say, but they really did not know what to say. General, are we really not going to run? Someone couldn't take it anymore. Going to die and fighting to the death were 2 different things. Now, they were going to die. And they were going to send their heads to be chopped off. So, the atmosphere here was very strange. We can't run. Qin Feng called himself the general. This title was also given to him by Brother Lin. Originally, he wanted to run, but he remembered that Brother Lin had told him that he could lose his life, but the headquarters was a symbol. Even if he died, he could not abandon the headquarters. So, he was very helpless now. Actually, in the depths of his heart, he wanted to run. But thinking about Brother Lin's words, it made sense. How could they run? General, we have to run. If we don't run, we will lose our lives. Those who could sit at the long table were all important figures of the Navy. At this moment, they were all panicking. We can't run. Qin Feng shook his head. It was as if he was going to fight to the death with the Young God Palace. The bird had already found out that the Young God Palace had brought the descenders here. So, they received the bird's warning immediately. Everyone was getting anxious. In the end, they turned to look at Han Bikong. Vice Marshal Han, what do you think? If we don't run, can we? Han Bikong could feel the gazes of everyone placing their last hope on him. He felt a little helpless. He had once hidden in the Sunshine sect and endured for many years to get to the position of an elder. Patience was what he was all about. So, he agreed with the suggestion of running. Everyone, you are asking for nothing. Vice Marshal Han will definitely agree with me. Where is this place? This is our headquarters. If we flee without a fight and give up our headquarters, where is our spirit? Where is our will? Everyone, look at the things hanging on the wall. They are all given to us by those who have helped us since our establishment. They are all our glory. Can we leave? No. Even if we die, we will fight to the death with the descenders. We must let everyone in the outer world see our bravery. We must be a good example. Qin Feng said excitedly. Brother Han, what do you think? Han Bikong originally intended to say that fleeing was a choice as well, but he was instantly rendered speechless when he heard this. Brother, you've already said it. What else can I say? Yes, you're right. We can't leave. Although this is a calamity for us, I believe that none of us here are ordinary people. We're all people with great luck. Only in a calamity can we break through ourselves and reach heights that we've never been able to reach before. Han Bikong said in a low voice. He felt helpless. It seems that death is inevitable. Son, Dad thinks that we should avoid the danger and not fight head-on, Qin Feng's father, Qin Tian, said. His cultivation place had been discovered by the descenders, so he had escaped directly. He knew that his son had a headquarters, so he came to hide. At this critical moment, he felt that it was necessary to stop his son's behavior. Dad, don't say any more. You haven't joined the Navy, so you can't interfere in their affairs. Qin Feng waved his hand. The people in the meeting liked this point of Qin Feng. Everything was done according to the rules. Even if Qin Tian was Qin Feng's father, he did not have any privilege and had no right to order them to do anything. Qin Tian looked at his son. This kid is a bit annoying. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the mountain and went directly into everyone's ears. Han Bikong heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't die. Han Bikong wasn't the kind of person who would abandon his team and run away. Therefore, when he heard that the Yang God Palace had brought the descenders here, he was very calm despite being worried. Now, he stood up abruptly. A rare smile appeared on his face. There's no need to retreat anymore. Han Bikong smiled. What dogsh *t descenders? It was really scary just now, but now that he thought about it, he was just scaring himself. Is that Brother Lin's voice? No, it's Brother Lin. Qin Feng was overjoyed. His words were filled with righteousness and awe-inspiring, but when facing a true descender, he had no way to resist. No matter who it was, they would all be unwilling. But it was different now. His senior brother was here, and he was his strong support. The members of the Navy who had experienced the battle in the realm of eternal heaven all revealed excited smiles, but those who had not experienced that event were a bit confused. They didn't know why they were smiling like that. Son, what are you smiling at? Who's here? Qin Tian asked doubtfully. At this time, because a person showed such a smile, it was a bit wrong. Father, that's Peak Leader Lin from the Invincible Peak of the Magnificent Flame Sect. He's also Deputy Marshal Han's senior brother. He's already here. We're safe now. Qin Feng said. He was very confident in Lin Fan's strength. It wasn't something that could be imagined. He was lucky enough to see it with his own eyes. He was indeed shockingly strong. Peak Leader Lin? Son, you're thinking too much. The descenders are too powerful. Do you think anyone from the outer world is their match? Qin Tian said in disbelief. He didn't expect his son to trust someone so easily. No, that's my senior brother. Others might not be able to, but it doesn't mean that my senior brother can't. I saw the battle with my senior brother. The descenders were defeated by him without any chance to fight back. Many people here saw it. Han Bikong trusted Lin Fan a lot. He didn't expect that his senior brother would be here. It must have been the bird that told him. Without waiting for the other party to say anything, Han Bikong hurried out. Senior brother shouldn't know where we are. I have to find a way to contact him and let him know where we are. In the meeting, some people who didn't know what was going on started asking questions. They all wanted to know who the owner of the voice was. Was he really that powerful? Those who had experienced what had happened in the realm of eternal heaven all held their heads high, and proudly told everyone about the situation, as if it had happened to them. Really? So powerful? My God, this is the first time I've heard that Vice Marshal Han's senior apprentice brother slaughters descenders like ants. If you didn't say it out loud, I wouldn't have believed it. The crowd, who were already scared to death, calmed down a lot. So we also have a backer. Then what is there to be afraid of? Moreover, the backer has already arrived. In other words, Yang God Temple bringing those descenders here is just courting death. Not long after, Han Bikong came in from outside. Everyone immediately went forward to ask about the situation and whether they could contact the big boss. After all, whether they could keep their lives depended on whether the big boss could arrive or not. In times of crisis like this, they all agreed to run. After all, as long as they lived, the headquarters could have as many people as they wanted. However, the marshal actually wanted to fight to the death and even said such righteous words. They were speechless and did not know how to refute. Fortunately, when they were at a loss of what to do, hope finally appeared. Everyone, don't worry. I've already contacted senior apprentice brother. There shouldn't be any problem. However, don't be careless. No one knows when those people from Yang God Temple will appear. Only by being prepared can we be absolutely safe. Han Bikong seemed to be hiding something, but when facing everyone, she didn't reveal anything. Hearing this, everyone instantly laughed and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. What are you afraid of? As members of the Navy, we are here to protect the world's peace and not let others be bullied. Yang God Temple betrayed everyone in the outside world and colluded with Descenders. We have to teach them a lesson. That's right. Let them see how powerful we are. The members of the Navy looked excited, and courage surged from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Feng felt that Han Bikong was hiding something, so he came to her side and asked quietly, "Did something happen?" "I don't know how to contact senior apprentice brother," Han Bikong said softly. As soon as she said that, Qin Feng blinked, feeling a pain in the ass. She actually said that she didn't know. Then what did she go out to do? His head hurt. This situation was a bit complicated. You're right. We are the Navy, and we have honor. Our will does not allow us to retreat. Fighting to the death with the Descenders is the right thing to do, Han Bikong said softly. She was speaking from the bottom of her heart, but she did feel a bit uncomfortable. Hope was right in front of her, but she felt helpless. A ray of light flashed through the sky of the upper firmament domain, creating a powerful storm. Although it was very high up in the sky, the powerful impact caused a deep crack to appear in the ground. Lin Fan's speed had reached a peak, surpassing the Emperor Heaven Realm and even the peak of the World God Realm. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could only see the sky being split apart. Damn, where is it? He was a bit crazy. Not knowing the exact location made people feel helpless. I don't believe that I won't be able to find the exact location after going around the entire upper firmament domain. Lin Fan did what he said and would not back down. With his current strength, he could do this in a short period of time. He spread out his perception, and everything within tens of thousands of kilometers was within his control. For ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts, they would only be able to sense 100 or even 1,000 kilometers away. But to Lin Fan, it was just a piece of cake. Every single move was within his control. Saint Cleansing, what's going on? Your expression doesn't seem right. Seeing Saint Cleansing pinching his fingers as if he was calculating something, Gong Hanyu continued, your hand seal looks familiar. Aren't you from the Heavenly Cloud Buddha Palace? Saint Cleansing ignored him and frowned. Not good, not good. He was a bit confused. He pinched his fingers together and realized that something was wrong. There was an indescribable sense of danger. Saint Cleansing, I'm asking you a question. What are you doing with that hand seal? Since when did the Heavenly Cloud Buddha Palace have such a hand seal? It looks like a mystic ability of the Master of Morality's descendants. Gong Hanyu really could not understand it. Saint Cleansing continued to ignore Gong Hanyu. Since he had nothing to do, he divined for himself and realized something terrible. This was a path of no return. It was extremely dangerous. This situation was a bit unrealistic. There were 3 world-level experts, 7 Emperor Heaven Realm experts, and the rest were all Dao Realm experts. This was already a terrifying force. Who in the outer realm could be a match for them, but the mystic ability he had obtained from the Master of Morality's descendants had warned him that this was dangerous. He did not suspect that there was something wrong with the mystic ability that the Master of Morality's descendants had given him. He had relied on this mystic ability to avoid many dangers. Saint Cleansing, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you saying anything? Gong Hanyu was a bit unhappy. He had asked him a few times, but he did not reply at all. He was not giving him any face at all. At this moment, Saint Cleansing reacted. He did not say the result of his divination and just calmly smiled. Nothing much. I was just wondering if there are experts in the outer realm who surpass us. Gong Hanyu was stunned. He did not expect Saint Cleansing to say such a thing. He then laughed loudly. Saint Cleansing, you're thinking too much. Outer realm? Impossible, it will never be possible. He did not expect Saint Cleansing to say such a funny thing. Could it be that the successor of the heavenly cloud Buddha palace was thinking too much? Saint Cleansing, this is impossible. I know the situation in the outer realm the best. The Tao realm is the limit. How can there be someone stronger than Saint Cleansing? The young god palace lord bent his back and lowered his posture to the lowest. He had no dignity at all when facing these descended beings. Are you sure? Saint Cleansing asked. Thinking about how Emperor Heaven Realm descended beings had died in the outer realm, he felt that the outer realm was not as simple as it seemed. There was definitely a problem. Otherwise, they would not have spent so much effort to open a spatial tunnel and send people down. The young god palace lord did not dare to be impudent in front of the descended beings. When he heard this, he was slightly startled and immediately nodded. I'm sure. I'm very sure that there definitely won't be any experts. For thousands of years, the outer realm has always been at the peak of the Tao realm. This is an unbreakable balance. For the young god palace lord, he could not wait to go to the navy headquarters and destroy those people. Especially Xianxia. That fellow was a bully and actually beat him up in the young god palace, causing him to lose all face. He could take it, but he could not. He had to be killed. Saint Cleansing, don't think so much. In the upper world, you weren't so afraid of anyone. Why are you so timid in the outer realm? If you are really afraid, then you don't have to go. Gong Hanyu said. He was unhappy with Saint Cleansing. This bald monk had slandered him before and he still remembered that. That's good. I still have things that I haven't thought through and need to think about them. All of you go first, I will follow shortly. Saint Cleansing sent them off. He didn't need to prove himself, he just wanted to prove what this uneasiness was. Scoff, cowardly. Let's go. Gong Hanyu was filled with disdain as he led everyone away. Brother Gong, is there a problem with him? Xianxia asked. She turned around and felt that something was off. No, Gong Hanyu said. He felt that Saint Cleansing was a little shameless. It seemed like he had spread too much in the upper world. What successor to the strongest Buddha of the heavenly cloud Buddha Hall? That was just bullshit. He was afraid to deal with a mere native. How embarrassing. What is the reason that makes me so uneasy? Jingxing was confused. The divine art given to him by the Master of Morality's clan must be very powerful. He also knew why the Master of Morality's clan gave him this divine art. They hoped that he would fall into it and leave the heavenly cloud Buddha Hall to join the Master of Morality's clan. And he didn't resist. At the Marine headquarters, there were already members watching outside. If they found the people of the Young God Temple coming, they would inform everyone immediately. Be careful, don't be too careless, there are descenders coming this time. I know, we definitely can't be careless, but Vice Marshal Han's senior brother will come, we shouldn't be in any danger. The two talked in a low voice, although they hadn't seen the descenders yet, they didn't dare to speak loudly. Who knew if the descenders were already around? They were no longer as afraid as before, because Han Bikong gave them too much hope. Suddenly, light spots appeared in the distance. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could clearly see that there were signs of distortion in the void. They're here, hurry up and report. The two were a little panicked, although they had confidence in their hearts. When the situation happened in front of them, they gradually began to panic. In the Marine conference room. Because of Han Bikong, everyone was not as nervous as at the beginning, but they were also very vigilant about what was about to happen. They're here, the people of the Young God Temple are here with the descenders. The two hurried over and shouted. Uproar. Everyone get ready, hide, and wait for the best time. Qin Feng reacted and immediately ordered. Han Bikong's expression was dignified. Of all the people present, only he and Qin Feng knew that they didn't inform Lin Fan at all. The rest were still waiting for their senior brother Lin to come and save them. If they knew, maybe some people would collapse on the spot. In the distance. In front of us is the place where the marine is. The young God Temple Lord's expression was cold. He finally waited for this opportunity. He didn't know how long he had endured. The hateful Qini Tian didn't give him any face at all. If he didn't go to the young god temple and beat him up in front of countless disciples, he wouldn't hate him so much. All of this is retribution, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Xiao xiao, several figures attacked. As they got closer, the sound of the explosion became more and more muffled. The people hiding in the mountains heard this muffled explosion, and their hearts became heavy. Listening to this sound, they knew that the people coming were all strong, not weak. With their ability, if they fought with the other side, they would probably be completely wiped out. You said they are here? Gong Hanyu floated in the void, looking at a mountain below with some disdain. What kind of lousy organization was hiding here, in the upper realm? No matter what kind of organization it was, they were all open and aboveboard. If they were dissatisfied, they could come and fight, and they were never afraid of anything. My lord, they are hiding here. The marine organization must be eradicated. Otherwise, it will have a great impact on the outside world. What justice and peace do they advocate? I think they are a group of hypocrites. They let others die in vain while they hide behind the scenes and get enough benefits. The temple lord of the young god temple said angrily. It was a man who was carried away by anger. Now that he thought of that humiliation, he still felt embarrassed. He had been taught a lesson in front of all the disciples of the young god hall. How was he going to face the disciples in the future? It was all right now. Now that the opportunity for revenge had come, his mood gradually brightened. Han Bikong hid in the shadows and looked at the figures in the sky. In his eyes, there were a few people who were surrounded by extremely thick auras that caused people to tremble. This kind of strength was truly too terrifying, and there was no room for resistance at all. Brother Han, I'm afraid we can only fight. Qin Feng said solemnly. He was indeed so frightened that he peed his pants. But as the Navy's 9-star general, he would rather be beaten to death than flee. When he heard that Brother Lin would come, he was in a good mood and was really happy. But then he found out that Han Bikong didn't know how to contact him. He knew that he had been conned, so he could only fight to the death. Right. Han Bikong nodded. Senior brother told him to return to the sect, but he rejected. Who knew that such a thing would happen? How tragic. Too tragic. If time could flow back, maybe when senior brother said that he should return to the sect, he would nod his head without hesitation. Since that was the case, then he would go back and take a look. Unfortunately, there was no way to turn back time. Deputy General Han, when is your senior brother coming? Someone asked secretly. Although the situation outside wasn't clear, since Deputy General Han's senior brother was coming, then they weren't so afraid anymore. So be it. What was there to be afraid of? Han Bikong didn't know how to reply. He felt a little apologetic, but at such a time, he couldn't panic. He should be here soon. He should be on the way. His reply calmed them down, but they might not even be able to wait until they died. In the air. Ni Fengshui hated searching for natives because they were too weak. To her, it was a waste of time. Brother Gong, the natives are hiding in the mountains. It is a waste of time to search for them. Then, she looked at the palace master of the Sun God Hall. She could tell that the palace master of the Sun God Hall was here for revenge. Simple. Gong Hanyu raised his hand and power gathered in his fingers. He then slapped down, instantly forming a giant palm that smashed down from the sky. The plants on the mountain were destroyed by this power and turned to dust. What? Han Bikong was tongue-tied and his mouth was agape. Instantly, a shocking explosion rang out. The earth quaked and the mountain swayed. Countless boulders fell and thick dust rose, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was impossible to see what the situation outside was like. To Han Bikong and the others, it was as if their ears had gone deaf and they kept buzzing. How terrifying. The Sun God Hall leader's mouth was wide open. He was stunned. The power of this palm was so terrifying. If it hit him, how could he resist it? He would definitely be turned into minced meat in an instant. I hate dust. Gong Hanyu waved his hand at the tip of his nose. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the dust away. What was originally a huge stone mountain was almost completely destroyed, completely flattened. This kind of power and explosive power directly made the Sun God Hall leader dumbfounded. This kind of ability was too amazing. What kind of cultivation is this? Han Bikong pushed away the boulder on his head and looked over. The originally good mountain was flattened just like that. They were lucky that they weren't affected by the power, but the shock caused was felt by them. Qin Feng also fell into a state of being scared silly. He thought that the descenders were strong, but he didn't think that they would be so abnormal. Qin Etienne's expression was solemn. He understood better than anyone else that although it was just a mountain, the level of power was too high. It was not something they could contend with at all. Son, run away. This is not something you can resist at all. I'll buy some time for you. Let's see how many people can run away. At this time, he wanted to buy some time for Qin Feng. How could he not know that Han Bikong couldn't contact his senior brother at all? What he said was just to calm people down. Father, you know? Qin Feng looked at his father. Qin Etienne glared at him. Do you think your father is the same as those fools? If he can't even see this, how can he live until now? That's true. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. His father was indeed not a fool. He really couldn't fool him. However, at this time, this was no longer the point. Han Bikong asked if anyone died. Fortunately, this palm did not hit them directly, but exploded beside them. However, there were also many people who were injured in the fluctuations. Fortunately, no one died for the time being. Qin Etienne, you cowardly thing, come out. The Sun God Hall leader roared angrily. His body was trembling slightly. Finally, he could take revenge. He wanted to step on the other party fiercely and trample him to death. The great descenders are already waiting. How long do you want to hide? A group of rats who claim to be righteous but meddle in other people's business. Do you want to keep your life below? Come out, all of you come out. This kind of humiliating words was passed to the ears of every member of the Navy. It's a little unbearable. It's too much. Pata. Father. When Qin Feng saw his father push away the boulder in front of him and slowly float up, his calm face suddenly became nervous and panicked. Qin Etienne shook his head and let Qin Feng stay in the same place. Look at the opportunity, don't hesitate. Your navy is very good. I take back what I said before. Qin Etienne whispered. Qin Feng's eyes were a little red. This was the first time he was recognized. Before, he was a person with status but no ability. So in the eyes of others, what he thought was just whimsical. Even his father thought so. But now, the situation has changed. His father agreed with his idea. Pata, at this moment, a member of the Navy directly pushed away the boulder on his body and quickly floated into the air. He roared with dissatisfaction, Hey, aren't you too arrogant? Don't you know that we are not your opponents? But do you have the guts to wait for a while? Our Vice Admiral's senior brother is coming. As long as he comes, he can beat you until you cry for your parents. Arrogant, arrogant, bullying too much. Song Wu, a member of the Navy, couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed at the descenders in the void and cursed. My God, what does he want to do? Han Bikong was stunned. Song Wu is looking for death. His senior brother will come, it's just a lie. How can it become their competence to challenge the descenders? After Song Wu said these words, his hands and feet trembled a little. He was afraid. But he really couldn't bear it. He was bullied like this. If he didn't refute it, it would be too much. But when facing the descenders, he felt as if his body was covered by a cold wind. His whole body was cold. Even his fiery heart gradually became cold. Powerful, it's really too powerful. To be able to say such words to a descender, it was only under the influence of anger that he had broken through his fear and shouted out. Qin Etienne was stunned for a moment. This guy stole his limelight. When he reacted, he came to Song Wu's side and looked up, revealing a disdainful smile. Young God Palace Lord, you are really capable. After being taught a lesson by this old man, you can't take revenge and become someone else's dog. Borrowing the hands of others to take revenge, you are really capable. The young God Palace Lord's face was livid. Impudent, Qin Etienne, you are about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Lord, kill him, we can't let him live. Are you ordering me? Gong Hanyu glanced at the Lord of the Sun God Hall, and this glance scared the Lord of the Sun God Hall so much that he felt like he was being pushed into an abyss. If he didn't crawl desperately, he would never get out. The Lord of the Sun God Hall knelt in front of Gong Hanyu without hesitation, as humble as a dog. "My lord, it's a misunderstanding. How dare I order you?" He buried his head deeply, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. He knew better than anyone how terrifying descenders were, especially the two in front of him. They were far more powerful than he could imagine. "Ha ha ha ha." Qi Tian laughed. "Look at you now, you're no different from a dog. You only know how to wag your tail at your master. Don't you feel sad?" Just as his voice fell, Qi Tian's expression was stiff, and sweat fell from his forehead. His body was bombarded by gravity, and he hit the ground with a bang. The speed was so fast that people couldn't see how he did it. "Native, you talk a lot of nonsense." Gong Hanyu stood in the same place, but he twisted his wrist. Obviously, he was the one who did it. And the speed was so fast that people couldn't see it. "Father," Qin Feng panicked, but he was stopped by Han Bikong. "Don't go out. Even if you go out, it's useless. You can't save your father at all." "Damn it." Qin Feng was unwilling. It was all because he was too weak. If he could be stronger, he wouldn't be as powerless as he is now. Cough, Qi Tian, who was blasted into the ground, didn't die, but coughed and spat blood. The heavy blow from before did not take his life. If it weren't for the fact that he was prepared beforehand and had more than 10 defensive artifacts to protect himself, he would have died from the attack. "Qin Feng, don't be impulsive. Your father is not dead," Han Bikong said softly. Qin Feng calmed down and thought about what to do to solve the danger in front of him. However, in the end, there was no way. In the face of absolute strength, any method was useless. Stratagems can only be useful when the gap is small. Songwu looked a little confused. How could the person who was standing beside him just now be blasted to the ground in the blink of an eye? He didn't even have time to react. Is he really that strong? He really wanted to ask the deputy marshal, "When will your senior brother arrive? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer." When he came back to his senses, a figure appeared in front of him. It was that terrifying descender. "Interesting. When no one else came out, you actually dared to be the first to come out and face us. Native, you have some ideas. Tell me, what are you basing it on?" Gong Hanyu moved closer to him and whispered into his ear. Although Songwu did not make a move, those words were like a horrifying sound in his ears, lingering in his heart for a long time. I. Songwu was so scared and nervous that he began to stutter. "Don't be nervous." Gong Hanyu laughed as he looked mockingly at the pitiful native in front of him. "Tell me where you got your confidence from. What makes a lowly native like you dare to be the first to step out and act so arrogantly in front of me?" Songwu wanted to curse in his heart. This was too much. Bullying. Even though he didn't do anything, the tone of his voice was enough to scare him. However, he remembered his identity. "I'm a Marine. The representative of justice and peace." Now that the enemy was already at their doorstep, how could they be afraid? The deputy marshal's senior brother was still supporting them, so they couldn't be afraid. "Fine." Songwu roared. His voice was so loud that even Gong Hanyu was startled. "Listen up. Our Marine is indeed not a match for you, but our deputy marshal's senior brother is already on his way here. As long as he arrives, all of you descenders will feel what true terror is." When Songwu said these words, the courage he had lost in fear returned. He felt that descenders weren't that invincible. There were people on his side who were a match for them. Ha 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 ha, instantly, laughter rang out. The Sun God Palace Lord laughed so hard that he almost choked. He then pointed at Songwu and looked down. "So that's how it is. You actually have such thoughts. Could it be that you saw the robin bird and found out that someone can kill descenders? Is that why you're so confident?" Then, his tone changed to one of mockery. "Let me tell you, bunch of ignorant fools. Do you know where these two lords standing in front of you come from? They are world-level experts who have just descended. Do you not understand what a world-level expert is? All of you better listen up. That's a realm even more powerful than the Emperor Heaven realm. The Sun God Palace Lord felt like he was going to die from laughter. There were actually people who had such hope, ignorant, simply too ignorant. What? The Marines hiding below were all dumbfounded. They, who had been filled with hope, suddenly felt a darkness in front of them. They knew how powerful Descenders were. Tao Realm and Emperor Heaven Realm. These were the two realms. The Tao Realm was nothing much. There were experts at the peak of the Tao Realm in the outer domains who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Descenders. However, Emperor Heaven Realm experts were incredibly powerful and were not existences they could fight against. Afterwards, they found out through the Robin Bird that someone could kill Emperor Heaven Realm Descenders, and that person was the Deputy Marshal's senior brother. As such, the Sun God Palace had brought Descenders here. They were confident that they could kill them. However, the situation was not right. There were actually two world-level Descenders, and they had surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm. How could they fight against them? Han Bikong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not been able to contact his senior brother. He had originally been filled with hope for his senior brother, but after hearing the other party's words, he knew that this was not an existence his senior brother could fight against. You. Song Wu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. How could this be? Was he telling the truth or was he lying? In the distant void. Pure Saint hid in the boundless void, his brows tightly furrowed. If there are no experts, why do I feel so uneasy? Although he was not with Gong Hanyu and the others, he followed behind them. If he did not understand, he had to understand. What was going on that made him feel so uneasy? From the beginning until now, no experts had appeared. Even the strongest had been smashed into the ground by Gong Hanyu and lost the ability to fight. What was that? Hey, brother, let me ask you something. Did you see a group of repulsive Descenders passing by? Pure Saint's body trembled, and a bead of sweat slowly dripped down from his shiny bald head. What was going on? He had not seen them. Who was the person who was resting his hand on his shoulder? Where did he come from? In an instant, countless questions surged in his mind. But Pure Saint was also someone who had seen big scenes. He calmed himself down, put his palms together, turned around, and chanted, Ba. May I ask what business you have with me? Oh, it's a monk. Lin Fan sized him up. Hey, why do I feel that you look a bit like the bald donkey I killed last time? Don't be nervous, I'm just joking. My backing is the three pure ones. Buddhism and Taoism are one family, so we can be considered friends. I won't beat you up. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Now I'm looking for a group of repulsive Descenders. Don't you know? I'm going crazy. I've almost gone around the entire Upper Dome domain, but I still couldn't find them. Now this is the only place left. Do you see it? Lin Fan was a bit speechless. Next time, he would definitely ask the bird to find a good location. Otherwise, he would really die from running around. Pure Saint blinked. He did not understand what the other party was saying, but he still forced himself to understand. I see. Benefactor, if you're talking about a group of repulsive Descenders, then I really do see them. They're not far ahead. Benefactor, why don't you go and have a look? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw this mysterious fellow approach him and sniff him with the tip of his nose. Monk, your smell is a bit off. It's very similar to the monk I killed. You're a Descender, right? Hearing this, Pure Saint's heart sank. So, he could not avoid it in the end. Was this the calamity he had predicted with just a pinch of his fingers? No, my fate is not up to the heavens. Benefactor, a monk does not lie. I am indeed a Descender, but I am different from other Descenders. This time, I came to the lower realm to save the common people from suffering. Jinxing looked calm, but his tone sounded like he was trying to prove himself. Oh, it seems that you're very different from other Descenders. Lin Fan smiled. Pure Saint smiled and put his palms together. Benefactor, you're wrong. There's no difference between the upper dome and the lower dome. The only difference is the heart. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Although I don't know what you're talking about, it sounds interesting. He patted Pure Saint's shoulder. Don't worry, don't be afraid. I won't beat you up. You're a decent monk, so keep it up. Don't be led astray by others, otherwise, I will beat you to death. Thank you for your kind words. I will remember them. Pure Saint nodded. The moment he said this, Lin Fan headed forwards. It seemed like he was right ahead. It was easy for him to find him. Who? Pure Saint heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Fan leave. Who is that? His heart jumped. He appeared behind him without a sound. When he touched him, he realized that he was really strong. His strength was a little terrifying. This wouldn't be his calamity, right? He calculated. The calamity had indeed dissipated, but it hadn't completely disappeared. No, I have to see what will happen next. Pure Saint didn't leave. He just waited for what would happen next. At that moment, the Navy members were in a desperate situation. They thought that since the Deputy Commander's senior brother was here, there would be no problem. But looking at the situation, even if he came, it would be useless. Ha ha ha. How is it? Do you feel despair? Do you really think that there is hope? Let me tell you, there is none. The Yonggod Hall leader laughed maniacally. Suddenly, a voice spread over. Damn, you bunch of bastards, you made me search for so long. Where are you, junior brother? Did you hear what I said? If you did, why didn't you contact me? Lin Fan hadn't arrived yet, but his scolding spread over. Who is it? Whoosh whoosh. The Sun God Palace Lord and the Descenders all turned around. Someone was here. And from the sound of it, it seemed a little arrogant. Son of a bitch, who was this bastard calling a son of a bitch? How audacious. Didn't he know how to spell the word death? Senior brother. Han Bikong was stunned. He really didn't understand how his senior brother had found this place. The upper firmament region was so big. It was unbelievable to find them without knowing where they were. Swish, a figure appeared. Lin Fan pretended to be very tired and looked down. He didn't care about the descender floating in the air at all. Instead, he looked downwards. That place had been destroyed, but his junior brother's aura was coming from there. Junior brother, what are you doing? I'm already here. Hurry up and come out. Lin Fan really wanted to hit him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was his junior brother, he would have punched him already. He was sure that his voice must have been transmitted here. His junior brother must have heard it, but he ignored him. This made him a little angry. Clatter, Han Bikong didn't hide. He pushed away the boulder in front of him. He looked both surprised and worried. Senior brother. The surrounding members of the Navy looked at Lin Fan. This was Vice Admiral Han's senior brother. He was very strong and very terrifying. Although they already knew that they were facing a world-level descender, for some reason, they still felt that Vice Admiral Han's senior brother could save their lives. Lin Fan placed his hand on Han Bikong's shoulder and narrowed his eyes. You bastard, did you hear what I said just now? Why didn't you contact me? Do you know how I got here? Han Bikong realized that his senior brother was looking at him strangely. It was as though he wanted to beat him up. Senior brother, I heard it. I wanted to contact you too, but this time, the descender is a world-level descender. I'm afraid that you'll encounter danger if you come. He couldn't say that he didn't know how to contact him. If he said that, his senior brother would probably doubt his ability to take care of himself. Thus, he had to explain it to his senior brother. As expected. Amidst this flawed lie, senior brother's expression gradually softened. Hey, junior brother, you have to believe in your senior brother. Your senior brother is very strong. You might not understand, but you have to believe unconditionally that your senior brother is the strongest. Lin Fan patted Han Bikong's shoulder heavily, feeling gratified. He was truly gratified. The fact that his junior brother could think for him meant that he, as his senior brother, held a very high position in his heart. Yes. Han Bikong was speechless. His senior brother had already said it like this, so how could he refute it? However, he was still worried. Was senior brother really a match for these descenders? Brother Lin, you're finally here. Qin Feng pushed the boulder away and came to Lin Fan's side, feeling a little relieved. In times of crisis, having a powerful being by one's side was a form of peace no matter who it was. Brother Qin, aren't you a little too miserable? Lin Fan looked at him. The Navy was indeed not bad and was doing well. However, when they met an expert, they crumbled instantly. Qin Feng didn't feel awkward and was filled with gratitude. Brother Lin, thank you for coming to save us at such a dangerous time. Lin Fan waved his hands. You are too polite, but don't take it for granted. I came here to save my junior brother. Awkward, Qin Feng felt a headache. Couldn't Brother Lin lie a little? Was there a need to be so direct? It was just so hurtful. That is Deputy General Han's senior brother. As expected, he is a talent. I can sense the expert aura from his body even from so far away. Is that true? You can even sense that? Of course. But didn't they say that the strength of the Descenders is really terrifying and that Deputy General Han's senior brother might not be their match? T. Take a closer look. His expression is indifferent. Don't you feel the feeling of looking down on him? Everyone discussed softly. Song Wu, who was floating in the air, was so emotional that he wanted to cry. It really wasn't easy. He finally made it. He didn't know why he was so brave. Maybe it was because he had a backer. Pata, Gong Hanyu clenched his fists and rage burned in his heart. His voice was really cold. Who are you? This person who appeared out of nowhere was obviously a native. He really didn't know his place. Wait. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop Gong Hanyu from speaking. He was really busy and had things to say to his junior brother. Eh? Gong Hanyu was stunned and his expression was a little ugly. What did he mean? He was underestimating him. In the depths of the void, Saint Jing had been waiting. Although a monk shouldn't be too anxious, he was really anxious now. Fight quickly. Why are you taking so long? As long as they fought, he would know how strong the other party was. At that time, he would know whether or not he had avoided this calamity. If the other party was beaten to death by Gong Hanyu, then it could only mean that the final target wasn't the other party. It still existed. Junior brother, are you following me back this time? Lin Fan asked. He didn't have much time to put out the fire. The best way was for them all to stay in the sect. Wang Fu was the same. He had a wife, but who knew where he was in her sect? It was still very dangerous. Therefore, to him, if they could all return to the sect and stay there, that would be the best choice. Just like Wan Zhongtian, staying in the sect was good. There was food and water, and it was very safe. It was 1,000 times better than outside. Han Bikong looked at his senior brother. Senior brother, we can't underestimate these descended ones. World-level cultivators are very strong. He didn't know what his senior brother was thinking. Couldn't he tell that the situation was a little complicated? Junior brother, I am talking to you about serious matters. These small matters will be dealt with later. Don't worry too much. Lin Fan said. His junior brother couldn't understand how strong he was, but he didn't blame him. After all, everyone had their limits. It was very rare for someone as strong as him to exist. Han Bikong surrendered. He felt that it was better to follow his senior brother's train of thought. It was too difficult to break away from his senior brother's train of thought. Senior brother, I still don't want to go back. I have found the true meaning of life here, and I know what I should do. He didn't know what he could do if he went back. Become a carefree and happy little boy under his senior brother's protection, this wasn't what he was looking forward to. Therefore, he wanted to walk his own path. Sigh, alright, I respect your choice. However, I have to trouble you to contact me next time you hear my voice. Otherwise, it will be very tiring, Lin Fan said. If he didn't try it himself, he would never know how painful it was to search for his junior brother in the entire upper firmament domain. Yes. Han Bikong nodded. Lord, this despicable aboriginal is ignoring you and humiliating you. The palace lord of the young god palace couldn't help but feel that Lin Fan was too arrogant and savage. He didn't put the descended ones in his eyes at all. He really didn't dare to believe it. Just what kind of intellect could make this native not put such a powerful descender in his eyes? Damn it. Damn it indeed. One of the 7 Emperor Heaven Realm descended ones couldn't take it anymore. Arrogant aboriginal, die. A black-haired descender roared and turned into a beam of light as he charged over. His powerful aura made everyone unable to muster any strength to resist. The saber in his hand wasn't very long, but its saber intent was very strong. Senior brother, be careful. Seeing this, Han Bikong panicked. She instinctively wanted to block the saber for her senior brother. Lin Fan was really calm and pushed Han Bikong aside. Poochie, the black-haired descended one's saber landed on Lin Fan's shoulder. A clanging sound could be heard as his flesh was sliced open. The wound wasn't deep and blood could be seen. Ha 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 ha. The black-haired descended one laughed out loud. What kind of bullshit tea was this? With just one saber strike, just as he wanted to roar, he was startled. With a clack, Lin Fan's fingers grabbed the blade. With a swish, the saber was snatched away. How can this be? The black-haired descended one was in disbelief. Everything was too simple, but he couldn't block it. Don't casually use a saber to hack people. It looks fierce and domineering, but if you're not careful, you'll be handing yourself to others. As soon as he said this, Poochie. Lin Fan twisted his wrist and the saber pierced into the black-haired descended one's abdomen. With a twist, a long wound appeared. Fresh blood flowed and large amounts of intestines rolled down. You. The black-haired male covered his abdomen and retreated. His originally red face slowly turned ashen white. He then raised his hand and pointed at Lin Fan in disbelief. But suddenly, Lin Fan tossed the saber in his hand at an extremely quick speed. The black-haired descended one's pupils constricted. In his eyes, an attack that should have been easy to dodge turned into specks of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he saw those specks of light once more, Poochie, the blade sank into his opponent's skull, and a powerful force burst out. The black-haired descended one's body flew backward. With a pung, he smashed into a giant stone and was pinned to it. Cracks appeared on the wound on his head. His head looked like it was about to split apart. Junior brother, did you see that? He's just asking to die. Lin Fan couldn't understand these descended ones. There were obviously some descenders who were very smart, so how could there be such a stupid one? Han Bikong blinked and looked at the descended one who was pinned to the giant stone. The strength of that descender just now wasn't weak. In fact, he was very strong. Even he wasn't a match for him. But in the hands of his senior brother, he died too quickly. How should he put it? It was just that he didn't look like the descended one they had in mind. Gong Hanyu and the others were stunned. It was obvious that they didn't expect such an outcome. Sir, he actually dared. The young god Hall head was really frightened. He knew that this descended one was really strong. Emperor Heaven Realm, do you know? That meant that he was even stronger than Dao Realm experts. But he died too quickly, right, Pa? Gong Hanyu slapped the young god Hall head away. Shut up. The Navy members all had their mouths agape as they faced the sky. Oh my god, he's too strong. He's so strong that I'm about to piss my pants. I can't believe it. What kind of descender is this? He actually died just like that, and he died to his own weapon. This is so embarrassing. I told you that Vice Commander Han's senior apprentice brother must be very strong. These descenders are just trash. Why is Songwu so brave? It's because he knew that Vice Commander Han's senior apprentice brother would definitely come. These people were all in high spirits, as though they had personally killed the descender. Even Lin Fan didn't know why they were so excited. Junior apprentice brother, how was it? I was alright, right? Lin Fan asked. In front of all his junior apprentice brothers and sisters, he had to put on a good performance. He was their senior apprentice brother, after all. How could he not be a good role model? Senior apprentice brother, you are amazing. Han Bikong nodded. He had to admit that in the sect, his senior apprentice brother was the strongest. Of course, he was a very opinionated person and didn't think that he would lose to anyone else. But in front of Lin Fan, he was truly convinced. He didn't even have the heart to compare with Lin Fan. He just treated Lin Fan as someone who he couldn't catch up to. Even if it was impossible in his lifetime. Junior apprentice brother, do you understand now? In the future, don't always think that I can't beat others. That's just wishful thinking. It's not good behavior. Lin Fan patiently said to his junior apprentice brother. Actually, he wanted to change the way his junior apprentice brothers thought. How could they use the same thinking on others on him? It was not fair. It was not symmetrical. Xianxia was stunned. He had killed the enemy with a single strike. It was too easy. His strength was unfathomable. He didn't know what would happen to Gong Hanyu and the others. Although they could also do this with their strength, it seemed that the other party's strength was on par with theirs. To him, anyone below the world level was useless. Gong Hanyu and Xianxia were both world-level cultivators. When they joined forces, they were a force that couldn't be underestimated. Could this bumpkin really beat them? He didn't dare to be certain. All he could do was secretly watch. Senior apprentice brother, they. Han Bikong pointed towards the two world-level experts in the air. He wanted to say that these two were the true masterminds behind the scenes, but before he could finish his words, his senior apprentice brother interrupted him. Junior brother, don't bother about them. To me, it's all the same. There's no difference. Lin Fan was very arrogant, completely disregarding the other party. Ever since he had broken through to the Emperor Heaven Realm, his ego had been growing every day. If he still couldn't find someone to crush him, then the way he dealt with things in the future would be somewhat unfavorable. Han Bikong smiled awkwardly. His senior brother's words were easy to understand, but they were the easiest to offend. He really didn't know how to continue. Native, you're really arrogant, Gong Hanyu said coldly. He never imagined that there would actually be such an arrogant fellow in the outer realm. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Gong Hanyu, who was standing in the void. He did not give him any face at all. What does my arrogance have to do with you? Come and hit me if you can. Patter, Xianxia took out the spatial god pillar from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. With a loud rumble, cracks appeared on the ground. The spatial god pillar wasn't light at all. If it fell on someone, they would be crippled even if they didn't die. Spatial god pillar. When the descenders saw what Lin Fan had taken out, they instantly cried out in shock. Their eyes were completely glued to it. Ever since they had descended to the outer realm, all of them had been given a common order. That was to search for the missing spatial god pillar. Otherwise, the spatial passageway would be very unstable and they wouldn't be able to descend on a large scale. And even if they were to descend on a large scale, if the unstable spatial passageway were to explode, they would most likely be completely wiped out. By then, they would suffer grievous losses. This wasn't something that just anyone could endure. The spatial god pillar is in your hands. Gong Hanyu said in shock, then laughed loudly. I didn't even need to look for it. I didn't expect it to be in the hands of a native like you. Ha ha ha, Gong Hanyu laughed loudly. He was truly excited. He had actually discovered something that no one else had been able to find. His luck was truly good. I'm very happy to see all of you laughing so happily. Come down here and let me beat you to death. Don't worry, I'll leave your corpses intact. Lin Fan rested the spatial god pillar on his shoulders as he revealed a smile which he felt was very cruel. He was extremely excited to finally be able to fight fairly against a world-level expert. Through his own hard work, he had finally reached this stage. With this sort of endurance and this sort of hard work, it would be inexcusable if he didn't become a supreme expert. Let me teach him a good lesson. Xianxia didn't want to kill this native for fear of dirtying her hands, but this native was simply too arrogant. She truly couldn't tolerate it. She took a step forward and waved her slender, jade-like hand. A circle of ripples spread out from her palm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Bang! Lin Fan leapt into the air, swinging the spatial god pillar towards the maiden. Native, I've already seen through you. There's no way you can harm me with this level of power. Xianxia laughed disdainfully. This person wanted to harm her with this level of power? He was like throwing an egg against a rock. He didn't know his own limits. At this moment, Lin Fan's body transformed into a streak of light as he spread his arms backwards. As Xianxia entered his attack range, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He unleashed his full power. Instantly, a terrifying surge of power exploded forth from his body. The space around him trembled. Gong Hanyu, who had been looking quite relaxed, was instantly shocked. Careful, he hadn't imagined that this native would be so insidious. Xianxia came back to her senses, a look of panic on her face. This native's power had increased far too quickly, causing her to be careless. "I'm going to beat you to death, you wench." Lin Fan let out an explosive roar as he flicked his wrist, sending the spatial god pillar smashing towards Xianxia. Bang! The power of this strike was absolutely astonishing, causing space itself to explode. As for the aura surrounding Xianxia, it was completely shattered. The spatial god pillar came crashing down, slamming heavily against her body. Swish, Xianxia transformed into a streak of light as she smashed heavily against the ground. The tremendous force of her blow caused the ground to crack apart and shake violently. Snow. Gong Hanyu's eyes were bloodshot. Eh? She can't take a beating? Lin Fan didn't attack again after his first strike. He was rather puzzled. World-level cultivators shouldn't be this weak. Last time, when he had fought against Lai Qing, he had been beaten so badly that he hadn't been able to fight back at all. Even if he had grown stronger, he shouldn't have been this strong. Could it be that this maiden didn't care about him at all and was thus holding back? Oh, right. He had almost forgotten. This maiden was just an early-stage world-level cultivator. She really was very weak. Boo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing rang out from the deep crater below. My face, Xianxia crawled out from the deep crater. Her injuries were rather severe, but at this moment, she was holding her deformed face in her hands as she cried in an extremely heartbroken manner. Snow, are you all right? Gong Hanyu landed and hurried away, his heart aching. When he saw Snow, who had her head lowered and was clutching her face, his heart ached even more. Quick, raise your head. Let me see what's wrong with you. At this moment, Xianxia released her hands from her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. She could no longer feel her face. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When Gong Hanyu saw Snow's face, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Was that even a fucking human face? You aren't my Snow. Gong Hanyu was silent for a long period of time. Just as Xianxia was urging him to look at her face, he pushed her away and said in disbelief. He then turned to look at Lin Fan and roared angrily, "You bastard! Where the hell did you take my Snow?" Lin Fan blinked. What was going on? Had this guy turned stupid? She was right in front of him. How could he not recognize her? Brother Gong, I am her. Xianxia shouted, grabbing onto Gong Hanyu. But Gong Hanyu shook his head and pushed her away again. No, you aren't my Snow. He couldn't accept it. How was this Snow? He wanted to ask if she could give him some face. What the hell was this pancake? Was she even human? Native, where did you take my schwerer to? Return her to me. Gong Hanyu roared, then pushed the pancake-faced Xianxia away heartlessly. It was impossible for him to admit that this was Snow. To him, an ugly Snow would no longer be the Snow in his heart. Patter, Lin Fan stretched out his hand and the tip of the rod touched the ground. He smiled and then moved quickly, turning into a beam of light. Cut the crap. Let me see how strong a world-level expert is. In an instant, Lin Fan appeared in front of Gong Hanyu. He raised his space pillar and smashed it towards him. His current strength was too strong. Every move he made was a huge burden on the space. Limitless seal. Gong Hanyu growled and pushed both his palms forward. A shining seal appeared in front of him. It then rotated and expanded, blocking Lin Fan and colliding with the space pillar. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound exploded. A powerful shockwave spread out. The members of the Navy were watching the battle. But under the shockwave, they couldn't keep their balance. They fell to the ground and were blown far away. F***ck, this is too strong. Some of them grabbed onto the ground. They couldn't even open their eyes due to the violent wind. They were blown away. At this moment, Gong Hanyu's body trembled. The limitless seal in front of him was shattered. It couldn't withstand the opponent's strength. What was going on? How could he be this strong? Get down. Lin Fan roared. The space pillar came crashing down, landing heavily on Gong Hanyu's body. Support, world body. In that short instant, Gong Hanyu's body became dazzlingly bright. Boom, Gong Hanyu was smashed into the ground, forming a deep crater. Countless rocks were shot into the air. At the same time, the people in the distance were hit as well. The power was strong. When the rocks hit their bodies, they were bruised and bleeding. To the people watching, this was way too dangerous. They were just watching, and now they were injured? Who did they offend? World-level experts are so mysterious. Lin Fan was surprised. When he hit Gong Hanyu, he realized that his opponent's body suddenly changed color. It was very bright, as though he had used some secret technique. Oi, are you dead yet? If you're not, get up and continue. He didn't care about all this. He just wanted to have a good fight with a world-level expert and then hammer him to death. The Sun God Palace Master's entire body trembled. Oh my god, was it time to run? This was a real battle. Gong Hanyu did not disappoint him. He was in a good mood. Although his attack was blocked, it had caused a lot of damage. His opponent did not have it easy. Amazing. Han Bikong looked into the distance and marveled at his senior brother's terrifying strength. The descendant was at the world level, but despite that his senior apprentice brother had still managed to smash him into the ground. In that case, just how strong was senior brother, he felt that he had never been able to figure out his senior brother's strength. But to Lin Fan, if his junior brothers were to figure him out, would he still be able to stay in the sect? Qin Feng was stunned. Even his father, who was beaten half to death, was almost thrown to the back of his mind. If it wasn't for his father proving that he wasn't dead and shouting a few times, there might really be no one to take care of him. Hey, hurry up and get up. That attack didn't kill you. Don't play dead. Lin Fan floated in the air and roughly placed the space god pillar on his shoulder. Ever since he gave the mace to his disciple, he felt that he had become kinder. He rarely smashed people into smithereens. Usually, he would smash people into meat patties. This was a kind of improvement, a change. Damn it. A furious voice came from the deep pit in the distance. Gong Hanyu's body was covered in dust, and he could feel the pain from his shoulder. If he had not used his trump card, he might have been smashed to death by that mace. He was very strong and could not be underestimated. He raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. Where did that despicable guy come from? How could there be such a powerful existence among the aboriginals? Hey, are you dead? Can you still fight? Lin Fan asked with a smile. After breaking through to the Emperor Heaven Realm, he missed Lai Qing a little. The first world-level cultivator he fought was that guy. Even with his strength, he was not able to break through Lin Fan's defense. This made him a little unhappy. However, now that his cultivation had reached the Emperor Heaven Realm, defense was no longer a problem. I'm not dead. Do you think you can harm me with your strength? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Gong Hanyu said coldly, but he did not mention where Snow was. The girl with the big pancake face was Snow, but he could not recognize her. It was too tragic. He did not dare to look at her. Hee, let's continue then. Lin Fan smiled. With a wave of his arm, the space god pillar shook the space. With a bang, his body turned into a beam of light and headed straight for Gong Hanyu. Mountain shaking energy. Lin Fan swung the space god pillar without any technique. It was just a simple swing, but his final target was Gong Hanyu. This cultivation method was still an ordinary cultivation method in the early stages. But to Lin Fan, even a normal skill could bring forth the most bedazzling radiance. That power was something that no one could defend against. Space ruptured, a pitch-black flood appearing, producing a powerful suction force, about to absorb everything in the surroundings. So strong. Gong Hanyu's expression was solemn, and there was sweat on his forehead. Although he had yet to hit it, he could feel the pressure from the space divine pillar crushing the space from afar. You are indeed very powerful, Bumpkin, but you will never understand how terrifyingly powerful world-level experts truly are. Gong Hanyu let out a savage howl. He had the pride of being a world-level expert. How could he tolerate a mere bumpkin jumping around in front of him? The power of the world erupted from his body, condensing around it. This was a power that surpassed the Emperor Heaven realm, and it was of an even higher level. With a mighty push, he collided with the space god pillar. Rumble, a terrifying, deep rumble shook the heavens. How can this be? In the instant that Gong Hanyu's hands collided with the space god pillar, his face changed. A terrifying wave of power continuously surged into his body from afar. Crack, the world energy he had condensed was actually unable to withstand it. Impossible, bang, Gong Hanyu could no longer stand straight. His legs sank deep into the ground, kicking up layers of dirt as he furiously slid backwards. Bzzz, his hands trembled. The power he had condensed had already dispersed, and he was now extremely unstable. He had already lost the previous exchange. Damn, my hands. Gong Hanyu stared at his cracked palms, then furiously clenched his fists. He raised his head to look at Lin Fan. You bastard. If I don't deal with you properly, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yeah, I do think you're easy to bully. If you think you're not easy to bully, then please start your performance. Lin Fan smiled, calmly waving the space god pillar in his hands. As long as he came over, he would smack him to death. The feeling just now was pretty good. It was very comfortable. Both his body and mind had been elevated. He had been looking forward to this feeling for a long time, and now he could finally experience it. You. Gong Hanyu was furious. This person didn't know how to speak at all. He was too much of a bully, completely disregarding him. Which of his words wasn't asking for a beating? Come, beat me up, or I'll beat you to death. Lin Fan raised his hand and arrogantly hooked his finger at his opponent. A gust of wind blew, and his black hair swayed with it, sweeping up a cloud of dust that brushed past his feet. The world fell silent. To Gong Hanyu, this was a form of provocation. Hee hee. At this moment, Gong Hanyu laughed. His smile was a little sinister, and his eyes were cold. Pfft, a ball of scorching flames erupted from his body, and a virtual image of the world appeared behind him. Rumble, a terrifying aura swept out, much more terrifying than before. Good, very good. Since you're courting death, then I'll grant you your wish. I'll let you see how terrifying a world-level expert is. Your puny strength is completely useless in front of me. The difference between us is something you'll never be able to catch up to in your lifetime. Gong Hanyu said coldly. He raised his arm and pointed a finger at the sky. A beam of light swept out, splitting the heavens and earth into two. At the same time, a pitch-black bolt of lightning snaked down like a python, coiling around his palm. Buzz buzz, the light was dazzling, and then it condensed into a pitch-black spear. Scorching flames danced on the spear, giving off an explosive feeling and an irresistible pressure. Whoosh, Gong Hanyu swung his spear lightly, and a beam of black light shot out from the spear, splitting the earth apart. It continued forward without stopping. You're still as strong as ever. He smiled, filled with confidence. He then raised his head to look at Lin Fan. Alright, let me see just how capable you are. Bang, as soon as he finished speaking, Gong Hanyu disappeared from where he was. His speed was so fast that one couldn't even see his figure. However, the space continued to explode, and shockwaves spread out like waves. This was the extreme speed. Even space could not withstand such power. Interesting. You're fast. Unfortunately, that's all. Lin Fan smiled. Without even looking, he raised the space god pillar and smashed it towards the calm space. What? Gong Hanyu stared at Lin Fan as though he was looking at prey. But suddenly, the space god pillar smashed towards him, scaring him silly. F*CK, this aboriginal actually discovered his position. At this moment, he had nowhere to retreat. He could only raise his spear and fight head-on with his opponent. Bang, the space god pillar smashed onto the spear, and a violent shockwave spread out. Gong Hanyu's expression turned extremely ugly. He had wanted to block it with one hand, but he realized that it was a little too much. He could only take it head-on with both hands. However, his arms were numb from the tremors. Great heavenly star fall! Gong Hanyu let out a furious roar. His aura condensed into a single point, forming a pillar of light that shot into the heavens and split open a pitch-black rift. A terrifying stream of energy flowed through the rift, and then it was as though an invisible pair of giant hands had ripped it apart. Deep within the pitch-black rift, a red light flashed. It slowly grew more and more lifelike, and the entire world was dyed red. Look. What's that? Unable to withstand the power of this battle, everyone raised their heads to stare. The changes in the skies were simply too shocking. An enormous boulder that was blazing with pitch-black flames was descending from the skies, a long tail trailing behind it. From the looks of it, this boulder's target was them. Aboriginal, you've completely pissed me off. I'm going to kill everyone on your side. Gong Hanyu howled angrily. As a world-level expert, he was truly enraged by his opponent's attacks. Hidden within the void, St. Cleancer's devilish face was extremely solemn. This was a technique that was filled with both hope and destruction. Upon reaching the peak of the world level, one would be able to wield this sort of power. A heavenly calamity would descend upon all things, bringing destruction upon all living beings, bringing hope to the future. This was the quintessence of a world-level expert's abilities, and it was also their most terrifying technique. I didn't expect this aboriginal to be this powerful. Based on my calculations, I should be able to predict that calamity will befall me. It seems I was right. But if I can't kill Gong Hanyu, how could I possibly be killed? St. Cleancer fell silent for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. Not good. This aboriginal is definitely going to focus on killing Gong Hanyu. Incredible. This poor monk's abilities really aren't for show. I was able to avoid this calamity long ago. Our predecessors said that the will of the heavens cannot be defied. To me, that's all there is to it. Next, he continued to watch the battle unfold. He didn't know how this aboriginal was going to resolve this matter. Lin Fan raised his head to look. Wasn't that a freaking meteor? It was incredibly powerful. It truly wasn't something that ordinary people could fight against. Ahahaha, do you see that, aboriginal? What's the point of being powerful? I want all of you to disappear without a trace. Gong Hanyu brandished the long spear in his hands as he fought against Lin Fan. At the same time, he restricted Lin Fan's movements, forcing him to watch the meteor crash down and destroy everything. I've seen it. As for destroying everything, I think you're thinking too much. Lin Fan was extremely calm. Even though the situation seemed to be a little off, he didn't take it to heart. Big words. Gong Hanyu hollered. Wielding the long spear with both hands, he charged towards Lin Fan. Ignorant. Lin Fan kept the space god pillar in his storage ring. Clenching his fist, a terrifying power gathered at his fingertips. He punched out, hitting the long spear. To Gong Hanyu, the outcome of a foolish aboriginal using his bare fist to fight against a long spear would be extremely tragic. But then, something shocking happened. A power that was even more terrifying than the space god pillar was transmitted over. Gotcha, cracks appeared on the long spear. Under the power of this punch, it couldn't defend against it at all. Damn it. Fists are indeed the most comfortable. Lin Fan sighed. How could this be? Gong Hanyu was stunned. Lin Fan smiled. Actually, my strongest weapon is still my fists. Gotcha. Ah. We're going to die. The Navy members cried out in panic. They looked up into the void in terror. That thing with a long tail of fire was too terrifying. The scorching black flames were like an abyss that could swallow the earth. It was getting closer and closer. In fact, they even felt a wave of pressure crushing down on them, enveloping them. The ground started to sink, and countless cracks appeared, densely packed and spreading in all directions. Why are you all panicking? Lin Fan did not continue to fight with Gong Hanyu. Instead, with a bang, he bent his knees and leapt into the air. He was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet sank into a deep pit. Gong Hanyu looked up, not knowing what his opponent was going to do. But when he saw where his opponent was going, he began to laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha, fool, you really are a fool. Do you think this is something that you can resist with just your physical body? Stop dreaming. He laughed loudly, but did not stop Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan was courting death, and no one could stop him. Besides, he really wanted to see what ability this native had to be able to block the great heavenly starfall. If he could really block it, he would eat shit. Lin Fan looked up. This move of the descender was indeed a very interesting move. Even he did not have the ability to create such a high-quality special effect skill. But he was not envious at all. Special effects were ultimately fake. They could only confuse the eyes of others. Once you looked deeper, you would find that they were useless. Let me, the Peak Master, see how strong this thing is. Lin Fan came to a halt in the air. His energy had reached its peak, and the muscles on his body were changing. A thin silver membrane was covering them. What is he doing? Clear Sage was stunned. From beginning to end, he had been hiding in the void. He had no intention of going out to roam. He had to cherish this chance to escape. If he got involved, he would probably be beyond redemption. No way. This native wants to take on Gong Hanyu's great heavenly starfall head-on. This is a world-destroying ability that contains the essence of a world god. It has unparalleled nomological power. How can anyone below the world god level possibly block it? Clear Sage knew the abilities of a world god very well. Even if it was him, when faced with Gong Hanyu's method of killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 lives, he could only avoid it. He did not dare to face it head-on. At this moment, Lin Fan roared and activated all his skills. His eyes shone brightly as he bent his legs slightly. Staring at the falling stones, he opened his arms wide and welcomed them. Stop right there. Rumble, when Lin Fan's hands came into contact with the gigantic flint, a dull sound rang out as Lin Fan was completely engulfed by the pitch-black flames. Crack, Lin Fan crushed the edges with his fingers and inserted them in. Ancient battlefield will never retreat. The buff was activated. His chest was burned by the pitch-black flames, and his flesh was badly mangled. His arms were also covered in a layer of flames. An extremely horrifying amount of power pressed down on Lin Fan's body. Interesting, not competing with others in terms of strength actually makes me feel so good. As expected, only by fighting head-on is a true battle. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and hollered. He used all his strength to block the descending stars. The violent currents were like wind blades that intersected and attacked the surrounding space. The two powers clashed, forming wind blades that intersected like a huge net that swept the entire land. The ground was like tofu, sliced into pieces and then floated up. The current scene was just too horrifying. The Navy members retreated quickly. Go, run. They were scared silly. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. They were originally very far away, but the power that came from the collision was really terrifying and it spread out really quickly. If they didn't run and were swept up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh my god, is this native so fierce? The young god hall leader was stunned. Other than acting cool, he came here to take revenge. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem right. Gong Hanyu ignored the attacks and raised his head. His eyes shone with shock. How could it be like this? That damnable native actually blocked it. Crush him. He was anxious. The falling stars didn't move at all, but this native actually pushed them to fall. Damn, does this native not know the feeling of heat? Not talking about anything else, just the black flames of the falling stars weren't something anyone could endure. Those were flames that could burn everything. Now, this native was suffering from the flames and the powerful aura, but he didn't seem to be in pain at all. That was impossible. Okay, stop playing around. Stop. Instantly, a roar spread into everyone's ears. Pung, a shocking explosion rang out. Everyone looked up and were all dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen a ghost, and they were all completely stunned. Oi, the ball you summoned is quite interesting. Lin Fan held the falling stars with one hand and patted his chest. His chest was a bloody mess, and large amounts of blood flowed out. Even his arms were riddled with wounds. He realized that a peak world god realm descender was indeed not bad. For example, this move was really strong and could injure him. It wasn't as easy to beat up Emperor Heaven Realm experts like before. Perhaps this was a qualitative change. There was a huge difference. However, this didn't affect him at all. A world god realm was a qualitative change. His emperor heaven realm was also a qualitative change. There was a world of difference between him and an ordinary emperor heaven realm expert. You. Gong Hanyu couldn't help but take a step back. He clenched his fists, feeling grief and fear. His strongest move, world destruction and world creation, was blocked by this indigenous being. The essence of the world was in the hands of someone else. Perhaps we can have a chat. Just as everyone thought that Gong Hanyu was prepared to fight to the death, he unexpectedly wanted to have a chat with Lin Fan. Your strength has gained my recognition. You are someone who can stand on equal footing with me. Only the strong can talk to the strong. And now, you have the right to do so. Gong Hanyu looked at Lin Fan and said. Are you stupid? Lin Fan squinted his eyes and grinned. He was in a good mood right now. The excitement of battle had already surged into his heart. As for what Gong Hanyu said, he didn't understand a single word. What did you say? Gong Hanyu was slightly stunned and a little angry. This guy was too arrogant. Where did that bald monk go? If he was here, things might not have turned out this way. Wait a minute. Something wasn't right. He recalled the bald monk's expression back then. He was obviously hiding something. He had treated the natives of the outer region like ants and didn't care about them at all. Now that he thought about it, damn, he was tricked. That bald monk must have known that the situation wasn't good, so he decisively avoided the battle. What a sinister person. Indeed, he couldn't trust people from the heavenly cloud Buddha Hall, let alone work with them. Just as he was deep in thought, he realized that the ground had turned black. It was as if something was covering his head. He looked up and was completely flustered. Lie down for me. Lin Fan grabbed the stone ball that Gong Hanyu had summoned and smashed it towards him. Rumble, the stone ball collided with the ground, creating a huge commotion. Cracks spread out like a dragon. Gong Hanyu retreated quickly. Sweat dripped from his forehead. He raised his hand and said, Wait a minute, we can talk. Fighting is just a form of greeting. There's no need to do this. Although he hadn't won against Lin Fan. But he had already lost. Fighting is just a form of greeting? Alright, this Peak Lord will also use my method of greeting to properly play with you. Lin Fan's fingers sunk in, and one of his arms was stabbed into the stone ball. He bent his knees and his entire body turned into a beam of light. He waved the stone ball in his arm and smashed it towards Gong Hanyu. Gong Hanyu wanted to say something, but just as he opened his mouth, he felt a strong pressure coming from his side. It was very fast. By the time he reacted, the stone ball had already covered him. Despicable native, as long as I live, I'll definitely kill you. He cursed in his heart. This was too much. But at this moment, he could only raise his hand in panic to block. Bang, upon contact, Gong Hanyu's face turned red. The blood in his body boiled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying. With a rumble, he smashed into the distance. It was as if his entire skeleton had fallen apart. His arms trembled continuously. Although the heavenly star had fallen, it didn't have the same power as before. Under the power of this native, the impact was too strong. The world in his body gradually became unstable and showed signs of breaking. Ha ha ha, interesting. It feels good to hit someone with a ball. Again. Lin Fan laughed out loud. He leaped up high and raised his arm high. Then, he fell quickly. The stone ball broke through space and rubbed against each other. Hot sparks flickered. I can't go on like this, or I'll really die. Gong Hanyu wanted to hide, but at this moment, he had nowhere to hide. This native is crazy. He's too crazy. Bang, it smashed down ferociously. He was smashed into the ground. His face was covered in blood and his entire body showed signs of breaking. Bah, how tragic. Xianxia didn't even blink. It was too sad. At the same time, he was very glad that he had escaped. If he hadn't left and stayed with Gong Hanyu, he would probably be lying on the ground now. Swoosh, suddenly, a beam of light flew out from the stone ball and headed into the distance, trying to escape. Trying to run? Lin Fan leaned back and then exerted strength. The stone ball in his hand broke through the air at a speed faster than Gong Hanyu. Bang, the stone ball smashed onto Gong Hanyu's back. With a kacha sound, there was the sound of bones breaking. Ugh, Gong Hanyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell forward and he fell to the ground, panting heavily. F***ck, I'm screwed. Bang, Lin Fan jumped over from afar. He grabbed the stone ball and came to Gong Hanyu's side. He raised the stone ball high and was prepared to smash it down. Wait, let's talk. Gong Hanyu raised his hand and said anxiously. But Lin Fan didn't give him a chance. He smashed the stone ball down with a loud bang, followed by a tragic cry. It was really tragic. Then, he raised the stone ball high. Gong Hanyu, who was below, was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with panic as he grabbed the ground with both hands and crawled forward. Don't kill me, I was wrong, don't kill me. He begged and was about to pee his pants. Lin Fan grabbed Gong Hanyu in his hands. Don't worry, I'll give you a chance to live. I've always wanted to know whether this stone ball is harder or you. As long as you can live, I promise to let you go. The moment he said that, he didn't wait for Gong Hanyu to say anything else. His left and right hands clashed, causing Gong Hanyu and the stone ball to collide. Bang, a strong impact exploded out, causing Lin Fan to be unable to open his eyes. The stone ball shattered, turning into small shards that shot into the sky. Gong Hanyu was turned into a pile of meat paste. He didn't look like a human anymore. The hardness is the same. It seems like I still have to practice when I meet something I don't understand. Lin Fan nodded. It was a good thing that his knowledge increased. As for his palm, there were shards that pierced through it. He pulled them out calmly and threw them on the ground. This thing, after being broken into pieces, was indeed very sharp. In the sky far away. I'm injured. Saint Jean lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest that was still bleeding. He had looked too closely just now and didn't react at all. A beam of light swept over and pierced through his chest. Calamity, this is a calamity. Why did I have to come over to see it? It's already over, but the calamity is still here. Forget it, luckily it's not fatal. Saint Jean didn't look back and just ran away. He had to hide from this native in the future. He couldn't afford to offend him. If you want to watch, then watch openly. Hiding is just too shameless. Lin Fan looked into the distance. There was someone peeking at him. He had long noticed that it was a little familiar. It should be the monk from before. It was rare to see a peaceful descender. He was willing to give him a chance. Especially after watching the battle of justice, he should have a better idea of what he could do and what he couldn't. Hayes, as expected, a righteous and kind person will always like to give others a chance. Lin Fan sighed. He hoped that the other party could cherish his hard-won new life. Just as he was deep in thought, the situation at the scene exploded and the cheers were endless. He won. So amazing. Deputy General Han's senior brother is just too strong. As expected, the aura that exploded out from the battle was something we couldn't block. The Navy members suddenly realized that their minds were clear. Some things that they couldn't forget in the past were all forgotten at this moment. They didn't feel like it was a big deal, so why bother remembering it? Maybe this was what it felt like to be on the verge of death and feel the terror of death. In the end, one's heart was purified and one's view of things changed greatly. It can't be. The Sun God Hall leader panicked. His greatest support had died just like that. Moreover, he had died without a complete corpse. There was no hope at all. How was that possible? The descender was so strong, so how could he be beaten to death? He wanted to run. Maybe no one would notice him and just let him go like a fart. However, just as he was about to take action, an extremely terrifying voice entered his ears. If you dare to move, I will beat you to death. When the Sun God Hall leader heard this, his face was covered in tears. He even wanted to die. He was just an ant, an existence that wasn't worthy of anyone's attention. I don't dare to move, I don't dare to move. He shook his head and stood there obediently. His heart was pounding and he didn't know what the outcome would be. Death was the most terrifying thing and he really didn't want to die. Moreover, the other party's methods were extremely cruel. One could tell just by looking at Gong Hanyu. He didn't even look like a human. How many people could beat someone to such a state during a battle? It was simply inhumane. He was really afraid that the other party would beat him up like Gong Hanyu, so badly that he couldn't even recognize his own people. The Emperor Heaven Realm and Dao Realm descenders who had followed Gong Hanyu here were already in a state of panic. The moment Gong Hanyu was defeated, they knew that they were finished. This time, he had probably kicked an iron plate. He didn't even have the chance to turn things around. We won't move either. We won't even dare to move. The surviving descenders hurriedly waved their hands to ensure that they wouldn't move. We surrender. Lin Fan was astonished. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing as surrender even among the descenders. It was just a pity. Hehe, even if you guys don't move, the outcome will still be death. Lin Fan would definitely not let go of these points. Now that he had broken through to the Emperor Heaven Realm, he felt that reaching the World Realm would not be a problem. Points were the foundation. Cultivation techniques were also the foundation. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let go of these cute points. Look, their expressions when they heard that they were going to die were really cute. Everyone, he's going too far. He's not giving us any chance to live at all. If we fight him to the death, we might still have a chance to live. An Emperor Heaven Realm descender holding a whip cried out, wanting to give everyone hope to fight with their lives on the line. Alright. They had already been forced into a corner. If they didn't resist, they would die without a burial ground. They might as well fight to the death. Perhaps, they might have a chance to live. Go. Immediately, the leader of the descenders who had shouted for his life turned around and ran without even looking back. He was afraid that he would only see an abyss. However, there were honest people among the descenders. Their eyes were bloodshot as they held. Their bodies glowed with light as they charged at Lin Fan. You bunch of bastards. How dare you go back on your words? The descenders who were charging over realized that they were alone. Originally, they had agreed to charge together, but they didn't expect that most of them would run in all directions. Evidently, they were prepared to run as many as they could. The Navy members raised their heads and looked over with satisfaction. To them, even the invincible descenders would have to run eventually. In the face of absolute strength. So what if they were descenders? In order to survive, they could give up everything. How despicable. Don't worry, I will take revenge for you. The moment he said this, Lin Fan rose into the air. His speed was extremely quick. When those honest people saw the native charging at them, they were terrified. Just as they thought that they were going to die, a voice spread into their ears. You fellows, kneel down obediently. I will give you a chance to perform. His target was those who were running away. The bodies of the honest people trembled. It was as if they had just brushed shoulders with death. With a thud, they knelt on the ground. They didn't have any thoughts of being arrogant at all. Who wanted to die? No one wanted to die. Such a strong native had already spoken. If they still didn't know what to do, then they would be extremely stupid. They raised their heads and looked at those fleeing figures. They couldn't be angry at all. They could already predict that those fellows would end up in such a tragic state. Forget it, they should just watch. Who asked you to bully us? We have already attacked, but you actually ran. You deserve to die. Those fleeing ones felt the terrifying aura behind them. They were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They panicked and wanted to find a safe place to hide. When some of them turned their heads and saw those fellows kneeling there without being killed by the native, they were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that they wouldn't die? Want to run? Do you think you can run? Lin Fan floated in the air. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed at the sky. Instantly, energy gathered at his fingertips and spread out in all directions. With a flick of his arm, the sky was like a huge net that was caught in his hand. What? The fleeing ones realized that the path ahead was blocked. There was an invisible net blocking their path. they couldn't advance at all. What is this thing? Some of them resisted and tried to destroy the invisible net in front of them. But no matter how strong they were, it was useless. Senior brother's methods are truly unimaginable. Han Bikong raised his head and looked over. Senior brother's strength couldn't be underestimated. Just this move alone was shocking. With his current cultivation base, it was hard to imagine how he was able to do such a thing. Lin Fan was in a good mood. It felt great to be strong. Things that he couldn't do in the past were easy now. Come over. Like throwing a net to catch fish, Lin Fan clenched his fingers and a layer of the sky was ripped off. The descenders were like fish in the net, unable to struggle and could only retreat. Pata, finally, the net was pulled together. In the eyes of outsiders, these descenders were quite strange. There was nothing blocking in front of them, but they struggled as if they were blocked by something. Oh my God! The young god palace's palace lord immediately knelt down. It was better to just kneel down. If they tried to run, they wouldn't even know how they died. Let us go. The descenders struggled and roared. As Emperor Heaven Realm descenders, their hearts had long since collapsed. Just how strong was this native? How could he be so strong? This was controlling space in the palm of his hand. No matter how far it was, everything was within his control. Although they could also control space in the palm, they couldn't do it to this extent. Who asked you to trick us? It's too late to regret now. The kneeling descenders looked on with schadenfreude. Who asked you to be so arrogant? They were all honest people, and they believed whatever others said. They had agreed to attack together and fight to the death. But who would have thought that these guys would go back on their words? Being caught now was a form of retribution. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan chuckled. This bunch of descenders were all squeezed together. Later on, when he punched them out, it would definitely feel great. I haven't seen a man's fireworks in a long time. I can tell anyone that a man won't lose to anyone. Junior brother, have you seen fireworks before? Lin Fan turned around and asked. Han Bikong had the same teacher as him. Although it was just in name, it didn't matter to Lin Fan. Before the appearance of the outer realm, Han Bikong had destroyed her cultivation and even destroyed her face for the sake of the sect. She had endured in the Sunshine sect. The Magnificent Flame sect owed him for what he had done. As the invincible peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect, he was the senior brother of all his junior brothers and sisters. He had the responsibility to protect them. Fireworks? I've seen them before, but it was a long time ago when I was still young. Han Bikong recalled. He had seen them when he was young, but he hadn't seen them since. Alright, senior brother will show you the most brilliant fireworks in the world today. Watch carefully. Don't blink. Lin Fan swung his arm and threw the descenders into the air. He then placed his fists on his waist and bent his legs slightly. Setting off fireworks was a technical skill. It wasn't something that anyone could do. Han Bikong was confused. What is senior brother trying to do? I don't understand. The descenders who were controlled panicked. They couldn't understand what Lin Fan was trying to do. Instantly, Lin Fan punched out, causing the void to explode. The berserk energy rippled out in circles, wrapping all the descenders within them in an instant. No. Bang, the fireworks were beautiful, and the blood-red starlight lit up the sky. It's a good day. Good luck. Lin Fan's eyes shone with red light, and a smile appeared on his face. But not everyone was like Lin Fan, who had an artistic sense that was ahead of its time. When they saw this, they fell to the ground immediately. Junior brother, how is it? Is it okay? Lin Fan asked. Han Bikong was speechless. He looked at Lin Fan in a daze. This is great. He was dumbfounded by Lin Fan. Is this the fireworks that senior brother was talking about? This is too scary. Looking at the beautiful fireworks with the naked eye, they gradually dissipated in front of them. He was satisfied. He was mentally satisfied. Lin Fan clapped his hands. The fireworks came and went quickly. But at least in this short period of time, it left a heavy stroke. It could be considered as brilliant. In the future, he would fight with anyone who said that descenders were useless. What happened to you all? Lin Fan saw that Qin Feng and the others had a weird expression on their faces. They were really pale and a little stunned. No. Nothing. Qin Feng shook his head. It was impossible for him to say that he was already frightened. As a man, he didn't do anything. All he did was watch the so-called fireworks, and he was so frightened that he wanted to cry. If Brother Lin was his enemy, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe suicide would be better than falling into Brother Lin's hands. Brother Qin, what do you think? Those fireworks were not bad, right? Let me tell you, they were the brightest and the most numerous. Lin Fan smiled and said. The topic had already gone astray. Qin Feng had an urge to cry. Now was the time to face the descenders, so could they not talk about the fireworks and talk about something else, but he had to answer Brother Lin's question. It is indeed not bad, the colors are really beautiful. Qin Feng nodded. Although he couldn't appreciate the content, he had to admit that the colors were really beautiful. Woo-woo, at this moment, a sound spread out from the distance. It was Xianxia, whose face had changed beyond recognition. She was sobbing. Brother Gong's words were too hurtful to her. Without her face, she was no longer the shuer in his heart. She was really sad. Why were men so shallow? Couldn't they feel her beautiful heart? Lin Fan walked in front of Xianxia. He didn't care about these descenders at all. Without her face, it meant that her only good point was gone. He didn't even have any thoughts of letting her off fireworks. He didn't even meet the minimum requirements. You fellow, Xianxia raised her face and raged. Peng, without waiting for Xianxia to finish her sentence, Lin Fan lashed out with a roundhouse kick, landing heavily on her abdomen. Gotcha, her inner palace shattered and her body turned into a streak of light. With a loud explosion, she smashed into a stone in the distance and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Half of her body was in a mess and her white bones could be seen. She had suffered a huge impact. How terrifying. The descenders who were kneeling there no longer dared to challenge Lin Fan. The scene just now had completely scared them silly. This aboriginal before him was a god of slaughter, a demon who didn't hold back at all. Furthermore, he didn't hold back when dealing with girls. That was way too inhumane. The girl was dead, and the points were in his hands. He raised his finger, and the storage ring of the dead descender floated up and fell into his hand. His control over his power was getting stronger and stronger. As excited as he was earlier, the first thing that came to his mind when he made his move was the storage ring. Thus, he controlled his strength decisively and didn't damage the storage ring, preserving it perfectly. You must be the leader of the Sun God Hall. Lin Fan came in front of the other party and sized him up with a smile on his face. Interesting. He wouldn't kill them for now. Bringing him back to the sect to accompany Feng Shaolai would be a good thing. Yes. The Sun God Hall Master was terrified. How would he dare to be arrogant? He wanted to kneel down and beg for his grandpa to spare his life. However, he was a man of principle. The other party hadn't taken his life yet, so he definitely couldn't call him grandpa. If he called him too early, it would be useless. He had to keep it as a trump card. Lin Fan took a look and didn't say much. He walked in front of Han Bikong. Junior brother, are you sure? Should I stay here? Han Bikong was decent and was a junior brother who had his own thoughts. But he was just too weak and couldn't keep up with his rhythm. This was why he was bullied to such a state. Senior brother, I am sure. Han Bikong didn't want to go back. What was the point of going back? It was obvious that nothing would happen. Moreover, he knew that the sect was protected by senior brother and nothing would happen. But he was thinking far ahead. Senior brother walked in front of everyone, so it was hard to say whether or not he would leave in the future. This was why he wanted to experience hardships here to raise his cultivation. If senior brother suddenly left one day, at least the sect would still have him. Okay, junior brother, as long as you are happy. I will protect you. Don't be afraid if anything happens, but you must wait for me to arrive. Lin Fan said. Han Bikong felt warm in his heart. Although he was much older than senior brother, the feeling of being protected by senior brother was really great. There was an indescribable feeling of satisfaction. Yes, senior brother, I will remember. Han Bikong nodded. Brother Lin, are you leaving? Qin Feng said. He really thanked Lin Fan this time, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You have time to chat with me, why don't you go and see your father? I think his injuries are a bit serious. Lin Fan said. Qin Tian was still very good, easy to use as a spear. He had used it once before and it was quite useful. It's okay, my father's life is tough, he won't die. Qin Feng said. Qin Tian laid there and wanted to curse. This son of AB****, why didn't he shoot the wall? He didn't even look at how badly injured he was and actually said that his life was tough. How infuriating. Very good, your father is proud of you. Lin Fan nodded. It was a good choice to have such a son. Qin Feng smiled. Brother Lin must be joking. In fact, I have always been my father's pride. Now that I have established the navy and gained his recognition, it is all thanks to Brother Lin's guidance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to reach this point. In this regard, Lin Fan agreed. If he didn't guide Qin Feng to establish the navy, how could there be such a scale now? He thought of Su Hanming, the Shuilian Venerable. I don't know how this guy is doing. Since the last time I met him, I haven't heard any news about him. I don't know if he was killed by the Descenders. But with his endurance, it is very likely that he will survive in the hands of the Descenders. Brother Lin, do you have any other advice to tell me? Qin Feng asked. He trusted Lin Fan very much and hoped that he could give him some advice. No. Lin Fan shook his head and decisively denied it. A navy caused such a thing. If I tell you about the Shichibukai, then wouldn't the outside world become a familiar cartoon? In the future, if he hit someone, others would say that they are one of the Shichibukai and have a cooperative relationship with the navy. They are friends, but they are on the same side. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Qin Feng felt that it was a pity, but he was satisfied. It was good enough that he was able to establish the navy. Let's go. Lin Fan waved his hands and nodded to his junior brother, telling him to be careful. He then looked at the Descenders kneeling on the ground. What are you waiting for? Follow me obediently and don't fall behind. If anyone wants to run, think about the consequences. He didn't want to imprison the Descenders. It's too troublesome. And he regretted it a little. Although he didn't like killing honest people, they were all points. He couldn't bear to lose them just like that. But who was he, the invincible peak leader of the magnificent flame sect? Even if the heavens were to fall and the earth were to split, the word spoken had to be obeyed. The Descenders obediently follow behind. As for the thought of running away, that didn't exist in their minds. They were really afraid. The tragic scene was still vivid in their minds. It was unforgettable. Anyone who wanted to run away would be a fool. Far away. Holy Purifier escaped death, but his chest was hurting. It wasn't an ordinary injury. He was pierced by a world fragment of a world-level cultivator. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have died. The Heavenly Cloud Buddha Palace might lack many things, but it didn't lack healing pills. A Buddha pill entered his body and started healing. Spots of light flew out from his wound. This was the world energy of the fragment. If he didn't get rid of it in time, it would leave a hidden injury. Soon, the bloody hole in his chest started to heal. That was dangerous. If I wasn't well versed in Buddhist scriptures, I would have died here. Holy Purifier heaved a sigh of relief. He came to the outer realm just like the other Descenders. He looked for the space pillar. He already knew who had the space pillar, but he didn't dare to touch it. Holy Purifier sat down cross-legged enchanted. Suddenly, golden scriptures floated out of his body and merged with the air, opening up a golden path. He didn't know where the path led to, but he could feel an even stronger force coming from the path. Holy Purifier, what happened? A booming voice rang out from within the passageway. Although the spatial passageway wasn't stable, it connected to the higher realms without any problems. Ancestral Buddha, the records of the outer realms are wrong. There is an expert, Holy Purifier said. He had to report the situation. Otherwise, it would be his fault if the situation wasn't resolved. Who could be blamed for such a shocking expert appearing in the outer realms? Even if the mission wasn't completed, it wouldn't be his fault. Expert? Holy purifier, a monk doesn't lie. The voice from within the passageway was rather unhappy. Although he hadn't gone to the outer realms, how could there be a problem with the records? Apart from a few things that could jump around, how many experts could there be? Ancestral Buddha, you aren't lying. There really is an expert. He's clearly just an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator, but his power surpasses even mine. Gong Hanyu died at the hands of that bumpkin, and his world was destroyed. I imagine that news of this will quickly spread in the higher realms, Holy Purifier said. He swore to himself that he would never run into that bumpkin again. If he saw this person, he would retreat as far away as possible. He wouldn't fight him head-on. How is that possible? When Holy Purifier said this, the voice in the passageway was filled with disbelief. He didn't doubt what Holy Purifier said. Holy Purifier was one of the inheritors of the Heavenly Cloud Buddha Hall. He had great wisdom and opportunities, so he wouldn't lie. Therefore, it was worth thinking about. What's his name? Ancestral Buddha asked. I don't know. Holy Purifier shook his head. What does he look like? I don't know. Holy Purifier shook his head again. The passageway fell silent. There were indeed a few bumpkins who used special methods to enter the higher realms to cultivate and take revenge. In the end, they were suppressed and sent into reincarnation. 2 of them left a deep impression on him. One of them was called the Thousand Cave Patriarch. His seals were difficult to deal with. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, he could still cause a stir. However, there was still one more person. That person was an existence that gave them a headache. The Puppet Patriarch. They didn't know his gender or appearance. They hadn't even seen him in person. But he brought trouble to the higher realms. If it was an expert, it might be one of them. A group of descenders followed behind. They lowered their heads, not daring to make any noise. Gong Hanyu's miserable state was unbearable to look at. They weren't as strong as Gong Hanyu, so they would definitely die if they tried to resist the native. Furthermore, they had already admitted defeat and listened to the native, kneeling on the ground to avoid the disaster. However, this native had said that he wouldn't kill them, but why did he look at them as if he wanted to kill them? But for some reason, he was holding back. What is this guy thinking? The young god palace leader was panicking. Although the guy in front of him didn't kill him, he felt that things were going to be bad. He wanted to go up and talk to the other party. Talking was a way to open up the heart, but the key was that he didn't dare to talk to Lin Fan for fear of being beaten to death. Hee. The young god palace leader had mixed feelings. Unknowingly, he realized that Lin Fan was smiling at him. That smile was a little off. It was eerie, as if he was trying to express something. He didn't know how to answer, so he could only smile back awkwardly. He hoped that he could use his own smile to break the terrifying smile that the other party was showing him. Indeed, he knew that his smile would work. The other party didn't dare to look at his smile and turned his head away, no longer paying attention to him. The young god palace leader heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly pleased with himself. Lin Fan was annoyed. How should I settle him down? He had once said that he wouldn't arrange jobs for people who weren't from the outer world. After all, he hadn't finished arranging jobs for people from the outer world. How could he give such a happy job to these people? But he had no choice. He was the one who said it. Even if he had to kneel, he had to fulfill it. Forget it, I'll bring him back to the sect first. I might be able to think of a way to settle him down then. Magnificent Flame Sect. 2 disciples at the entrance looked up into the sky. Eh? Is Senior Brother back? Why does it feel like there are many people here? It's Senior Brother, there's no mistake. But there are so many people. I wonder what's going on. Lin Fan had brought the descenders here. They were only in the Tao and Emperor Heaven realms. He really wanted to kill Lin Fan, but since he had said it, he had to keep his word, no matter what. Senior Brother, who are these people? The disciple in charge of guarding the mountain gate asked. This was the first time he had seen his senior brother bring so many people back. Moreover, after sensing them carefully, he could tell that these fellows were all very strong. It gave them a great sense of oppression. A captive from outside. Lin Fan replied. Ever since the magnificent flame sect's remodeling sites were filled with people, he rarely brought anyone back. But now, he could only blame himself for speaking too fast. It was too late to regret now. Disciple, what's going on? Tiansu walked over from afar. Seeing that his disciple had returned, a smile appeared on his face. However, he was stunned to see that his disciple had brought so many people with him. What did his disciple do outside this time? Teacher, junior apprentice Brother Han encountered danger outside, so disciple went over to deal with it. I subdued these descenders, and I originally wanted to kill them all, but disciple said that if they knelt, they wouldn't die, so they immediately knelt. Therefore, I could only bring them back. Lin Fan was filled with disdain towards these descenders. They were way too cowardly. If he hadn't knelt back then, wouldn't it have been better? He could have just knocked them all to death and nothing would have happened. It was a pity. Looking at the descenders, Tiansu's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. Some of them are so strong that they're basically stronger than me. What did my disciple go through outside? Why are all the enemies so strong? If Tiansu knew that there were even more powerful descenders like the world level, he would probably be speechless. Tiansu pulled Lin Fan to the side and whispered, Disciple, you brought so many people back? How are you going to settle them? Teacher, our sect is full of people carrying feces, cleaning toilets, and running errands. I have no idea where to settle them. Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan felt helpless. This is all my fault. I can't blame others. If I didn't have such a cheap mouth, this wouldn't have happened. Disciple, let Master think about your situation. Tiansu said. Teacher, I'm counting on you. Lin Fan said and called the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch over. When the patriarch of the Holy Immortal sect arrived and saw that peak leader Lin had brought back so many people, he was shocked. At the same time, he was excited. If he were to take charge of so many people, his position would only get higher and higher. Also, he realized that these people have strong auras. They must be elites. The Sun God Palace's leader panicked when he arrived. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. This place looks dangerous, especially this old man. His smile is a little creepy. I don't feel good. As for the other descenders, they discovered that the disciples of this sect were very weak. They could be crushed to death with a single finger. But when they saw the aboriginal not far away, they were terrified. Not to mention the fact that they could kill the aboriginal with a finger, the aboriginal alone might not even need to use a finger to kill them. The difference in strength between the two is too great. Peak Leader Lin, what can I do for you? The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch asked in anticipation. I'm going to bring these guys away and train them later. If that's the case, I'll have to work hard. Before meeting Lin Fan in the past, he felt that life was nothing much. But after meeting Lin Fan, he realized that life could be so exciting. This is all because of Lin Fan. If I had met someone like Lin Fan earlier, I wouldn't have been a patriarch. I would have hung out with Lin Fan. Bring this person to the toilet and train him. Lin Fan said. Okay. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch nodded immediately. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Peak Leader Lin, where are those people? Why only one person? There are so many people here. I have to take some with me no matter what. I haven't thought of how to settle them yet. Let's wait. Even now, I still haven't thought of how to deal with them. How can I let them go to the sect? Even the Sun God Palace's leader forced them in. If I continue to push them in, it will be too crowded. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch was sad. I was given so much hope, but he only gave me one person in the end. The difference is too big. He was the most special person in the magnificent flame sect. He was indeed special. He was in charge of managing the captives that Lin Fan brought back, teaching them how to become human beings and accept her form. As the person in charge, he had to bear this responsibility. Very soon, the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch had an idea. Peak Leader Lin, you said that you don't know where to arrange them. I suddenly thought of an idea. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch said. Tell me about it. Lin Fan asked. He didn't like to use his brain. Therefore, when he encountered such a situation, he still hoped that the people around him would use their brains. After all, I'm already so strong. If I'm smart, how am I going to let others live? Peak Leader Lin, according to my observations, I've discovered a huge problem. This problem needs to be solved in time, or else it won't do the sect any good. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch said solemnly, as if he was talking about something very important. What change? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This guy is not bad. He actually thought of a solution so quickly. It seems like he's a talent that can be nurtured. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch coughed lightly and organized his words. Peak Leader Lin, look. Under your leadership, the sect, wait, there's something wrong with this. Under my master and my leadership. Lin Fan corrected the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch. Tiansu, who was standing at the side, looked at his disciple with gratitude. Touched. Yes, yes. Under the leadership of Elder Tiansu and Peak Leader Lin, the sect has been developing rapidly. We have a lot of resources, and the cultivation of our disciples has been increasing rapidly. However, I realized that our disciples' battle experience is too weak. Talents cannot grow in a greenhouse. Therefore, I think that these guys can be used as sparring partners or sandbags for the disciples to familiarize themselves with skill sets. Peak Leader Lin, what do you think? The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch suggested. He really hoped that he could take charge of these guys. Master, what do you think? Lin Fan asked. He didn't really care, so he let his master decide. Disciple, I think it's fine. What do you think? Tiansu said. Lin Fan nodded. Master, if you think it's fine, then it's fine. It's decided. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch looked at Lin Fan and Tiansu. He was a meticulous person. He could tell that the fearless Lin Fan was indeed respectful to his master. He's already so strong, yet he still asks for his master's opinion. If he was in the Holy Immortal Cult, he would have to give up his position as the patriarch if a disciple was stronger than him. Sure enough, people couldn't be compared with each other. The group of descenders looked at each other. What's going on? In that short exchange just now, it seemed that the situation they would face in the future had already been decided. Why do I feel like we're going to be sandbags? No way. I'm an Emperor Heaven Realm elite. No matter what, even if we're captives, we have to be treated well. The descenders were in disbelief. What kind of sect is this? The overall strength of the sect's disciples is so weak. Not only did they not make use of them, they even treated them like sandbags. How? Heartless, clap clap, Lin Fan clapped his hands to attract the descenders' attention. Listen up, all of you. Considering that you've snuck over from the upper world and committed a crime, it should be unforgivable. However, my sect emphasizes on giving people a chance to turn over a new leaf. You're very lucky to have met my sect and me. Don't worry, I'm a very friendly person. I won't take your lives, but you have to be punished for your mistakes. I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. All of you, swear to serve the magnificent Flame sect for 500 years. Once the 500 years are up, I'll send you off. Lin Fan made the descenders swear. As long as they did it, the problem would be solved. As for the descenders, all of them were dumbfounded. 500 years? Tiansu Mountain. Lin Fan came here with his master secretly after settling his matters. He was prepared to share some secrets with Tiansu. The descenders this time were all powerful. There were world-level cultivators among them, and they were extremely wealthy. Master, disciple has killed 2 world-level cultivators this time. I've gained a lot. Lin Fan said. He only needed skill sets. He didn't care about anything else. He didn't care about what kind of trash the descended beings would send. Ever since he became immortal, he was never afraid of anyone. If he couldn't win, he would just run. If he was too strong and had to kill, he would just use unlucky aura to kill the other party. World-level cultivator? What's that? Tiansu asked. He had never seen such a realm before. Lin Fan explained the difference in realms to Tiansu. Tiansu looked a little helpless. Another realm has appeared. Can I have any hope? But he had to remain calm in front of his disciple. He mustn't be scared by such a realm. Oh, so there's a world-level cultivator. But it doesn't matter. It's not a realm that I can't surpass. Tiansu said calmly. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Master said it. Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Senior brother, Xiao Fan. Just then, a helpless figure could be seen walking over from afar. Elder Huarong was all smiles. He walked quickly as if he was waiting for something. Soon, he arrived at the peak. Lin Fan quickly asked his master to keep the storage rings. The most valuable items were the 2 world-level cultivators' storage rings. Heyish, junior brother Huarong is getting more and more shameless. Tiansu was furious. My disciple was sharing good stuff with me, but I didn't expect him to come. Impossible. How did Huarong know that my precious disciple is sharing stuff with me? Senior brother, I saw it. Stop hiding it and take it out. I'm just here to broaden my horizons. You can't not believe me. Huarong said. Huarong, I don't want to scold you, but why are your eyes so sharp? When did you see it? Tiansu had given up on Huarong. I've been seen. How can I hide it? He could only take out the storage rings. Seeing so many storage rings, Huarong's eyes lit up. He muttered in his heart, amazing, he's actually so rich. Senior brother, I didn't see it either. But I saw Lil Fan bringing so many people back. It must be a great harvest, so I came to take a look. Tiansu took a deep breath and patted Huarong's shoulder. Good job, junior brother. You're so smart. Why didn't I realize that you were so smart in the past? Huarong smiled proudly, senior brother, people get smarter as they get older. Now that junior brother is so smart, it can only mean that junior brother is already old. At this point, Huarong felt a little sad. But senior brother, just watch. I can't wait any longer. Either way, he had come here to see what was inside the storage ring. He was really envious. His senior brother was not much more handsome than him, and his strength was not much stronger than him. His wealth was also not much more than his. But that was why he was so lucky to have a disciple like Lil Fan. Lin Fan still remembered that he should have tried his best to stop senior brother from taking Lil Fan as his disciple. If he had succeeded, Lil Fan might have become his disciple. It was a pity and a pity. Senior brother, Lil Fan, you're all here. But just then, Elder Gulian came from afar. He did not come for long, as if he was the first to know. Huarong, did you inform others? Tiansu looked at Huarong. This old man is too infuriating. Why did you inform others when you're here? Senior brother, I promise that I did not inform anyone. Huarong promised immediately, but his tone sounded a little fake. He had already informed Elder Gulian before he came. We agreed to wait for a longer time, but it seems like Gulian did not listen to me at all. Lil Fan, you're amazing. You brought so many people back. You brought glory to the sect. Senior brother, do these storage rings belong to those people? When Gulian saw these storage rings, he was extremely shocked, and his eyes lit up. You guys. Tiansu was speechless. My junior brothers have changed. When the sect was still poor, my junior brothers were so nice. They might have fought with me, their senior brothers, but they were tough and never coveted my things. But now, things have changed. My junior brothers have changed. I've become fond of coming here to get some benefits. Every time I bring something back to show my respect, these despicable junior brothers will come from afar like ghosts. Master, disciple will go back first. Lin Fan said. He looked into the distance. Someone was coming. It should be Elder Gumu. How tragic. Of course, Lin Fan would not say anything. I'm the one who gave it to Master, and it has nothing to do with me as to who Master will split it with. Before Master could say anything, Lin Fan left. Not long later, he heard Master's angry roar. You bastards! Do you still treat me as your senior brother? Lin Fan knew that Master must be feeling heartache. When there were no benefits, none of them came. But when there were benefits, all of them came out of nowhere. Luckily, I don't need those things. Lin Fan was really thankful. All this while, he had only needed martial skills. Everything else was of no interest to him. Pills? There's no need. What treasures? Can they take a punch from me? Everything else is fake. Only when I increase my strength will it be real. At the toilet. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch was in a good mood. His suggestion was accepted. All the descenders were to be his punching bags, and he was in charge of them. He felt that the burden on his shoulders had increased. Remember, your job is to clean the toilet. Be obedient and work hard. Don't make me teach you a lesson. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch warned the Young God Palace's leader. This guy was the weakest among the people peak leader Lin brought back. According to the current situation, he had no right to clean the toilet, but peak leader Lin made him do it. There must be a reason. Brother, don't worry. I know what to do. But can I ask, aren't you the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch? The Young God Palace's leader asked. He felt that Lin Fan looked familiar. Yes, I used to be the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch. What's wrong? The Young God Palace's leader smiled. No, we're on the same side. Can you help me out? Let me go, and maybe we can do something else? As a leader, he might not be comparable to the descenders, but he was still someone with status and face in the outer world. But now, he was asked to clean the toilet. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Piak, as soon as he finished his words. The Young God Palace's leader screamed in pain as the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch kicked him. Be obedient. Don't be so arrogant in the Magnificent Flame sect. Aren't you the same as me? The Young God Palace's patriarch muttered. What did you say? The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch glared at him. Nothing. The Young God Palace's leader shook his head. He felt miserable. Why? I joined the Descenders because I wanted to grow stronger and find someone to rely on. But this comfortable life didn't last long. The Descender was killed, and he was also captured here. There was no way he could continue living like this. When he reached the toilet, the Young God Palace's leader was stunned. He saw a familiar face and shouted, Feng Xiaolai, who was cleaning the toilet, looked up when he heard someone calling him. When he saw that it was the leader, his expression changed slightly. He then buried himself in his work. Come here. The Young God Palace's leader straightened his back. He had to be domineering in front of his disciple. But he couldn't do it for more than 3 seconds. He was kicked to the ground by the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch. Feng Xiaolai was calm when he saw this. If it was in the past, he might have been excited that the leader was here to save him. But now, he was very calm. The Hall Master wasn't here to save him, but was instead captured. It could be said that there was a beginning and an end. Leader, be obedient. Learn how to clean the toilet from me, Feng Xiaolai said. He couldn't bear to do it. No matter what, he was the previous leader. He was new here, so he definitely wasn't familiar with the work here. It was his duty to teach him. The Young God Palace's leader was stunned when he heard this. What are you saying? I just want to ask, Feng Xiaolai, what are you talking about? I'm your leader. Do you know how to respect me? But it was a pity that he didn't see any respect in Feng Xiaolai's eyes. All he saw was, you're here too? Let's work together. He used to be my leader. Can I teach him? Feng Xiaolai asked. Sure. Xiaolai, teach your leader well. He still doesn't know what his duty is. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch nodded, giving Feng Xiaolai face. Don't worry. I will teach him. Feng Xiaolai said. He then looked at the leader. Be obedient and don't cause trouble. The Magnificent Flame sect is friendly. As long as you are obedient, no one will bully you. Feng Xiaolai, I'm your leader, the Young God Palace's leader said. No matter what, it's not my turn to teach him. This is a humiliation. I know that you're the leader, but you have to remember that you're an apprentice. Do you understand? Cleaning the toilet is a technical job. It's not something that can be done with just a rag. You have to listen to my guidance, or you'll be inferior to others here. If you really can't do it, you can only go down the mountain to pick manure and do the hardest work, Feng Xiaolai explained patiently. If he wasn't the leader, he wouldn't have said so much. But to the Yang God Palace's leader, this was a huge blow. He couldn't accept it. Teach him well. I still have things to do. I'll check on him later. The Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch turned and left. When the Holy Immortal Cult's patriarch left, the Yang God Palace's leader stood up. He looked at Feng Xiaolai and shouted, "I'm your leader. How can you talk to me like this?" Feng Xiaolai turned back and looked at the leader speechlessly. Is there something wrong with his brain? Suddenly, Xianxia kicked the leader to the ground. Newcomer, hurry up and do your work. The magnificent flame sect's disciples will be coming to the toilet soon. Don't waste time. Feng Xiaolai is your apprentice. Teach him well and don't cause trouble. You. The leader snapped back to his senses and pointed at Xianxia. He was so angry that his face turned red. How come I don't have any human rights here? Why am I being beaten up? Leader, I'm telling you for the last time. Hurry up and learn how to clean the toilet from me. Don't force me to teach you a lesson, or you'll lose face, Feng Xiaolai said sternly. Senior brother, are those descenders really that terrifying? When Lin Fan returned to the Invincible Peak, Lu Qiming rushed over to ask. Seeing that Lin Fan had brought so many people back, he didn't know what to say. At the same time, he felt sorry for those descenders. Why did they have to meet his senior brother? To them, it was a form of sorrow. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He could answer his junior brother's question with certainty. Junior brother, it's not terrifying at all. Descenders aren't as strong as you think. He replied with a smile, but to Lu Qiming, it was hard for Lin Fan to ridicule him. To senior brother, descenders were nothing much, but to others, descenders were like a mountain that couldn't be crossed. Senior brother, this is for you, right? Lu Qiming said. He saw the descenders that were brought back and sensed their auras. They were all very powerful, much more powerful than the ones he had seen before. Junior brother, what you said is true. Lin Fan agreed with what junior brother said. In front of the descenders, his junior brothers would feel how weak they were. However, in his eyes, the descenders that had just appeared were just SOSO. There was nothing different about them. Alright, senior brother is going into seclusion. Go do what you need to do. Being strong was a sin. It was impossible to imagine what the strong looked like in the eyes of the weak. Perhaps, in the eyes of the junior brothers, those fellows who were sent to clean the toilet were the legendary powerhouses. Seeing that Lin Fan was going into seclusion again, Lu Qiming didn't know what to say. Senior brother. He had been holding it in for a long time. If he didn't ask clearly, he wouldn't be able to understand. What's wrong? Lin Fan turned around and asked. What's going on today? Junior brother is a little talkative. Lu Qiming was silent for a while, then raised his head and asked, Senior brother, you're already so strong. Don't you want to enjoy yourself for a while? From the beginning until now, the sect had reached a level that other sects couldn't reach. Logically speaking, Lin Fan could rest for a while and let them handle the rest. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Junior brothers, I'll let you enjoy my time on behalf of me. I'll focus on my cultivation and be your shield. As soon as he finished, Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and stepped in. Only Lu Qiming was left outside. Senior brother. Lu Qiming sobbed. He was already moved to tears by his senior brother's words. In his mind, his senior brother was lonely, and he cultivated in solitude so that they wouldn't have to worry about him. Thinking of this, Lu Qiming felt even more bitter. In the distance, some disciples saw how sad senior brother Lu was and hurried over, thinking that something bad had happened. In the secret chamber. What a sentimental junior brother. Lin Fan's heart warmed upon hearing his junior brother's sorrowful cries. His junior brother saw that his efforts were not in vain. It was precisely because of this that he was even more motivated to cultivate diligently. Let me see what kind of cultivation techniques these descenders have. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and took out the skills that he had collected. He had not chosen yet, and there were some special skills mixed in. He was very disdainful of these people's special cultivation methods. He was a man, after all. It wasn't good for him to specialize in these special skills instead of practicing hard body skills. He wasn't a woman. But there was nothing he could do about it. There were too few people like him who could train hard body skills so painstakingly. He could endure all kinds of pain and not make a sound. But others definitely couldn't. He organized the cultivation techniques. This cultivation technique is no good. It's actually special. He threw it away. He continued to search. A decent hard body skill. He had some gains. Even though some cultivation techniques didn't meet the requirements, there were many that did. He had already cultivated to the Emperor Heaven realm, and if he wanted to reach the world realm, he would need a terrifying amount of foundation. However, even so, he wouldn't give up. Only with pressure would he be more motivated. Comprehending the power of the Emperor Heaven realm was very powerful. He felt as if the entire world was his. Hasa sacred land. This was a sacred land for women to cultivate. After old ancestor Hasa brought back Tianyu, who had the Sumeru immortal body, the older generation of the sacred land saw hope. Now that the descenders were everywhere, the Hasa sacred land was still safe. Within a cultivation ground, Tianyu was cultivating. Her body was like a black hole, endlessly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. For ordinary people, this kind of cultivation was too domineering, and their bodies wouldn't be able to take it. But for Tianyu, who had the Sumeru immortal body, it wasn't a problem. In old ancestor Hasa's words, her Sumeru immortal body didn't belong to the outside world. It was the legendary immortal body. Junior sister, what's the matter? Tianyu opened her eyes. There was a galaxy flowing in her eyes before it disappeared. Ever since she was brought here, she had thought of returning to the sect, but that thought gradually disappeared. She could already see the endless path ahead of her. At the same time, she felt that her future wasn't something the Saint Convent sect could accommodate. Senior sister, someone wants to see you. The girl had long hair and a beautiful face. Tianyu nodded. She knew who was looking for her. Outside the sacred land. The Thousand Cave Patriarch and the Vine the Arch waited quietly. Thousand Cave, I feel that this woman isn't reliable. The Vine the Arch said. Last time, she ran away and left the two of them behind. If they were with this woman, they wouldn't dare to leave their backs to her. No, we can't blame her for what happened last time. It's already a great help that she helped us deal with the Descenders. I just didn't expect the Descenders to be so powerful. Even if we can't defeat them, we can still protect ourselves. The Thousand Cave Patriarch said. She knew that the Vine the Arch was still bothered by what happened last time. She knew that they had underestimated the Descenders. If they hadn't met that despicable guy, they might have died there. Sigh, I don't want to say this, but that guy is pretty good the last time I saw him. It's a pity that he doesn't understand the current situation. He's indeed strong, but the strongest Descenders haven't arrived yet. He will regret it. The Vine the Arch thought of that guy. That guy is a little weird. He's not very friendly to people. But luckily, he saved our lives. If we can rope that guy into our group, many things will be easier. Don't think too much. He's too arrogant. He doesn't know how scary the upper world is. He will regret his arrogance in the future. At that time, we can help him. She had her own plan, and that was to wait for Lin Fan to suffer a great loss in front of the Descenders and suffer the consequences of his arrogance. At that time, it would be the best time to pull him in. But now is not the time. Arrogance will not only harm him, it will harm everyone. Just then, Tianyu walked over from afar. She already knew who they were. Even though she wasn't sure where they came from, she knew that they weren't ordinary people. They must be related to the upper world. Thousand Cave Patriarch, Vine the Arch, may I know why you're here? Tianyu asked. She had changed a lot since the time she was in the Saint Convent sect. The change was in her temperament. I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. I'm here today to thank you. The Thousand Cave Patriarch said with a smile. She was thinking about how to get Tianyu to join their group. She knew the use of the immortal Sumeru body better than anyone else. It would be a waste to stay in the outer world. If she could break through to a higher cultivation realm, the immortal Sumeru body would be fully utilized. By then, the power she could unleash would be terrifying. It wouldn't be a problem for her to establish a sect in the upper world. The Thousand Cave Patriarch's thoughts were simple. It was impossible to defeat all the Descenders. No matter how powerful she was, she couldn't make the Descenders submit to her. The only way was to establish a foothold in the upper world and establish an immortal sacred land. She would be able to negotiate with the Descenders. She was confident in the past. After all, she had a genius like the Puppet Patriarch. However, the Puppet Patriarch suddenly disappeared. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find him. In the end, they were defeated and sent into the cycle of reincarnation. Until now, she had been looking for him, but to no avail. But now, Tianyu's appearance gave her hope again. The Sumeru immortal physique was a very powerful physique. It was many times more powerful than the so-called physiques in the outer realm. Perhaps it was impossible to even compare. "Why are you two beating around the bush?" Tianyu said coldly. She wasn't a fool. How could she not know that the two of them were here for something? She agreed to help them because the Descenders were too dangerous. So honest. Divine the Arch muttered. When he woke up, he realized that the people in the outer world were very direct. They were different from the people he knew. Back then, the people in the outer world were not so direct. They were always beating around the bush. It's great now. I can just get straight to the point. If Lin Fan was here and saw the cold Tianyu, he would have punched him in the chest and said, "You're a good girl. Dog, you've changed." The Thousand Cave Patriarch smiled. "Alright, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here with the Vine the Arch. I hope you can join our team." "Join your team?" Tianyu frowned. She knew that the Thousand Cave wanted her to join their team, but she didn't expect it to be at this time. Yes, there is no safe place in the outer world with the arrival of the Descenders. Now that there are already world-level Descenders in the outer world, there will be no hope if we continue to hesitate. To be honest, we have already made a deal with the Demon Lord. He will help us enter the upper world. If you join our team, we can bring you along. Only in the upper world can you break through the barrier of the Tao realm and reach a higher realm. The Thousand Cave said. Tianyu looked at the two people in front of her. To her, they were trying to trick her into joining them. "Do you really want me to go with you?" Tianyu asked. She knew her body. It was the immortal Sumeru body, a very powerful body. With the help of old ancestor Huasua, her master, she had awakened her body, and her cultivation had improved rapidly. Therefore, it was normal for her to be welcomed. "Thousand Cave, let's go." "This woman isn't easy to deal with," the Vine the Arch said softly. The two of them had come to invite Tianyu to join them, but she didn't reject or agree. Instead, she asked if they wanted her to join them. "Isn't this clearly saying that I'm very popular? You can't leave me, right?" The Vine the Arch couldn't take it anymore. "No hurry, let's wait." The Thousand Cave Patriarch didn't want to give up so easily. She really wanted to get Tianyu to join her team. The 12 beast gods told her that the Demon Lord was suppressed in the outer realm. When she heard this, she and the Vine the Arch went to look for the Demon Lord. In the end, they came to an agreement. They would release the Demon Lord, and the Demon Lord would help them go to the upper realm. Releasing the Demon Lord was a terrifying thing, but they had no choice. If they didn't go to the upper realm and improve their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to resist the Descenders. But they hoped to bring Tianyu along. Tianyu had the immortal Sumeru body, and she would shine brightly in the upper realm. They had once cultivated in the upper realm and fought against the Descended ones, but in the end, they were killed by the upper realm. Even if they did it all over again, there wouldn't be much difference. But if they brought Tianyu to the upper realm, the result might be different. At the same time, the Thousand Cave wasn't in a hurry. She believed that Tianyu would go to the upper realm with them. You can think about it yourself. You will never be able to break through to the Tao realm in the outer realm. I can tell you that the immortal Sumeru body isn't a body that can appear in the outer realm. If the descenders from the upper realm find out about this, you will end up in a miserable state. Why don't you fight for it yourself? Tianyu looked at the Thousand Cave. She knew that the Thousand Cave Patriarch wasn't exaggerating. She had already experienced the strength of the descenders. They were indeed invincible. Even though she had the immortal Sumeru body, she was still insignificant in front of the higher realm. Tianyu, go. At that moment, a figure appeared. His voice was a little hoarse. Master, Tianyu greeted respectfully when he saw the man. Everything she had today was because she met Ancestor Huasua. If she hadn't brought her here, she might still be lost on the way, or she might still be living in the Saint Convent sect, unable to come into contact with the outside world. The Thousand Cave Patriarch nodded at the newcomer as a greeting. Although Patriarch Hassa looked old, he was full of energy. His face was ruddy, and there was a faint aura around him. Disciple, leave with these two. They're right. There's no hope in staying in the outer realm, and it will only cause your physique to be covered in dust. You should have a wider path to walk on, and not stay here. When the Vine the Arch heard this, she nodded her head in gratification. This little sister of hers could be considered an intelligent person who could see the path ahead clearly. Master, do you really want me to leave? Tianyu asked. Yes, leave with them. Your physique is the hope of the outer realm, and to them, you're their hope too. No matter what happens, they won't let anything happen to you. Patriarch Hassa said. He then looked at the Thousand Cave Patriarch. Am I right? The Thousand Cave Patriarch nodded. Yes, very fast. The Sumeru immortal body isn't something that can appear in the outer realm. As long as Tianyu goes to the upper realm with us, her physique will be fully activated. From then on, no one will be able to stop her. If she's lucky enough, it's not impossible for her to start a sect in the upper realm. He wasn't trying to coax them, but he was telling the truth. Patriarch Hassa nodded. She was satisfied. She knew that Tianyu was extraordinary when she first saw her, so she brought her back to the sect. Tianyu, go. I want you to go. Your future is limitless, and the Hassa sacred land needs you to bring it to greater heights. She knew that going to the upper realm would be dangerous, but staying in the outer realm would only mean death. She would become immortal and never improve. Yes, master. Tianyu replied. She obeyed her master and followed them to the upper realm. The Thousand Cave Patriarch smiled happily. I finally got her to join us. The next step is to go to the Dragon World and ask the Ming Emperor Patriarch to come out. He should have recovered after such a long time. Invincible peak. Not bad. Lin Fan was satisfied. The foundation in his body had increased by quite a bit. I've gained quite a lot of skill sets. Many of them are worth watching. 2 skill sets cost me all my points. Damn, it's so scary. The 20 million points I earned from the Descenders and the 40 million points I have now were all used up. In the end, he only had 150,315 points left. I'm so poor that it's scary. Sigh, it's time to come out. I have to go to the realm of pills and get some pills from the 9-color Patriarch. He wanted to have a good chat with the 9-color Patriarch and tell him about the situation in the outer realm. I'm in deep water, and if I can't bear to part with him, the consequences will be dire. 150,000 points isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I'll give you 100,000 points for a lucky draw. Lucky draw. After that, he stood up and prepared to leave the secret room to explore the outside world. I haven't been out for a long time. Many monsters don't even know that I'm still alive. When he reached the door, he stopped in his tracks. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Damn. He was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. I feel like I'm not lucky today. Red gold lucky draw, you've won an exclusive buff. Live in Lin Fan's fear. Oh my god. Lin Fan couldn't believe it. I just threw 100,000 points and I got something good. Impossible. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Clang, Lin Fan took out the Tai Sovereign sword and stabbed himself with it. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes wide. It's not a dream. It's really not a dream. He was very sure of it. After committing suicide, his mental state was at its peak. His mind was very alert, and he wouldn't be hallucinating. What the hell is this person's exclusive buff? He couldn't wait to find out. Live in Lin Fan's fear, don't kill anymore, you've killed too many. Beat them up and let them live in fear for their entire lives. You can continuously increase your points. The limit is twice that of killing them. Lin Fan was a little unhappy when he saw the buff. What do you mean by don't kill too many? Am I such a cruel person? But the points are not bad. It's 2 times of killing. Looks like I have to change my fighting style. But I'm so strong, and I might be able to kill my opponent with 1 punch. It all depends on my opponent. My luck is really scary. Lin Fan sighed. Luck is too mysterious. Maybe I'll be lucky today. He pushed open the stone door. Senior brother, you went into seclusion so quickly. It only took you a day. Lu Qiming was waiting for Lin Fan when he came out. I didn't need to break through. I just practiced a few skill sets. Eh? There are fewer disciples in the Invincible Peak. Where are they? Lin Fan asked. Senior brother, they've all gone to hit the sandbags. The people that senior brother brought back from outside are really strong. No matter how we hit them, they won't get hurt. The junior brothers all feel that their cultivation method isn't proficient enough, so they went to practice. Lu Qiming said excitedly. He felt that this was an improvement for the sect. Sandbags shouldn't exist, because not many people can handle it. But it's different now. The descenders are strong, and they don't fight back at all. Many of the junior brothers and sisters are training there, and they don't want to leave. Lin Fan nodded. The Saint Celestial sect's old ancestor is indeed capable. The sect lacks such talents. Junior brother, I'm not worried about you in the Invincible Peak. But don't tire yourself out. Lin Fan patted Lu Qiming's shoulder. He could feel that his junior brother was loyal to him. So, I won't let anyone down for my junior brother. The life and death of others have nothing to do with me, but I won't let any of my junior brothers get hurt. Whoever dares to hurt one of them will pay the price. Lu Qiming was emotional. Hearing what Lin Fan said, he was so touched that he wanted to cry. Senior brother is the best. Senior brother, don't worry. I will take care of myself for you. Lu Qiming nodded sincerely. Lin Fan nodded and rose into the sky. I'm going to the pill world now too. Have a chat with the 9-color-old ancestor to earn some experience points. The amount of experience points needed to break through from the Emperor Heaven stage to the world stage would be astronomical. Pill world. The green smoke of the poisonous pill was still lingering outside. Haze, this thing is really scary in the past, but now. It's useless. Forgive me for being so direct, but it's true. Without thinking, he stepped into the pill world. The poisonous smoke lingered around his body. But it's useless. Lin Fan sucked in a mouthful of the poisonous smoke and blew it out. It was really interesting. 9-color-old ancestor, where are you? He shouted. Then, he walked in openly. The poisonous smoke really wanted to curse. Can't you give me some face? Peak leader Lin? The goddess of the pill world, Luo Yun, was still so beautiful. She passed by and saw Lin Fan, who she hadn't seen for a long time. She immediately went up and found it unbelievable. Oh, so it's goddess Luo Yun. I haven't seen you in a long time. You've gotten prettier, but you're a little fatter than before. Lin Fan smiled. Goddess Luo Yun, who was originally smiling, didn't want to talk anymore. His words were a little hurtful. At this moment, the 9-color-old ancestor heard Lin Fan's voice and was shocked. His brows twitched and he had a bad feeling. He's here with bad intentions. End of chapter 964. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.